It was all over in 20 minutes. Terry felt somewhat relieved. He had known that it would be dangerous to confront Rodriguez and now felt, foolishly as it turned out, that he had struck an honorable deal. But he didn't know what was happening in his office in Guadalajara. Rodriguez exited the restaurant with his mujer para la noche, and Terry and Juan stayed to enjoy a leisurely dinner, the first relaxing one for Terry in the weeks since he had found the cocaine. The perfect way to diet with immediate results, he now knew, was to be involved in a Mexican standoff with the CIA. He had finally lost the weight he had promised himself he would lose years earlier in Arkansas. After finishing their dinner, Juan gave Terry a macho grin and suggested, "We're near the city of Leon. If we can drive through there tomorrow, I'll try to locate an old girlfriend of mine who plays the piano. She has a great sister, who's always had the hots for me. Maybe she's ready to be deflowered." Terry chuckled, not realizing that the worst for him was yet to come. Chapter 30. Severance Pay. Terry was aghast. He was looking into his normally neat, well-kept office and realized he had been the victim of a black bag job. It had been a day and a half since leaving San Miguel and his meeting with Felix Rodriguez. He had returned to the Guadalajara airport, hoping to continue with business as usual and fulfill his agreement with Rodriguez. But he couldn't shake the fear that comes from knowing too much, and being a liability because of it. He had crossed the line, and was surely now viewed as a whistleblower. If there ever was an investigation, he would be the subject of it. But after entering his office, which showed no signs of forcible entry, Reed found something very unsettling. Someone had ransacked his office records and had spent a great deal of time conducting a thorough search of the warehouse as well. Plainly, someone had been looking for his evidence, and probably any embarrassing documents that would provide police with information about other unauthorized shipments by the agency. What he didn't know, and had to find out, was when the illegal entry was made. If it had been done after his handshake with Rodriguez 36 hours earlier, Terry was being double-crossed. If the search had preceded the agreement in San Miguel de Allende, that would be understandable since Reed did, in fact, possess something that belonged to them. He had to confront Mitchmar, and right away, to get the answer. A short time later Terry was being let into the walled compound by the Mars maid. He found Mitch in his usual condition, sitting in his Papa San chair next to his Rambo tapes with a bottle of bourbon within easy reach. "So, Mitch, have you been in contact with Felix since our meeting in San Miguel?" Reed winced as Mar emptied the contents of the shot glass into his mouth and ran his tongue around the inside of the glass to extract the last drop. In answer to Reed's question he grumbled, "Yeah, he contacted me. I'm glad you guys worked everything out. It takes pressure off of me, and I don't need any more fucking pressure. I had enough pressure flying 123s for Air America." Reed needed to divert Mar from the war stories that were always triggered by the booze and back to the matter at hand. "So what's your understanding of our agreement?" Terry asked. "It's simple. You give us our shit, and we give you some fucking money," Mar replied. "So Felix didn't mention to you anything about a plan to undermine my negotiating position by locating the evidence you've been trying to talk me out of?" Nah. What the fuck do you mean?" From the tone of Mayor's voice, Terry was sure he was lying. But that didn't stop Mar from rambling on. "Hey, this is the agency you're dealing with. These are honorable guys, patriots. They won't fuck ya. You been watching too many movies. Speaking of movies, do you wanna see Stallone's latest? We can have a drink. My wife's gone to the States. It's only me and the maid. Besides, I got some money here for ya. Here's $2,000 for your travel expenses. I don't have time for a drink, but since you brought up the subject of money, Felix discussed severance pay with me and said that you would inform me of how that would be worked out and how much we're talking about. I'm not sure about the amount, but they'll be generous. We'll pay you as you leave, provided we get your evidence back." Since you don't think it was our people who rifled my office, should I get the Mexican police over to the warehouse to officially complain about the illegal entry? Christ, no. If nothing valuable is missing, just go on about your business. We don't want any fucking Mexican police poking around. You're a short timer, you're going home. Besides, it was probably just some of Fierro's people looking for something anyway. Mar was unconvincing. Terry knew that he was lying by the forced expression on his face, but he knew that his priority now was to collect his severance pay and get his family out of Mexico. As Terry was leaving the house, Mar reached for the bottle and settled back into his chair dressed in his usual attire of an armless undershirt and Bermuda shorts to enjoy his latest pirated copy of Rambo. It was mid-afternoon, and Mar was well on his way. He loved it when his wife was away, since she could not nag him about hitting the bottle or berate him for watching the violent movies she hated. It just won't work. We're in over our heads, and these people could find us anywhere in the world, a worried Janice Reed argued as she fed the pigeons that day near the Benito Juarez statue in a Guadalajara park. Besides, we would need a lot more money than we have now in order to take an indefinite vacation. Both Terry and Janice had driven to the city for what he always called a stand-up briefing. It was the first time since his return from San Miguel de Allende that the couple had talked together in detail about their plight. They had decided against talking at home for fear that the agency had placed bugging devices in their house in Ajijic. They were always concerned, too, about Geronimo, their overnosy gardener who always seemed to be eavesdropping when they talked. Terry knew his wife well and felt that she could handle the truth. Theirs was a special relationship, and she had never been a millstone around his neck, especially when they entered the dark world. Just the opposite, she had embraced it with enthusiasm. I'm gonna tell it to you straight if you promise not to revert to being a Baptist on me. The taunt was intentional because Terry knew Janice hated being categorized as a Baptist. I was raised Baptist, she always corrected him. While feeding the pigeons, Terry looked around to ensure no one could hear his conversation. You remember the day I took John with me to the warehouse? While I was alone that day I took the liberty of hiding 2 bags of a white powdery substance that I intended to use as evidence to prove to Mar that his people were in the drug business. That evidence is now our ticket out of here if we play our cards right. Terry, what are you trying to tell me? Janice screeched and then quickly lowered her voice to the level of a whisper. Are you trying to tell me you've got cocaine hidden somewhere? And you're trying to blackmail our way out of here? Her mind worked quickly. Terry, we're going to all end up dead out of this deal. A cerveza purchased from a vending cart did little to calm her as the gravity of the situation began to sink in. In a few moments, she regained her composure and began to think how best to grapple with their problems. She quickly realized they needed a plan. So the Air Force paid you to develop battle plans. You got any good ideas now? Janice said, forcing a smile. Terry lifted her chin and kissed her, whispering, you know I always do. I figured you were going to say that and. What's the worst that can happen? A plethora of alternatives were discussed, and the most viable emerged. Plan A, they would leave immediately and head for the U.S. border and then split up just south of the Rio Grande. Janice would cross the border with the children, and then Terry would take off to some as yet unknown destination, probably Thailand. Or they could opt for Plan B, secretly, they would load the motorhome, exchange the dope for the money, leave Ajijic abruptly during the night, zigzag across Mexico to Cancun, put the motorhome on a freighter, and, disguised as tourists, head for some remote area like Australia. And then there was Plan C, the one they both knew in their hearts they had to do, go along with the agency's divorce proceedings, return to the U.S. together, hopefully without being harmed in the process, and report their findings to the proper authorities, probably the Iran-Contra committees. Plan C, he knew, was doing the moral thing, doing it the hard way. That day in Guadalajara, however, both were aware that to implement any of their plans required lots of money. Janice agreed with her husband to proceed with negotiations about the cocaine, but she made it clear that she didn't want to know any of the details. They returned to Chapala and immediately began preparations for a quick departure. Janice, who had discovered that early retirement in the land of Manana for a person of her age could bring on mental atrophy, was teaching in private school in Ajijik. She began quietly making plans to obtain a replacement for her elementary class. Terry began winding down his business operations in a manner designed not to draw attention to his departure. He told associates that the catastrophic devaluation of the Mexican peso was the basis for his return home. Janice, who acted as the family accountant, was concentrating on their financial needs, and both she and her husband felt the urgency of finding out what Rodriguez's severance package would be. The amount would strongly influence their future plans. Several days later, after several unsuccessful attempts to locate Mar, Reed found him at a local watering hole, the Posada, during happy hour. Mar was sitting on an equipolly chair in the corner, drinking by himself. As Reed approached, Mar motioned him to sit down. "Since you're leavin', I guess it's okay that we be seen in public. What are you drinkin'?" Terry ordered a Dos Equis dark and slid his chair closer to Mar, keeping his back to the wall. He was paranoid, extremely paranoid. Visions of Barry Seal being riddled with bullets kept flashing before him. It was totally out of character, but he was now carrying a concealed, 9mm semi-automatic wherever he went. "We need to work out the conditions of exchange for everything," Terry began quietly. "And I need to know how much severance pay we're talking about." Mar said Rodriguez was unhappy because he felt Terry was blackmailing his way out. "Why?" Mar asked, "didn't Reed just turn over the drugs? He would be rewarded handsomely later." Mar then said that if Reed did the right thing he would still be on the agency's friendly side and could be eligible to be tapped for other assignments in the future. Reed knew this was a ploy, and he wanted no part of it. "Mitch, now you wouldn't do that. You didn't survive your years in Air America by being stupid. I don't consider myself stupid, so don't insult me with such offers. The only thing I'll find acceptable is a plan that gives me the security I need while I extricate my family and myself from this mess. Now tell me a plan where we can all accomplish our objectives." Mar emptied the tequila from his shot glass, bit the slice of lime and wiped his mouth on his bare arm. "Well, it was worth a try, but you're right, I wouldn't go for it either. Okay, here's the deal. We'll pay ya 100 grand in cash when ya hand me your evidence." Reed countered immediately with the plan he had devised during many sleepless nights since his last meeting with Mar. "I'll give you half the evidence, you pay me the full amount and, upon my safe arrival in the US, I'll telephone you and tell you where you can find the other half. I won't double-cross the agency. They know where they can find me and my family in the event I did. And believe me, the CIA is the last organization I would ever double-cross. That, Mitch, is the only way I find acceptable. You can rest assured that I wouldn't try crossing the border with your evidence. Tongue-in-cheek, he added, cause that, Mitch, would be construed as trafficking." Mar had switched to Bohemia and was downing a mouthful when Terry finished. He brought up a hearty belch, and as he peeled the label from his bottle he said, "I see where you're coming from. I can't approve that, but I'll pass it along. It sounds fair to me." Terry got up to leave, tossed down some pesos to cover his bill, and started to turn from the table. "You ought to be careful about carrying a gun in Mexico, especially a concealed one. It's against the law, ya know." Terry spun around and challenged, "What makes you think I'm carrying a gun?" Mar smiled. "Fuck, I would be." Within several days, Mar came to Reed with the news that they don't like doing it this way, but I've convinced them that you won't fuck us when you get to the States. So when can I have half of the evidence? "Just as soon as I see 1,000 pictures of Benjamin Franklin smilin' at me," Reed said. "And you were right before when you brought up the subject of guns. I am carrying one. This is a dangerous country, you know. The State Department says so. Terry found the wait while preparing to leave stressful. So much so that he grounded himself and would not fly his airplane, convinced that it would be sabotaged and that he would die in a plane crash, just as Emil Camp had more than 2 years earlier. For this reason, he arranged for his plane to be flown back by a contract courier pilot so that he could travel with his family on the return journey. Things appeared to be going as planned. The only thing that impeded their departure was finding a replacement for Janice at the school where she taught English. The cover story was that Terry's silent partners in the States were re-evaluating their business options in light of the peso devaluation. They needed him there for a marathon meeting, and Janice and the children would be traveling with him in order to visit relatives. Since their youngest child, Baxter, was only 4 months old, they would say that they decided to document their Mexican nanny and take her along, as evidence to anyone watching that they intended to return. But Terry devised this as added security because if any violent action were taken against them, there would be one more person, a Mexican national, for the attackers to dispose of. Outwardly everything appeared normal. But inwardly they were on red alert, or DEFCON 2, as it's called in SAC jargon. No one realized that Janice Reed was now carrying a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson, 5-shot air-weight pistol everywhere she went, even to school. Among other things, she feared a kidnapping attempt on the children. They allowed Duncan, their 4-year-old son, to continue his schooling, but only because he attended the same school where she taught and because his classroom was 2 doors away from hers. Terry all but patrolled their home's walled compound and never allowed the other sons out of his sight when Janice wasn't home. Each child must be continuously accounted for, was the inflexible rule. All was quiet until Terry returned home from his warehouse on the afternoon of September 18. Just before he walked in the door, Janice, as was her Friday ritual, had called their answering service in Little Rock to check for business messages. There had been 2 unexplained calls that day from someone who identified himself as Gene Ogden. He gave no business name but had left a Little Rock telephone number. When Terry returned the call the following Monday, he was taken aback when a female voice answered, Arkansas State Police. Certain that he had dialed the wrong number, he gathered his composure and asked if a Gene Ogden worked there. He was further surprised when she gave no response and instead transferred him to an extension where a male voice answered, Ogden. In the conversation that ensued, Ogden said he was with Trooper magazine, a publication of the state police, and was soliciting advertisers. Since he had no business listing in the Little Rock phone book, Terry was curious as to how Ogden had come by the phone number. When Ogden said he got Reed's number from the yellow pages, Reed knew something was not right, especially so when Ogden began to ask where Reed was calling from. Gosh, this sounds like long distance, Ogden said. Where are you calling from? Reed said he was outside the United States on a business trip but asked Ogden to forward his advertising rates along with a copy of the magazine to see if he would be interested in it for marketing purposes. Reed never received anything. Though Reed was suspicious, he could not know then that a frame-up against him had started. He was becoming a disposable asset, and the Arkansas State Police had been chosen as the instrument to manufacture a crime that would silence, discredit, and financially drain him over the next 2.5 years. Being unaware of the homecoming sting being prepared for him, Reed had other things on his mind. He foolishly felt certain that he could handle whatever problems awaited him on the other side of the Rio Grande. His attention was diverted to protecting his family and taking care of the escape from Mexico. He had to think like a pilot and prioritize his worry about getting out of Margaritaville safely. To be certain, they didn't needlessly expose their itinerary. Neither Terry nor Janice had informed their families, by phone or otherwise, that they were returning to the U.S. On October 4, Duncan's 5th birthday, the Reeds broke their communication silence and phoned both grandparents so they could wish the boy happy birthday. But even then, they made no mention of returning home. But during their brief conversations with family, the Reeds were confronted with another puzzling development. Both grandmothers, who lived 175 miles apart, revealed that they had received a telephone call from someone saying he was an old flying buddy of Terry's. The caller said he was in Arkansas and trying to find Reed. He left no name or number and said only that he would call back later. Terry dismissed any concern about this at the time because he had a number of old flying buddies, many of whom were former students who still resided in the Midwest. Later, Arkansas State Police Captain Raymond Young, then Governor Bill Clinton's chief of security, would testify in federal court that he made these pretext calls in hope of learning the Reeds' whereabouts. In Mexico, the packing of the motor home continued. Preparations were also underway for the exchange of the first half of the evidence that Terry had hidden in the rented garage where he stored their BMW. A block from the Posada, on the lakeshore in Ajijic, in the false bottom of a garage workbench lay the agency's evidence. Little did the woman who rented the garage know that Terry had secreted there the 20 kilos of cocaine that was his proof the CIA was trafficking in narcotics. One cool evening in mid-October, Marr rang the buzzer at the Reed home and disclosed that he had the money. "I got your Ben Franklin pictures ready. Come by the house anytime. Just be sure to bring your half of the bargain." Still wary of Marr, Reed asked if his wife had returned home, believing that if Marr planned anything unpleasant he would be less likely to do so in the presence of a nagging wife and a live-in maid. "Yeah, the bitch is back. I'm going to the Posada for a drink. Wanna go? For old time's sake? For screwworm? Come on, I'll tell ya some more Air America stories." Reed declined. Marr then started to leave but paused and said, "You sure ya don't wanna sell me the gun before ya leave? They're worth a lot of money down here, ya know." Reed put on his best stoic face. He was disturbed by the question, believing it a ploy to get him to admit he actually had a weapon. If he was actually going to be allowed to leave Mexico with $100,000, he wouldn't be concerned about turning a profit on a gun. He was leery that the agency was setting him up for an arrest by the police in Mexico, where handguns are strictly prohibited, or was simply trying to determine if he really had one. "No. Hypothetically speaking, if I had one, I might need it on the way out of here, you know, for banditos." Marr chuckled. "You been watchin' too many movies. These are all honorable guys you're dealing with." On October 16, the exchange was made at Mayor's house. At high noon, both men handed over what the other wanted. Terry got $100,000 in $100 bills and Marr got 10 kilos of pure. The remaining drugs, they agreed, could be located after the Reed family safely crossed the border. A third person would contact Marr and arrange for a telephone conversation between the two men. Terry would then tell him where to find the other half. "Sure is a lot of hocus pocus among friends," Marr had said while shaking his head. The last words he heard Marr speak that day in Mitch's den in Ajijic were, "Let's toast to the burial of Screwworm and Bill Cooper. What a way to go. To die with your boots on in a 123. That lucky shit." It took less than a minute to end a 15-month chapter in Terry's life. A new chapter was about to begin. That night, hopefully without the agency or Marr knowing about it, Terry had a business appointment in Guadalajara. In anticipation of receiving consecutively marked bills, which had been the standard form of payment in Mexico, Terry had devised a plan for eliminating the inevitable money trail, always a perfect way of tracking someone's movements. Again, the story of the trail of Hansel and Gretel came to mind. He certainly didn't want to leave green crumbs to be tracked by. The man who had insured his airplane was a Mexican entrepreneur who had another business in addition to his thriving insurance agency, that of money changing. Terry had sought out his services because he had been told that he was connected. After making sure he wasn't being followed, Terry rendezvoused at the insurance office to do a little after-hours banking. He had alerted the man earlier that he would be coming into some money, which he would like to exchange for different bills. He appeared to be accustomed to this kind of request, as his money-changing service catered to the foreigners living in Guadalajara. He said he would have the $100,000 ready for the exchange for his usual fee. and a slight surcharge. The previously negotiated fee for this service was to be $2,000. But upon seeing the agency's consecutively marked, uncirculated, newly minted bills, he reneged. After running the money through the machine that detects counterfeit bills, he demanded $3,000 more. It's not counterfeit, but due to its condition and appearance, I must ask for a larger than normal fee, the money changer said. I do not press my clients as to the source of their problems. I mean money. But I'm afraid this dinero is so hot that I will have to exchange it for rubles just to unload it. If the man was going to actually purchase Soviet currency in order to move the cash out of the country, Terry laughed inwardly at the thought of leaving a false money trail all over Siberia. That would keep a few agents busy. Terry negotiated the total fee down to $4,000. He departed the office with used American bills of unknown origin, but only after he made the Mexican run them through the counterfeit detecting machine. On the drive back home, the thought of the money being tainted with cocaine residue kept rolling through his mind. He was going to have enough problems explaining the source of the money to U.S. Customs. The last thing he needed was a trained narcotics dog pissing on the side of their motorhome, signaling the Reeds were traffickers. So back home, their newly purchased Mexican washer and dryer did several loads, the likes of which redefined the term money laundering. The next day the Reeds, the Mexican maid, the kids, and the German shepherd, Macho, all packed into the motorhome and headed north. The motorhome was valued at $20,000, but on that day it was worth considerably more. Say, $100,000. Reed had hidden the money in the waste tank, but that was only a temporary repository. Unbeknownst to Janice, he had devised what he considered an ingenious plan to get it across the border undetected. It was not against the law to have the money, it was only illegal not to report it to customs when he crossed. Terry didn't relish the thought of breaking the law, but this was an emergency that could make the difference between life or death. As Fawn Hall, Oliver North's secretary, said to the Congressional Committee investigating Iran-Contra, sometimes you have to go above the written law. The Reeds spent the first night of their tense journey at the only three-star hotel in Zacatecas, where the maid slept in the motorhome for the night as a security precaution. To smuggle the money into the motel, Janice stuffed it in the diaper bag alongside her pistol. Once inside, the Reeds began to implement their plan. Janice counted the $100 bills for the first time and placed them neatly in waterproof plastic Ziploc bags. Her husband sat in the shower and carefully removed with a surgical scalpel the so-called tamper-proof seals from two 1-gallon plastic bottles of Prestone antifreeze. He then packed the baggies into the bottle, refilled them with antifreeze, and with superglue replaced the tamper-proof seals. It was the most expensive antifreeze on the face of the earth. As she nervously waited for her husband to finish his tedious task, Janice poured herself a glass of Mexican red wine. Her assignment finished, the impact of what they were doing began to sink in. Terry, to keep his wife's nerves steady, had promised her that this concealment was solely for security while in Mexico to prevent it from being found and taken in the event of an accident or robbery. When they reached the Texas border at McAllen, he told her, it would be declared proper and legal. He lied. The next morning the tension heightened. They planned on making the border by nightfall, but that would be quite an accomplishment, he thought, after factoring in the unexpected delays he knew would result from traveling with the children, the maid, and the dog. They hit the road at dawn to optimize the daylight hours. Janice, he could sense, was on the verge of breaking from the stress and acute paranoia. To break her silence and to occupy her mind, Terry attempted to draw her into conversations of plans to rebuild his business, of buying a house near Little Rock and of blending back into the community. She knew what he was doing and feared not only for the trip to the border but the future as well. She wouldn't share it with him then, but she felt deep inside that their problems were only beginning. Normally, they would have entered at Laredo, but the plan called for an abrupt change in border destination. They wanted to cross at an unexpected location on the Mexican side in the event someone might be there waiting for them. Always do the unexpected, he had learned in intelligence training. From their experience living in Mexico, Reed knew that there was much more law and order in the interior than at the border. Border towns were something else. They reminded him of the bar scene in the movie Star Wars with its menagerie of misfits and cutthroats. From his observation, these towns were magnets for social mutants from both cultures. Unfortunately, they were how most Americans prejudged all of Mexico. But their rough and tumble atmosphere is what concerned him the most as they pulled into the outskirts of Reynosa after a rather uneventful trip. If someone was going to make a move on them, it would probably happen here. It was Sunday evening, and by the time they arrived in Reynosa, Janice's nerves were shattered. To give her time to pull herself together, Terry decided it best to stay overnight there and cross early on the 19th. He also reasoned that spending an additional night in Mexico was, in fact, doing the unexpected, just in case anyone had surprise plans for them. Always do the unexpected again surfaced as he drove around getting the lay of the land and looking for the right place to spend the night. He found a motel with a secure courtyard to park the motorhome, and, again, their maid slept in the RV. That night Terry tossed and turned while his wife slept soundly after sedating herself with a portion of a bottle of Mexican red wine. From the motel window, Terry could see the American border and the city lights of McAllen. He was almost there, yet he felt that the most dangerous leg of the journey, the crossing into the United States, lay ahead. The impending crossing would be the test, he felt, of whether Rodriguez and his CIA cohorts were the honorable, patriotic man Marr had claimed them to be. He mulled over and over to himself, what will they be expecting me to do? Just do the opposite. His paranoia was running wild. Even if they knew he was there, he rationalized to himself, they would not be expecting him to cross there. If he were, why would he be spending the night rather than crossing over earlier in the evening? Do the unexpected, do the unexpected. We are certainly visible enough, he thought as he protectively gazed at the three little boys lying on the floor in their sleeping bags. His gaze then moved to Janice, who was lying next to him. What a woman! He thought. Without her inner strength, her insistence on keeping the family intact, he would have probably opted for plans A or B, flee or take the money and run. He finally dozed off, exhausted, with Smith & Wesson standing guard. The next morning was Monday, October 19, 1987. After Janice loaded the last child into the motorhome, she walked over to her husband and whispered, "Don't forget, you promised you would declare that money. You did drain the antifreeze after I went to sleep last night, didn't you?" He lied. She knew what was in store when he didn't lift his sunglasses. He always lied when he didn't lift his sunglasses. "Honey, this is one step at a time. How are we going to explain $100,000 in cash? I promise that if they ask us about money, I'll declare it." She gave him a look of disgust laced with disbelief, causing him to resort to a less tactful tone. "Just get in the fucking motorhome and let's leave." With 2 pistols hidden in plastic bags in the sewage tank and 2 $50,000 bottles of antifreeze under the sink, they crossed the Rio Grande and pulled into the U.S. Customs inspection station. They were on American soil. They had purposely put the oldest son, Duncan, in an upper berth near a window and told him to wave at the customs inspectors. "Look wholesome," the nervous mother told him as the expressionless agent entered their Missouri license plate number, visible on the front of their vehicle, into the computer. Had it not been for the single fact that the vehicle was registered in a company's name and not his own, their trip would probably have ended right there. Without knowing it, Reed and his wife were now the subject of an investigation. They were motioned into the vehicle inspection area, and 3 inspectors literally ransacked the inside of the motorhome. Their immigration papers showed that they had been outside the U.S. for an extended period, and they were discovering how most Americans are welcomed home, law-abiding or otherwise. There were questions about the maid, and the vaccinations for the dog, and Terry was about to give a sigh of relief when yet another inspector approached Janice and asked, "Are you carrying currency or negotiable instruments that are in excess of $10,000?" It was a moment frozen in time. If this had been a movie, it would now have been shown in slow motion. Janice stood by motionless as Terry, carrying his 5-month-old child, had just answered no when asked that same question by another inspector looking under the sink at the antifreeze bottles. Oh, fuck, he thought to himself as resourcefulness kicked in. He hadn't come this far to blow it all now with an arrest for a currency violation. Hey, I just lost my ass on peso devaluations in Mexico. Do we look like the kind of people who would have $10,000 left? He reasoned with the expressionless agent. The inspector looked benignly at Reed holding the infant and agreed, "Nah, I guess not. It's been really hard for American businessmen down there, hasn't it?" He walked away with the others following him. "You lied to me," Janice snapped after she got back in the motor home. Terry didn't respond but simply piloted the motor home slowly over the last speed bump and crossed into McAllen. Both were on the verge of collapse from the weeks of tension they had endured. They were safe, they fatuously thought. "I can't believe you did that," she kept saying. "Honey, please shut up and turn on the radio, we're back in the US now. Let's listen to some rock and roll." She was rotating the dial seeking a station when the familiar voice of Paul Harvey came over the radio. "Don't jump. Don't jump. It's not worth it. It's only money. Let's not have a repeat of 1929. Was this some kind of joke? They thought as they pulled into a service station to fuel the motor home. Upon inquiring of the attendant what Harvey was talking about, he answered matter-of-factly. "Oh, haven't you heard? The stock market crashed." It was near noon on Black Monday. The Reeds had come home to a national financial disaster. Among other things. But after refueling, as they motored north toward San Antonio on I-35 and updated themselves on the Wall Street disaster, they took comfort in the knowledge that their assets were, truly, liquid. Meanwhile, at the governor's mansion in Little Rock, the Arkansas State Police and the DEA were frantically putting together a computer profile of the Reeds and attempting to learn their whereabouts. The Reeds had miraculously slipped through the border net. The Honorable Manmar had talked about were anything but. Chapter 31. Double Cross. The phone rang in the North Kansas City motel room. It was November 3, 1987. When he answered the call, Terry Reed quickly recognized the voice. It belonged to the man he had known as John Cathy. By this time, the voice had become well known to the rest of America as well. The man on the other end of the line was Oliver North. "Should I call you Oliver or should I call you John?" Terry asked as he regained consciousness from his interrupted sleep. "It's unfortunate that deceit among friends is necessary," North replied stoically. "I'm out of Mexico and I'm in deep shit," Terry exclaimed, getting right to the point. North was in deep shit himself when he returned Terry's frantic call. In fact, everyone connected with the illegal Contra supply operation was in deep shit. North had already testified about the Iran-Contra affair, and having watched some of the congressional hearings, Terry had been somewhat taken aback by the repackaging of the Marine lieutenant colonel for media and public consumption. The North he knew had not behaved as a rogue operating on his own, as Attorney General Edwin Meese had painted him to be. And from what Terry had gathered from the print media since returning to the States, North was now being drafted by the public as an American hero and something of an idol, a persona that in 1994 helped confer upon him the Republican nomination for the United States Senate in Virginia. That election race, however, turned out to be no more successful than his mission to rid Nicaragua of the Sandinistas. With North's newfound fame from the Iran-Contra hearings, Terry sure hoped North remembered his old acquaintances, especially those on the run from the CIA, the FBI, and the Arkansas State Police. Earlier, while waiting for North's call, Terry had paced the motel room, mentally developing a battle plan from his rapidly deteriorating alternatives. His present condition was most definitely foobar, or fucked up beyond all recognition. It had been 2 short weeks since the Reed family had crossed the border, and now he was fighting minute by minute to control his paranoia. His overriding reason for wanting to leave Mexico had been his fear of becoming the patsy for the CIA's dirty operation. Of being left to take the fall if it were exposed. As events were unfolding, it was evident that someone, most likely Felix Rodriguez, was double-crossing him. Now he wished that he had the evidence with him so he could prove his story when he went to Congress, his only logical alternative. As it was turning out, all he had was his word. Terry and Janice had breathed a cautious sigh of relief after their motorhome cleared the last known obstacle between the Rio Grande and their first planned stopover in Carthage, Missouri. Janice's last panic attack occurred just prior to the wetback checkpoint north of McAllen, which they passed with no major fanfare on Black Monday, October 19. Once beyond there, they actually began to relax somewhat, for the first time in many stress-filled weeks. The Reed traveling circus arrived unannounced in Terry's hometown of Carthage, Missouri, on October 21, having survived this 1,100-mile road trek in reasonable fashion. The plans called for a surprise visit to his mother's house, giving her the opportunity to behave as a typical grandmother and dote on her 5-month-old Mexican grandson, Baxter, whom she had never seen. Working from information obtained from Terry's youngest brother, Roland, they were informed that his mother wasn't home but in the country visiting relatives. They decided it best to head for Kansas City, hoping to get to Janice's parents by nightfall. On their way out of Carthage they spotted a concrete truck bearing the insignia Reed Concrete Construction. Terry stopped and had a brief 15-minute meeting with his oldest brother, Gary, whose concrete company was working on a construction site nearby. Terry alerted him that they would soon return for a proper and extended visit. They had spent less than an hour in Carthage as they left and headed northward on Route 71, but they would later learn that they had been observed by someone who was an informant and who had alerted Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton's chief of security. It was an eerie thought that their every move was being shadowed. The next 10 days were restless ones spent at Janice's parents' home in Kansas City. Nighttime conversation in the guest room was filled with discussions of what was the right thing to do. On one hand, they wanted to shout out to the American public their knowledge of the unthinkable. That there was no war on drugs. Worse yet, that factions of the federal government were actually trafficking. But on the other hand, the more rational one, they kept saying to themselves, put your lives back together and quietly blend back into society. They were torn emotionally and ethically. Terry had given his word to Rodriguez and had taken his money. He still owed Felix half the evidence and was beginning to wonder if Mar had not already recovered it on his own. Their repeated attempts to contact Mar were fruitless, being informed by his maid that he simply wasn't at home. Terry found this bizarre and unsettling. Taking possession of the evidence should have been numero uno on Mayor's list of things to do, unless of course he was again a guest of a Betty Ford-style clinic in the States. But many questions gnawed at Terry. How big of a liability was he? Would they leave him alone, considering the dangerous knowledge stored in his brain? How vulnerable was he legally? Could, or would, some inventive law enforcement agent or prosecutor construct a crime based on what he had done while involved in these black operations? A special prosecutor in Washington was already targeting Oliver North for indictment. Would the same thing happen to him? He was hearing about a very old and sparingly used law called the Neutrality Act being put to a very new use. People who had assisted the Contras were being indicted for violating this law. This prompted him and Janice to visit a law library in Kansas City to do a little research of their own. They ascertained that the Neutrality Act was a law passed in 1909 that bars American citizens from engaging in any act of armed hostility against a country with which the U.S. is not at war. But Terry hadn't performed any hostile acts, or had he? Doing further research of the laws defining conspiracy, they regretfully concluded he probably had. Depressed, they sought the daytime solitude of a place special to Janice's teenage years. Calm down, honey, he consoled her as she sobbed while sitting in the car at the waterworks overlook in North Kansas City. Implicating me legally is the last thing they would do. Only an idiot would press charges. They won't launder their dirty underwear publicly, especially not in federal court. He couldn't articulate it to her, but his true fear had nothing to do with conspiracy statutes. Legal exposure was one thing. In a trial, you can fight back, even sling dirt of your own. But when he thought of Barry Seal and how he had been dealt with by assassins' bullets from automatic weapons with silencers, that was another thing. He now knew the term silencer had more than one meaning. Their non-judicial technique had certainly silenced Seal. He usually told Janice everything, but he couldn't share his fear of assassination with her. To do so would have resulted in total panic. He had to be strong. He had gotten them into this mess, and he had to keep a level head and get them out. While sitting in the park that November afternoon, reassuring one another while looking down at the Missouri River and the Kansas City skyline, old thoughts began to kindle within Janice. This was the very site where she had made her vow at the age of 17 to leave home and live life to its fullest. She shared with him those long-ago memories of being the rebellious teen visions she had not revisited since their first date in Oklahoma City. Life certainly hadn't been boring, they both agreed, and most importantly, they had found each other to share their lives with for better or worse. While relishing their closeness, the haunting lyrics of a once popular song resurfaced from Terry's subconscious. They took on a deeper and more sinister meaning, but it seemed as if the lyrics were written specifically for them. Paranoia strikes deep. Into your life it will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Step out of line. The man comes and takes you away. There's a man with a gun over there. Tellin' me I got to beware. They would come to adopt this Buffalo Springfield song as their self-help sanity check in order to ascertain if their actions were rational or driven by paranoia. It was cheap psychiatry, they decided, and available on cassette, LP, or 45. 2 days before North's phone call, Terry had been to the Kansas City Public Library attempting to get the transcripts of the Iran-Contra hearings. In Mexico, other than the spotty news coverage, he had no way of knowing for certain what had become public knowledge. He was especially curious if Rodriguez had made any admission or inadvertent reference to Screwworm. The librarian indicated that the transcripts were on back order due to the inability of the government printing office to meet the demand, so he spent the afternoon reviewing newspaper and magazine articles. From what he read, there had been no mention of Jade Bridge, Centaur Rose, or Screwworm. Yet, upon his return that evening, Janice rushed to him as he crossed her parents' front lawn. He could tell from her ashen face that something horrible had happened. "Get in the motor home with me," she uttered in a demanding voice. "I've got something important to tell you privately." Once inside, she closed the door to the vehicle and nearly screamed out with pent-up rage. "They're screwing us. Your damn CIA friends are setting us up. The police are after us. What are we gonna do, Terry?" She broke down crying, and she pounded the cabinets with her fists. She began to reconstruct what had happened. Terry's mother had called, saying that Terry had received urgent mail, sent in her care, from Carol Canino, the wife of the owner of the rented aircraft hangar in Little Rock. The message instructed them to immediately contact her. There was a problem in Arkansas. Upon calling Mrs. Canino, Janice was told that the police had executed a search warrant on the hangar on October 14, only 5 days before they had crossed the border, and its contents, allegedly an expensive, single-engine airplane, was seized. The Reeds were stunned and confused. At that point they were not sure what precisely had been seized, since they had left behind only the ultralight aircraft and file cabinets containing office records. Could it be that the agency was trying to seize his old files and records? He wondered. Were they afraid he had papers in storage that could implicate them? Was this a duplication of or somehow linked to the ransacking that had occurred at his office in Mexico? He had no immediate answers, but Mrs. Canino had been frantic to inform them of what transpired so that her company wouldn't be held legally liable. She had passed on to Janice a telephone number for a police officer named Raymond Young, who wanted to talk to them immediately. The name sounded remotely familiar to Terry, like a name he'd heard in passing, or a name he'd read somewhere. "They've just made the decision for us," Terry said while comforting his wife inside the motor home. "I don't know what's going on, but let's get out of here. We're going to Washington. Start packing. We'll leave first thing in the morning." As Terry sat watching the national weather report on television in preparation for their journey the next morning, a personal tragedy unfolded. Janice's 65-year-old father, Ken, exited the bathroom with his left arm hanging limply at his side, saying with a look of terror on his face, "I can't comb my hair." Janice and her mother, Vera, immediately rushed him to the hospital. Terry couldn't believe the timing of yet another disaster. For a moment it dwarfed their CIA problems, but then self-preservation took hold as paranoia from the events in Arkansas surfaced. Still stunned, and with the help of the maid, he continued loading the motor home and moved the children, the maid, and the RV to a nearby motel. After checking them in, he joined his wife at the hospital, where his father-in-law's diagnosis confirmed their suspicions. He had suffered a stroke. "I've moved us out of the house," Terry informed her in the hallway adjoining the emergency room. "We've got to leave. We could be arrested anytime. We've got to get to Washington. I need to find North. Surely he can help." Janice was frantic, torn in all directions. For all she knew, her father could be dying. Thoughts of being apprehended at his bedside flashed through her mind. She couldn't bear to think that her father's last vision might be of her arrest. These unthinkable events could aggravate his condition and even cause his death. For all she knew, she might never see him again, alive or dead. But leaving posed a monumental problem. How could she monitor her father's condition? She would have to keep her parents in the dark about their whereabouts and their problems. "You know we can't tell my mother what's going on or where we're going," Janice cried. "If anyone comes looking for us, you know she'll be compelled to tell them the truth. She won't lie." As if Terry didn't have enough problems, he now had to deal with the strict Baptist adherence to the Ten Commandments, and at the top of that list was "Thou shalt not lie." The CIA was on his trail, he was sure he was being framed, and now he was faced with Janice's father possibly dying and a mother-in-law who wouldn't mislead the police. "Oh, fuck," were all the words he could muster. What else? If this meant he had relatives who wouldn't lie under any circumstances, then he and Janice would be forced to. Terry suggested that Janice simply tell her mother they were going to Chicago due to a business emergency involving their Gomi-Ya lawsuit and that the crisis demanded both of them be present, since they each were corporate officers in Applied Technologies. With this problem rectified, there were others to deal with. There was still a major nagging problem. They had not been able to make contact with Mitchmar to arrange the return of the remaining drugs to Rodriguez. Terry now knew that he needed to contact Mar and quickly. He was part of a cutout that was now being cut off. He would have gladly violated the intelligence rule of communicating one up and one down, meaning that you had contact and exchanged data with only the person directly above or below you. In fact, by the rules of intelligence, it was even a security violation to know any others in the loop. Unfortunately, he knew of no one else to contact. Mar was above him but out of commission, and Terry was the bottom rung on the screwworm ladder. With the link to Mar now seemingly severed, Terry was floating through dark space alone and isolated. "Go by your parents' home, but don't be seen, and try one more time to contact Mar from there," he instructed Janice. "I want you to leave a trail to their phone, just in case it's tapped. When you talk to Chapala Realty, spread some disinformation. Tell them that everything is fine here and that we'll be staying with your parents for at least 2 more weeks before we head back to Little Rock. Maybe that'll buy us some time. Then make sure you're not followed, and meet me at the motel. If your dad has stabilized, We'll leave KC tomorrow. He assumed that by now his in-law's phone was tapped and would thereby be an excellent pipeline to distribute disinformation. It could also underline to those listening that he was not double-crossing anyone and that he was still trying to keep his part of the bargain. What are you going to do? I hardly slept at all last night. I'm going to try to get some rest in preparation for a marathon drive to Washington. In the morning, we'll call North and Lieutenant Young to try to find out what's going on. After cautiously rejoining her family at the motel, Janice informed Terry that Diana, their contact in Ajajik, had not been able to locate Mar. It's like he vanished, she had told Janice in a very unsettling tone. She went on to say that she had driven to his house and that Mayor's maid told her she thought he had gone to the States. That made the Reeds even more uneasy. Why would Mitch depart for the States without the evidence? This made no sense. Had Mar already found the drugs? And was planted cocaine what had been seized from the Little Rock hangar? That's probably how it would all end up, Terry thought. He'd be set up and labeled a drug runner, after all. As he attempted to watch television with his children that evening, one thing was becoming crystal clear. There was no deal anymore, if there had ever been one, and it was now everyone for himself. Mayor's words brought a bitter taste to his mouth, these are honorable men. After another sleepless night, they were thankful to hear that Janice's father was in stable condition. They were now faced with the need to gain intelligence of their own and to make the call to the police officer who had left his number with the owner of the hangar in Little Rock. There was risk involved. If the phone was tapped, he knew that the 911 technology the FBI utilized could show the point of origin of their call. For this reason they drove to a payphone on the south side of Kansas City to disguise their movements in a southerly direction, figuring that if their actions were being predicted and monitored, it would appear they were proceeding back to Little Rock. Thinking back to the odd Flying Buddy phone calls made to their parents, Terry guessed that they had been pretext calls probably made to locate him. As early as late September, he decided to use the police technique and make a pretext call himself. He told his wife to call the number, pretend she was Terry's sister and find out what she could about what had happened at the hangar. Governor's Mansion, the male voice said after Janice nervously dialed the Arkansas number. She was taken aback by the salutation but in a wary voice said, I need to speak to Mr. Young. So you're his sister? Young said to her in a condescending southern drawl when he came on the phone. You better tell him he's in deep trouble. We found the airplane he stole up in Joplin, Missouri, hidden in his hangar. He's wanted on multiple counts, including interstate transportation of stolen property, insurance fraud, and making false statements. He's in deep shit. Tell him he's a fugitive and he'd better call me right away. Janice was barely able to contain her anxiety when Young asked her if she knew where Terry could be found. When she answered that he was still in Mexico, Young responded with a startling revelation, you're lying. We know he was in Carthage to see his mom just recently. I'll bet you're not his sister either. Janice slammed the phone down. She was barely able to speak as she attempted to relate to Terry Young's comments about being seen in Carthage. They were being shadowed, and it wasn't by any normally detectable undercover car. Terry would have noticed that. This was a pro. When she calmed down she didn't need any further urging by her husband to get away from Kansas City, even with her father in the hospital. What'll happen if Dad dies, she asked tearfully back at the motel. Terry loaded both the 9mm and the .38 caliber pistols and answered coldly without looking up, they'll bury him, Janice. He had gotten more intelligence from the pretext call than he had planned on getting. So far he had realized the word cocaine hadn't surfaced yet. But that was probably soon coming. For now, it sounded like what had been seized was his long-lost Piper Turbo Arrow, the one that had disappeared from Joplin in March of 1983, over 4.5 years earlier. Terry began mulling over the dilemma. This is out of control. I'm gonna try and call North, he said as he looked at a road map to compute the route and mileage to Washington. He told Janice, get supplies for the trip. I'm sure it'll be fruitless, but I'll call the FBI in Buffalo and ask for Carlucci. Then I'm going to rest. I'm sure we'll be driving all night. Carlucci was the code name for Kathy, which was the code name for North. It was beginning to sound like North's project donation could be responsible for this newly discovered airplane found in Reed's hangar. Terry decided to call the FBI, but not for the purpose of giving himself up. Not yet. He needed to reach North, and it was through the FBI that he had always contacted his CIA handler in the past. He called a number given him by North to use in case of an emergency, and was this ever an emergency? The number was for a phone located at an FBI office in Buffalo, New York. When a voice came on the line, Terry asked for Mr. Carlucci. In the past, Reed would leave his name and telephone number, and North would call him back. But now, things were different. With Iran-Contra unraveling, the voice at the other end at the FBI said that she had never heard of Carlucci. But Terry insisted. His degree of isolation was beginning to affect him. Covert operations were inherently designed for deniability. This he learned in intelligence school. But what he was discovering now was that the agency had built-in ways to not only deny a person's involvement but to take care of loose ends as well. False criminal charges are one way, Barry Seal's fate was another. Since there was nothing to hold over Reed, it seemed that something had to be quickly manufactured. It appeared as if he was going to be charged with a theft. Terry realized that while he had been recruited as a deniable asset, he had now become, probably as a result of crossing Rodriguez, a disposable asset. He felt like he was being flushed once again. He had that same feeling he had had when he returned from Asia, discarded, used, abandoned. What he needed was a little help from his friends, if in fact he still had any. North surely wouldn't deny him assistance, he thought. He needed to hear from Oliver North, but he doubted it would happen. His thoughts went back nearly 5 years, back to Oklahoma, when North had first told him about what he called Project Donation. He recalled North telling him that participation in the program was voluntary. But now he was beginning to wonder if he had involuntarily donated to the cause. Could that have been the case? Had someone stolen his plane and made it available to the Contra cause? Or had it been recovered earlier by the FBI or others to be used now as a way to dirty him up? Had a false crime been created to destroy his credibility and keep him from testifying before Congress? That would really look good, all right. Testifying from behind bars. He thought of Bill Cooper and the hangar. That day he and Cooper had recovered the Charlie Quattro, July 31, 1986, there certainly wasn't Piper Arrow in his hangar. His thoughts then raced to the Arrow that Cooper had flown in. But that plane wasn't his stolen plane, even though it was the same make and model. It wasn't turbocharged like his had been. Lots of questions and no answers. But he concluded that the government was using the plane to play hardball, and it was only the first inning. Had they planned to set him up as far back as 1983? What he didn't know that day as he rested in the motel was how hard they were playing. He would learn that someone had inserted information into government law enforcement computers saying that Terry was suspected of drug trafficking in Mexico and was armed and dangerous, a warning, in effect, to any law enforcement officer approaching him to shoot first and ask questions later. He had to talk to Carlucci, but doubted he would ever hear from him as he finally drifted off to sleep. But 2 hours later North called back, awakening Terry from his sleep. As the conversation developed and Terry pulled his wits together, he became more and more angry. He vented his frustration about being set up, and North's platitudes didn't allay his fear or anger. "God damn it, this is no time for diplomacy," Terry told North. "I need to be extricated from this mess, and right fucking now." North listened, expressed compassion and then concern when Terry outlined his plans to go to Washington and expose the lack of the war on drugs. North said adamantly, "I definitely wouldn't do that if I were you. Walsh is looking for blood. He's going after Secord and the whole cast, and so far, Screwworm hasn't been compromised. If you show up, that'll open up a whole new can of worms. Terry, take my advice and stay as far away from Washington as you can. Your appearance here can only get you in further trouble. And indicted at best. He asked Terry for a chance to intercede in his behalf prior to him doing anything irrational. He said he would see what he could do. He had a friend highly placed in the FBI. I'll contact him as soon as we hang up. Things should work out all right. When the talk turned to the narcotics transshipment through Maquinaria Internacional's warehouse, North replied, "Yeah, I heard about that from our Israeli friend," in a reference to Amram Nir. "Terry, I would never condone such behavior. I truly want to apologize for getting you involved with such wild cards as Rodriguez. He's definitely not cut from the same cloth as we are." The brief conversation ended with a warning and an offer of help. "Don't do anything fucking stupid and expose your position, or there'll be incoming on your ass right fucking now," North cautioned. "I'll do my best to arrange for an SAR mission to pluck you out of the wreckage." If North could just intervene in his behalf with the FBI and Justice Department, that should neutralize the problem, all right. Surely this whole fiasco in Arkansas was just the renegade behavior of Rodriguez, he and North concluded. Why would the agency needlessly bring attention to the residue of Jade Bridge, Centaur Rose, and Screwworm? Based on the conversation and advice from North, the trip to Washington was out, for now at least. There was no sense in becoming an open threat to the agency. He wanted to give North time to fix things, as he had promised. When Janice returned with the supplies, Terry was more upbeat, but hastily prepared for the family to change motels. Fearing that the FBI may have put a trace on his phone, he informed her that they were leaving immediately, probably for Kansas. At least, he told her, someone in the know had listened and given advice. "I've got good news. You won't believe this, but North actually called. He said to lay low, and he would try to take care of things, but for us to definitely not go to Washington." "Where are we going to go?" "Off on another adventure, I suppose," she said caustically. "Remember the movie The In-Laws?" he asked, drawing her memory to one of their favorite films, in which a spy is chased through a third-world banana republic. "Serpentine, serpentine, serpentine," he said, recalling a funny line from the movie and attempting to put his wife in a better mood. He knew the underlying application of the term meant to become a moving target. Moving targets were harder to sight in on, but his military survival training never factored in a wife, 3 children, a dog, and a Mexican maid packed into a motorhome. In the early years of their marriage, Janice had found her husband to be a metaphor for excitement. They had lived high and fast, in love and in money. Now it had all changed, and they were about to become fugitives. It was more than she had bargained for, and tears started to replace passion as she found herself forced to hold herself and the family together and move from state to state while her husband formulated a plan. During the next 5 months, the couple traveled 30,000 miles, serpentining, as they called it, back and forth across the country, traveling aimlessly and laying low as North had instructed. Their days were spent comforting their children, pretending all was normal, but their nights were spent comforting each other and crying in the darkness while their upper-middle-class lifestyle fragmented and collapsed into one of survival and stark existence. They became fugitives. Constantly wary of CIA shadows, the Reeds would rather have been pursued by 10 FBI agents than the faceless assassins they were sure were at their heels. They played the Buffalo Springfield cassette so often that even the children began to sing the lyrics, and the Reed vehicle zigzagged across America with a bumper sticker that read, "I'm not paranoid. I know I'm being followed." Notes: 1 FBI file #87C18534 and 12B283, Volume 2, Serials 2-32. Asterisk a case in point, proving that the FBI does create crimes around individuals, a civil complaint lodged in the United States District Court Western District of Arkansas, Index No. 84-2368, filed December 21, 1984, alleged that the FBI and other law enforcement persons used a stolen aircraft that had been recovered earlier and not returned to its owner as a means to entrap two individuals involved in the MENA operation. Had the FBI been successful in creating a crime and implicating these CIA assets, two men Reed had worked with at MENA, the results unquestionably would have resulted in multiple felony charges. The case was dismissed for lack of evidence. But in July 1993, Reed and his attorney, Robert Maloney, through federal court discovery procedures, came into possession of a classified FBI internal memo and file outlining the details of the sting operation, thus proving the original complaint. 1. Chapter 32. Serpentine. "Mommy, Daddy, wake up," Duncan exclaimed on Thursday morning, January 14, 1988. "The snow is all the way up to the windows." Thinking her 5-year-old son was again demonstrating his father's gift of hyperbole, Janice Reed pulled the covers over her head and groaned, "Duncan, please go back to bed and let Mommy sleep." She had not slept well in a long time. In fact, neither she nor Terry had actually slept in since that fateful day in Kansas City back in November when they discovered they were being double-crossed by the CIA. They were now on the run. Their journey had led them to Sequoia National Park in California, where they had checked into a rustic cabin in Grants Grove late the previous evening. The snow had just begun to fall, and the National Weather Service had predicted a remote chance of small accumulations over the weekend. Duncan by now had awakened his younger brothers and was about to receive a stern scolding from his father, who, for the first time since they had taken to the road, had been able to shed his continual fear of imminent arrest. Terry peered out the frost-free spot on the window that Duncan had earlier created and realized their son was not spinning a tale. "Janice, you better get up and look at this. He's not exaggerating. The snow is higher than the window sills," he said in disbelief. "I can barely see the road. I think we're buried." Sure enough. The National Weather Service, which Terry as a pilot had grown to both love and hate, had been caught with its forecasts down again. Survival was on his mind, only this time it wasn't the fear of some assassin's bullet, it was laying in enough provisions to see them through Mother Nature's wrath. Fortunately, parked outside was one of the few four-wheel drive vehicles belonging to the vacationers who had escaped Los Angeles and the Bay Area that weekend. It was the Reed family's newly purchased 1986 Ford Bronco that they had already affectionately named Bronco Billy. And it was standing by, hitched to what the children had named Tommy, a small custom-built utility trailer sporting a matching paint scheme. Tommy trailer was bulging with the survival gear they had purchased in San Diego and along their route northward. Luckily, the Reeds had all the essentials and then some. The Reeds called their home on wheels the Escape Module after the small repair vehicle in the movie 2001, A Space Odyssey. The term Odyssey had become such a fitting one for their plight. Not really believing the weather forecast, they had been lucky enough to stop in Visalia and take advantage of discounts on snow and ski suits. The area, which largely survived on the skiing and the tourist industry in the winter months, had been enduring a drought and had its slowest season in years. There had been no significant snow at all that year. At least not until the Reeds arrived. By noon that day, as the snow continued to accumulate, the park rangers announced that the park would be closing. Those wanting to leave were told to depart immediately by following the snow plow, a converted road grader, to the main entrance and then take the highway down to Visalia. With their provisions now neatly stacked in their cabin, their shortwave radio tuned to the weather, the 2 gallons of Prestone stored under the bed, and their guns with sufficient ammunition to fend off the faceless enemy who might harm their children, the Reeds settled in for a long winter's night. They and the other few who had elected to remain behind reminded Terry of the pioneer settlers marooned at nearby Donner Pass until the spring thaw. From all outward appearances, no one would have guessed that the Reeds were fugitives, evading the net that had been drawn around them by the FBI, with assistance from the CIA. Their heated log cabin was nestled in a group of rustic cabins that were a quarter mile from the main lodge, where only a skeleton crew of employees remained. Guests stranded in the cabins would shovel a pathway to the lodge each night and spend the evening socializing in front of the large fireplace. Luckily, the lodge was well stocked with requisite essentials for the snowbound guests, namely, bologna, beans and brandy. Being snowbound at high elevation and isolated from the chaotic world below gave Terry a secure feeling, the first in so long. He had nearly forgotten the feeling. Now was the time to mentally heal and recoup. Analyzing his plan to date, he was rather pleased. So far so good. At least they were together as a family and hadn't been apprehended. His mind focused on the trail of disinformation they had strewn across the United States, Mexico, and Canada. Electronic communications had played a large role in throwing curveballs to any would-be pursuers. He was hoping that Janice's parents' phone was in fact being monitored by the FBI. That would mean that Janice's phone calls to them, deliberately laced with misinformation, should have caused the search for them to be centered in Mexico, probably around the city of Puebla. I hope they drink the water, Terry thought as he pictured American agents dealing with Montezuma's revenge while scouring Mexico for the Reed bunch. This brought a smile to his now bearded face. The forced isolation brought on by Mother Nature gave the Reeds a sense of security. For the first time in weeks they were able to let their guard down. Here I am in a one-room cabin in the middle of nowhere with no phone, no TV, no maid service, no amenities, Janice mused. No one ever could have told me that this is something I would aspire to, but at this point in my life, I couldn't ask for anything more. As far as I'm concerned, I hope it doesn't stop snowing until May. Terry and Janice had been stretched nearly to the breaking point. The sleepless nights, the stress, the fear, the paranoia, and at times the terror they lived with daily, was emotionally exhausting. But it was becoming a way of life. They felt totally removed from the system they had been a part of since birth. It was a strange sensation of isolation. Feeling they no longer belonged to any country. They compared their feelings to that of refugees or nomads or, as Janice said, gypsies. As Terry gazed at his family that night, he thought back to the leadership manuals he had studied in ROTC and the Air Force and realized that military tacticians had never taken into account the tact and patience required to motivate a family on the run. Wives are not military subordinates to be motivated by fear. There was enough fear in their lives already. Terry's leadership was being put to the test. He could not outwardly show fear. Just a small mental slip on his part could precipitate the crippling release of paranoia and terror that were constantly lurking in both of them. Just as his old flight instructor had taught him, he had to disassociate himself from his fear, compartmentalize it, and contain it. In order to keep Janice on an even keel, he felt he had to feign optimism that they would somehow survive this horrendous ordeal. He knew he desperately needed Janice's support right now, and he sensed her nerves were on the verge of shattering. He needed her, and the children needed her maternal nurturing. His job was to be a husband and a daddy, and to establish an aura of make-believe by pretending that everything was well and under control. "Look, Daddy," Elliot made a reindeer shadow, Duncan exclaimed, interrupting Terry's thoughts. The boys were having great fun making finger shadows with the light cast by a kerosene lantern. As the storm raged on over the California Sierras, the family was able to bond closely. They ventured outside to play daytime games in the snow and told stories by the glow of the lantern at night. The storm continued for 4 days. "We're really inconspicuous, aren't we?" Janice said sardonically to her husband as she watched Macho, who was being transformed into a sled dog, attempting to pull 3 giggling boys through the snow drifts. Even though the rambunctious German Shepherd might have drawn some unneeded attention, both parents felt an added sense of security with him around. Having been raised from a puppy with the children, he tolerated from them all sorts of abuse and was exceedingly gentle. Earlier on this trip, Janice had found the dog in the back of the motorhome patiently allowing Duncan and Elliot to wrap an entire roll of masking tape around his legs to fix his boo-boo. Macho was very passive with his little charges, but Janice and Terry knew that if anyone ever attempted to lay a hand on any of the boys, Macho would turn ferocious instantly. He would pace and growl at any stranger who violated the boys' territory, and his sheer presence would frighten the average intruder away. Late at night, with Macho standing guard over the sleeping family, Terry couldn't suppress thoughts of terror which surfaced from nowhere and raced through his idle mind. Were they out there somewhere? Were they on his trail, or had his plan to trick them worked? Terry's mind was in a swarm. The seriousness of it all was coming to bear. The adage "what's the worst that can happen," bore no humor at all. He knew what the worst could be. He would then fight to regain control and, as a mental diversion, begin contemplating their next moves, over and over and over. He couldn't allow them to find him. He had to become another person. He needed a new identity. He had developed a numerical point system of 1 to 10 to grade each action on its degree of risk. Obtaining a new identity had to be a 10-pointer. But once accomplished, it would reduce the risk associated with other actions to a level that seemed worth it. That was it. He would somehow become a different human being. Just as soon as the storm was over. With the park now reopening and the snowplows roaring outside their window, Terry knew they had to leave. They had been there too long. He had told the other vacationers he was combining a family vacation with a regional marketing survey. He now feared that the park rangers would get suspicious if they stayed any longer. They had been there a week, and as the Bronco wound its way down the mountain and out of the Sierra Nevadas, Terry's mind drifted back to the start of their journey into anonymity. Back to the time they left Kansas City to become moving targets. "What's wrong?" Janice asked nervously. She had been quietly observing her husband for the past 30 minutes as he drove westward across Kansas that dreary November night. She knew by his silence that something was eating away at him. He was behaving as if he was flying on instruments, in bad IFR weather, only this time there was no airplane involved. Perhaps, she rationalized, piloting this motor home with the children, a dog, and a Mexican maid aboard while evading shadowy pursuers might be as stressful. She repeated, "What's wrong?" and this brought him out of his trance. It was well after midnight. The children and Macho were all asleep, and Laura was in the rear reading a steamy Mexican paperback, oblivious to the Reed's plight. "I've got to change these plates," Terry informed her, without breaking his concentration on the 2-lane road. They might be looking for them by now. He had neglected to tell her that he had switched license plates with another vehicle in the motel parking lot that morning while she was buying provisions. He rationalized away this act of chicanery as trading, and not stealing, since he had left the other Missouri motorist with his plates, which actually had a longer time before expiration. And hadn't he, after all, given them something of greater value? "Terry, are you telling me you stole someone's license plates?" "Janice, before this is over, I'm sure I'll have to do a lot of things that are not viewed highly by the law. This is an emergency, and I'm gonna behave as such. Now if you're gonna sit there and bitch, I just won't tell you what I'm doing. It's your choice. You're the wife of a spook, and if the answers scare you, don't ask the questions." It bothered her to hear her husband talking that way. But at the same time, she admired him that night for all the same reasons she had fallen in love with him. He was taking charge and doing whatever was necessary to ensure the safety of the family. She, too, feared they would share the same fate as Barry Seal. She had to trust his judgment, so she decided to ask fewer questions. Maybe she didn't have a need to know about everything her husband was doing. It was just that much more to worry about. To Terry, the entire ordeal was turning into the equivalent of an onboard aircraft emergency. During his silence, he had been prioritizing his workload and weighing his alternatives. There were too many unanswered questions to define a true course of action right away. He had decided to confront the ordeal the same way a recovering alcoholic did, one day at a time. Right now, as he wrestled with his paranoia, his number one priority was trading plates again. This time he wanted to find a vehicle that would be heading east, back toward Kansas City, preferably someone on vacation with an East Coast destination. That way, the switched vehicle would transport his current plates on an easterly course, the opposite of their true direction. If we head back up toward the interstate, the map shows a rest area, he said to Janice as she poured him some coffee. I figure that if I can switch plates with an eastbound vehicle, we can rest easy until Denver. A few minutes later, Janice held her breath as her husband bolted on their new Pennsylvania plates, which he had quietly lifted from a parked RV as its occupants slept in the roadside park. Okay, now we gotta get this bitch debugged, he told her. If they knew we had been in Carthage, that means they had to know we'd been in Kansas City. And that means they had access to this vehicle when we weren't around it and sufficient opportunity to plant a transmitter on us. I won't rest easy until we have this thing swept. Now how are we going to do that? Janice asked incredulously, almost afraid to hear the answer. Don't worry, this won't require anything illegal. In the morning, I'll call Jack and get some of his expert advice. Jack, an old retired Air Force buddy of Reed's, was an electronics genius and ham radio operator living on the East Coast. The next morning near Denver, Terry was told by Jack that any good ham operator with the right equipment should be able to sweep his vehicle. By parking the motorhome near the antenna, the operator's receiver, if run through the entire frequency spectrum, should detect a transmitter if one had been planted in or on the motorhome, or so Jack said. At Fort Collins, Colorado, after giving a $100 tip, Terry received the results of the electronic sweep of his RV. You're clean, he was told by the toothless, tobacco-chewing Army retiree, a radio friend of Jack's. If I were you, I'd still want to make sure I wasn't being optically ID'd. The comment confused Terry. If his motorhome wasn't emitting a telltale electronic signal, how else, he asked the ham operator, could it be tracked? Visually from outer space, he answered as he spit brown tobacco juice on the white snow. I was in satellite recon in the Army, and they got this special paint they put on things they want to track from outer space. For war games, we normally put it on the good guys' equipment. Tanks, armored personnel carriers, artillery. Stuff like that. Then a mobile command post sorta serves as a ground-based traffic controller, given our guys vectors, via satellite, to find the enemy. Reed had heard enough. Having worked in the early developmental stages of digital, infrared satellite reconnaissance in the Air Force, he knew that what the ham operator was telling him was within the realm of technological possibility. He hadn't heard of this special paint though, so inquired further. It's clear in color and impossible to see with the naked eye, continued the Army retiree. It takes lacquer thinner or paint stripper and a whole lotta elbow grease to get the shit off. If I were you, I'd do something to the top of the RV, just to be safe. After trading plates again at a truck stop north of Denver, Reed put the RV through a truck wash, to clean the roof of the motorhome in preparation for receiving paint. He reasoned that an even better way of ensuring there was no trackable coating on their roof was to paint it with sealer. That way, if the telltale coating was there, it would be covered over. At a recreational vehicle supply house parking lot, Janice, from within the comfort of the motorhome, watched her husband scale the RV's ladder and climb onto its roof. In the chilly November air, Terry applied 2 gallons of the thick, silicone-based roof sealer. Only afterwards did he begin to rest a little easier, secure in the thought that they weren't being tracked by satellite. This technology, which most people think exists only in novels and movies, he knew was real. From his trip with SEAL to Panama, he knew that nearly anything was possible electronically. An ELD carried in the tail of an airplane was the perfect example of a tracking device that was readily available to anyone, and this technology was even more available to the federal government, which owns and operates the FAA's tracking satellites. Damn. At times, I wish I was stupid, he would say to his wife. I'd have a lot less to worry about. A dumb shit just wouldn't know about the technology that exists that could track us. Through knowledge, however, one can reasonably separate true fear and concern from paranoia. Paranoia includes the fear of things that might not actually exist. His fears were real. He and his family were being pursued by professionals, or at least he had to assume that they were. Even if Oliver North had intervened on his behalf with the FBI, he still didn't trust Felix Rodriguez and company. Rodriguez was capable of anything, Terry now knew. Just ask Che Guevara. Meanwhile, Janice was desperate to learn of her father's condition. She had left Kansas City with him still in the hospital, having confided to no one in her family the true peril of their situation. No arrangements had been made to communicate securely, and she knew they could not risk a phone call from Denver. One advantage to traveling with 2 gallons of Prestone was that money was not an issue. As the motorhome sat parked in an overnight RV campground in Denver, Janice sat nervously aboard an American Airlines jet racing eastward to Chicago. The purpose of her journey was to place a phone call to her sister's place of business and to plant the devious seeds of disinformation. Janice's mission while there, besides checking on her father's condition, was to also make several strategically placed business calls that hopefully would be intercepted. Terry had instructed her to take a cab to the far north side of the city, near the interstate, and to make her calls from there. If the feds were tracking them by phone contacts, surely they would think the Reeds were making their way northward to Canada. "He's getting better," said Janice's sister, Karen, from her high-rise office building. "But we've been worried about you. Your legal matters must have really been urgent for you guys to leave town that fast. Is everything okay?" Standing at a payphone, nearly shouting over the deafening roar of truck traffic adjacent to I-94 on Chicago's North Rim, Janice mustered every ounce of inner strength she had to keep from breaking down and telling her sister of her plight. Fighting back the tears, she said with mock enthusiasm, "Oh, everything's fine. It's just all this Gomia legal junk has got me sorta down. While we're here, Terry's going to bid on a new project which might keep us on the road longer than we'd anticipated." A short time later, she was waiting in the bustling boarding area of the O'Hare terminal waiting for her flight back to Denver. Although she knew her husband wouldn't have approved, since she was instructed to not make calls from the airport, she made a quick "get well soon, I love you" call to her father as she was preparing to depart. Watching the passengers deplane, she had never felt more depressed. Everyone seemed so happy, and her life was destroyed, maybe forever. While deep in thought, she was startled back into her frightening reality when she heard the assumed name under which she was traveling being announced over the loudspeaker. "Sheila Walton, please report to the ticket counter immediately." It was the phone call to her parents' house. How could they have tracked her that quickly? She thought. Terry had been right. The FBI was monitoring her family's phone lines. Trembling and barely able to breathe, she went slowly and unsteadily to the ticket counter. "Miss Walton, can you do us a big favor? Would you mind trading boarding passes with this little boy so he can sit with the rest of his family?" Frantically fumbling for her boarding pass, she watched her hands shake violently as she presented it to the ticket agent. "Are you all right, Miss Walton?" "Oh, yes. Flying always just makes me a little nervous." "He's getting better," the relieved Janice told Terry as she rejoined her family at Stapleton Airport. "And I've got more good news. I worked out a secure way to communicate. I talked to Karen's secretary and was able to get her travel itinerary for the next 6 months. That way I can call her in places no one will surely be monitoring and can keep tabs on Dad. I can rest a little easier now." She didn't inform him until much later about the call to her father and the breach of communication security. Back on the road again with her family, Janice knew it was time to address the educational needs of her children. Duncan was becoming suspicious about it, since no one was trying to force learning down his throat. Homeschooling took on a whole new meaning as she set up her classroom in the motorhome. Later that week, she was back in her comfortable role of school marm, demanding that Duncan continue improving his kindergarten skills. As the little boy practiced his handwriting by making sticks and balls on his big chief tablet, he was reassured that all was back to normal. As Terry surveyed the transformation of the interior of the motorhome, he too was reassured that his wife was coping with their precarious circumstances. He frequently referred to her as a nester and was amazed at how cozy she could make nearly any environment. Each of the boys had his favorite stuffed animal propped atop his bed. Colorful posters of shapes, ABCs, and numbers were on display, stapled to the overhead cabinetry. She had even purchased an exact duplicate of a poster the boys had had in their room in Mexico and had attached it to the closet door at the little boy's eye level. It pictured a mother panda bear cradling her young and was captioned "Home is where you get cuddled." She was firmly convinced that if she abided by this motto, the children would have good memories of this chapter of their lives, rather than traumatic ones. Earlier, in Mexico, Terry had built in an overhead cabinet housing a small television and a VCR. This Janice now adapted as her primary visual aid, and 2-year-old Elliot was content to watch Sesame Street educational tapes for hours on end. This would even entertain the baby as they traveled the seemingly endless stretches of highway. "Mommy, you're the best cooker," Duncan commented one evening. "The motorhome smells like Grandma's house." Janice had just finished baking some slice and bake refrigerator cookies. The aroma of baking cookies created that warm and fuzzy feeling. "I've got an idea, Duncan. Tomorrow, let's get a cookie jar for the motorhome. My new goal will be to keep it full of homemade cookies." That, and evading our pursuers, she thought to herself. What a paradox. She couldn't believe she was thinking of baking cookies and evading federal agents all in the same thought. One day at a time, she thought. I've got to take it one day at a time. Terry had insisted that his and Janice's attitudes about the system not spill over onto the children. Even though he was now deathly afraid of the U.S. government and the unbridled power it could wield against them, he sought to ensure that Duncan did not become alienated by his parents' feelings towards a government gone mad. He insisted that Janice place the standard classroom portrait of George Washington directly over the center cabinet door of the overhead storage. The one that was locked. The one that contained the guns and ammunition. He felt that America's true rebel, George, would have approved of his picture's location and what it was concealing. Janice, while in Chicago, had done as instructed and tried, although unsuccessfully, to call Michmar Inajijic. Their inability to find Terry's old handler and to consummate the exchange bothered them both immensely. This should have been Mayor's #1 priority. What could be more important than sewing up this one last loose end? Perhaps it had by now become unimportant to communicate with the Reeds, perhaps they knew all along where the coke had been stored, or was it something else? Maybe the feds were one step ahead of him all the time. Maybe he was the mouse and the cat was only toying with him. He had to put this fear out of his mind and seek sanctuary. Disco. I've got to get to disco, Terry thought. There would be extreme risk in communicating with him by phone. But less risk, Terry calculated, if he approached him in person without spending any time loitering in Albuquerque. Since the RV was now sporting California license plates, it occurred to him that Santa Fe would be the perfect place to go. They would fit right in with all the tourists and still be only a short drive from discos. 2 major priorities had made their way to the top of his mental checklist by now. First was disinformation. They had left Chapala pretending to be only going north on an extended business trip/vacation. If they didn't return soon, people down there would become suspicious, especially since the Reeds had left many of their high-value belongings there. Somehow, they had to give the appearance of permanently leaving the Chapala area and moving to a false location. Terry knew there had to be government informants living within the expatriate community. If he could create the proper illusion of moving somewhere else within Mexico, it might buy them more time and take care of the problem of vacating their leased home. There was no way around it. He would have to go back to Mexico to create that illusion. If he were to return for just one day, vacate his residence and create the right cover story of moving the family to another Mexican city, The ruse might work. It might make the CIA think he was not a threat and was only seeking to reassemble his life and return to his old occupation of consulting for factory automation. Yeah. That's it. The Volkswagen factory in Puebla was upgrading its capabilities to machine engine heads for the Beetle. He knew that was an ongoing project. He would return and say he was moving the family to Puebla to work on the VW modernization project. That could create the proper illusion, if he handled it properly, especially if he was seen there in the Chapala area. But it would be risky. He could only stay one day. He would want to be in and out of Guadalajara during daylight hours. Surely they wouldn't make an attempt on his life if he stayed in crowded public places. But who could he use as a bearer of this disinformation? Who would be sure to spread it all over the Chapala area? Then, while driving south out of Alamosa, Colorado, it came to him. Laura, of course. Mexican maids and nannies blab everything about their foreign bosses to everyone. Their gossip network would be the perfect vehicle to spread the seeds of deceit. It would be better than taking out a full-page ad in the Chapala News Bulletin, Ojo del Lago. Perfect. This would be an ideal way to implement the plan, and his predators might be fooled into thinking they were in Canada and Mexico at the same time. It could even create the illusion that the Reeds had split up, with Janice heading north to Canada and Terry south across the Rio Grande. The CIA would then be confronted with the same problem Hitler had faced, a two-front war. Goddamn, he thought. I'm gonna use what they taught me on them. After all, he had scored 95 in his class on disinformation. After 5 days in New Mexico, and having discreetly contacted Disco, he felt rested but pressured to continue with his plan of appearing to be in two places at the same time. Contributing to this pressure and growing sense of urgency was the fact that 2 days earlier he had discovered that the telephone number at the FBI office in Buffalo, which he had earlier used to contact North, was now strangely out of order. To make sure that his New Mexico location was not compromised from a telephone link intercept, Terry had hopped aboard Southwest Airlines and flown to Dallas in order to reach out to Carlucci one more time. In Dallas, after listening to the telephone company's recorded message that the emergency phone number for Carlucci/Kathy/North was not in service, a montage of thoughts crept into his mind. Had the number been disconnected for security reasons and to prevent him from recontacting North? Or was the agency distancing itself even further from Senor Estrella? Terry rationally decided that he didn't dare call Buffalo Information and contact the FBI through their published number for fear the call would be traced automatically through 911 technology. If his Southwest location was detected, it would destroy all the previous efforts they had made to create the appearance of being in Chicago or Canada. He couldn't risk the call. It was best to continue on his existing flight plan, and he decided to return at once to his nervous family awaiting him in New Mexico. His old friend let it be known that the offer he had made to him in Mexico was still good. The desert can swallow you up, Disco had told him. It was a source of comfort to Terry, knowing that a fallback plan was available as a last resort. He again compared it to flying. Just as a good pilot always has an alternate airfield selected, he had an alternative if the going got too rough. But there were still loose ends to tie up. He figured that the excess baggage he was carrying, namely, the highly visible motorhome and the nanny, could be used to his advantage. They would make perfect decoys to further throw off any pursuers. Just as in the movies, you leave a trail, but not one that leads to you. If he was going to take Disco up on his offer, he wanted to return to New Mexico clean and more low profile. Hopefully, the FBI now thought he was in Canada, or at least headed that way. The last place they would look for him was along the southern border, or so Terry calculated. Always do the unexpected, he could still hear his Denver intelligence instructor advising. Yeah, he figured, with the concentration of law enforcement along the border, they would never believe he would head there, the place he had just fled and the place he feared the most. Go where your fear is. They won't look for you there. For this reason, He headed south out of Albuquerque on I-25 with an undecided destination, probably some large city along the border. A plan was beginning to take shape by the time they approached the outskirts of Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. This was an appropriate place to get an idea, he concluded. First, he would drive right into the heart of either LA or San Diego. Both were near enough to the Mexican border to implement his plan. The upside was that they were now within striking range of California. The downside was that they were in the worst place in America to be traveling with a Mexican, the Southwest. The border states were dotted not only with immigration checkpoints on every major highway but also with roadblocks with agriculture inspectors prying eyes seeking fruit flies. On all traffic arteries crossing into Arizona and California there were inspection stations looking for untaxed fresh fruit and vegetables, wetbacks, fugitives, and insects. Number one priority: the nanny had to go back to Mexico before someone questioned her about her immigration status. He figured they could use her as a decoy, however, before terminating her employment. The second priority was sanitized transportation. Even though Terry now felt sure the motorhome was not carrying a tracking device, he knew that each requisitioning of new license plates was a high-risk maneuver. An estimated 6-pointer on the Reed risk scale. Sooner or later, he was sure to run into a roadblock or, worse, have an accident or get a ticket for a moving violation that could lead to police running his license number through their computers. And when this happened, the authorities were certain to find that the vehicle didn't match the plates it was carrying. End of trip. But how could he purchase a car and register it so that his or Janice's name didn't appear on the registration? The only secure way they could travel would be in a vehicle whose registration was in no way tied to them. The motorhome they were traveling in was registered to his corporation. He found solace in that thought but was fearful there might be an APB out for them. If this were the case, local police had probably been given a description of their vehicle, since they had been surveilled in Terry's hometown. And beyond that fear, he knew that the level of sophistication of police vehicle registration computers gave them the ability to interrogate their computers for vehicles registered to an individual or corporation. This meant that they could search for vehicles owned by any company that was tied to Reed, provided they knew the company's name. The agency certainly knew of his old company, Applied Technologies. He had no way of knowing if they were smart enough to research the motor vehicle records in order to tie the motor home to a company instead of him, thereby figuring out how the Reeds had been able to cross the border without being apprehended. All of these unanswered questions helped him formulate contingencies that would neutralize his lack of information. He would have to form a corporation to which neither he nor Janice could be linked, and it in turn could own a vehicle that was unknown to the feds. That's what he would do, just as soon as he executed the Mexican disinformation phase of the plan. Terry had kept his electronic link to the outside world intact by keeping Applied Technologies answering service in Little Rock. Janice called the service weekly to see if anyone was reaching out to them. It was strange that no one was calling, and this added to their paranoia and confusion. Perhaps North had fixed it all, and he had been forced to cut all ties to the FBI afterwards. Maybe that was why the FBI's phone number in Buffalo no longer worked. He just didn't know. It was like flying in solid instrument conditions after having experienced a total communications failure. Just follow the flight plan. That's all you can do. Janice, I've been thinking about this for the past 500 miles, he said as they drove west across Arizona toward California. We've got to start a new corporation. If we put a clean vehicle under a new company's name, a company we're in no way tied to personally, they would have no way of tracking us. That's what we have to do. Form a new company. She made no comment but continued with her classroom duties in the back of the RV. The pressure was beginning to mount again. He could tell by the tense look on her forehead. He had not shared with Janice his plans for his one-day trip back to Mexico. He knew she would worry. But as they pulled into San Diego, he felt he had no choice. It was time to let her in on it. Day after tomorrow, he said while grilling chicken at an RV campground between San Diego and the Mexican border. "I'll take Laura with me and fly back to Guadalajara on Mexicana Airlines from Tijuana. She and I can walk across the border into Mexico and won't have to show any type of identification. We'll just pretend to be tourists. I'll escort her home and return to Tijuana the same day. Then I'll just walk back across the border and rejoin you guys." As he outlined the significance of the disinformation he would be spreading, Janice saw the beauty of the plan but also a major weakness. "It's a great idea, honey, but it doesn't make sense for you to go. There's probably an APB out for you. And if Rodriguez's people were to apprehend you, they would probably kill you. We can't take that risk. I need to be the one that goes. Surely they wouldn't kill me." "They don't see me as a threat like they do you," Janice said convincingly, knowing she was right. "I can spread the same rumors, and I can tell Richard and Diana about Puebla and say that you're already over there working for Volkswagen. And if I accidentally bump into Michmar, I can tell him the same thing. Besides," she added, after seeing he was digesting what she had said, "you need to be here guarding the boys. I wouldn't do that nearly as well as you can." Terry had to give serious thought to her offer. He did not like the thought of his wife traveling to Mexico with the threat of danger looming over them, but on the other hand, there was merit to what she was saying. They may not even be looking for her. Rodriguez had been present that night in the bunker in Little Rock when Terry was told not to share operational knowledge with her, and they had no way of knowing exactly what she knew. She was his wife and not necessarily a liability to them alive. But if she died under mysterious circumstances, an investigation and unwanted publicity would ensue. Gringos who die on Mexican soil were always given preferential treatment, not only by the State Department but by Mexican authorities as well. The downside would be a kidnapping. But, he reasoned, if she were to arrive unexpectedly in Chapala during daylight hours, stay in a public place and depart the same day, the chances of that would be minimal. And again, a kidnapping would bring unwanted police and media scrutiny. He hated to admit it, but she was right. She should be the one to go. It took a lot of courage on her part to put herself willingly at risk. But was the disinformation plan worth putting her in danger? He would sleep on that. "Okay, you win," he reluctantly conceded the next morning. "I'll never forgive myself if this goes haywire. But if you're still up for it, I really think it's something we should risk. You stay here and get your things together. I've already told Laura she's going home, and she insists she has to do some shopping before she returns." "Oh, that's great," Janice responded testily. "Why don't you take Laura to the mall while I stay here and do laundry and pack? Ever since she crossed the border she thinks she's on vacation. I'm getting pretty fed up with this Mexican-made crap." The next morning, as they sat outside the motorhome drinking coffee and having breakfast, the snowbirds in the lavish and well-groomed RV park surrounding them would never have guessed the stressful discussion the Reeds were having. Terry knew his wife was uptight, but he insisted on grilling her extensively on the details of the battle plan he had formulated and she had committed to memory. To Terry it was the equivalent of a pressed Reich briefing in Southeast Asia. To Janice, it was as if she were going to solo a 747 jumbo jet for the first time. The tension was high. Janice was to leave on the 8 a.m. Mexicana flight from Tijuana the next morning. She would fly to Guadalajara, take an airport taxi directly to Chapala, return Laura to her home, execute the equivalent of a Mexican power of attorney to Richard Tingen so that he could handle their financial affairs, sow the false seeds, be highly visible, telephone both her sister and parents to inform them that the entire Reed family was back in Mexico but was moving to Puebla, and return on the 5 p.m. flight to Tijuana. If all went as planned, Janice would be back to enjoy a barbecue dinner with the family at the RV park. But Terry had worked out alternative contingencies as well. "I know, you should always have 3 plans," she said, tiring of his insistence on planning for every unexpected event. "That means I have to memorize 2 other plans," just in case. I don't know if my brain or my intestines are up for all of this. Her husband's attention to detail tended to drive her crazy, but right now she knew she had better pay close attention to his alternatives since their lives depended on them. Literally. The contingencies included all of the things they would rather not have thought about, the what-ifs. These had few pleasant consequences, but realistically, they had to be dealt with. What if Janice was arrested? What if she was detained in Mexico and couldn't return as scheduled? What if Terry had to flee the campground? Where would they rendezvous? If Terry found it necessary to surrender, who would take care of the children? They packed in 3 envelopes the necessary instructions and copies of the children's passports to cover all 3 contingencies. Inconspicuously labeled A, B and C, each contained cryptic essentials of all 3 plans and took into account elements such as secure communications, rendezvous procedures, bank account, and phone numbers. These would serve as checklists, which were necessary, since Terry knew from his military experience that in times of stress, people forgot simple things and made stupid mistakes. Nothing was left to chance. As they lay sleeplessly holding each other in bed that night, neither communicated to the other the fear building inside them. It was best just to cling to each other, hoping for the best and conjuring images of someday recounting this ordeal to their children, and preferably not from prison. Janice and Laura buckled their seat belts on the Mexicana Airlines 737 the next morning, right on schedule. Janice was not in a good mood. She had kissed her sleeping boys goodbye that morning, wondering if she would ever see them again. She and Laura had taken a cab to the border and walked across the bridge into Tijuana. Janice had dressed comfortably for the trip in slacks and loafers, but her maid, who had never flown before, took this opportunity to wear her new red, mini disco dress and the 3-inch, black patent leather heels she had purchased the previous day. Her hair, which she normally wore in a tight braid, was loose and flowing to her waist. She had allured enough attention at the border crossing that she had several muchachos falling all over themselves with offers to carry the bulky and unwieldy suitcase Janice had loaned her. Janice carried her own. Using the same Sheila Walton alias she had utilized before, she was attempting to get mentally prepared for what lay ahead as she sat tensely awaiting takeoff. "Senora Walton," a male voice boomed from the front of the plane. "Senora Sheila Walton, identify yourself, por favor." Janice watched in terror as 2 Mexican uniformed men accompanied by a female civilian marched down the aisle. Being one of the few gringas on the plane, she knew she was easily identifiable. There was no way out. Her ears were ringing and her eyesight began to blur. It was over. They had found her. But how? She must have been followed, since the alias hadn't thrown off the authorities. Janice realized she had stupidly used the same alias after it was probably compromised during the phone call to her father. Back at the campground, Terry was surely in custody. Her worst fears were being realized. She was under arrest. Slowly, she rose from her seat. Laura, who was sitting next to her, was too preoccupied flirting with one of the male flight attendants to notice what was taking place. "You will have to deplane," the woman told her firmly. "You need to report to Mexican customs. Your luggage is waiting for you." "I'm sorry, that is all I have been told." As she and Laura exited the aircraft and walked down the portable boarding stairs, another uniformed official was waiting on the tarmac. The entourage of uniforms accompanied Janice and the nonplussed Laura across what seemed a never-ending runway as the jet taxied away for takeoff. A uniformed customs official, with the usual third-world arrogance, silently escorted them to a room that appeared to be an interrogation center. "Senora, do you have a confession to make? I can make things much more pleasant for you if you do." Trembling within, she looked at the burly Mexican with a display of medals on his uniformed chest, no doubt evidence of years of faithful devotion to duty. She had to maintain her composure and go on the offensive, she thought. With all the courage she could muster, she said indignantly and in her best Spanish, "¿Qué es el problema?" Necesitamos ir a Guadalajara ahorita. Esto es muy ridiculoso. In response to her outburst, the customs agent dramatically threw open the luggage Laura had packed and dumped its contents onto the table. In the midst of clothing, toiletries, and American candy bars, 3 brand new Sony Walkmans surfaced. Janice's Spanish left her. Could it be? Had this whole experience resulted from smuggling Japanese radios into Mexico without paying the duty? She knew for a fact that this was something Mexican customs took very seriously. Janice looked at Laura. Lo siento, señora, Laura whined. Janice felt no change in her adrenaline level. She now wanted to strangle Laura. But her throat began to relax. She could finally speak normally. How much? She asked with disgust and composure. $100, the customs man replied without a millisecond's hesitation. Now was no time to haggle, Janice thought. With the rapidity of her response as she handed him the $100 bill, the customs inspector probably wished he had asked for $200. It was over. Janice arranged for the next available flight at noon. Terry was pacing the campground. His wife had not returned the previous evening as scheduled. He had spent a sleepless night with the children, wondering what could have gone wrong. He had to call Chapala Realty and find out. After driving northward and locating the center of the Hispanic squalor near downtown Los Angeles, he found a payphone situated in a barrio and took the risk of calling Mexico. Yeah, she's here, Diana Aguilar said in her usual don't sweat anything tone. I saw her this morning. She and Richard were going to see an attorney to get some papers signed. She said to tell you that she would be returning this afternoon and that everything is okay. By the way, congratulations on landing the project in Puebla. We will miss you all. A tremendous feeling of relief swept over his body. Terry's anxiety shifted to the Chicanos who were eyeballing the hubcaps on the motor home. He had purposely driven to a point in Los Angeles where he figured any pursuing FBI personnel that showed up would be mugged. Chicanos, he figured, also knew how to spot undercover federals by the tiny hubcaps and antennas on their cars, and knew how to deal with them too. When a taxi pulled up in front of the motorhome that evening, the entire family rushed out to greet Janice. What the hell happened? Terry implored, shaking his head and hugging her at the same time. You had me worried sick. He felt like a parent whose errant child has just dashed across the street and barely missed getting hit by a passing car. His emotions were overwhelming him. His relief at seeing her safely back in the US was mixed with the anguish he felt from her decision to change the plan without informing him. You didn't get the message I left at the campground office, she asked incredulously. I called for you from the airport and told them it was urgent to let you know that we were delayed in departing. No, I didn't get any message. Do you know how worried I've been about you? Why didn't you call back? Terry, I'm in no mood for a lecture. You have no idea what I went through. Now calm down and I'll tell you about my trip. Over a drink, she admonished. The objectives had been accomplished, she told him. She was certain she had not been followed when she left Guadalajara. In fact, as planned, she had flown first to Mexico City and then to the border, taking flights with no advance reservations. The good news was that Mar had returned to Ajijic, and she had given Aguilar the envelope with the diagram Terry had drawn, which would lead Mar to the hidden cocaine. With any luck, the entire Chapala community by this time would think the Reeds were in Puebla. And the CIA as well if they were monitoring international telephone calls. Janice recapped that she had spoken long distance to both her parents and her sister, informed them of their new business opportunity in Mexico and that for now they could continue sending mail to Chapala Realty, which would eventually be forwarded to their soon-to-be-determined new address in Puebla. To add to Janice's peace of mind, her father was much improved. He was now ambulatory, and he had apologized for lousing up their vacation in Kansas City. Let's not stay here, Terry said of the RV park. I'm all packed and I want to get out of here. This RV is the only thing standing between us and anonymity. While you were gone, I worked out a plan to get rid of it. That's what I was afraid of. Another plan, Janice sighed. It was 2 days before Thanksgiving, and in a sense, they felt thankful. After moving the RV to a beachside campground north of San Diego, while snuggling with her children later that night, Janice thought how happy she was to have her family back to just the 5 of them. She'd had it with hired help. "Please take good care of my Bronco," the nurse in San Diego, California pleaded. "I bought it new in Arizona, and my husband and I have really babied it. We've never even had it in 4-wheel drive." It was mid-December, and Terry was taking delivery of the keys to the Ford Bronco he had just purchased. All that stood between him and vehicular anonymity was for the DMV computer terminal in San Diego to spit out the new title and registration showing his newly formed California corporation as the vehicle's owner. It had been a busy 3 weeks since Janice's return from Mexico. They were living in a condominium in the Old Town section of the city while processing the necessary incorporation papers, which was an essential part of his plan to escape the system. To be able to hide behind the corporation's name would give him the ability to not only register the Bronco but to purchase insurance for it as well. With the self-incorporation kit in hand and the aid of a portable electric typewriter, Janice and Terry had on paper created a marketing analysis firm that would give them the cover to travel coast to coast on company business. The company's address was a post office box, complete with a registered service agent approved by the state. The motorhome had been sold to a school teacher who fell absolutely in love with it after seeing the way Janice had decorated the interior and how meticulously Terry had maintained it mechanically. Under construction at a local welding shop was an angle iron framework that would soon take the shape of a utility trailer Terry had personally designed to fit the Bronco's dimensions and color schemes. The more professional and businesslike you looked, they reasoned, the less chance of drawing attention and facing prying questions from nosy police. To the outside world, they would appear to be a family on a working vacation, a wife and teacher simply traveling with her husband and family as he performed in-depth marketing analyses on some non-existent product for a mythical client. They were off to see this great land, they would say, and to teach their 5-year-old about geography. Before the trip ended, Duncan would be the proud owner of 34 state patches, and the Bronco Billy's odometer would have racked up 35,000 additional miles. They were traveling down the twisting mountain roads from snowbound Sequoia National Park onto the endless, flat irrigated farmlands south of Fresno, heading north with no set plan. In fact, the plan at times was to have no plan at all. Using the logic that a plan you don't possess can't be compromised, they simply prepared to wander aimlessly from one tourist point to another, destroying any logic employed by a pursuer. "The way I have this figured, Janice, if we don't know where the hell we're going, they can't be waiting for us when we get there," Terry assured her. Zigzagging their way through California, the Reeds could not shake the haunting fear they had about being stopped for a moving violation or being involved in an accident. Either scenario would force Terry to produce a driver's license, showing his real name. For this reason, they had initially decided that Janice would do all the driving. Terry was the one the authorities were sure to be looking for. Janice's status was still unknown, and surely she wasn't on a most wanted list. But after about 3 days of pure torture for both of them, they rescinded this idea. Janice's driving made Terry a nervous wreck. "Well, if you wouldn't be so critical of my driving, I wouldn't be so tense, and I'd do a better job. All you do is tell me what I'm doing wrong. Quit acting like a damn flight instructor. I'm no student pilot. I don't care if the right front tire hits a damn curb. Since I'm so incompetent, you drive." She pulled the vehicle to the side of the road, jerked to a stop and jumped out. "In fact, I'll just walk." Terry got behind the wheel and eased on up the road. "All right, Janice. Get in. You've made your point." She reluctantly got back in. She knew she was being childish. The tension was getting to her. "Why did you come after me if I'm such a horrible driver and a worthless human being?" she snapped, Still angry. Because I find you sexy when you're mad. And your ass looks great when you stomp away like that. After they had traveled several miles, Terry broke the silence. Janice, he said, we've taken care of disinformation, we now have vehicle anonymity and a new corporation to boot, but I have to become another person. They had just passed through a state police roadblock west of Reno, Nevada, set up to ensure that motorists had either chains or snow tires to safely negotiate the hazardous, snow-packed winter road. The fear that could surface from nowhere at the sight of a police car's lights was unnerving. All it took to destroy the mood of each day was the sight of police cars parked innocently by the road. Their sole purpose could be traffic safety, but to Janice and Terry, visions of being apprehended would flash through their minds. Every peering set of eyes behind the wheel of a possible undercover car triggered terror. The wave of fear that would sweep over Terry from out of nowhere, and at the least expected moment, was wearing him down. I've got to go back to Carthage, he said. I know it's risky, but I don't think they'll think I would ever go back there. And now that we have Bronco Billy, we can go to Missouri in a vehicle no one is looking for. Why do we have to go back there? She asked. I have to assume the identity of a dead man. Janice paced nervously in the motel in Joplin, Missouri. Her husband had been gone several hours and should have been back before then. Now she was learning what it felt like to have a plan go off schedule and be in the dark about what was happening. Her fear was again surfacing, and she had to control it. The children were watching Mr. Rogers on the motel's TV, and she was hoping they couldn't feel her anxiety. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Mr. Rogers droned. It was a dreadful song, but her children adored it. Won't you be my neighbor? Janice still had intense waves of denial and depression as she observed the rest of the world go on as if they had nothing to worry about. She felt she was on the outside looking in. How could people be so happy when her life was destroyed? Some days she felt that her only raison d'être was her children and such trivialities as telling them time and again to brush their teeth. Terry had been nagging her to read parts of his Bible. She went for the Jeppesen-Sanderson Private Pilot Manual and turned to the section headed Anxiety and Stress, which he had marked for her on pages 11 to 20. She began reading. Since a pilot in his aviation environment is required to continually evaluate information, perform complex tasks, and make decisions, aviation psychology deals with a pilot's performance during various emotional states. Two of these states, stress and anxiety, may have adverse effects on pilot performance. The causes of emotional stress are many and varied. They can be divided into two categories. The first includes those situations not specifically related to flying, such as family problems, financial or business considerations, or the demands of a pressing schedule. The second category involves situations directly related to flight, for instance, apprehension about adverse weather conditions, malfunctioning equipment, or the lack of confidence on the part of the pilot. Fear is a normal, protective emotion which can build some stress or anxiety. Fear progressing to panic, however, is certainly undesirable. Panic can be avoided or overcome by forcibly maintaining or re-establishing self-control. A person who completely understands a situation can maintain control of his emotions, think more clearly, and reason properly. Once reason and logic are applied to the facts, the proper decision can be made and the appropriate action taken. Damn. She threw the book down. That's a bunch of crap. Maybe it works for pilots, but it's so clinical and calculated. Whoever wrote it couldn't have experienced real panic, she was convinced. The phone rang, interrupting her outburst. Hi. It's me. I'm leaving Carthage and headed your way. I got what I needed. You're talking to the future, mister. I hate that name. I never did like it. I knew a real creepy guy in school named. Then you can call me if you like, that's his middle name. Earlier, while driving across the desert southwest and thinking about the problems associated with assuming a new identity, Terry focused on the pitfalls. What if you're questioned in detail about your past? What if someone really tries to get into your mind about your background, your hometown, your relatives, and the rest? From what he'd read, this is normally where people assuming a new identity are tripped up. They make one little slip up about a geographical location or some past significant event that they should have remembered. For this reason, Terry had zeroed in on an ex-high school classmate. Not only had he gone to school with him, but they had worked together at the same grocery store while attending high school, they had gone through ROTC together, and their birthdays were one day apart. Terry knew from friends that he had died very mysteriously after a very short illness in 1977. There was no better way, he thought, to be sure he didn't make those common errors about past events than to assume the identity of an individual he was raised with. In this way, he had the proper database to build his new identity. In researching the do's and don'ts of assuming someone else's identity, he had gone the extra mile by contacting the Office of Vital Statistics in Oklahoma to prepare himself for the questions that might be asked of him while getting a dead man's birth certificate. In that conversation, he had learned that most states were going through their death records and notifying the Social Security Administration to retire those individuals' numbers from the active files. For fear this may be the case with his departed friend, Terry had decided all he really needed was a driver's license bearing another individual's name, but with his own photo on it. He had no intention of working and paying Social Security taxes under the dead man's name, for fear that the Social Security account had in fact been flagged as belonging to someone deceased. On that morning in January 1988, when he left his family in the Joplin motel room, all he knew for sure was that the dead man was probably buried in Park Cemetery, the largest cemetery in Carthage. After locating the grave site with the assistance of the caretaker, he then had the date of death from the tombstone. A quick trip to the local newspaper library gave him the published death notice, surviving relatives' names and, most importantly, the name of the funeral home that had handled the burial. He had been told it was a matter of normal business policy for undertakers to keep records on vital statistics of clients. Bingo! He had hit pay dirt. Not only did the funeral home have the record of the death in its files, but the record also contained the dead man's Social Security number as well. Blind luck then struck. What caught his eye on the funeral home's ledger was the notation of the dead man's place of birth. The Panama Canal Zone. Now that he knew the exact place of birth, it would no longer be necessary to obtain a death certificate in order to extract that one piece of critical information. One phone call to the Pentagon gave him the phone number of the records section at the only Army hospital in the Canal Zone that could have delivered a dependent child in 1948. Terry now had in hand the Social Security number, a date and place of birth, the father's and mother's name, and a money order for $25. From this he was able to obtain a certified copy of his friend's birth certificate. With the certificate, he was allowed to take a driver's test in another state and walk out a new man. It was now late January, and the Reeds breathed a deeper sigh of relief as they motored eastward, secure in the knowledge that, if stopped for a traffic violation, Terry had in his possession a foolproof new identity. It could even get him a passport if needed. But back in Kansas City, something strange was going on. Actually, nothing was going on, and that was why it was strange. No one seemed to be looking for them. Janice had discreetly earlier obtained her sister's travel schedule and had been able to make contact with her while she was at an out-of-state seminar. She asked Karen how their father was recuperating and if she was aware of anyone attempting to contact them through her parents, knowing that her sister would be fully informed, since the family was close. She pretexted the question around a scenario of an old client of Terry's who was wanting to move to Mexico and perhaps had only her parents' address and phone number with which to contact them. After being reassured that her father was recuperating nicely, Janice was relieved to be informed that there had been no callers or visitors asking questions. Most significant and yet curious to Terry was the fact that no insurance investigator had been around asking questions. Wouldn't the insurance company, he reasoned, be the one most anxious to question him and demand their money back if in fact it was his stolen airplane, N2982M, that had been recovered from his hangar? And wouldn't it be logical that the company would have filed a lawsuit against Terry by now, seeking restitution? The only conclusion he could draw was that the insurance company, which had held the policy on his stolen plane, must have been an agency proprietary involved in project donation. Maybe, he thought, North had intervened. It made no sense to Terry for the CIA to allow Felix Rodriguez and the others involved in the cocaine trafficking to bring attention to Screwworm by setting him up and bringing prosecution under phony criminal charges. But he felt it was too soon to ease off and let his guard down. He remembered North's instructions to lay low. Now that Terry was a new man, and driving a vehicle no one was looking for and having created the illusion of being in two foreign countries at the same time, they felt free to wander as they contemplated their dilemma. But the dread never left them, because, in the end, it was not the law they feared as much as ruthless assassins like the ones who had killed Barry Seal. Amram Nir's admission of Rodriguez's boasting about having knowledge pertaining to Seal's and Emil Kamp's deaths never left Terry's mind. A favorite movie of Terry's, The President's Analyst, with James Coburn, played over and over in his mind. It was the sterile attitude captured in the scene where the government agent, his .357 Magnum in hand and displaying no emotion, had come to kill the hero solely because he had a signed death warrant authorizing the assassination. Eliminate with extreme prejudice, is the clinical terminology the intelligence agencies use to mask the assassinations they later deny any knowledge of. "We don't do that," is always the response from the official spokesman. The United States does not condone such behavior. Terry's fear was not based on a movie, however. It was based on first-hand experience. He had learned in Arkansas that he had inadvertently helped train an assassination team. He had unwittingly participated in the hypocrisy of his government. Their stated policies, he knew, were not the policies they practiced. After all, hadn't the world learned of the CIA assassination manual found in Nicaragua? As they drove from motel to motel across the country, the terror never left them. The children were never allowed out of their well-armed parents' sight. It was never their intention to participate in a Bonnie and Clyde-type shootout with the law, since the Reeds had agreed early on to surrender themselves without resistance to law enforcement if the time ever came. They felt the weapons were necessary to protect their children from the spineless kidnappers who might be lurking in the shadows. To the Reedlets, as Terry and Janice affectionately called their little boys, it had all become a giant, ongoing adventure, state to state, town to town, a sightseeing extravaganza. Nearly every night of their journey while east of the Mississippi, they checked into a different Red Roof Inn. Janice liked the concept that every room looked alike. Every bedspread, every lamp, every end table. They were alike all across the country. Each night when they checked in, the boys were in familiar surroundings. It was home to them. Although living with a perpetual sense of dread, each day took on a familiar monotony. They pushed themselves relentlessly, always up and on the road at daybreak, driving until dusk to a destination seldom predetermined. Janice spent the mornings schooling her children. 2-year-old Elliot was infatuated with his Once Upon a Potty book, and Janice was thrilled when he expressed a desire to imitate the main character, Joshua. Terry was less than thrilled with Janice's suggestion of putting a potty seat in the car. "I can't believe I'm trying to potty train a 2-year-old in a car. What am I supposed to do?" "Hey, he can learn to go in a bottle. He'll be advanced for his age," Terry responded. "I'm not dragging around a damn latrine along with everything else." One morning Janice found Duncan diligently writing in his Big Chief tablet. "What are you working on, Duncan?" she asked. Very proudly he replied, "Look, Mommy, I can spell." He presented her with his tablet and said, "I can read, too. Listen." Methodically, he pointed to each of the 5 words he had written: ice, men, women, gas, coke. "Duncan, you're so smart. I didn't know you could spell so many words. It's easy, Mommy, he confided. All the gas stations have the same words outside. She had to laugh. This wasn't a traditional education, but at least he was learning. She had taught him about wagon trains, pioneers, Lewis and Clark, the Grand Canyon and the Continental Divide as they wound their way across the country. As they drove through Texas and Oklahoma, Terry would explain to his ever-inquisitive son all about oil wells and pumping jacks and centrifugal force. But one of his little co-pilot's favorite subjects was weather, and he impressed his father by pointing out all the cloud types. Cumulonimbus is my favorite, Daddy. That means it might rain, and they tear up airplanes, right? The Reedlets were amazingly good travelers. But every afternoon, as if on cue, Baxter, also known as the round mound of sound by his brothers, delighted in hearing himself squeal for miles on end. The family could only stand so much of this torture and discovered quite by accident one day that a spin around a grocery store in a grocery cart was all he needed to calm down. This became an afternoon tradition for the family and a much anticipated break from the monotonous travel. As the afternoon faded to evening, it was always a game to see who could spot the red roof in first. As Janice and Terry watched their children cheerfully clamber out of the Bronco each evening with their backpacks, their dog, and their favorite toys, they knew their children were having a wonderful adventure, but the facade was so difficult for them to maintain. Janice found herself frequently on the verge of tears, tormented by their plight. She worried constantly if they were being followed. She worried about her parents and about her father's health. She worried about Duncan not being in school. She worried that they were spending too much money. She worried about having a car wreck. She worried about the safety of her children. She had a perpetual knot in her stomach and had to force herself to eat. One day while Terry was paying for gas and she was studying a map, Duncan screamed, "Mommy, Elliot swallowed my tooth fairy money. My quarter's gone." "What? How could that have happened?" she exclaimed as she inspected the empty mouth of the wide-eyed Elliot. "Are you sure he swallowed it a quarter?" "Not really." Janice breathed a sigh of relief. "Maybe it was a nickel." 20 minutes later, after a thorough search turned up the missing quarter in Baxter's diaper bag, Janice sighed, "I can't take this anymore." Terry said nothing. He knew that one little slip-up in their routine could alter their future dramatically. He didn't know how much longer he could take it either. By late March, their trip had led them to the easternmost region of Maine, where an old friend of Janice's from Oklahoma City was living. After spending several days with her and her family on the rock-bound Atlantic coast, they were beginning to feel the wanderlust. They couldn't keep doing this forever, or could they? Before their troubles beset them, they had dreamed of finding time and money to do nothing but travel. But like all good things in life, they had to be taken in moderation. It was starting to get old. They sat on the beach listening to the seagulls and the pounding surf and discussed their plight. They felt as if they were in limbo. Some state of suspended animation. What, if anything, was the government up to? The question gnawed at them incessantly. They didn't for a minute dare assume that their problems had vanished and that they could look forward to a normal life. They did not allow themselves the luxury of letting their guard down. "Let's go to New Mexico," Terry said one day while throwing bread to the seagulls. "I love the high-elevation desert, and I feel comfortable with Disco nearby. Let's serpentine our way slowly west. And if no one has contacted your parents by Easter, let's just ease our way down to Albuquerque and figure out how we can blend into the surroundings there." "Terry, I just got off the phone with my mother," a panic-stricken Janice exclaimed over the phone. She was calling him at home in Placitas, New Mexico, on July 29, 1988. "I've got real bad news. The FBI has been to my parents' home. They say you've been indicted and that you're now considered a fugitive." This time it was Terry's turn to develop tunnel vision and ringing ears. His old friend, fear, immediately consumed him. He could swallow, Yet the yellow bile from his stomach was rising through his esophagus and attempting to erupt from his mouth. His stomach was pushing hard against his diaphragm, causing shortness of breath. Shit, he thought. He rushed to the window, prepared to see a SWAT team around his compound. But no one was there, and Macho wasn't barking. Damn. I've got to get hold of myself, he thought. I've got to think, he said out loud. Prioritize. Go through your checklist, he shouted to himself as he paced like a caged animal, trying to deal with this intangible catastrophe as if it were an aviation emergency. He roamed the house, looking outside for signs of movement, any visual clue to warn of pending disaster. He finally tired, regained control and just sat, expecting to be arrested at any moment. All he could think of was, why? Why would the CIA bring attention to all of this? Hadn't he figured it all out? Wasn't his plan working, up to now? It made no sense. Why now? He had proved he was no threat to them. He could be trusted. He hadn't gone to the press or to Congress. Here it was August. Almost a year from the date he had met with Felix Rodriguez in San Miguel. Just as he was starting to get things sorted out and look at some business opportunities in automation in New Mexico. Shit. How could this be happening now? After all, he thought, Iran-Contra by now was a politically dead issue in the ongoing presidential race. The election was only 3 months away, and the Democrats hadn't successfully fired one major Iran-Contra salvo at the Republicans, who were at the heart of the scandal. Terry rationalized that both parties were probably compromised, since each had aided and abetted the CIA in Arkansas while the White House and the agency violated the Constitution. So it made no sense for the government to bring an unnecessary indictment against him and unwanted attention to the issue. Or was he a political pawn? Who could be using him, and for what purpose? Or was this a way to guarantee his silence? He knew he had to be a liability to both parties and their candidates. His serene world in the New Mexican desert began spinning around, topsy-turvy, end over end. He could almost hear voices uttering phrases he never thought would apply to him. Phrases like, "Freeze. You're under arrest. Book him. You have the right to remain silent. If you give up that right, what you say can and will be used against you." After Janice returned home, they had to deal with the fact that Terry was a wanted man. They had quietly joined the community of Placitas 20 miles north of Albuquerque and had been attempting to become productive members of the local community. Duncan was pre-enrolled in the 1st grade. Elliot, who had been diagnosed with a speech and hearing disorder, was seeing a much-needed specialist. The Reeds were so convinced that North had fixed things and they were no longer being pursued that their household goods, which had been in storage in Arkansas since the summer of 1986, were now in New Mexico, where they had set up housekeeping. They were living under their own names. They had a quiet but productive lifestyle. They were even hoping to build an energy-efficient solar adobe home on the beautiful, sandy foothills that led up to the Sandia Ridge overlooking Albuquerque. Just as their life appeared to be getting back to normal, they had been dealt what seemed a death blow. Calls to the federal courthouse in Wichita, Kansas, revealed a situation even worse than feared. The FBI agents who had been to Janice's parents' house had lied. It was not only Terry who had been indicted but Janice as well. The indictments had been handed up by a grand jury in Wichita, and both were charged with 4 counts of mail fraud stemming from the theft of Terry's old plane back in Joplin in 1983. He was learning that the grand jury had convened on June 1, 1988, and that his case was the first to be heard that day, for good reason. Only 3 days later, on June 4, the statute of limitations would have run out on any activity involving the theft of that aircraft or the alleged defrauding of the insurance company. Having never been involved in the federal criminal justice system, the Reeds sought out and retained an attorney to counsel them on their rights and their legal status. Even the attorney was somewhat confused as to why they hadn't already been arrested. Terry was confused. Either he had been awfully successful in confusing them as to his whereabouts, or they were still toying with him. He had been overtly living in New Mexico for almost 5 months. But one thing was certain. He felt he was under direct frontal attack. And it wasn't him alone being attacked. While negotiating with an attorney in Kansas to represent Janice and him during the surrender process, he learned through his sister that his 72-year-old mother had been hospitalized. "I don't know what's going on, Terry," his frantic sister told him over the phone, "but 2 FBI agents have been to Mom's house twice, and the sons of bitches have got her so shaken she's in the hospital. I think she's dying. She may have had a heart attack. Terry, I don't know what you did, but these guys want you real bad." And they wanted him bad enough to have created a computer profile that would tempt even the most timid law enforcement officer to come out of his police car with his gun ablazing, hoping to receive credit for apprehending or felling such a seasoned desperado. Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton's chief of security, Captain Raymond Young, had played a major role in creating that profile. He had supplied the FBI with the following. Buddy Young advised that he has received information which indicates Terry Reid may be involved in Mexican and/or South American drug trafficking and may now be residing in Guadalajara, Mexico. Young stated that a search of the aircraft revealed several maps of southern North America. Young had further served as judge and jury over Reid by concluding that he was guilty of the crime 8.5 months before the grand jury handed up the indictment. Young's verdict was stored in a computer file at the DEA's El Paso Intelligence Center. EPIC is a federal intelligence center specializing in storing information about border trafficking and other surveillance activity by police and federal agencies. It is operated by the DEA, but many federal agencies maintain offices there, including the CIA. Young's insertion into the computerized records maintained at EPIC read as follows. On October 16, 1987, it was reported to EPIC that the Arkansas State Police, Little Rock, Arkansas, reported aircraft N-2982M was recovered on October 16, 1987, from a hangar in North Little Rock, Arkansas, where the owner, Kent T. Reid, hid the aircraft to collect the $33,000 insurance claim. Young's form of justice moved swiftly. Even more disturbing was a profile enhancement to affect the way police officers behave when apprehending a suspect. It was listed on an FBI Airtel message dated May 5, '88 and sent from the FBI in Kansas City to FBI field offices in Little Rock, Memphis, and Oklahoma City. Its purpose was to classify Reid as instant matter, now being carried as armed and dangerous due to information developed by the Little Rock Division. Reid's paranoia was not. The Reids were fugitives. The FBI and the CIA just never go away if you're an asset that becomes a liability. For Americans traveling into the interior of Mexico, the only requirement is to prove U.S. citizenship. Acceptable for this purpose are a U.S. passport, a birth certificate, or a voter registration card. No identification is necessary to enter the trading zone along the border. Once on Mexican soil, a person may board an airliner for interior points with no identification. Chapter 33. Department of Injustice. Mr. Reid, you are not to leave the state of New Mexico without permission from this court. You are not to carry or be near a firearm. You are not to associate with any known felons, and you are not to consume alcohol. These conditions, plus a $50,000 bail, are the conditions of your release, pending trial on 4 felony counts of mail fraud. As U.S. Magistrate John Woolley finished Terry Reid's bail hearing on August 24, 1988, visions of the bullets ripping through Barry Seal's body raced through Terry's mind. He couldn't erase the thought, confined to a specified area and unarmed. This is just how they eliminated Barry. Marilyn Tribe put down her pencil, removed her glasses and wiped her eyes as she surveyed the 3 yellow legal pads she had just filled with notes from Terry Reid's marathon narrative, detailing his life from 1980 to that day in 1988 when she had been assigned his case. "Is that all?" she asked. "Isn't that enough?" Terry responded. She put the cap back on her pen, stacked the pads neatly one atop the other and looked at him intently. "It looks like your friends did you in, Terry," she said, looking up from the stack of shorthand notes on her desk. It had taken him over 6 hours to outline the series of events to Trube. Strangely, for the first time since his indictment, Terry somehow felt secure. This prim, stoic lawyer sitting back in her swivel chair in the federal public defender's office rekindled in him feelings akin to those of his childhood, when his parents put his frail health into the hands of the old family doctor who always eased his pain and fears. She reminded him of a young Barbara Stanwyck, cool and radiating self-confidence. He had learned a lot about her, he felt, just by reading a framed inscription hanging on the wall above her desk that read, "Capital punishment means them without the capital gets the punishment." The federal charges against the Reeds were capital-related. Janice and Terry were each charged specifically with 4 counts of mail fraud, a crime that carries upon conviction a maximum 5-year prison sentence on each count. The indictment charged that Reed stole his own airplane and then hid it in his hangar to fraudulently collect the $33,000 in insurance. Janice was charged with aiding and abetting him, though just how she did that was never spelled out. The mail fraud statute, a law federal prosecutors use as a catch-all when no other charge fits, or when they are desperate to make something stick, was invoked because the insurance transaction was handled through the mail. Terry was told by an Arkansas attorney he knew, "Be extremely careful with mail fraud charges. They are difficult to defend and can really bite ya in the ass if not taken seriously. Mail fraud is sorta like steppin' on a rusty nail. If ya don't treat it right, ya can die from infection. Oh, yeah, one more thing. Get ready to spend a lot of money defending it." It was October 11th, and the leaves of the trees that day in Wichita, Kansas, had only begun their fall transformation. Terry had told his story over and over again, and by now he was tired of retelling it. It was, to almost everyone who had heard it, an unbelievable tale. To no avail. He had spent 3 days the previous month in Washington with an attorney for Senator John Kerry's Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations. There seemed to have been plenty of interest in Washington in the Reed story. "It all fits," they were told by subcommittee investigator Jack Bloom. "It confirms our suspicions about Felix Rodriguez and what we suspected was really going on. Go back and tell your attorney to draft a proffer. I'm sure that either Walsh or Senator Kerry will want to question you under oath. You'll be hearing from us soon." Trube drafted the proffer, but there was never a call from Bloom, Kerry, Walsh, or anyone else *. And prior to the Washington debriefing, there had been the man billed as the second best defense attorney in the state of Kansas, Steve Robeson, a former federal prosecutor. Terry had quickly determined that Robeson belonged to the grab-a-fee, cop-a-plea school of expensive and fast-moving attorneys who liked to clean up cases in a hurry. Lawyers, for the most part, feel that time spent in court is time lost from the pursuit of profit, and Robeson had honed that philosophy to a razor's edge. After spending 4 hours with him on the night of their first meeting, Terry covered the high points of his ordeal, and Robeson comforted him with his $2.50 an hour advice by saying, "Hey, relax. So you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. It happens all the time to good people. They charged you with 4 counts, but my advice is to plead guilty to 1. You'll get 2 years, but you'll only serve 6 months. After all, it's only your first offense." After rejecting Robeson's plea advice, Terry and Janice looked with despair at their monthly statements from him. Robeson was courteous enough to reduce his $2.50 an hour rate to his discount rate of $125 an hour for time spent reading select Iran-Contra books. Robeson called it research. His favorite book turned out to be Leslie Coburn's Out of Control. After finishing that one, he called Terry and asked, "Did Iran-Contra really happen? Or did the media just make up all this shit?" After realizing that Robeson wasn't the type of counsel he needed, Terry set about attorney shopping. He was beginning to feel like the victim of a car accident as he went from firm to firm trying to locate one that had the correct talent, expertise, and track record to repair his legal problems. Just as he would normally get 3 repair estimates on a wrecked car, Terry did the same for his pending criminal ordeal. While still under the by-the-hour care of Robeson and prior to exhausting his legal expenses reserve, Terry took his case to a well-known Washington legal scholar who told him, "It sounds like your Wichita attorney needs an attorney." During that interview, Terry was told that it would take an estimated $450,000 to bring in the CIA and defend the case properly. It was also this man's off-the-record advice to declare yourself indigent and force the government to appoint you an attorney. That's all that will stop your financial bloodletting. You're dealing with the fucking US government, Terry. They've outspent better men than you. They've got the deficit on their side, he noted cynically. He had obtained another estimate from an attorney in Kansas who said he would take the case for $250,000, if defense strategy was kept very simple and the CIA was not implicated. Still another, who was seeking to make a name for himself, offered, "I'll blow it out for $125,000, but you gotta pay me up front in cash, and I get to keep the money regardless of what happens." Did anyone honestly believe he would risk this kind of legal exposure over a $33,000 insurance claim that netted him a profit of $2,500 after retiring the loan and covering his expenses, he asked. Unless you were a lawyer, he was finding, crime certainly did not pay. Terry was emotionally numb. He was getting a crash course about the legal system and its prohibitive costs to a defendant facing a criminal charge. He was feeling outrage and despair. There ought to be a law, he said to himself. And he was beginning to learn what anyone who observes the criminal justice system for any length of time learns: it only serves itself. This is a fucking industry, he told Janice after an attorney shopping trip. It has nothing to do with justice. All it has to do with is money, and the power and prestige money will buy you. On their trip to Washington to interview for Senator Kerry's committee, Terry and Janice visited the Vietnam War Memorial for the first time. It was a very emotional experience for both of them. Looking at the wall, Terry began to think that the men whose names were etched into the marble were the lucky ones. They wouldn't want to see the way this country has turned into shit, Terry said to his wife, who quietly sobbed, overcome with emotion as she gazed at the memorial with the Capitol dome looming in the background. They probably died thinking they were still fighting for something. He was sure the country had lost its soul. He had fought for what he was told was truth, justice, and the American way. But he had found through working with the CIA that there was no truth, and now he was learning the hard way that there was also no justice. So this must be the American way, he said to his wife. Unlike aerial combat, which has some honor in it, there were no rules of engagement in this war game he was playing. The Bill of Rights, which supposedly defined the rules, was honored more in the breach than in reality and had become to the judges just a nuisance on the way to conviction. This dial 1-800 ratfink mentality that the government encourages by reporting everything to the police was undermining the value system Terry had built his life around. There was no duty, honor, country in this war, fought in plushly carpeted, mahogany-paneled offices and marble shrines built as monuments to power. It was a faceless, heartless entity that was after the Reeds, seeking to destroy their family and their lives. It had no shape, no form, nothing a person could grab and wrestle with. Their attacker could only be defined by 25 letters neatly struck from a typewriter, emblazoned atop the documents that now controlled their lives and that had robbed them of their freedom of movement as surely as the paper shackles that had bound Barry Seal, the United States government. Back in Placitas, New Mexico, Terry and Janice dug in for the duration and took little comfort in the fact that their address and phone number were allegedly not available to the public through court records back in Wichita. Tribe had successfully argued to Judge Thies that the Reeds' lives were possibly in danger, and Thies had ordered the Reeds' whereabouts to be sealed and their address held in abeyance by the court, only to be opened in the event of non-compliance with a mandatory court appearance. Terry had little faith in a system that controlled its own access to documents. The government was saying that the government couldn't have access. Surrounded once again by fear and paranoia, Pinned down and unable to evade their possible pursuers, they huddled with their children and just stared at their arrest warrants neatly typed on U.S. Government Form A0142. United States of America vs. Terry and Janice Reed. It was so impersonal and overwhelming seeing the words United States of America against the two of them. Some GS clerk typist who prepared this would be critiqued on his or her spacing, spelling, and neatness. Had it been the same way in Germany when Jews' names were typed neatly on Nazi extermination orders by some faceless bureaucrat? Terry wondered. Was there a form number for an execution order? He knew the answer was yes. Then they would read their FBI file and see the words armed and dangerous next to their names, along with the notation Reed may be involved in Mexican and/or South American drug trafficking and may now be residing in Guadalajara, Mexico. Preposterous, Terry thought. This is what he had caught the CIA doing. In intelligence parlance, this is called transference, a technique of making a preemptive strike on someone to neutralize damaging information he might possess. You simply accuse the other person of doing what you've done. It was killing Terry because he knew what they were doing. And where were these faceless accusers? Hidden behind the FBI reports that formed the basis of the government's case, which Red Source says. What justice, he screamed. Felix fucking Rodriguez or just who? They won't dare come out in the open and fight like men. Just remain cowards hidden behind redacted FBI Form 302s. The case was packed with neatly collected fabrications and half-truths the government had constructed to discredit the Reeds. Things people like Janice's former friend, Cheryl Hall, had said. Cheryl Hall, the FBI report said, advised that the last house they moved into in Maumelle was a $200,000 home. Felt this strange in that she did not think they could afford a $200,000 home. Cheryl Hall also advised that the Reeds seemed to act mysteriously when they moved into this last home in the middle of the night. Janice was aghast. What is this supposed to mean? We moved into the house in the middle of the night. Why would we do that? She shrieked. Where are these lies coming from? Seth Ward, who had blackmailed his way into the arms loop in Arkansas, told an FBI agent interviewing him at the Capitol Club, an exclusive men's club in the Worthen Bank building in Little Rock, that Terry was a swindler and an individual unworthy of trust. Mark McAfee, who fled Arkansas after declaring bankruptcy and who sicked the FBI on Aki Sawahata, described Terry Reed as a devious individual, unworthy of trust. He further stated he knew Terry Kent Reed to carry a gun and felt that Reed was just unstable enough to use it. McAfee also told the FBI that Terry Reed had asked him how hard he felt it would be to traffic illegal narcotics into the United States from Mexico. Terry couldn't comprehend what was happening here. These were total lies and fabrications the FBI was accepting from people who were themselves guilty of violating federal laws. Did the FBI know that? Was this deliberate? Was this all being done at the CIA's behest? Janice was stunned when she went to retrieve her FBI file, which had been sent overnight to New Mexico by her attorney. Naively expecting a business-size envelope, her stomach turned over when she saw the large box that her file arrived in. How could this be? She cried. I haven't even done anything. She later became physically ill after reviewing its contents. It's all so twisted. It's all so false. But, Terry, who do we fight to straighten it out? She sobbed while rocking Baxter. They're out to destroy us. And they're going to win. When Terry noted the name of the FBI special agent who was leading the investigation against them, he had concrete proof, at least in his own mind, that he was being manipulated by the agency. The man was none other than counterintelligence agent Mark A. Jesse, the man who had helped contain the investigation against the agency front overseas international and resident CIA agent Akihide Sawahata, back in 1985. Special Agent Jesse had shown photos of Janice and Terry Reed to Janice's former business associates when he interviewed them. Based upon what was said in Jesse's reports, the photos were grouped with the mugshots of convicts, line-up style, in order to sway the opinion of the interviewee and to make the Reeds appear as if they were prior felons. It was clear from the FBI file that a profile was being created to make both Reeds look like unsavory people with connections to drug trafficking. Was he being drawn into the judicial system to be kept within their crosshairs until more charges could be filed? Or was he being set up to be killed? True criminals, the Reeds were told, would be laughing at a mere mail fraud charge. But to the Reeds, who were the offspring of law-abiding families with high religious and moral values, this white-collar crime was equivalent to a death sentence. 20 years. 20 years. This crime could get them both 20 years. This gnawing knowledge remained unspoken between them. To articulate it made it real. They would not discuss it. They had 3 little boys to raise. Although unspoken, it was always there, every minute of every waking hour. This indictment, Terry knew, had nothing to do with justice, or even with mail fraud. There was no victim. No one had been hurt. No insurance company had ever complained. This was the CIA, the government, trying to silence him and dirty him up. His knowledge of how they operated made him full of rage. He knew what was really going on. He had been schooled in propaganda and disinformation. The justice system, devised to protect people's rights, had been turned into an illegal weapon. And he knew who had his finger on the trigger. Republican presidential candidate George Bush and the Republican Party. Bush and the Republicans may have had their finger on the trigger, but the Democratic Party was probably passing the ammo, he figured. Terry could hear his great-grandfather laughing at him from his grave. Got yourself in a fine fix, didn't ya boy? Both the Republicans and the Democrats want ya dead. Terry knew that the last person who wanted him to leave Mexico in the fall of 1988 and reveal the CIA secrets he had learned was Bush, who was running for president against Michael Dukakis. Terry's knowledge would have opened Iran-Contra all over again, exposing completely new levels of government duplicity. Bush, Terry was sure, wanted to make sure he had no real forum, and up until the trial Terry would be prohibited from saying anything, since by doing so could expose him to more charges. And the last person who wanted Terry back in Arkansas was Bill Clinton. He, too, knew that Terry could destroy his chances of not only seeking the presidency someday but could probably keep him from being re-elected governor. The Reeds, knowing they were isolated politically, took comfort from the serenity of the desert landscape that stretched for miles with expansive views of Cabazon Mountain, the nightly sunsets, the winds, the sagebrush and the dust devils. Terry had selected this remote area in large part to be prepared to deal with the hired assassins who might try to dispose of him the way Barry Seal had been. To provide security for his family, he was ready to take whatever measures were necessary. For fear of wiretaps, no telephone calls concerning court strategy were to be made from the house. He further isolated the home electronically by constructing a manual switching device that would sever all telephone lines to the house, as well as the one to the sheriff's department that controlled the burglar alarm. He knew any wire leading to the home could be used for surveillance purposes. He thought back and wished he still had the 500 pounds of C4 plastic explosives that he had hidden for Cooper. The magistrate who had set his bail told him he couldn't have a gun, but he hadn't mentioned explosives or anti-personnel mines. So he went shopping. Lord help the unsuspecting coyote that happened to wander on the Reed property at night. Out of fear, Terry took extreme measures to protect his family, and as he contemplated their alternatives, Terry realized there was no ready refuge. In Mexico, he had been told that the local U.S. consulate would protect him from harm in the event of an emergency. There is, they began to realize, no witness protection program to protect people from a government that runs amok and becomes the predator seeking to destroy those who have become liabilities. Seated in their comfortable home in Placitas, Janice found herself withdrawing even more into their underground world. They were consumed with their quest for survival and talked of nothing else. She found her world revolving around Terry's daily trips to town and to the payphone for discussions with Marilyn Trubay, and she would start to panic if he was gone too long. 7 miles from their home, on the banks of the northern Rio Grande, was the small Hispanic community of Bernalillo, where Coronado had wintered as he traveled north from Mexico in search of gold. On Main Street was the one and only Silva Saloon, founded in 1933 and the site of many Western movies. The second-generation owner, Felix Silva, ran a squeaky clean bar that doubled as a museum, which was filled with memorabilia of the Old West mixed with bare-breasted pin-ups. Prior to their indictment, it had been Janice and Terry's Hispanic Cheers. Now Felix's payphone was their communications center and only telephone link to the outside world. Felix had also become one of the Reeds' few confidants in regard to their legal problems and someone who offered solace when needed. Early in their marriage, Terry had told his wife that, based on his intelligence involvement, she should assume that their phones were always tapped. But she never envisioned red stickers on her home phone that read "Don't be stupid. This phone is not secure." Even the utilities were not in their names, so their address couldn't easily be discovered. And they never used a credit card, since that would reveal their location and could show a pattern of movement. Terry lectured Janice continuously about the dangers of computer trails, which can be used to track an individual, and doctors' records, especially pharmaceutical prescription records, which are relayed via satellite and can be tapped into to determine a person's whereabouts. In the winter of 1988, Baxter, the baby, had an ear infection, and Janice took him to a local doctor. After taking the boy's medical history, the nurse informed Janice that she would have to provide her social security number and a photocopy of her driver's license. "But I'm paying cash," Janice said as her breath quickened. "It's our policy," the nurse said matter-of-factly. The phone rang, and as the nurse turned to answer it, Janice took the feverish baby and ran out the door as if running for her life. Her head was pounding violently. Calm down, calm down. I've got to calm down," she told herself as she drove to a clinic in a Hispanic neighborhood where no questions would be asked. But she couldn't calm down. She didn't know what forces were after her husband, but she knew they were forces that would be happy to see him dead, and she had no idea how powerful and far-reaching this unseen enemy was. "I am absolutely losing my mind," she thought while driving the baby home from the doctor's office. "How is this doctor's office going to be a link to the bad guys? Maybe I should have just let them copy my driver's license." "You mean you even considered letting them Xerox your driver's license?" Terry said in astonishment after listening to his wife recount the day's events. "Haven't you heard that local pharmacy's commercial about getting your prescription filled anywhere, anytime in the country because they're linked via satellite? All you need is one slip-up and your location will be accessible to anyone that wants it." "Don't take any stupid chances," he reprimanded her. A lecture was not what she needed to hear. "Oh, sure. You tell the boys they can't get sick. They can't fall down. They can't ride a bike. Maybe they shouldn't run. Let's be sure they don't go down any slides. They might fall off and break an arm. We've got 3 little boys, Terry. What did you learn in spook school about hiding out with a family of 5? Yeah, a family of 5 with a German shepherd the size of a horse. Was that in advance escape and evasion? I bet you missed that chapter. You know, I think I'm coping amazingly well, considering I'm pushing 40, living on the lam, have no contact with my family or friends, and can load most of my earthly possessions into a utility trailer, while my ex-friends are dining at the country club and doing volunteer work for the junior league. You're damn lucky you have me here taking care of our family, spending every waking hour of my life working on this case. Don't you think I've thought about running away from you? But I won't, and you know I won't, because that's what they think I'm going to do. Now don't you lecture me about taking chances. You know I won't even let Duncan walk to the mailbox by himself." Terry knew enough to say no more. Their nerves were shot. They talked to no one but each other and their attorneys, and the strain was taking its toll. They had been confused about being forced to have separate attorneys when they were first indicted. Conflict, they had been told. 2 separate cases, 2 separate defenses. Now, it was starting to make sense. Conflict. As Janice sat alone in her rocking chair in front of the fireplace that night, she was lower than she had ever been before. Desperation and loneliness overwhelmed her. Would this never end? She found herself doing strange things. She had developed a fetish about keeping her house immaculate. Was it because it was the one small aspect of her life that she had control over? Possibly. But she knew the real reason. She kept having a recurring dream that their home was invaded and agents were coming to take them away. But in her dream, she was always standing there in the doorway with her boys, and as the intruders searched the house she could overhear one of them saying, "We must have the wrong house. Look, this is a wholesome family that lives here. Let's go." As ridiculous as this dream was, she found herself meticulously arranging the toys in the children's room every day, carefully placing the stuffed animals on their beds, displaying their Lego creations in a prominent location. There is so much love in this family, she thought, and they're trying to destroy us. As she sat there sobbing, she heard the patter of feet behind her. She turned to see 3-year-old Elliot scamper back out of the room, his padded pajama feet scooting across the floor. She became even more distressed that he had seen her crying, since she and Terry were both so cautious about being even-tempered in front of the children. But Elliot immediately returned. She watched as he toddled across the room with a fresh tissue in his little hand and went over to a flower arrangement sitting on a table. He plucked a flower from the vase, then walked softly to his mother. He gently placed the flower in her lap and wiped her tears with the tissue. This beautiful expression of love melted her heart and was the turning point in her effort to fight her depression. She took Elliot into her lap and rocked him until he fell asleep. He had given her a new strength, which she could feel growing within her as she rocked him. "I will not give up. We will survive this. We will overcome this. It could be so much worse. Look at the hostages in Beirut. What am I doing wimping around here?" As she sat there with her sleeping child, she began to re-evaluate her life. She knew that she could not lay all the blame on her husband for the mess they were in. She had always been there, too, ready and eager to go along with his choices. She also knew that she wouldn't be content with the shallow lifestyle of her old acquaintances. No, she had made a commitment to this marriage for better or for worse. Terry was certainly keeping his end of the bargain, living up to his vow it will never be boring. I could go for a small dose of boredom, she thought. She knew she was going to have to take charge of her life, and she found herself thinking back to her religious upbringing, against which she had so vehemently rebelled. I've just got to talk to someone, she realized. She and Terry had made one attempt to talk to a counselor, but when their story was met with skepticism by the elderly counselor, who refused to believe the government was tainted in any way, they left. Besides, they had no guarantees that their confidences would not be relayed to other sources. But Janice realized for her own sanity that she had to seek out a confidant and decided that the church was the place to go. The next day she nervously approached the local minister, not knowing what to expect. "Can you please see me for just 15 minutes? I have to talk to someone," she pleaded. 2 hours later, when she left, she knew she was no longer alone. An enormous weight had been lifted. Instead of being condescending and judgmental, as she had feared, the minister was caring and sympathetic, and told her quite clearly that her family would find refuge within the church if need be. He was highly knowledgeable about Iran-Contra and had been a political activist, someone she could relate to. No, he didn't think she was crazy. He admired her fortitude in fighting back. "Few people could withstand the pressures you are experiencing, Janice," he told her. "I've seen your family here before. You obviously have done something right for you to have such happy, well-mannered little boys. If you ever fear for your family's safety, I want you to contact me immediately." This church is here to serve our community. You will be protected. No questions asked. A burden had been lifted. The church, she discovered, is a government, or at least a third party, a safe house willing to take you in without asking why you needed refuge. The pastor was more than willing to help them disappear in a modern version of the old Underground Railroad that would, if necessary, spirit them out of the country. They both realized that they had lived in the United States of America and had studied its Constitution, yet had never fully understood the necessity for the separation of church and state until that fateful day. The only two friends they could trust now were John Disco, who still lived in Albuquerque, and Julie Dennison, a local realtor, who had befriended Janice. From having written war contingency plans, known as emergency war orders, during his Air Force days, Terry knew the importance of examining his options, so he sat down to evaluate them. Initially, he saw only three: he and his wife could flee together, they could flee separately, or, last of all, something he did not want to think about, they could plead guilty. If Terry will plead guilty, I will drop the charges against Janice. That way, there will be one of them on the street to raise their children. That's what the prosecutor told both Steve Robeson and Marilyn Trubay at one point. Must be George Bush's idea of family values, Terry responded when told of the offer. And the worst thing the Reeds were both learning was that a criminal prosecution not only tests your love and your relationship to its limits, it also exposes all weaknesses and character flaws, not only in yourself but in your family and friends as well. You begin seeing things about other people that would never, ever surface without them having been exploited by the professionally trained federal manipulators, who cause internal conflict in people's value systems. Janice's family, as the Reeds had feared, had a strength that the FBI was exploiting as a weakness, namely, her parents' inability to tell a lie. By reading the FBI reports given them, the Reeds learned that the FBI and the Arkansas State Police had interviewed her parents and exploited their religious beliefs and convictions to the point that they divulged the Reeds' fictitious location in Mexico. The only thing that had prevented the Reeds' arrest and apprehension was the parents' lack of knowledge as to their true residence. Agents of the government had put two God-fearing senior citizens into a position of being forced to choose between family and religious conviction. They also threatened criminal prosecution if the government was not supplied true information. How could a country that prides itself on its religious roots, family values, and love of country lower itself to prey upon the very principles it pretended to promote and embrace? This was destroying Janice. And the Reeds had no alternative. At a time when they needed family support, they had to cut themselves off from her parents. What else, the Reeds wondered, would they tell the FBI, if exploited? Certainly, they were easily manipulated. Was the FBI exploiting family values at the instruction of George Bush's Justice Department? Finally, they settled on another alternative, to take on and fight the legal system one a day at a time. The first ray of hope Terry found was Marilyn Trubay, who had been assigned his case after he declared himself indigent. Without realizing it at first, he had turned the system on itself by fighting the government with a public defender paid by the government. And Trubay was no ordinary public defender. Here was a dedicated, single woman who had learned the federal criminal justice system from the ground up and inside out. Marilyn, the youngest of 4 children and a native of Kansas, had worked her way through law school after being employed by the Kansas State and Federal Public Defender's Office. As an administrative assistant for more than 13 years, she had observed the do's and don'ts of defense and was appalled to see the errors made that literally cost people years of their lives. But beyond the mistakes made by public defenders, she identified something more disturbing, something that influenced her to devote her life to rectifying injustices dealt out by the criminal justice system. First, it was all a game of money. She also witnessed how race and social status disproportionately tilted the scales of the U.S. court system. In whatever way she could correct these inequities, she decided to commit herself to putting them right. Her years of devotion hadn't quite prepared her for Terry Reed, though. By the luck of the draw, a CIA spook with a big problem walked through her door and into her life, and became a friend forever. At this time, more than a month after surrendering to face the charges, the Reeds began to shake the denial phase of being framed and falsely accused and graduated to the acceptance phase of their plight. It was time to take charge of their defense. Terry and Marilyn would become a good legal team, complementing each other's weaknesses. He knew the intelligence world and how it worked. There were no rules on that side of the fence, he would teach her. She knew the legal world forward and backward but still operated in a law school bubble, thinking that there were rules for everything and that they were strictly enforced. Tribe believed then that the judiciary could not be reached by the executive branch or the Central Intelligence Agency. After all, she, like most Americans, had studied about the tripartite division of power in our government. Until this case, she had been convinced that the executive, legislative and judicial branches were separate and did not conspire to violate an individual's rights. She was in for a rude awakening. The problem with lawyers, Terry was learning, is that most suffer from terminal legal training and actually believe what they learn in law school until it's too late. Terry's experience and cynicism would moderate Tribe's structured, rigid view of the legal world. Marilyn, don't you get it? We only have two branches of government now, the executive has absorbed the judicial, he would say. She in turn would moderate his cynicism and outlandish thinking with legal precedents. It was like a marriage, she would say later of their 2.5-year legal ordeal. They often fought and then made up. They each needed the other. Another major player in this legal game was Joe Dunlap, a solidly built investigator resembling a linebacker, who worked for the public defender's office and whose relationship with the Reed case took him through the looking glass into a world he never knew existed. Joe was a college graduate who had 11 years service as a dedicated Wichita police officer. Like most jobs, police work has a routine, but it's not a routine one can settle into. Dunlap had settled in and made a near-fatal mistake. One night in 1978 he did not approach a suspect by the book, and it nearly cost him his life. He took 3 shots at point-blank range from a .357 Magnum while approaching in his car to interview a pedestrian. Fortunately, he was able to coast his car into the street, where a passerby might find him, was miraculously discovered in time, rushed to surgery, and lived. From then on, though, he was never the same man and was afraid that he was going to overreact and kill someone while on duty, if provoked. Dunlap was a real find for the public defender's office because he, unlike other former cops, was able to turn from a prosecutorial to a defense mentality and apply his investigative skills to proving a client's innocence rather than guilt. It's not that I didn't believe you when I first heard your story. It's just that I didn't want to believe our government did this kind of thing, Dunlap said to Terry later. He, like most people who hear stories of such grievous government misconduct, was at first in denial. If it hadn't been for meeting Janice and the children, Dunlap said, he would have had a hard time believing Terry's story. I just fell in love with Duncan and figured anybody that could raise a family this nice couldn't be what the FBI files say they are, he said. Dunlap was a tenacious investigator, whose style reminded Terry of the actor James Garner in the Rockford Files. He was street savvy and knew how to burrow into a case until he found the missing links and obtained the desired results. Terry's case would test him and his skills to the limits, and would open his eyes forever about our government's secret government and its felonious behavior. In debriefing with Tribe and Dunlap, Terry went back in time to cover the events that had occurred since that fateful day when he learned of the indictment. Janice first learned of the indictment through a call to her parents' house. No big deal, FBI Special Agents Gary Violante and Sandra Bungo had said while sitting on the sofa in Janice's parents' living room in Kansas City, just a small matter of white-collar crime. But they neglected to tell them that Janice had been indicted as well. Being drawn into the criminal justice system was a brand new experience for the Reeds. They weren't sure about their legal status as indictees and sought out an attorney to advise them. But they knew one thing for certain, their lives were going to change. Having considered their options, they decided to surrender. In preparation for that, Terry got in touch with an attorney who told him the bad news. An indictment meant a warrant had been issued for the Reeds' arrest, and if arrested outside of Kansas, they could count on a 10-day drive in the U.S. Marshals bus to Wichita, with overnight stops at many jails in between. Terry began making arrangements to voluntarily surrender by contacting his Wichita attorney, Steve Robeson. The lawyer had advised him that it always looks better to the U.S. magistrate if a fugitive surrenders and doesn't force apprehension. Hopefully, he would be allowed bail. While dealing with the possibility of being immediately incarcerated and denied bail, Terry discovered the seriousness of the charges and the savagery of those trying to find him. He became aware through his younger sister that his mother had been hospitalized as a result of FBI harassment and interrogation. She was 72 at the time and had suffered either a mental breakdown, a heart attack or both. It was thought she was dying. 2 FBI agents, Larry Nolan and another of the government's crime fighters, had made 2 trips to Terry's family home in Carthage and refused to leave until his mother informed them of her oldest son's whereabouts. They further stated, contrary to what Janice's parents had been told, that Terry was involved in serious illegal activities that would send him to prison for many, many years. They further said that the mother would be arrested, too, for harboring a fugitive if she refused to cooperate with them. "I don't know what's going on, Terry," his frantic sister had said. "They're gonna kill her if you don't do something. I ran them off after their second visit. These people are crazy, and they don't care if they kill her. I don't know what you did, but these guys want you real bad." That same day, the FBI in Kansas City demanded that Karen, Janice's sister, come by their office for an interrogation session. They threatened her, too, with charges of harboring fugitives. Her sister had the name one of the agents, Special Agent Violante, from the Kansas City office. Terry called him, and that turned out to be a major mistake. He never actually spoke to the agent. Instead he was told that Violante was too busy to talk to him. A distraught Terry told the agent who picked up the phone, "I know you have a warrant for my arrest. I'm in the process of surrendering, and if you guys kill my mother as a result of your searching for me, I'm gonna hold Violante personally responsible. You just threatened a federal agent, buddy, so now you can add 5 more years to your sentence," the agent responded in an ominous tone. Terry hung up. He had never felt so helpless. Not only had he been stripped of his self-esteem, but he was now viewed as a hardened criminal. All for trying to protect his mother, a natural human instinct. He felt neutered, incapable of defending himself or his loved ones. He had become the man the FBI created in their 5-inch thick file. Although he had been convicted of nothing yet, he already had been reinvented as a man with a criminal past, a drug trafficker hiding in Mexico with countless aliases, someone described as armed and dangerous. It was as if he had no name and no rights. He was just a fugitive at best, a defendant. It was strange. FBI agents in 6 states had been working countless man-hours, according to their own reports, on a mail fraud case involving an alleged $33,000 theft. In most federal districts, an overworked U.S. attorney would at best give a case like this his lowest priority, particularly since no insurance company had filed a lawsuit or even claimed to have been injured. Terry's efforts to live his life by an honorable code and never take the easy path just weren't paying off. He was finding that much of what he had done in life was being used in some manner to create a dishonorable criminal profile. A Vietnam veteran with a pilot's license who spoke Spanish, Trubay told him, automatically fit the profile of a drug trafficker. "Ms. Trubay, I probably shouldn't say this, but those guys are lying," the U.S. Marshal said, referring to the government's star witness as he left the Wichita courtroom where the marshal was assigned. The hearing was in its 2nd day, and the marshal, who spent his working day listening to people testify, knew the government was faring badly. Trubay was feeling elated. Victory, she felt, was in sight. She had utterly destroyed the earlier testimony given in Arkansas by the government's two witnesses against Janice and Terry. The judge had ordered the recess so that phone calls could be made back to Little Rock to straighten out conflicting information about the file number originally assigned to the Reed investigation. She had them on the run. Assistant U.S. Attorney Robin Fowler, the chief government prosecutor, was not present, and Jack Williams, another government attorney, was not prepared to counter the disclosures his own witnesses were making about falsification of key documents. If the phone calls to Little Rock confirmed what Terry and Trubay suspected, the government had been looking for him long before his stolen airplane was discovered in Terry's old Contra training hangar at the North Little Rock Airport. As the courtroom emptied for the recess that afternoon on June 21, 1989, and after U.S. District Court Judge Frank Thies had returned to his chambers, the marshal, who had heard all the testimony, made the unusual gesture of approaching the defense table to share his professional observations about the false testimony he had just heard. "I'm glad you drew that conclusion. I hope the judge does also," she told the marshal. "I owe all the evidence to my investigator, Mr. Dunlap." 9 months earlier, when Trubay and Dunlap had been assigned to the case, all they had to go on was testimony given by an Arkansas State Police official and a private detective who were seeking a state court warrant to search an aircraft hangar in North Little Rock and seize its contents. And its alleged contents was none other than Terry's airplane stolen 5 years earlier from the Joplin, Missouri, airport. The plane was found in the hangar Terry had rented initially at CIA agent Aki Idsawahata's behest, the same hangar that Robert Johnson had told Terry to keep rented while he was in Mexico. Dunlap's first visit to Little Rock in October 1988 made him a believer in Terry's story. Not only did he find flaws in the affidavit for the state search warrant, but he discovered something much more unsettling in Arkansas: the mindset of the police there. He was encouraged to check into a motel room that Dunlap later learned was permanently bugged and that was intended for prying out-of-state agitators. The P.O.L.I.S., as if trying to hamper his freedom of movement, began shadowing him and even showing up at the bar of the motel recommended for Dunlap by state police. On that first trip, Dunlap developed a feeling of paranoia that came from the knowledge that this case might involve some very important people in Arkansas and that this was not his turf. He was considered a meddler from the Yankee government, and his U.S. government license plates were drawing a lot of attention. He had to interview some critical witnesses, 2 of whom were people who had witnessed Terry's meeting with Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton at Juanita's restaurant in Little Rock on April 19, 1986. These were people Terry wanted to call as defense witnesses, not only to corroborate part of his story but because Trubay felt they would be needed to establish a motive for the government to set him up. If she could prove that Terry had knowledge of Clinton's involvement in the illegal Contra operations, Clinton himself could have had motives to create a crime around Terry. And wasn't it interesting, she thought out loud, that one of the people helping to frame the Reeds was the man in charge of Clinton's security staff and had an office in the governor's mansion? The 2 people Dunlap wanted to interview were Wally and Cheryl Hall, both of whom now worked at the Arkansas Democrat. On his way to the newspaper that day, Dunlap noticed that a car driven by a black man was following him. After unsuccessfully trying to shake him, Dunlap gave up and went to the newspaper, only to discover that the Halls were unavailable. When he left the newspaper office, the man following him remained parked there as Dunlap drove off. But he saw him again a short later in an unlikely and strange place. In the D's parking lot at an office complex that housed the D's undercover headquarters on the west side of Little Rock. Earlier, when Dunlap tried to interview Arkansas State Police Sergeant Don Sanders, he had been denied access to the DIA facilities. After returning to the parking lot, while sitting in his car and filling out his reports, Dunlap observed the same car with the same black driver pulling into park. The driver, without noticing Dunlap, entered the D's facility. Dunlap was sure he was being followed, and probably that same person was keeping tabs on the subjects of his interviews. When Dunlap finally did get to interview the Halls, they informed him that they had indeed dined with the Reeds, but they couldn't recall that particular evening. "How odd," the Reeds thought, considering Cheryl's penchant for gossip and her earlier excitement about Terry leaving the restaurant with Clinton and his aide that night. What bothered Dunlap the most was the man who showed up at his motel on that first investigative trip to Little Rock. It was Lieutenant Raymond Young, chief of Clinton's security unit at the governor's mansion and the man who had stood outside the van in 1986 when Terry met with Clinton and the governor inhaled marijuana. That night, and earlier at the Camp Robinson bunker meeting, Terry had not been introduced to Young, and he had never put a name with the security man's face. Until Young walked into the courtroom in Wichita in June of 1989, Terry did not know that the man in charge of the investigation against him and the man who stood guard for Clinton at both meetings were one and the same. Young was simply one of the two names appearing on the Arkansas search warrant. The other was Tommy Baker, a former state police sergeant, who was now a private investigator in Little Rock. On the surface, the affidavit appeared simple. Baker, a pilot, was taxiing by a row of hangars at the North Little Rock Airport and a hangar door flew open. "I looked in to make sure nothing was damaged," he stated. "I saw an airplane in there that appeared as if it had been abandoned." Baker said he looked at the plane's N number, and it didn't look right. He then said he called Young, an old friend and, it was revealed much later, a business associate. "I called LT. Young and got the N number run on it," he stated. "And the plane with the N number on it is supposed to be in Germany, according to the FAA records. So I went back and found the serial number of the plane in question here on the aileron of the airplane and was able to trace it down through LT. Young and NCIC as being stolen from Joplin, Missouri." Young said in the same affidavit, "I checked with the FBI in Joplin, Missouri. They also have a case report on it. I have done some follow-up work and determined that it was paid off by an insurance company and that the plane is still carried as stolen and has never been recovered." However, FBI documents provided to Reed under court discovery in 1993 show that Young did not tell the whole truth, as the witness oath requires. This was Young's first sworn testimony in the Reed case, and he is still telling the same story, even though the FBI telex shows it to be untrue. The FBI telex from its Kansas City office to its Little Rock and Oklahoma City offices, dated October 13, 1987, states, "On October 9, 1987, Ken Copeland, Sergeant, Joplin, Missouri, Police Department, advised Lieutenant Buddy Young, Arkansas State Police, Little Rock, Arkansas, aircraft recovered Little Rock area in barn on or about October 7, 1987. Drug Enforcement Administration and FBI Little Rock notified." This clearly shows that Reed was set up and that the aircraft had not been discovered in Reed's hangar as Baker and Young had testified in order to obtain the state search warrant. It further shows that Young had discovered and recovered the plane nearly a week before ever seeking the search warrant. This was suppressed and never turned over to the defense at Reed's trial by the government, as the rules of evidence require. From their appearance before a sitting judge, and from his perjured testimony, Young was issued a search and seizure warrant by Special Judge Harlan Weber, on October 14, 1987. Later, when questioned by Tribay about the frequency of oral affidavits being used in Arkansas to obtain search warrants, Young testified that in his experience it was unprecedented. As a result of his first interviews, Dunlap discovered that a third person was involved in the investigation, one whose name did not appear on the affidavit. This was Arkansas State Police Sergeant Don Sanders, who was assigned to a joint federal-state drug task force, and who discovered that the aircraft found in Terry's hangar had been deregistered and sold in a foreign country. Without this key information about the registration of the plane, Baker would not have gotten a search warrant affidavit in the first place. He and Young would only have what they called an abandoned airplane in a rented facility, a contradiction in terms. It was impossible for an airplane owner to abandon his own aircraft in his own hangar. And certainly no crime would have been established. Dunlap returned to Wichita to digest the new and confusing information. What he had found was a shadowy third person lurking in the background, a person with connections to the federal government and the Drug Enforcement Administration. What was bothering both Trube, Dunlap, and Terry as well was the elusive report in Terry's FBI file that he was trafficking in narcotics in Central and/or South America. Where did all this come from? The teletype report was not signed and had no letterhead. But it said something very interesting. It said that Young had passed on information to the FBI that Terry was trafficking in narcotics out of Central and South America. This smelled of a tip. And it sounded like the FBI was passing along a DIA profile. Could Sanders have been the conduit for a tip that emanated, Terry figured, from Rodriguez or maybe someone else in Mexico? Second, Dunlap had ruled out the unlikely story about the wind blowing open the hangar door, as Baker had claimed. The hangar manufacturer provided detailed engineering data indicating that the hangar and its doors were stressed to withstand over 120 knots of wind hurricane speeds. The highest wind gusts the day Baker said the door flew open, he had found, were about 10 miles an hour *. Dunlap also interviewed the hangar owner and the locksmith who maintained the hangar, and both said they had no knowledge, records, or repair orders to reflect a problem with Terry's hangar or its door. But even if there had been a problem, the hangar owner faxed a receipt to the court showing that adjustments and retrofits were made to all of the hangar's locks prior to October 7. The locksmith's invoice to the hangar owner for this work was dated October 7, 1987, the day Baker claimed the wind blew the door open. The final blow to the wind scenario came from the hangar owner, who later testified that the locksmith's work had to have been performed before the 7th, since it was not his policy to invoice until the work was totally completed. These facts proved Baker was lying about how he had gained access to Reed's hangar. But why? While driving back to Wichita, Dunlap realized that if this airplane had been discovered as the result of good detective work, as Baker had said, Dunlap would not have found these inconsistencies. Maybe, he thought, Terry was being set up. The thought that he was perhaps dealing with the CIA and the likes of Felix Rodriguez was unsettling. On Dunlap's second trip to Little Rock on February 21, 1989, he would find no answers, only more questions. First, why had Baker visited a Piper dealership and FBO at the North Little Rock Airport shortly after the plane seizure and divulged that he had discovered the plane as the result of a tip? Second, why had Young hidden critical evidence in the governor's mansion for more than 16 months and not turned it over to the FBI when the case was handed off to federal authorities? What Young had held back was potentially more incriminating to Terry than the airplane. It was Terry's old flight bag, which had been in his airplane, N-2982M, when it was stolen in Joplin in 1983. It contained maps, charts, logbooks and personal effects of Terry's, and if this had been found in the aircraft in the hangar as Baker claimed, that would be the key piece of evidence that would tie Terry to the plane and assure a conviction. Why, Dunlap wondered, wasn't this turned over to the feds? After a search warrant is executed, police must inventory everything seized and return the inventory to the court that issued the warrant. But the itemized inventory that Young had sent back to the court made no mention of the flight bag, leading Dunlap to believe it was not in the aircraft when it was seized. The story Young and Baker were telling was beginning to shred. The key item missing in the FBI file, which by this time had been turned over to the defense, was Young's personal investigative file. Young's name was mentioned on only 2 items in the FBI file. What should have been there was Young's complete investigative file, which all police maintain as they work. It lists their activities, the people they questioned and what had been said. When questioned about this by Dunlap, Young produced what appeared to be onion skin copies of unformatted reports whose dates had been whited out. He would not give Dunlap copies of those, saying he could not do so without permission from the U.S. Attorney's Office in Wichita. Oddly, Young would not even allow Dunlap to inventory, or make copies of the bag's contents. Dunlap thought this whole thing was beginning to emit a peculiar odor. Dunlap analyzed what he had found to date. The single piece of evidence used to indict Terry, namely, the plane, had seemingly disappeared. The plane had been released by the police without a court order, as if they were anxious to get rid of it and prevent its being inspected. And there was certainly skepticism whether or not the aircraft had even been in Reed's hangar, since no photographs of it were taken while it sat there in its allegedly abandoned state. Critical evidence that could have been used to convict Terry had been kept from the FBI and hidden from both the prosecution and the defense. Necessary police reports were being kept from the defense, if they had ever been written in the first place. Entry to the hangar had not been gained as Baker had alleged in his testimony. Baker had been led there as the result of a tip. Most importantly, a federal agent had been involved in the initial investigation, and his name had been purposely withheld from the judge issuing the search warrant. All this subterfuge gave Marilyn Tribe the arguments she needed to force a hearing to deal with these disturbing anomalies, a hearing to present evidence showing why the judge should suppress the plane as evidence. Since the plane in question was unavailable to the defense, she wanted to make it technically unavailable to the government. Without the aircraft being admitted into evidence in Terry's trial, the government would have no case and there would be no trial, or at least that's what she thought. The plane Young seized October 14 was allegedly removed from Terry's hangar. There were no photographs ever taken showing a plane in Terry's hangar. After seizure, it supposedly was stored by the Arkansas State Police in a different hangar, which was rented in the state's name. It allegedly bore the tail number N30489, which is the same number that was on the plane Cooper flew into Little Rock carrying the C-4. Young said the plane was removed from Terry's hangar to safeguard the aircraft, because he feared this key piece of evidence would disappear. "I put it under my lock and my key," he later testified. The plane did, indeed, disappear later, but as a result of Young's doing. He released it prematurely to an independent insurance adjuster, and with no court order. This was the one and only piece of evidence that had been used to indict Terry, and it would now suddenly vanish and not be available for him to use in his defense. Much could have been learned from examining the aircraft. For example, what fingerprints would have been found? What type of insects were in the engine cowlings? Were they indigenous to the tropics? What frequencies and headings were set in the plane's radios and instruments? What telltale maintenance stickers and stamps were on the plane and its avionics, which could reveal a trail of mechanical work performed, and so on. The one looming problem that still needed clarification was whether or not the alleged plane was actually N2982M, Terry's stolen plane. The circumstances surrounding the plane's release and the motivations for doing so are still shrouded in mystery. The bottom line is that no one except for Young or Baker can place that airplane, Piper Arrow N30489, a non-turbocharged craft, in Terry's hangar because no photographs of it were ever taken. This normally is routine police procedure, and these photos should have been submitted as evidence against Terry. On June 21, 1989, the suppression hearing was convened before Judge Thies. Then 81 years old, Thies was the senior judge for the District of Kansas and had been appointed by Lyndon Baines Johnson, of whom a portrait measuring 6 feet by 4 feet hung behind Thies's desk in his luxurious chambers. Federal judges are above political control, Terry thought cynically as he looked at Johnson's portrait. When notified that they had drawn Thies as their judge, Steve Robeson informed Reed, "You could have done worse and you could have done better. I was hoping we'd draw Judge Kelly, since he's the most liberal judge we have in Kansas, and he loves to catch the government misbehaving. I'm glad we didn't draw Judge Crow, though. He's a conservative Republican, and in his mind the government does no wrong. The only problem with Judge Thies is that he's normally not awake long enough to know what's going on." Robeson cautioned Terry about courtroom behavior. "When the judge falls asleep, it's real important not to make a big deal about it and embarrass him. His secretary, who he sleeps with, will notice it eventually and go over and wake him up. The judge has narcolepsy." After meeting Thies in his courtroom for the first time and seeing the giant, looming portrait of the judge hanging on an adjacent wall, it was clear to Terry that the judge had declined considerably since it was painted. He now had a drooping eye, probably the result of stroke, and a rambling mind normally focused on the famous Karen Silkwood case, which he had tried years earlier but talked about continually. "Sure is a pretty day," the judge said one day when entering the courtroom. "The weather sort of reminds me of the weather we had during the Silkwood trial." Thesis resume included not only the Silkwood case, involving plutonium theft from Kerr-McGee, but the tampon toxic shock syndrome case as well. Terry threw up his hands. His life, as well as his family's, was in the hands of a droopy-eyed judge who couldn't stay awake. A man who had to be briefed by his secretary about what had occurred in the courtroom. The only positive thing he could think of was that his grandfather would have approved of Thesis' political affiliation. He was a Democrat. Contrary to the warning about narcolepsy, Thesis was wide awake the first day. In fact, Robeson noted, "I haven't seen the judge this perky in a long time." The name Oliver North seems to have reignited some old fire in him. A Wichita newspaper had just printed an article saying North's name would surface in the case. Then there was Robin Fowler, the federal prosecutor. From the time Terry and his wife were indicted until their first appearance in Thesis courtroom, there had been no face or voice for the government, the elusive monster that was set on devouring them. On June 21, 1989, the monster finally had one. It was the face of Robin Fowler, an assistant United States attorney schooled in the East and brought in as the personal protege of United States Attorney Benjamin L. Burgess, Jr., whose supporters were distributing bumper stickers saying "Burgess for governor." It was rumored that Fowler would be his running mate and candidate for lieutenant governor. Fowler was 32 at the time, and Terry was told that his personal life was in a shambles. His wife was seeking a divorce, and he was now in a party mode and spending most evenings cruising the Wichita singles bars. The yuppified attorney was sporting the best in polyester suits and the latest in men's permed hairstyles, apparently not realizing that both looks were passé. Based on his protruding stomach, which overhung a distasteful belt buckle sporting the letter F, it was apparent from what Tribe had told Terry that Fowler wasn't spending much time at the gym but instead probably occupied himself drinking beer and lounging around. Terry was certain from Fowler's demeanor that the government hatchet man believed every lie he had read in the Reed's FBI file. It was apparent as he faced Terry that Fowler believed he was a trafficker who had eluded justice, and the government's only chance to nail him was on petty mail fraud charges. "Robin thinks you are real bad people," Robeson said to Terry and Janice on the courthouse steps the second day of the marathon hearing. He had worked with Fowler, knew him well, and used him as a private pipeline into the prosecutor's office. On that first day, the judge, referring to Janice, said, "What's she doing here?" "I don't know, Judge, what she's doing here. I guess it's because she's married to him," Robeson answered, referring to Terry. The government said it intended to prove she had been Terry's accomplice, an interesting point, since nothing presented to the grand jury showed that. Yet Fowler, who presented the case to the grand jury, asked for and received indictments against both. As usual, the grand jury had done what the prosecutor instructed and indicted. Grand juries generally administered one-sided justice by returning, on a national average, a 98% indictment rate. Maybe the judge didn't know why Janice had been indicted, but Terry did. It had nothing to do with her being an accomplice. It was to silence her, to keep her from the media, and to use her as a bargaining chip to force Terry into a plea of guilty. She was simply a pawn. On the first day of the hearing, the government's star witness was Baker, the private detective who had found Terry's plane. As he ambled into the courtroom, he was the epitome of the state of Arkansas Bubba in dungarees. He looked and spoke like the stereotypical Southern sheriff, and with his enormous beer gut and his waddle, it was obvious he had given up worrying about his appearance a long time ago. The blue jeans he was wearing were tight enough at the waistband to force them to ride so low on his physique they barely covered his massive derriere. To match this insulting choice of attire for an appearance in federal court, his undersized permanent press shirt was straining to cover his bulky spare tire. After a day on the witness stand, it was apparent that Baker was lying, not only to the judge and the attorneys on both sides, but also to the marshal in the courtroom. Baker, as his testimony continued, kept shooting himself in the foot with a total disregard for his possible peril on perjury charges. Perhaps he forgot he wasn't testifying in Arkansas, a place Terry affectionately had labeled the People's Republic of Arkansas, since it appeared the Hawk state protected civil rights about as aggressively as the People's Republic of China did. It was clear that the defense was dealing with a professional witness who had a convenient memory and could remember only what was beneficial to the prosecution. Tribe was hoping to show Baker as an extension of the police and under their control. That would make his an illegal search and accomplish her objective of forcing thieves to suppress the evidence and, therefore, to dismiss the case. By Baker's own admission, he continued his investigation of the airplane using information solely supplied by the police. As a civilian, he knew he did not need probable cause to enter the hangar, although a police officer normally would. From his demeanor on the stand, it was obvious that he was used to behaving any way he wished, undoubtedly because he was a prosecution witness. He displayed open contempt for the defense by saying he had ignored a defense request to bring his investigative file with him. The hearing on June 21, 1989, began with Baker emphatically saying, "I can say without any hesitation it's October 8, yes," when asked if he was sure about the date he found the airplane. 1. Tribe found this interesting, since she had in her possession a copy of an FBI NCIC report showing the Arkansas State Police investigating the crime on October 7. This seemed to confirm what Dunlap had discovered, that Baker was working on a tip when he found the plane. Under cross-examination, and after saying multiple times that he was certain it was the 8th, Baker began waffling and said it could have been the 7th when he realized the defense was attacking the validity of the date and had in its possession the NCIC supplied data, showing police activity on the 7th. The questioning also confirmed that Baker had, in fact, been in the hangar on multiple occasions before the search warrant was issued. Each time he returned, it was as a result of being supplied more confidential police data by Young and Sanders, which allowed him to continue his investigation. Baker's testimony was as follows: the first N number he had was N30489, which was stenciled on the outside of the plane. When that number was initially run for him by Young, it came back negative. It had not been reported stolen. But armed with information provided him by Sanders, namely, that the number N30489 was decommissioned as a result of its being sold to a buyer in Germany, Baker returned once again. This time he copied down the serial number embossed on an ID tag riveted on the tail. He also said he entered the aircraft and retrieved a flight bag. In that bag, he found not only Terry's name but another N number, N2982M. After having Young run this information through NCIC, he determined that this was a stolen plane. To be sure it was the correct aircraft, Young wanted him to return and confirm what he believed he had found. This time, Baker testified, he took with him someone who was an aviation expert and who pointed out to Baker a component of the plane that should bear the true serial number. By reading that number, he was sure he was dealing with N2982M, which had been stolen from Joplin, Missouri, in March 1983 and belonged to a Terry Reed out of Oklahoma City. Photographs of the recovered airplane obtained from the insurance company after the plane was removed from the hangar clearly showed that the left aileron had been removed from the plane, as well as the engine cowling, while in the possession of the Arkansas State Police. When asked if he had removed the parts, Baker testified that he had not. This was done, he said, to disable the plane and make it incapable of flight. But when was it done? And by whom? If it was done before the search warrant was issued, and by Baker or the police, it would be illegal entry, trespassing, tampering, and theft, all violations of law, and would reveal that the police disabled an aircraft before they had a warrant. But adding to the puzzlement, if the plane could not be flown because it had been disabled, why move it to another hangar? As ridiculous as it was, Baker stuck with his convoluted testimony that the wind had blown open the hangar door just as he happened to be passing by. Toward the close of the first day of testimony, Judge Thies was alarmed enough at the inconsistencies and holes in Baker's story to summon Young and warn him and Baker not to discuss the day's testimony that night while staying over in Wichita. In spite of the warning, however, both left together in the same taxi and stayed at the same hotel. The day was over. Terry and Janice felt euphoric. They were sure they had won the first skirmish. The prosecution's lead witness was leaving the courtroom with holes shot through his story large enough to fly a Piper turbo arrow through. What they didn't know was that, as a practical matter, only defense witnesses can commit perjury. To their disbelief, they would learn later of federal immunity statutes that hold government witnesses harmless for civil penalties when lying under oath. They returned to the motel, where Janice's parents had arrived to care for and protect the children from potential harm. As if they didn't have enough to worry about and occupy their attention, the thought of a kidnapping attempt on their children never left the Reeds' minds. They had refused to leave the children in New Mexico for fear of reprisals, mainly from Felix Rodriguez, and Terry reasoned it would probably happen while they both were making mandatory court appearances. The next day it would be Young's turn and that of Don Sanders, if they could force his appearance. Already the term national security had cropped up as a result of a subpoena delivered to the Arkansas State Police demanding Sanders's appearance in Wichita. Sanders, due to his assignment with the DEA, was being granted federal status. This meant that he could not be questioned in open court without first forcing the defense to outline in advance what they intended to ask him. On June 22, it was Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton's chief of security who sauntered into the courtroom, took his oath, was seated, and began chatting with the judge about good fishin' holes down in Arkansas. Young was dressed appropriately for a court appearance and a person of his position. By Young's relaxed and cocky attitude, it was apparent that he was accustomed to the courtroom environment, getting his own way, and answering to no one, except Bill Clinton. And possibly Hillary and Chelsea. As the day wore on, it became crystal clear that Young had little regard for the facts of the case in the legal vernacular. As Judge Thies would later write, Young demonstrated a reckless disregard for the truth. He ended up looking worse than Baker. He hand-delivered his elusive investigative file, the one he would not allow Joe Dunlap to copy when he visited the governor's mansion in Little Rock, as well as the flight bag he had so professionally stored there in a closet rather than turning it over to the FBI. When copies of Young's file were delivered in court to the defense, Terry began digesting them, while Trubay questioned Young. Terry took note of the file's cover sheet and knew immediately that something was wrong. By utilizing his intelligence analyst skills, he probably knew more about Young than Young knew about himself by this time. Written on the file's cover was the date, October 8, '87, the day Young said he had dictated this report. But in it, he had listed his rank as captain. Terry knew this was incorrect, recalling that on the search warrant application only 6 days later he listed his rank as lieutenant. "How long have you been a captain?" Robeson asked Young. "1 year this month," he testified. That meant he had been promoted to captain in September 1988, 10 months after he said he had dictated his report. When challenged by Trubay about the authenticity of his report, as well as the date, Young had to admit that his entire file had been created sometime after Dunlap interviewed him for the first time in October 1988. More than a year after the events he described in the report. But he insisted the reports correctly reflected what had occurred. What did this mean? To Terry and the defense attorneys, it meant that Young never expected to testify in a federal court about this case. Young had been pursuing a state case, in which Terry would have been tried in an Arkansas court, and by the conduct he and Baker were exhibiting, the results would have been a foregone conclusion. Trubay could not understand why a man with Young's rank, stature and experience was so ill-prepared to testify. The answer, she was convinced, was unspeakable. "Terry, I don't think they thought they would ever see you in a courtroom," Trubay told him later. "They probably would have stashed you in a cell in Arkansas, or even worse, in a grave somewhere down there. But again, when questioned, Young said, well, it was dictated sometime later. Everything in one of these reports may not have occurred on the date the report indicates. Robeson hammered away. Q. Before today, have you told that you backdated this report? A. No, sir. Q. Did you tell anyone in the FBI? A. No, sir. Q. So I presume the courtroom is the first time this came out that you backdated these reports? A. Yes, sir. Q. Well, the day it was typed says October 10, 87. You said that's wrong. We don't know when it was typed, do we? A. No, we don't. 2. What, Terry wondered, would the judge be doing if this was a defense witness? Throughout all this, Thee snoozed off and on. Another point of interest to the defense was the internal file number assigned to the case by the Arkansas State Police Records System. Since dates of police activity were becoming a critical issue, Robeson examined Young closely about the file number and how its coded system worked. On the bottom of the cover sheet, the one with the manufactured date, was a manufactured file number. It was 64-129-87. Young said, in decoding this, that 64 had no meaning, 129 meant this was the 129th case of the year, and 87 was the year. Trube, meanwhile, had dispatched Dunlap to call the Arkansas State Police Records Section to determine what date 64-129-87 was opened. She was hoping to find a date of police involvement even before October 7. When Dunlap called from the federal building in Wichita, armed with confidential Arkansas State Police file numbers, the chief of the ASP Records Section, Lieutenant James Jenkins, probably confused Dunlap's official capacity with the court for someone involved in the prosecution of the case. He unwittingly passed along embarrassing and compromising information that would later lead him to claim Dunlap had tricked him into revealing further evidence of ASP conspiratorial involvement in setting up the raids. To this day, the Arkansas State Police claim that Dunlap got this information under false pretenses and bear nothing but animosity and contempt for him. They even tried to arrest him later and have his private investigator's license revoked in Kansas on the grounds that he had posed as a federal marshal to get the information. 3. While Dunlap was away taping his conversation with Jenkins, Trube honed in on the flight bag she believed had been pilfered. Key evidence that Dunlap had seen earlier in the governor's mansion was now missing. Dunlap had seen a white, Spanish-language document bearing the seal of the Mexican government. He had asked Young about its significance and whether it had been translated into English. Young had said no, and had refused to allow Dunlap to copy it. With a key document missing, things were getting interesting. Young took the following positions: possibly the missing document might not have been there at all. He couldn't recall ever seeing it, but if it was missing, Young inferred, it was because Dunlap stole it. One other interesting point was emerging. It was Young's professed desire to get rid of the case. I didn't want to get involved in this case, Young testified. I tried to hand it off to the FBI. This puzzled Trube and Robeson, who knew that police officers' careers are built on cases like the seizure of an aircraft linked to narcotics. I waited for the FBI to come and take over, Young testified. They didn't come, and at that point I went for a search warrant. The FBI waited until the 21st of October to enter the case, 12 days after Young's first contact with the Bureau. Why? They wondered. A hot air plane is a major crime in Arkansas. This led Terry to think that Oliver North actually had intervened on his behalf, but Bush and his Justice Department had probably begun the case again once they realized the level of liability that Terry's knowledge represented. It had, after all, been 8 months from the time he had called North until an indictment was returned. And North by that time was coming up on the short end of an indictment himself. This would explain why the FBI spent so much time questioning Terry's neighbors and friends in Arkansas and Oklahoma. These people would have no knowledge of any plane theft. But the FBI, fronting for the CIA, would want to know if Terry had revealed to these people his intelligence connections to the Arkansas training operations or any classified data related to Jade Bridge or Centaur Rose. But the most disconcerting thing to Terry personally, which sent tremors through him, was when Young was confronted with a 2-page FBI report saying Young had volunteered information that Terry might be a drug trafficker. After reading this report into the record, Trubay asked, "Captain Young, where did you get that information?" "I got that information from Epic," he answered. "From who?" "El Paso Intelligence Center." 5. Terry's worst fears were coming true. Until that moment, he had no concrete evidence that anyone was truly out to get him. Now, here it was, a 2-page FBI report labeling him a drug trafficker, something he definitely was not. For that exact reason, he had turned his back on the agency and left Mexico. They were pinning this insidious accusation on him when, in truth, they were the ones guilty of drug trafficking. This disinformation transference was now taking on a very human meaning for Terry. He was now labeled as Barry Seal had been a notorious drug trafficker. He felt like screaming with rage so loud it would wake up thieves. He now knew this profile of him existed before he ever crossed the border back into the United States. That same profile, labeling him armed and dangerous, meant that someone wanted him dead in a big way. Visions of lumbering across the Rio Grande with his innocent little children flashed through his memory. How fortunate they were that some trigger-happy customs agent hadn't found them out and opened fire in response to the computer profile someone had created. While Young was still smarting from the cross-examination, Dunlap returned after placing his call to Arkansas to inform Trubay that Lieutenant Jenkins said the file number 64-129-87 had been opened on September 30, 1987, and was not assigned to a case involving a stolen airplane but to a totally unrelated case. Why did the Arkansas State Police captain, the governor's chief of security, sit on the stand all day and lie? Terry recalled an old Arkansas joke about the man who was such a liar that he had to hire someone just to call his dog. Could it be that Raymond Young inspired that story? This disclosure had been enough to wake the judge from his slumber. "I think we got a pie in the sky on this case number thing," Thies said as the confused attorneys looked at one another. Thies decided to forego further examination of Young until Arkansas authorities could respond about the mix-up on the case file number. In addition, the defense requested from NCIC in Washington a printout denoting all police computer activity surrounding tail numbers N30489 and N2982M and Terry Reid. Trubay felt it was necessary at this point, in light of all the government's conflicting evidence and testimony, to go straight to the source of records for both FBI and NCIC and DIA Epic. It would be a risk, but she asked the judge to demand from the government these critical intra-agency reports. The defense team held their breath for fear of what the reports might say about Terry. After all, he who controls the computer database can insert literally anything. Sanders finally arrived on June 22 and reluctantly took the stand to testify. By now he had had time to hear from Baker and Young about the credibility problem surrounding the date that Baker discovered the plane. Sanders covered for Baker and attempted to defuse the issue of the dates of Baker's activity. He testified that Baker first called him for information on the 7th of October, but it was not until the following day that he could contact the FAA and provide Baker with the information he wanted. 6. This would further cloud the issue of when Baker actually found the plane. It appeared that Sanders had been effectively and professionally coached. His testimony diluted the whole date issue and included action by Baker on both the 7th and the 8th. This seemingly confused the old judge, who was frantically doodling on his scratch pad. "God, he's a great witness for the government," Robeson whispered at the defense table. "He's neutralizing the date issue. And he's obviously been coached." As a former prosecutor, Robeson knew how the government worked and still marveled at their dirty tricks, even when they were being used against him. Sanders purposely lied when he said he used only the telephone to conduct his investigation. He obviously said this because he knew that Trubay was going after computer records. He probably felt that if he testified that he only used a state telephone, it would be difficult to trace his efforts on Baker's behalf and that there would be no telltale computer trail. He was wrong. As a result of subpoena efforts made in 1993 in his civil case against Young and Baker, Terry gained access to Arkansas State Police computer records showing that Sanders not only accessed computer files for Baker and Young, but was the first person at the state level to do anything pertaining to this case. One can only guess at Sanders's motive for lying and at what else may have been done by other people still unidentified. What did this show? It showed that Sanders was willing to perjure himself to cover Baker. But even more significant, it showed that the federal government acted to set up Reed before either Young or Baker were involved. Harry Barrett, the FBO and Piper airplane dealer at the North Little Rock Airport, was the only witness called by the defense in the first hearing. He testified that Baker approached him sometime after the airplane was seized from Terry's hangar and stored in the state's hangar. During this interview, Baker confided to Barrett that he had discovered the plane as the result of a tip. 7. This testimony contradicted all the government's evidence and the original state affidavit for the search warrant. The government was licking its wounds after the first 2 days and appeared relieved when Thies adjourned the hearing. "Don't talk to me, I'm trying to concentrate on my driving," Joe Dunlap said nervously. "I'm trying to stay as close to this truck as I can so oncoming traffic can't see us. Can you tell if anybody's following us?" It was a tense afternoon on September 8, 1989. Terry and Dunlap had received a large dose of Southern hospitality and were trying to get safely across the Arkansas state line into Oklahoma before being arrested. It was Friday afternoon, and Dunlap knew that was the worst time for anyone to be arrested. There would be no bail hearing until Monday, and the thought of what would happen to them in an Arkansas jail over the weekend was not a pleasant one. Terry, trying to bring a little levity into a tense situation, began joking about the scene in the movie Deliverance in which actor Ned Beatty is sodomized by some backwoods survivalists. It didn't help. Dunlap, from his years as a police officer, knew all too well what could happen to a prisoner the police chose not to protect while in their custody. So Terry shut up and helped Dunlap survey the traffic. Back in Wichita, Marilyn Trubay was frantically trying to contact Robin Fowler to get him to intervene and call off the Arkansas State Police pursuit of not only her client but her investigator as well. Things had gotten a little out of hand in Little Rock, and regardless of the new face Bill Clinton's administration was trying to put on Arkansas, Dunlap was learning the hard way that the Old South was still alive and well. 2 days earlier, Dunlap and Terry had quietly and inconspicuously arrived by car in Little Rock to continue their investigation in preparation for the upcoming trial, estimated to start sometime in early spring 1990. Several key defense witnesses had been intimidated by the FBI and state investigators, who had told the witnesses that they did not have to talk to anyone from the defense. Terry was appalled to learn that old friends were avoiding Dunlap. From interviews they had given to the FBI, they had already convicted Terry in their own minds. As a last resort, Trubay reluctantly agreed that Terry should accompany Dunlap in hope that his presence would change the witnesses' attitudes. After all, the people they wanted subpoenaed had been old friends or business associates, from whom Terry had parted on good terms. The first day, September 7, went well. Linda Crow openly discussed her old boss and lover, Mark McAfee, and what she called his sick, devious mind and pent-up, vendetta-driven jealousy concerning Terry. The defense was going to have to neutralize McAfee since Robin Fowler had by now identified him as a government witness. Just what McAfee could or would testify to was unclear. But sensing that McAfee was unstable enough to say or do anything, and knowing that he would be testifying under government-granted immunity from perjury, Trubay didn't want to take any chances. And Crow had supplied them with all the ammunition Dunlap felt the defense would need, and then some. Shelby Aaron, the locksmith who had performed all of the lock maintenance on Terry's hangar, had provided a sworn affidavit that stated, in effect, that the lock on the door of the hangar Terry rented had never required any type of repairs and, in his professional opinion, would have been impossible for the wind to blow it open. Then came the trip to the Arkansas State Police Intelligence Center. After Terry's first hearing in Wichita, Major Doug Stevens, head of the Criminal Division, had written a letter to the Wichita court attempting to explain away the file number mix-up. The letter was ridiculous in that it reflected no internal investigation of any kind and merely hypothesized about what might have happened with this key piece of evidence. After all, if the date on the front of the file folder assigned to Terry's case was correct, it would show that Young was involved as far back as September 30, 1987, at least 7 days earlier than he had testified. Aside from showing that Young had lied, the earlier date was crucial for documenting police involvement with Reed's plane long before Baker stumbled upon the so-called open hangar door. This gave substance to the defense theory that Reed had been set up from the beginning. Dunlap, who had developed a telephone relationship earlier with Lieutenant Jenkins, the head of the records section, was hoping to speak personally with Jenkins to get to the bottom of the alleged mix-up. Terry waited outside in the car in the hot summer sun while Dunlap attempted to interview Jenkins. He returned a short time later, but he had struck out because, lo and behold, none other than Major Doug Stevens just happened to intervene in the middle of the interview. Jenkins's friendly attitude toward Dunlap changed abruptly in Stevens's presence, and the interview was prematurely terminated. The next morning, first on the list and the highest priority was an interview with Bill Canino, the owner of the North Little Rock hangar, who had said some very disconcerting things to the FBI back in 1987. Specifically, he said that he had never met any Terry Reed but had rented a hangar to a Terry Kerr, whom he had never seen either. Additionally, Carol Canino, his wife, had produced copies of corporate cashier's checks that Janice, as Secretary-Treasurer of Applied Technologies, had used to pay the hangar rent. The defense determined from grand jury minutes that these checks and correspondence about the hangar rental supplied by the Caninos were the sole evidence used to indict Janice as an accomplice in aiding and abetting her husband. It was hoped that Canino, in Terry's presence, could explain why he had become so confused about meeting him back in 1983, when Terry first moved to Little Rock. Beyond the rental arrangement for the hangar, Terry had even approached Canino at one point about purchasing an ultralight. It was very confusing to Terry and his defense team why Canino's memory was so selective. Could it be that Canino had been pressured by the investigators? Was he guilty of something and working off a case? They had to know, and only in Terry's presence, they felt, would Canino fess up. The first part of the interview went well. Terry had a checklist of topics to discuss with Canino, who recanted his statement about not knowing Terry as soon as he and Dunlap arrived. The name mix-up, he theorized, was due to the fact that his wife, Carol, handled most of the business dealings concerning the hangar with Janice. Janice's hyphenated last name, Kerr Reed, had probably caused her husband the problem. Mrs. Canino, Bill guessed, had confused Kerr as being the correct last name and set up the rental file under Kerr. But as the subject turned to an even more sensitive area, that is, money, cash money, the money Bill Cooper had given Terry to rent the hangar space initially, Canino's friendly attitude quickly changed. This was obviously an area Canino did not want to discuss and, without allowing any further questions, he said, "I don't want to do this. And I won't if you guys will leave right now. But I'm supposed to call in order to have you guys arrested. They know you're in town, and they say he has been posing as a U.S. Marshal and there's a warrant out for his arrest. And maybe you, too, Terry." Terry was out of New Mexico without court permission since Tribe did not want Fowler to know he was going to Arkansas. This way, Fowler couldn't tip off the ASP and cause the two men to be followed, revealing defense witnesses and strategy. Linda Crow, who was turning out to be a key witness for Terry, was unknown to the state police then. The defense wanted to keep it that way. Technically, Terry was legally in Dunlap's custody. But if Dunlap were to be arrested, This could give Terry problems with the court. And Terry was sure that Young and Baker would certainly like to conduct a weekend's interrogation of them both. As Dunlap and Terry sped out of Canino's driveway, Terry found it interesting to witness his old companions, paranoia and fear, invading the mind of someone else for a change. With Terry as navigator and guide to the back roads of Arkansas, they planned an escape route that they hoped would keep them out of the law's hands. Their nemesis, they feared, was Dunlap's government license plates, which would surely lead to their doom. Dunlap rejected Terry's suggestion that they borrow someone else's license plates, electing instead to call Trubay for help. Terry had never seen Joe carry a weapon before. Normally he kept it in the trunk of his car, but as they drafted in a semi's wake west of Russellville, Arkansas, on I-40, his weapon lay loaded on the car's console. Dunlap was learning fast what a serious business this was. There was a lot more involved here than just mail fraud and a stolen airplane. Dunlap turned to Reed and asked, "Who are you, really? Why do all these people want your ass so bad?" From his comments, Dunlap at long last was coming to terms with what he was dealing with. Through it all, Terry managed to joke about deliverance and the PRA, and he appeared to be in control of his stress and fear. "Goddamn pilots!" Dunlap snapped. "You're all crazy." A couple of tense hours later, and with a sigh of relief, they crossed the Oklahoma line and managed a quick pit stop to phone Trubay and tell her they had escaped. They then began the drive toward Tulsa, where Terry would fly back to New Mexico. Too tired from the stress of the day to talk, Terry thought about the multitude of problems facing him and Janice as they prepared for the upcoming trial. He still couldn't accept the fact they were actually going to trial in light of all the perjured and tainted evidence from the hearings. Their lives were literally in limbo. Looking back at the summer of 1989, which plodded on as Trubay and Dunlap's investigations continued, Terry thought of the slow, long slide into depression that he and Janice had undergone. Janice, due to her indictment, was unable to gain employment in her old profession, real estate, since it was impossible to be professionally bonded, a state requirement in New Mexico, while awaiting trial. Terry likewise had to pass up several lucrative automation projects, since bail bond requirements placed him under severe travel restrictions. This produced the added burden of not knowing how he was going to provide financially for his family. His business life was a disaster because he felt obligated to tell his potential business associates about the indictment and how it would possibly interfere with his work schedule. To them, he had the plague. His future was uncertain, and they could not be assured that he would even be around to fulfill contractual agreements. And, like Janice, he required bonding which was unavailable to him for large projects. As the Reeds depleted what was left of their dwindling resources, they watched their lifestyle slowly decline. The one thing that sustained them was the love they had for their children. The thought of anything sinister happening to them was unbearable and went unspoken. The only defense for an attack on them was a well-rehearsed plan, Terry felt. The Reeds had contingencies for everything. They had rehearsed over and over again their battle plans to the point that they were prepared for almost any catastrophe. Duncan was driven to school every day. To prevent a kidnap attempt, the principal was given a cover story. She was told that Terry had a former wife who was unstable, could not have children of her own, and might resort to kidnapping Duncan. For this reason, his first-grade teacher was instructed to allow no one to take him from school, even in an emergency. Webster defines paranoia as a psychiatric mental disorder characterized by systematic delusions and projections of personal conflict that are ascribed to the supposed hostility of others. The definition fit their status with the exception of one word, supposed. Trubay, Dunlap, and the Reeds had plenty of true-life events happening to separate their paranoia from reality. Through the course of unearthing their evidence, a series of frightening events took place that would have an impact not only on Terry and Janice but Trubay and Dunlap as well. First, there was hard evidence that their phones were being tapped. Having been trained in the Air Force about communication security, Terry was particularly wary about using unsecure phone lines to discuss the case and especially to map out defense strategy. Tribay and Dunlap initially complied with his wishes to keep telephone communications to a minimum and communicate primarily by mail, but this was difficult to do and, over time, communications security began to erode. It came to a head one day when Dunlap asked the Federal Public Defender's Office in Columbus, Ohio, to interview Barbara Williams, to whom the aircraft registration number N30489 had been assigned originally by the FAA. This was the registration number supposedly painted on the plane Baker found in Terry's hangar. Dunlap had relayed the instructions for this task by phone to a female investigator in the Public Defender's Office in Columbus, Ohio, where Williams resided. While en route to interview Mrs. Williams, the investigator noticed that she was being followed. The car, carrying 2 passengers, gave the appearance of an undercover police car, but it had civilian registration. Concerned, she stopped at a phone booth and called her office to give the license plate number of the car. Her office in turn had the police run the number, which automatically triggered an FBI alert system designed to protect the identity of their agents. She was, indeed, being followed by men in an FBI car. With that, the FBI office in Columbus placed a call to the Public Defender's Office to complain about the police departments running one of the bureau's undercover plates. It was then that Dunlap and the Ohio office knew that communications security had been compromised. Their office phones in Wichita, they were now sure, were being monitored by the FBI. It was now all becoming very real to Tribay and Dunlap. Terry's paranoia was not paranoia at all but a legitimate concern. They had their phones swept, but the technician who conducted the sweep stated that the degree of sophistication for tapping available to the FBI made detection virtually impossible. Even more disturbing was the firebombing of a Volkswagen Beetle that had been parked in front of Dunlap's house in Wichita. The car that had been firebombed belonged to a friend of Dunlap's daughter but was identical to one owned by his oldest daughter. The fire department later determined that the fire was caused by some type of incendiary device, probably thrown into the car through an open window. Dunlap saw this as a direct threat to his family, and he felt he was being given a warning. He was upsetting someone because of his investigation into the Reed case. He apparently was doing too good a job. Shortly after that incident, his wife's car was intentionally rammed at an intersection by a hit-and-run driver, who, by the glare his wife saw on the man's face, knew his target. Another motorist who witnessed the accident told police that the driver appeared to purposely ram Dunlap's wife's car and then casually back up and leave the scene. Dunlap's personal vehicle was not spared either. The windows of his pickup truck were smashed twice, and on each occurrence his was the only vehicle on the block to be vandalized. The Dunlap family was now on red alert, just as the Reeds were. As a result of all these sinister events, Tribay had the Reeds make copies of all the important records and files needed for the trial and advised them to store the records in a safe place far away from the originals. Not even Tribay was to know the location, so that their whereabouts could not be compromised. Terry had amassed enormous volumes of files and records. He even kept notebooks to record each day's events, even as far back as his time in the Air Force. To accommodate all this data, he rented a small storage facility in a secure compound under an alias in Bernalillo, New Mexico. Over Easter weekend of 1990, the Reeds planned a 3-day camping trip to Carlsbad Caverns, thinking it might be their last opportunity to vacation before the impending trial. While they were gone, their storage unit was burglarized, and their files pilfered. Police later told them it was the work of a professional burglar. The unknown perpetrator had somehow penetrated the elaborate chain-link fence security, eluded the German Shepherd guard dogs, and proceeded to cut the lock on the door of Reed's storage unit. From evidence taken at the crime scene, the intruder had spent hours methodically opening boxes in which records were kept but only removed select files. It appeared he knew exactly what he was after. He had even taken time to eat as he worked. Remnants of a sandwich were found on the floor. This was most definitely not a figment of paranoia and manifest fear. Paranoia does not eat ham sandwiches. Who does one complain to when being victimized by the system? The Department of Injustice, perhaps. This was the revised title Terry gave the criminal justice system as a result of Judge Thies's official opinion and order rendered after weighing and digesting the material presented in the nearly 6-month suppression proceedings. The 22-page order, dated December 15, 1989, had struck down all pending defense motions with the exception of one. The Reeds could have their grand jury minutes. The avalanche of conflicting data that Tribay and Dunlap had developed and dumped on the court had been dismissed by Judge Thies and his 2 new law clerks as irrelevant. The defense had wanted, in addition to the grand jury minutes, the suppression of the airplane as evidence and separate trials for Terry and Janice. Also denied was critical discovery involving Iran-Contra, which could prove the defense theory that Reed had been set up as a result of becoming a liability to some very important people. Their list of requests from the government included a list of all of Oliver North's aliases, all documentation relating to Oliver North's involvement with the donor program, all documentation relating to the donor program, including, but not limited to, the date of conception, all persons involved in the program, agreements between the United States government and insurance companies, a list of persons who contributed to the donor program and the items contributed, documentation relating to how the donated items were used, and any and all other documentation relating to the donor program. A list of all other litigation, both civil and criminal, pertaining to the donor program. All phone records, travel plans, notes, and so on relating to Oliver North's activities on February 18, 1982, February 24, 1982, to October 1982, March 11, 1983, to March 22, 1983, November 1984, and July 19, 1985. Oliver North's notebooks and diaries from 1982 to 1987. All documentation concerning the relationship between the CIA and Southern Air Transport, Richard Secord and William Cooper. In denying all this to the Reeds and their attorney, Thies fell back on the argument that all this information and material was outside the possession, custody, or control of the U.S. Attorney's Office. He further held that if, in fact, the material existed and was in the possession of the Special Prosecutor's Office or congressional investigators, the U.S. Attorney had no right to these. Therefore, this information was undiscoverable. The motion seeking suppression was denied on the grounds that the defense had fallen short of proving Baker acted on Young's instructions. To the dismay of the defense, Thies put no significance on the one major piece of evidence discovered between the first court session in June 1989 and the second in October. After months of labor and research, Thies dismissed this key piece of evidence as not particularly relevant. The smoking gun that Tribay had found, which would shoot holes through all of Baker and Young's perjured testimony, was the computer printout from NCIC in Washington. Baker's story was built around his discovery of an airplane stenciled N30489. He claimed to have taken that number to Young and had it run through NCIC to determine if it was stolen. Young said that the first NCIC check showed it was not stolen. Baker, being one heck of a detective, as he called himself, returned at a later date, found another number, N2982M, and had that number run by Young. 8. If that scenario was true, the NCIC printout from Washington, which was a record of law enforcement accessing, should have shown N30489 being run before N2982M. It did not. Not only did it show just the opposite, it showed something even worse. Both numbers were run within 1 minute of each other. The significance of this information was that Young was in possession of the stolen airplane number from the beginning. This supported the tip theory. Terry had been set up, plain and simple. But why couldn't Thies see that? Or did he? Young had not found his way to the fruits of a crime as he had testified. But instead, he knew he had a crime from the very beginning. This meant that there was a preponderance of evidence that Young had instructed Baker from the very beginning to develop as probable cause for entering the hangar. Tribe felt confident that this single piece of information would cast a reasonable doubt on Young's testimony and make the judge dismiss the case. In regard to Young's investigative files being manufactured 18 months after the fact, Thies wrote, Young did damage his credibility by his admission that he prepared his case reports between 9 and 18 months after the events in October 1987. Young's explanation for his failure to timely dictate a report is reasonable. The court in no way condones Young's behavior but does not find it seriously damaging to his credibility. 9. Another great ambiguity. The Reeds thought. Thies also explained away the perjured testimony in the state affidavit for the search warrant and taught the Reeds a lot about the law all in one fell swoop, namely, that the government is allowed to extract lies from an affidavit and then analyze what's left. If sufficient material is left, then it's all right to proceed. Somehow, in Thies's reasoning and to the Reeds' shock, this does not reflect upon the credibility of the person making the perjured statement. Referring to this, Thies wrote, in the present case, the court will assume that statements made by Baker and Young in the oral affidavit were made with at least a reckless disregard for the truth. 10. In the language of Terry's mule trading great-grandfather, this would have been reduced to more simple terms: these sons of bitches are lying and can't be trusted, and should be strung up. Oh, where are those innocent days? Terry wondered. As to the motion to sever, or separate, the Reeds' trials, it was denied on the grounds that the trial jury would be able to separate and compartmentalize evidence and the defendants. This was surprising in light of the fact that Janice's attorney, Steve Robeson, alleged prejudice in the following areas: an absence of evidence against her regarding the theft of the airplane, the submission of documents or statements regarding the insurance claim, and the receipt or presentation of the insurance draft. The assertion of an alibi defense for the date the airplane was stolen. The probable use of statements by Terry Reed containing hearsay against Janice Reed. Terry Reed will testify on Janice Reed's behalf at a separate trial. A disparity of evidence between Terry Reed and Janice Reed. The probability of guilt by association due to the relationship between the defendants. The Reeds did get access to their grand jury minutes, but these were useless except to show that only oral testimony was presented and given by one FBI agent, who was not the case agent, nor the one who was the main investigator in Arkansas. That agent, Lawrence Nolan, did, however, attempt to taint the minds of the grand jurors with cryptic remarks about the Reeds that hinted at drug trafficking. He tried to make them appear to be criminals. These individuals thereafter, it appears, left Little Rock in approximately December 1986, after pulling some type of scam with Gomex Industries. And they fled to Mexico, and as far as we know have been in Guadalajara ever since, Nolan said. 11. Thies did give Tribe 2 additional crumbs of discovery, which she had asked for verbally. These were records maintained at the FAA Intelligence Center in Oklahoma City and records from the El Paso Intelligence Center to confirm this agency was the source of information Young said he had received and was in fact on file there. This latter discovery request was one that Terry and Tribe almost wished Thies had denied. They were nervous about what it might contain. Felix Rodriguez probably had friends there, they theorized, since the CIA had offices in the same building. After Thies's 22-page decree, things were plain and simple. The Reeds were going to trial. Thies now would have Oliver North in his courtroom, evidence notwithstanding. Forget Silkwood and toxic shock syndrome. He now had a case that was serving as an elixir for his attention deficit disorder. Terry, we're not going to trial on June 3, Marilyn Tribe said from her office in Topeka, Kansas. I just got off the phone with Robin Fowler, and the government is going to invoke national security procedures. I think that's good news. What do you think? It was Tribe's feeling that this was grudging acknowledgement by the government of Terry's intelligence linkage. After all, she reasoned, they wouldn't be invoking national security unless what he had been saying was true. Terry, however, was furious, and Janice was in disbelief as he briefed her after hanging up the phone. It was June 1, 1990. They were just 2 days from trial and their life was in a shambles. Preparation for the trial, which had been scheduled to begin in 2 days, had totally consumed them. Just as athletes totally immerse themselves in training, the couple had dialed out everything but the preparation of their defense. Their lives and future were hanging in the balance, in the scales held by the blindfolded woman. But Terry was learning the truth about the criminal justice system. The blindfolded woman with the sword and scales was peeking. Thies's earlier ruling had made Terry very apprehensive about getting a fair trial. Thies ignored Tribet's evidence and continually aligned himself with the government. From what he had learned, he now realized that this is the way it works, that judges are there to help the government convict you. Judges don't like to make tough decisions, they want to leave that to juries or appellate courts. As far as the whole criminal injustice system was concerned, Terry figured, you're guilty just because you're there. The Reeds couldn't combat this mindset, so they fell back on their life experiences and education and took the only course available to them. Prepare, prepare, prepare for trial. Now, Terry realized, a jury was his only hope. He had been slow to catch on to how the game is really played, still thinking with a Perry Mason mentality. The judges on TV always seemed to play fair and stay awake. What was gnawing at him and Janice was the element of time applied to this game called justice. Judges, to his surprise, didn't rule in court, or quickly. It had taken months between each hearing for Thies to weigh the evidence. He would vacation each winter in Florida. It had been 2 years since the Reeds had been indicted, and to them, they were winning the skirmishes but losing the war. In the Air Force, Terry had trained continuously under real and simulated combat conditions. But there, things made sense. You fired a salvo of missiles at your enemy and the success of the strike, or lack of it, and the need for a second attack, were relayed immediately from the battlefield. Here, it was months between salvos. They would wait weeks to find out that they had scored a direct hit, but the judge would then rule, through a sterile court decree, that the missiles were duds. The one war game rule that Thies could remember was Brady. This was a U.S. Supreme Court ruling which held that the government had to turn over to the defense everything in its possession that might show innocence on the part of a defendant. The judge, who liked to appear in court and on the record as a civil libertarian, cited Brady continuously, but then it seemed he had his law clerks find some precedent to negate it. This became legal doublespeak and somehow always accrued to the benefit of the government, which after all, paid his salary and guaranteed him lifetime employment. It had been an uphill battle all the way, causing the Reeds to spend countless hours organizing their files and developing cross-referenced systems so they could feed Tribet the legal ammunition she would need while engaged in battle. As the Reeds looked around the mass of file boxes on the basement floor of Janice's parents' home in Kansas City, Terry felt emotionally numb. Janice was coming down from the emotional high of having her indictment dismissed with prejudice 4 days earlier on May 28. It worried her to see her husband in a continuing state of suspended animation. It was as if the government was toying with him. It was a gigantic, carnivorous cat, and Terry was a crafty little mouse. But every time he prepared to launch an offensive and attempted to escape, the cat would simply stand on the mouse's tail. Janice was fearful that the cat might finally be tiring of the game and preparing to devour its prey. They had prepared for the worst. All of their household goods were in storage. They were now homeless. They had left New Mexico 2 weeks earlier, towing Tommy trailer loaded to the roof with court data, records, essential personal effects and clothing to get them through what was predicted to be a 6-week trial. Janice was schooling Duncan at home once again, having had to take him out of school for the trial. Terry had asked for but was denied the only extension of time he had requested since being indicted. His only opportunity to earn a badly needed income had surfaced early in the year and required his involvement in a project in South Carolina through the month of June. Thies denied the request, saying, "This is the oldest case on my docket. Justice can be swift when it's the defendant who suffers," the Reeds were learning. Although they dared not articulate it to each other, the Reeds had put their financial affairs in order, for what Terry felt in his heart was a certainty. He was going to prison. Trubay had begun counseling Terry like a doctor before major surgery, telling him to think positively but to prepare for the worst. She had warned Janice that, among other things, a conviction for Terry would destroy her credit rating. This was alien to her. She had been a successful businesswoman with a perfect credit rating ever since leaving college. But now she was told that somehow her husband's character would be factored into her financial status, simply because she was his wife. Another discovery Terry had made throughout all of this was that a whole new service industry had grown up, composed of convicted attorneys who counseled clients on prison life and how it affected the family. They performed this service at half their old hourly rate, since they could no longer practice law. This seemed to him the only type of service industry the Republicans were capable of creating in the 10 years of the Reagan-Bush law and order administration. The Reeds had already decided secretly, while both were under indictment and without either attorney knowing, that Terry would plead guilty if they saw the trial going badly, hoping that he could plea bargain for his wife's freedom. Then Fowler, suddenly and without warning, walked into the final hearing on May 28, the 11th hour, and moved to dismiss Janice's indictment. He had held her hostage as long as he could. He had no evidence against her and probably knew it all along. Fowler didn't know that he had played his trump card before Terry could play his. The trump card was Janice, she was the mutual pawn. This was unbelievably wonderful news, but it cut two ways. Janice was free, but now Terry had no bargaining chip. He would have to fight as aggressively as Amram Nir had once described Israel, fighting with your back to the sea. With Nir's words in mind, Terry had set out with Trubay and Dunlap's help to develop his final battle plan. Falling back on his military training, he approached what was about to happen the way he built nuclear war contingencies. All nuclear war damage projections were based on the effects of 275-kiloton weapons dropped on Japan in World War II. Not being familiar with the legal war he was now waging, he decided to go into his personal arsenal and deliver enough yield to vaporize his enemy. He might go down, he thought, but only after inflicting major damage and casualties. Trubay's first salvo in mid-May 1990 consisted of more than 50 subpoenas directed at such targets as the CIA, the FBI, the DIA, EPIC, FAA Intelligence, and the Arkansas State Police. After the missiles had left the hole and streaked silently toward their targets, Robin Fowler's phone call reported the first hit. From his command post in Wichita, he relayed to Trubay's battle station in Topeka the bomb damage of the weapon that had impacted on the Neon Pig, the Savings and Lone logo atop FBI headquarters in Oklahoma City. Trubay relayed to Terry, Robin just got a call from FBI agent Wayne Barlow in Oklahoma City, who just received our subpoena. This is great news, Terry. Not only does Barlow say he knows you, but his contact with you involved classified information that he won't discuss over Robin's unsecure phone. He made Robin go over to the FBI office in Wichita in order to discuss it on a secure line. Terry, I think we've got M on the run. Barlow's subpoena had been loaded with high explosives. It ordered him to appear in Wichita on June 11 and bring complete files on Northwest Industries Incorporated, Techno Impex, Barcorp Corporation, Emery L. West, aka Veda, Reed Kane and Associates, Janice Kerr Reed, Terry K. Reed, Joseph Bona, and L978 Piper Aero P828 and 2982M. Barlow, by admitting he knew Terry, and by saying his contacts with him involved classified information, was the crack in the wall of silence that had been built around the intelligence community. The silence up to this point had been interpreted by Fowler as a denial of Terry's involvement with the intelligence world, and an unspoken approval to take Terry down. The remainder of that day, the day that Fowler's case began to unravel, centered on damage reports from various federal agencies offering regrets and saying, in effect, that they couldn't appear in court. Classified material was involved, they all said, and invoked the Classified Information Procedures Act, another legality new to Terry, only 2 days before his scheduled trial. The law was enacted in October 1980, and from the application of it came the term grey mail. From what Terry learned, the law was normally used to prevent government agents who had been indicted from blackmailing the government into dropping the charges against them by threatening to disclose classified material during the trial. It prohibits unauthorized disclosure for reasons of national security and any restricted data. It defines national security as encompassing national defense and foreign relations of the United States. Tribay and Terry found this definition interesting because his involvement in intelligence did, in fact, involve the USSR, Mexico, Israel, Hungary, Japan, China, and Arkansas. What the law says is that a defendant must notify the government in advance of a trial about any classified information that he plans to use or that might surface during the trial. If the defense fails to do that, the court can bar its use during the trial. Up to this point, Thies had denied almost all of Terry's discovery demands. He had no classified information in his possession, and the government agencies contacted by Dunlap had refused to cooperate or had denied knowing of any involvement by Terry in any intelligence operation. For this reason, the defense was preparing to go to trial with only unclassified material. All it had was Terry's story, with him as a witness, and 50 subpoenas. But this 11th-hour move by the government not only gave Terry the credibility he needed but in essence proved that the government had not been cooperating with either the defense or the prosecution, an old story in cases like this. The CIA and the intelligence community had lied to the government's own attorneys on numerous occasions. Fowler was quickly learning that the fast track to career advancement was for a government attorney to blindly accept a case on face value. He had clearly ignored a U.S. attorney's first responsibility, to stop an unjust prosecution. One could conclude from the government's actions during that presidential election year of 1988 and from the use of the Classified Information Procedures Act in 1990 that the criminal justice system had been perverted in order to silence an asset with embarrassing political knowledge. The judicial system had effectively gagged him until now. But since Terry at last had subpoena power and could pry behind the layers of deceit that shrouded the truth, it was time for the government to retrench and hide behind national security, leaving Fowler to take the heat and the judge's wrath alone. While Fowler filled out Department of Defense Form 398, detailing his life's history in an attempt to get security clearance in order to be able to talk directly with the federal agencies involved, Terry felt he was being jerked around once more by the government. It was years later before Terry would read the court's transcript of the telephonic hearing, which occurred on June 1, 1990, between Fowler, Tribay and Judge Thies, as Fowler outlined areas of classified information that the government felt were certain to come out in the trial. The transcript of that hearing was sealed and treated as classified. It reads in part as follows. There are a number of areas, Your Honor, that I'm concerned about. I'd like to just briefly go through those for the record. I'm concerned with the potential testimony of Wayne Barlow, an FBI agent out of Oklahoma City. He has, in fact, told me that some of his prior contacts with Mr. Terry Reid involved classified information. There are a number of other areas I'd like to just very briefly mention. The second area of concern is information accepted from the FAA Intelligence Division. A third area of concern involves information accepted from the D's EPIC organization. The fourth, information potentially that would be brought out on direct or cross, particularly that of Oliver North, Jack Bloom, and Robert Johnson. In particular, there's concern for information that the director of the CIA has been ordered to produce in regard to certain files and information from the National Security Archives, and finally, there's the possible testimony of the defendant, which may or may not implicate classified information. I think there are a number of areas which it's reasonably expected at that point the classified information might be that might come out at trial, and I'm concerned enough about that to raise the issue here. 12. Not until 1994 did Terry realize the significance being placed by the government on what they had advertised as a routine mail fraud case. Fowler, with his ears probably still ringing from what he was learning from other agencies, wrote a letter on June 5, 1990, to Justice Department headquarters in Washington outlining his case and its pitfalls. In the letter's fourth paragraph, Fowler was forced to admit, "I learned that was involved in classified FBI operations in 1981, 1982. This information, at the least, gives the defendant an aura of credibility that will require further investigation to dispel, and gives me some concern regarding the scope of his knowledge of classified information regarding the Contra part of the Iran-Contra scandal." Fowler unknowingly had established Reed's linkage to the Central Intelligence Agency. The FBI does not operate in Eastern Europe. But the CIA does. Reed's missions behind the Iron Curtain clearly established his CIA creds. The letter continues, "Based on the defendant's participation in at least some classified FBI operations, and the nature of the defendant's trial subpoenas, I have some concern about the issues which may potentially be raised as the discovery in this case, and eventually the trial, proceeds. For example, the defendant has subpoenaed the director of the CIA regarding the files on Bill Cooper and Buzz Sawyer. The defendant has also subpoenaed Col. Oliver North and Felix Rodriguez, both of whom had communications with then Vice President Bush of a confidential nature." Why did the name of George Bush surface in this letter? What did Fowler know? Someone high up in the Justice Department, or maybe the Bush White House, was clearly concerned that the Reed trial might possibly prove Bush a liar after he had so vehemently denied being in the Iran-Contra loop. One thing is certain, neither Reed nor Trubay had made any reference to Bush during the 2 years that had elapsed since the indictment. Copies of the Fowler letter were routed to 6 other government officials, including one from the CIA. Undeniably, a great degree of high-level concern was being expressed over a mere $33,000 insurance fraud charge. Fowler's letter was attached to a cover letter from his boss, then, U.S. Attorney Lee Thompson, which he entitled Major Development Report. In it, Thompson cited concern that the Reed case could have implications cutting across several agencies, may involve some aspect of foreign relations, may have a high likelihood of coverage in news media or congressional interest, and may ultimately contain certain challenges to or have an impact upon presidential authority. But the U.S. Attorney's concern was not expressed in any way to Trubay, who had asked repeatedly that the Justice Department keep her informed. Neither she nor Reed learned of this letter until 4 years later, when it was backdoored to Reed by a source in Washington. Reed's veracity was being confirmed behind the closed doors of the U.S. Attorney's office, yet Trubay was being given only poker-face denials. And even more agonizing to Reed was the prosecutor's decision to try and dispel, in Fowler's words, the information he had just been provided. The cover-up game would go on. By June 6, 1990, Terry had had a chance to absorb what was happening. His frustration turned to rage. The subpoenas they had fought so hard to have served were officially on hold. The time for legal protocol was over. It was time, he decided, to take matters into his own hands. After thoroughly reading the CIPA Act, he perceived it as a ploy to make him play out in advance to the court and the prosecutor his entire defense strategy. The CIPA law was forcing Trubay to itemize all elements of evidence they planned to put into play so they could be screened for possible classified material, which he did not knowingly have. This would give the Justice Department a chance to neutralize anything embarrassing to the government. He wrote and filed a letter with the court, without Trubay's knowledge or approval, entitled Statement of Position of Defendant Terry K. Reed. He had decided that the only way to bypass the entire judicial system and communicate directly was through the court file, which he was sure the agency was monitoring. He had no way to penetrate the dark world and reach out and touch someone, since he was now persona non grata to the intelligence community. He still felt his plight had been brought on by a few selfish agents involved in Screwworm, with the situation escalating to its present state because of the breakdown in communications. It was as if the war had knocked down the telephone lines, so he decided to send a carrier pigeon to deliver the message. He was under attack, and if the provocations continued, he would be forced to protect himself any way he could, even if that meant exposing classified material and agents. He wanted them to know he wasn't picking the fight. He was being boxed in by the Injustice Department and wanted the agency to intervene. Surely, he thought, if they realized he wasn't a threat and would quietly go away, they would possibly put an end to this madness. Why, Terry asked in the letter, was the burden on him rather than the government to outline possible areas of sensitive or classified information? By doing so, he said, he might be needlessly exposing something that should be kept secret. Terry didn't know what effect, if any, the letter had on the CIA. He was quick to find out, however, its effect on the court. Thies was unhappy. He informed Tribet that he didn't appreciate such behavior by a defendant. If Tribet could not control him, Thies said, he would have Terry's bail revoked and he could spend the remainder of his trial preparation time in jail. Legal protocol had been violated, after all. That was much more important, they were discovering, than the travesty of justice that was being acted out in Thies's courtroom. It was 1968 all over again, he thought. Terry had been a young airman in Okinawa then, and LBJ had the North Vietnamese on the run. As the Air Force's B-52s relentlessly pounded Hanoi to the brink of oblivion, Terry and his fellow intelligence analysts sat in shock when they heard that the bombing had been halted. Yeah, this was how he felt as he sat in his in-laws' basement with no job and no home to return to in New Mexico. The subpoenas they had fought so hard to have served were on official hold, just like the bombs that were piled up by the runway in Okinawa, unable to go to their intended targets. They just wouldn't let him win. Again. The intended targets of the subpoenas read like the who's who of Iran-Contra. At the top of the list was Oliver North, who, through his attorney Brendan Sullivan, was already saying he would take the Fifth Amendment if forced to testify. And then there was Felix Rodriguez, the macho commie fighter, who had hidden in his house in Miami for 2 days trying to avoid Dunlap's effort to serve his subpoena. Tribet finally had to get a court order from Thies to get Rodriguez's phone number so that he could be called. Rodriguez agreed to talk with Dunlap after communicating with him through Rodriguez's uncle, an attorney, who was his registered service agent. And the uncle agreed only after being told that continued evasion would result in a U.S. Marshal arresting his nephew. When Dunlap finally gained access to Rodriguez's house, he said it looked to him like a memorial to Felix's worldwide campaign of chasing communists. Grisly photographs adorned the walls and included some of a dead Che Guevara and his severed hands. In the subsequent interview, Rodriguez denied ever knowing a Terry Reid and told Dunlap that he had never been to Mexico, even though Dunlap would later note that Felix's book, Shadow Warrior, reflects the contrary. In the book, Rodriguez refers to living in Mexico City with his parents after Fidel Castro's takeover. While in Mexico, he wrote, he became active in Cuban exile groups operating there. 13. The subpoena of Jack Bloom, special counsel to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, was being blocked by the counsel to the Senate on grounds that Bloom had given his information about Terry to independent counsel Lawrence Walsh. The argument was that this put Bloom outside the reach of a court subpoena. This was still being argued on the day CIPA was invoked by the government. Terry and Janice had met with and been interviewed by Bloom for 3 days in 1988 in Washington. Tribet wanted to know, in Bloom's own words, why Congress and Walsh weren't motivated to act on Terry's information. And then there was Arif Durrani, a Pakistani-American businessman then serving time in a federal prison for illegally selling weapons to Iran during the arms embargo. He claimed to have been recruited for this activity by North and had knowledge of project donation. The defense also had some secret weapons they had discovered within government files, which Tribet was hoping to drop during the trial. El Paso Intelligence Center had responded to the court order to produce the files that Young had claimed identified Terry as a drug trafficker. Epic's attorney notified the court that no such records on Terry existed. Not only did this cause Tribet and Dunlap to breathe a sigh of relief, but the rest of the report was interesting as well. It said that the only record of inquiries into Terry or the stolen airplane found in Little Rock, N 2982M, had occurred on October 16, 1987. This inquiry was not to retrieve data, as Young had testified, but rather to insert data into EPIC's computer system. The entry read, on October 16, 1987, it reported to EPIC that the Arkansas State Police, Little Rock, Arkansas, reported aircraft N-2982M was recovered on October 16, 1987, from a hangar in Little Rock, Arkansas, where the owner, Kent T. Reed, hid the aircraft to collect the $33,000 insurance claim. EPIC records reflect no other inquiries in connection with Terry Kent Reed and aircraft N-2982M. Young had lied when he testified that EPIC files portrayed Terry as a drug trafficker. Tribe found it interesting that Young didn't need the justice system to convict Reed, only 2 days after he had executed the search warrant. Young had lied. Why would a man of Young's stature, a man so close to Bill Clinton, perjure himself so blatantly? They were hoping to find the answer during the trial, since Young and Baker had been subpoenaed as well. As for FAA intelligence, they were screaming national security to Fowler, when all they had been asked to produce were the official FAA records on N30489 and N2982M, the tail numbers connected to the plane found in the North Little Rock hangar. In addition to this, Tribe had added to the subpoena a request to state whether either plane appears on the list of aircraft used covertly in the Contra operation in Nicaragua. Direct hit. If this simple request was triggering cries of national security, then Terry's suspicions had to be true. His old airplane, the one Bill Cooper had been flying, or the one from Ohio that was supposed to be in Germany, must have been donated to the Contra cause in Nicaragua. In addition, an FAA computer report showed that the FBI in Oklahoma City had targeted N2982M as the subject of a narcotics investigation on May 19, 1988, 1 month after Young released the plane to the insurance company without a court order. It was Tribe's feeling that this proved either one of two things: the insurance company was an agency front company involved in narcotics trafficking, or perhaps there was more than one plane with the number N2982M flying around. Throughout June, after returning to New Mexico to break out their household goods once again from storage to continue their life in limbo, Janice and Terry watched their savings evaporate. As they contemplated their dire financial condition, they were once again thrust back into a deep depression. While Fowler and everyone else involved in the judicial system were getting their bi-weekly federal paychecks, such was not the case for the Reed household. To them, everyone they had met since getting indicted, with the exception of the public defenders, was simply devouring them a bite at a time. It was consuming not only them but their families and their lifestyle as well. They were locked in a seemingly endless struggle with this hydra-headed monster called the criminal justice system. They were learning it could only be kept at bay by feeding it money. Lots of money. Which it insatiably devoured. This monster didn't breathe fire, however. It wore three-piece suits, had college degrees, tie bars, and wing-tipped shoes, carried expensive gold-plated fountain pens, and even had its own sterile vocabulary. Courtroom combat, they saw, was fought between social parasites dressed for success who worked in marble palaces with mahogany-paneled walls. The war games umpire, referred to as judge, sat perched on his throne and quibbled over the foundation of each argument or impressed the contestants with the word of the day. Terry, the defendant, if mentioned at all, was referred to in impersonal, third-person pronouns, as if no name or face or body was attached. And what were the stakes? Simply winning. Who was keeping score? The Reeds wondered. If the prosecutor won, a human being was taken from his loved ones and sent to a urine-infested cage for rehabilitation. Terry and Janice were consumed with thoughts of raising their children without a father, and how this justice system gone mad, led by Mr. Law and Order, Robin Fowler, didn't seem to care if the Reed family produced 3 juvenile delinquents as a result of Terry's incarceration. You put that away, Judge Thee snapped in his chambers as he pointed his finger at Robin Fowler. It's your office's fault that we're here today. All you should be carin' about is comin' out of this smellin' good. Yes, sir, the contrite Fowler said as he put the letter back inside the coat pocket of his polyester suit. The letter Fowler was carrying was a position statement from his office that he wanted to read into the record of the upcoming proceeding. Terry, who was sitting on the judge's maroon leather tuck and button sofa, felt embarrassed for Fowler as the judge finished admonishing the government's attorney. Thies then turned to Terry to outline the scenario for what was about to happen shortly in his courtroom. "Mr. Reed, do you understand exactly what's happening here?" Thies asked from behind his elevated desk, which resembled a pulpit. The office was plush, Terry thought, with its thick salmon-colored carpet, its built-in bookcases and the large portrait of Lyndon B. Johnson. "It's my understanding from Miss Trubay that if I waive my right to a jury trial you will acquit me." "Find me not guilty," Terry said crisply. "Yep, that's about it," the judge said as he leaned back and surveyed the group assembled in his chambers, then asked, "What I want to know is, though, who alerted the press? I noticed there are some out there in the courtroom." The question was answered with silence. With that, Terry signed his jury waiver, and the entourage, consisting of Terry, Trubay, Assistant U.S. Attorneys Fowler and Jack Williams, the judge's two law clerks and Chief Federal Public Defender Charles Anderson, left the chambers and filed into the courtroom. The proceedings lasted less than 15 minutes. Terry sat impassively, not believing that the culmination of this 2.5-year ordeal was coming to such an anticlimactic end. Thies, true to his word, 10 minutes into the session said, "It's my opinion that no reasonable jury could really have found beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was guilty. And I do find, on the basis of stipulation of facts, that the defendant would be entitled to a verdict of acquittal in the case, and I'm going to so rule. I do know that no reasonable jury would have found him guilty under those tenebrous facts that the government's had." What Thies was really saying, in polite language, was that the government had perpetrated a travesty of justice against Terry and Janice. Fowler had gone to the judge and admitted that the evidence he had presented to the grand jury in 1988 was all he had and that it failed to show any complicity by the Reeds in the alleged fraud. After 2.5 years, Fowler was now admitting he had no case. And never did. And what about the grand jury, that supposed bulwark against injustice, that panel of 23 citizens which is supposed to stand between a venal prosecutor and the individual? Once again, it had done what most grand juries do, acted like sheep and rubber-stamped what prosecutors presented to them. Thies had one final thought. "I might say I entered this with some regret because I think it would have been an interesting trial for the court to sit on. Had some of the defense's evidence developed and had some of the... If they were able to prove part of things they thought they were going to be able to prove, it would have gone far beyond the confines of just a simple insurance fraud case. But in view of that, we'll just have to read the adventure books and wonder what would have happened." 14. In 1992, in an interview with co-author John Cummings, Thies added a postscript. "The government's case against the Reeds," the judge said, "had a high odor to it. The impossible had been accomplished. The conviction rate for federal indictees was more than 98%. The public defender's office in Kansas had just beaten the CIA and the massive government machinery behind it. David had actually slain Goliath. Marilyn Trubay, by dissecting the government's case with a well-planned strategy, was victorious. Joe Dunlap, from Vapor, had found evidence that made a shambles of the government's witnesses. Terry, who had become an equal partner in this defense team, was relieved but angered at the result. He felt he had been robbed, cheated of his chance to show a jury his evidence, to win his way, to completely vindicate himself and to send those who had perjured themselves to prison, those same people who had kept him in the jaws of the legal monster. During the 2.5 years spent in preparation for this day, all that kept him going was the conjured image of triumphantly leaving a courtroom filled with spectators to face the waiting television cameras and reporters eager to know how he felt in victory. Against all odds, he would be celebrated by the little people, people like him who had fought back and won. But this was denied him. An ebullient Trubay hugged him and whispered, "We did it, Terry. He felt empty, and by the expression on his face she knew the disappointment he was feeling. They had won, all right, but only because the government was not going to allow Terry to light up dark corners and expose the total hypocrisy of government policies. Revealing the seamy story of an intelligence agency trafficking secretly in drugs, while dedicated lawyers like Trubay defend young adults whose lives are being destroyed by the criminal justice system that nearly devoured the Reeds, not by the drugs being sold on the street corner. As Trubay drove Terry from Wichita to Topeka, where they would celebrate this hollow victory, Terry's mind went back to the day when the tide turned in his favor. The day the government invoked CIPA. After accepting once again a government-imposed court delay, the Reeds had returned to Placitas to settle in temporarily. But as the summer wore on, it became clear that the government had total disregard for filing deadlines mandated by the law. Terry came once again to the realization that the government does not have to follow its own laws and that there would be no immediate end to this game of injustice. Insomnia was wearing him out. He had acquired a fear of the darkness. His uneasiness about the night was upsetting his biological clock to the degree that he had reversed his days and nights. Only in daylight hours did he feel secure enough to sleep. The government was winning, and he and Janice knew it. Time was on his persecutor's side. The wait for the battle to start was wreaking havoc. His weight had dropped from 180 pounds to 155 pounds. Nights were filled with pacing and dry heaves. Janice would wake in the night to find no one beside her. Outside she would find her husband patrolling, pacing, guarding against some faceless enemy. Janice identified that the idleness was killing them, that the mask of normality they were wearing for the children's sake was becoming transparent, and they knew it. They had to do something. They desperately needed a change of scenery and lifestyle. By now, the beautiful New Mexico landscape only reminded them of the anguish and pain they had suffered since their indictment over 2 years ago. As September neared, they were feeling economic pressure, and Duncan's education was becoming a major concern. The boy already had been taken prematurely from the first grade as they traveled to prepare for their summer trial in Kansas. How, they wondered, did this nomadic, gypsy behavior affect a 6-year-old? In desperation, they sought to put down roots. But where? They were tired of the endless moving and yanking their children from school. Terry had developed business contacts in the El Paso area that serviced the expanding twin plant manufacturing concept which was developing along the Mexican border. He felt there was opportunity there for him. Janice, with her case now dismissed, was able to have her New Mexico real estate license reinstated and succeeded in getting a job opportunity in the New Mexico real estate market bordering El Paso, which allowed them to move to the border. Trubay, fearful for Terry's life while living along the border, went to Thies and won his approval to have the Reeds' new location kept secret from the government and to allow his travel into the border area of Mexico. She successfully argued that he was not a risk for flight, as evidenced by the fact that he had been in the court system for more than 2 years and had not vanished. With the advent of fall, Terry still felt in business limbo and was having difficulty applying himself fully in his newly found work in Juarez, Mexico. The knowledge that he would need at least 8 weeks away from work for the trial prohibited any hope of long-term manufacturing projects. Janice, meanwhile, was suffering through the usual adjustment period associated with starting afresh in a new real estate environment. No matter how hard they tried, they just didn't fit in. At least, they thought, the children seemed happy. Duncan and Elliot were taking root quickly in the New Mexico elementary school near their home in Santa Teresa. A short distance down the road from their community, situated near the New Mexico-Texas state line, was La Tuna Federal Prison. Since the children were being absorbed into the culture and welcomed into their new environment, Terry and Janice had quietly selected this prison, if the unspeakable need arose. From the highway it looked like an old Spanish mission with its white adobe walls and arched entranceway. If given a choice, Terry preferred to be imprisoned within La Tuna's walls, if he was going to be forced to live in a 4-by-8-foot cage. But Trubay had told him there would be no guarantee of that. And probably, She had said, the government out of vengeance would send Terry to some remote location as they had in other cases she had handled. Sitting on the floor of their New Mexico home, with the children tucked in and asleep, Terry and Janice stared at the computer printout Trube had sent them. "Janice, don't cry. Be strong. This is something we need to do and be prepared for," Terry soothed, as they looked over the list of federal prisons as if selecting a college. Amenities like college courses were even listed for those wishing to continue their education or to work in a trade shop to obtain a skill. He would wake in the night to his wife sobbing, and he too would go outside and cry. There were times he couldn't bear to look at his children, knowing that prison life would kill him and that someone else would raise them. On the afternoon of November 8, the last thing Terry expected to hear was Marilyn Trube's voice exclaiming, "Terry, I just got off the phone with Judge Thies. He wants you here by noon tomorrow. If you'll waive your right to a jury trial and promise not to talk to the media for 30 days, he'll acquit you." Terry sat in his office in silence and disbelief. It took only a few moments for the anger to well up inside him. He was already formulating questions Trube didn't want to hear. "No, Marilyn, I think I'll pass on that one," Terry said emphatically. "I want my day in court with a jury of my peers." "Terry, listen to me. There's no better status to end all this than an acquittal," she replied. Terry saw it differently and, besides, by this time he didn't trust anything the government or the court had to say. He had seen Judge Thies fall asleep as his life swung in the balance and then read the written results concocted by ill-equipped law clerks. And the government that denied him was no different than a pet rattlesnake. It could only be handled with thick leather gloves and could never be trusted. Why should we trust them now? He thought. As much as he respected and admired Marilyn Trube, there were times she still acted very naive about the system she served. Marilyn broke from her stoic Barbara Stanwyck manner, lost her composure and snapped, "If you don't take this acquittal, you'll have to find another attorney. It just won't get any better than this, Terry." The next day, as his jet airliner streaked toward Wichita for him to meet the noon deadline the judge had mandated, his mind was racked with rage. How could this be happening? He had found that the justice system didn't expose the truth, it contained it. How much dirty laundry was hidden behind the guise of national security? He felt betrayed. At a time he should be joyful, he was at one of the lowest points of his life. They were even robbing him of his chance to share his promised acquittal with Janice. They had been through this 2.5-year nightmare side by side, every step of the way, and because of Thies's unyielding demand to appear immediately, Terry went alone. The time spent en route was occupied with filling the pages of a yellow legal pad. They overflowed with the explosions of thoughts and anger he wanted to express to Judge Thies, the senile manipulated representative of a judicial system that had been devoured by an imperial presidency and the real power behind that. The CIA. Was he the only one who could see it for what it was? Why wasn't there a public outcry? Were they all brain dead? Behind the marble walls of the federal building in Wichita, the serpent was putting on its bib and preparing to swallow the truth. Visions of the monster Jabba in Return of the Jedi sitting in slime and swallowing small creatures came to mind as Terry compared this mental image to the criminal injustice system. How many people like him does it take to keep the monster full? They were sending him to the mental gallows, to be silenced and killed. Trube didn't know what was happening in his mind that day when the jet landed. But a burning ember deep inside was beginning to glow. They hadn't killed it yet, although they had certainly tried. "Terry, what's important is for you to go in there, agree to the judge's conditions and not rub the government's nose in all this," Charles Anderson told him. It was 1 p.m., November 9, 1990, and the public defender's office was awaiting notice from Thies's office that the paperwork for the Reed trial was complete. Terry didn't like what he was hearing. Anderson had told him not only that he should avoid the media that was on its way to the courthouse, but that Anderson's office didn't want Terry reading his statement into the court record either. The terms Anderson and Trubay had hammered out with Thies were beginning to sound to him like a plea bargain. "Charlie, it was my understanding I was coming here for an acquittal. I can't talk to anyone about this for 30 days, and now you're telling me I don't even get to speak at my trial. I'm about ready to get back on the plane and go home. If you do that, the judge will just dismiss your case, and you'll be walking around with a cloud over ya the rest of your life," Anderson replied. "At least this way, you're being found not guilty." Terry felt he was being appeased. "Terry, I know you've been through a lot. But think of your family. You need to get on with your life. Just put this down and go home. My advice to ya is don't be poking no sticks at no tigers. Oliver North wouldn't be coming to Thies's courtroom after all. All you and your office should be caring about is coming out of this smelling good." Thies scolded Fowler. He even said this to him in front of the defendant. As Marilyn Trubay and Terry Reid motored east on I-35 that victorious evening, the last element of the Benjamin Burgess political machine bit the dust in Wichita, Kansas. November 9, 1990, would become known in criminal defense circles in Wichita as Robin Fowler Flameout Day. That was the day Thies not only acquitted Reid but lectured Robin Fowler in front of the chief public defender for the state of Kansas. He had been disgraced. He had been cruelly toying with the lives of two innocent people. His actions in keeping the Reids mercilessly locked in the criminal justice system for over 2.5 years had tarnished not only his record but the U.S. Attorney's office as well. If the prosecutor was not venal, then his only excuse was stupidity. Fowler never seemed to question anything the government told him. Invoking the Classified Information Procedures Act way back in June, that should have been the clue. That's when he should have known that the day had come to dump the Reid case. That was the day FBI Special Agent Wayne Barlow had called him. Until that day, he was just doing his job, prosecuting a simple mail fraud case. Or so his superiors had told him. From that point on, this case had been running him instead of him running it. Fowler had even been forced to get a security clearance just to stay on the case and to be able to talk to his own department. How was he to know Reid was an intelligence asset if they didn't tell him? How was he to know Reid had worked for the FBI and the CIA? How was he to know Reid had become a pawn in a political dirty-up job? Before he got this case, he wasn't even sure if Iran-Contra really happened. After all, Wichita is a long way from Washington. Fowler even naively called KTOKM investigative reporter Jerry Bonin in Oklahoma City and asked him if Iran-Contra had really happened, and for a list of books to read on the subject. And then the FBI had continued to investigate the Reids for the entire time they had them under indictment. If they had sufficient evidence for a conviction, what did they need to investigate? The FBI must have been desperate to get them charged with something else. Why had the FBI in Oklahoma City gone to the trouble of interviewing Reid's old neighbors and the family that bought his home way back in 1983, asking about events that had occurred long before the airplane was stolen? Were they checking on the government's exposure? And those three Keystone cops out of Arkansas, Young, Baker, and Don Sanders, had lied so frequently on the stand that Fowler had been forced to recreate the order of their individual involvement. Baker and Young did not get even one date straight on anything that happened. Yet the prosecutor went along with it all. The U.S. Attorney is supposed to not only prosecute the guilty but to protect the innocent person from overzealous investigators. He should have stopped the whole proceeding right then and walked out, right after the first suppression hearing. Instead, on two different occasions, in court motions, Fowler tried to rearrange the chain of events and to claim that it was Don Sanders who had first gotten involved with the plane. Then there was Colonel Goodwin, the commander of the Arkansas State Police, the man who reported directly to Bill Clinton. He had refused to comply with Thies's order to produce the MENA files. Trubay asked Thies to hold Goodwin in contempt. Fowler today doesn't know what's in those sealed files, even though Trubay had said in court that Reid had been working for the CIA and training Contra pilots in MENA. Why hadn't he listened? Joe Dunlap had certainly been through a lot on this case, including being chased out of Arkansas and almost arrested. And occasionally, when Fowler and Dunlap met in the halls of the federal building, Fowler just couldn't help but play mind games with Dunlap and try to convince him that Reed was just a sleazy drug trafficker. Another clue that Fowler ignored was a tactic well known in all fields of endeavor as the lateral pass. The U.S. Attorney in Springfield, Missouri, when he passed the whole thing off to Fowler in April 1988, called it a good case. If so, why didn't he prosecute it? In the end, what happened? Fowler had to go to Judge Thies and admit that he couldn't get a conviction. Having kept Reed and his wife in the system for over 2 years, Fowler was then forced to admit he couldn't produce what he had promised the grand jury, Reed's head, and that hadn't gone down too well with Thies. In addition, the way he had told Janice Reed to cop out on her husband in exchange for her freedom was a terrible trauma to put her through. But the worst part was that Fowler lied and suppressed critical discovery that Trube had asked for on repeated occasions. He denied her the FBI interview transcript with Baker that clearly showed it was October 8 when Baker went into Reed's hangar after the wind allegedly blew the door open. 15+ Fowler and his associate, Jack Williams, wrongfully suppressed Baker's own investigative report that also said it was the 8th when he first went into the hangar. 16 If those documents had been admitted into court, as they should have been, the judge would have had to rule in Trube's favor. It would have all been over right then and there. The judge would have thrown the case out, 18 months earlier, in June of 1989. What could Fowler do now? After all, he was 34 years old, divorced, horribly out of shape, and his personal life was in shambles. Ben Burgess, the man who had brought him to Kansas, was gone. Fowler was all alone in defeat. With Desert Shield in full swing that November night, Robin Fowler decided on a new course of action, one that people would perceive as noble and redeeming. He would resign his position with the government and volunteer to do something completely different. He would join the United States Army. And it wasn't some cushy office job in the Judge Advocate General's division he would seek. No, something more challenging than that. Something that would test him, something adventuresome and dangerous. He would become a paratrooper. By January 1991, as Terry Reed wrestled with getting his life back in order, Robin Fowler would be wrestling with basic training as an enlisted grunt. Sweating out of his body those endless calories from too many happy hours in Wichita bars. Ultimately, he would waddle his way through boot camp with young men 14 years his junior. And he would make it. He would be transformed from an attorney into a soldier, a paratrooper, and serve with the U.S. Army Airborne Forces in Korea. At the time of his discharge in May 1993, Fowler's official title was Army Specialist Robin D. Fowler 2430239944. 82nd Airborne. D21504 PIR. Fort Bragg, North Carolina 28307. Jack Williams told Terry Reed in 1992 that Fowler resigned from the prosecutor's office and joined the Army because Robin's very patriotic, you know, and he wanted to serve his country during time of war. One of the authors interviewed Fowler in June 1993 and discovered he had made a grand total of 5 airborne jumps in his 28 months of Army service. For someone who now claims to have enlisted because he just always wanted to be a paratrooper, Fowler sure spent a lot more time on the ground than he did yelling Geronimo. Funny, Reed thought. Fowler didn't go in until January 1991, the same month Desert Shield turned into Desert Storm, and, as the 100-hour war raged on, Fowler had just gotten his head shaved and was still learning his right foot from his left. Oh, well, such is the case of closet patriots. At least Fowler wasn't in Wichita sending innocent people to prison. Right then. But like a bad penny, he's now back. With his newfound credentials as a military veteran, and resuming his role as an assistant U.S. attorney, he's been appointed the drug czar of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Kansas City, Kansas. There is nothing worse than a prosecutor scorned or left twisting in the wind by his own government. Anyone with a joint had better watch out. Notes. 1 Court transcript of Tommy Baker in the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, Case No. 88-10049-01, June 21, 1989. 2 Court transcript of Raymond Young in the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, Case No. 88-10049-01. 3 Oral deposition of James Jenkins in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Arkansas, Western Division, Case No. LRC 91-414, March 9, 1993. 4 Court transcript of Raymond Young in the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, Case No. 88-10049-01, June 22, 1989. 5 Ibid. 6 Court transcript of Don Sanders in the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, Case No. 88-10049-01, June 22, 1989. 7 Court transcript of Harry Barrett in the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, Case No. 88-10049-01, June 22, 1989. 8 Court transcript of Tommy Baker in United States District Court for the District of Kansas, Case No. 88-10049-01, June 21, 1989. 9 Opinion and order filed December 15, 1989, in the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, Case NOS 88-10049-01 and -02 by the Honorable Frank G. Thies, U.S. District Judge. 10 Ibid. 11 Transcript of Grand Jury Minutes dated June 1, 1988, in the matter of the Grand Jury of the United States of America sitting in Wichita, Kansas. 12 Transcript of Telephonic Court Proceedings, June 1, 1990, in the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, Case No. 88-10049-01. 13 Felix Rodriguez and John Wiseman, Shadow Warrior, pages 32 to 34. 14 Court Proceedings in the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, Case No. 88-10049-01, November 9, 1990. 15 Tommy Baker, FD 302 taken April 11, 1988, by Special Agent Mark A. Jesse. 16 Tommy Baker, Form 1, File No. 88-1246, Investigators Notes dated March 15, 1988. Asterisk While in Magistrate Woolley's courtroom, Terry and Janice were forced to waive their rights under the Speedy Trial Act, a law that guarantees defendants be put on trial within 70 days of arraignment. The Reeds nearly needed that much time just to find an attorney qualified to deal with the case's underlying issues, namely, Oliver North and the CIA. Asterisk A special judge is an attorney who fills in for a judge. Asterisk National Weather Service report for October 7 and 8, 1987, recorded by the weather reporting station located at the North Little Rock Airport, Little Rock, Arkansas. Asterisk Baker did a complete turnabout 4 years later in an oral deposition given in Little Rock in 1993 for case LRC 91-414, when he admitted that he did, in fact, remove the aileron, a violation of FFA regulations and federal law. There was a second turnabout by Baker. He has since recanted the wind myth and in an affidavit subsequent to the 1993 deposition gave a totally different version of his original story, now saying he was invited into the hangar by a friend named Rick Edwards. Edwards, in a separate affidavit, claimed that he was in Reed's hangar because the lock was damaged and incapable of securing the door. The real truth may never be known. Asterisk In 1983, former Attorney General Ramsey Clark testified in a New York federal trial that the Central Intelligence Agency lied to him repeatedly about a case the Justice Department had investigated back in the 1970s. Chapter 34. PISS. As the Reed van moved north up Mexico Highway Route 45 toward El Paso, Terry was unusually silent and wasn't concentrating on the potholes too well in the highway in front of him. His mind was in a swarm. The van was laden with not only the Reed family but opened gifts from the Christmas holiday they had shared with Patrick and Patty Jewin. It was January 5, 1991. It was the first time in over 2 years they had been able to travel freely from state to state, country to country without first getting permission from Judge Thies and then having to maintain continual telephone contact with a court designee. Janice had been leery of returning to Lake Chapala for fear of reprisal from the CIA or the Mexican DFS. But Terry felt that they were now no longer perceived as a threat to the agency and that any harm that came to them would only bring unwanted attention to the residue of his work with them. He must have been correct. The trip had been enjoyable and uneventful, and Janice had hoped it would be a period of relaxation and healing for the Reed family. Almost 2 months had elapsed since Terry's acquittal on that fateful date in November when he had been released from the jaws of the monster that had nearly devoured them. But this had not been the case. Under the surface, he was still in turmoil. Even though they had unwound at the Manzanillo beach with the Jewin family and celebrated New Year's Eve in Ajijic with old friends, Janice could tell that Terry was only paying lip service to the holiday. He was remote and disconcerted. He had been drinking throughout the Christmas season way too much. This wasn't like him and was the opposite reaction she was expecting his acquittal to trigger. Surely, she prayed, the 3-year nightmare hadn't extinguished the flame, that hidden somewhere deep inside him was the same overly confident pilot and headstrong businessman she had once known and loved enough to marry. She was afraid to interrupt his silence and ask the question. She instinctively knew what was eating away in his mind. He had to cling to the premise that he had been forced to go through this legal orgy for a purpose. Why had he been singled out to be destroyed? Or had he been chosen for a test? One to determine his limits? If so, had he passed or failed in the eyes of his unseen master? There had to be a reason, didn't there? Was his conversion from an asset to a liability an accident? Or was it predestined? Was it intended for him to be prosecuted and persecuted, to survive, and then to become the messenger to the American people about the corruption and inequities in the judicial system? Was it meant for him to be thrust into orbit with people like Marilyn Truebe? Was he supposed to fight the legal system from outside or from within? His mind went back to the cabal, that evening in the Arkansas bunker when he felt he was being knighted. After all he'd been through, he still felt there was a purpose he had been selected. Had he been exposed to all this in order to be the one who screams out? Had he been thrust into the mumbo-jumbo legal world in order to expand mentally and to absorb yet another dimension of our failed attempt at democracy? Terry's thoughts went in an ever-decreasing spiral until he felt his head would burst. Being engineering-minded at heart, he decided on taking a new approach to solving his problem. For every plus there is a minus. That had been a guiding principle of his since he learned it in 9th grade physics. He knew the minus. He had been singled out, in part, due to his value system, and his life had been ripped to shreds. Now to find the plus to the equation. There is a reason for all action, that same physics teacher had told him, and backed up his teachings with Sir Isaac Newton's law. For every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Perhaps that explained what he was supposed to do. They, the government, had acted, and now he had to react or he would be violating a law of physics. That was it, he decided. He was still a member of the cabal. And he had been chosen to react. He would go to battle. But the unanswered question was, would Janice be capable of another extended fight? As she gazed at the flat Mexican landscape north of Chihuahua, she took a deep breath and dared to ask, "What's bothering you?" "You know what it is, honey," he answered without moving his stare from the road ahead. "You know me by now. I just can't go on as if nothing happened. I feel like we've been raped, and now they expect us to just pretend nothing happened. Janice, I have to fight back. You know if I don't this thing will kill me." There was no mistaking it. Janice knew her husband meant every word. Unlike her, she knew that he had to fight back or it would destroy him. His unyielding value system was one of the qualities that drew her to him. Quietly and without replying, Janice moved from the front seat in the van to the rear and returned with a yellow legal pad and pen. As she'd done so many times before in their nearly 10 years of marriage, she prepared to write while he drove. The letter he dictated was to an anonymous attorney seeking help to right the wrongs done to him and his family by the United States government. He outlined their 30-month criminal prosecution, sprinkling in the proper buzzwords that he felt sure would summon the help he needed. Halfway into the letter, Janice took an interest. She began participating, and he was glad to see that she too still had the rage in her that they needed to harness to help them fight back. The fervency of his words tore off the scabs she had tried to grow over her unhealed and now infected wounds. As the poison from her mind drained, they had to stop by the road to hold each other and cry. The writing of the letter had triggered the release of pent-up emotion. Without realizing it at first, it had become their own method of therapy, and Janice realized he was right. They had to fight back. Together. The tribulation had to be ended properly to heal their minds. They had not sought psychiatric help during this painful period of their lives, reasoning that a person only goes to a therapist when they don't know what ails them. How could a therapist call off the vengeance of the CIA? When they reached their home in Santa Teresa, they had what they thought would be the necessary documents to bring countless attorneys running to their aid in order to defend the Constitution of the United States of America. Surely, they thought, their case was unique. They were only asserting that the executive branch of government had devoured the judicial branch, had it secretly under its control, and by doing so was undermining the basic freedoms upon which this country was founded. Terry didn't realize it then, but he was locked into a mental state he would later describe as post-indictment stress syndrome. PIS, that was the cynical acronym he chose to call it. He would jokingly tell Janice that the legal system had left emotional skid marks on his brain. Other people with whom he would come into contact, people with experience in dealing with those recently released from the criminal injustice system, would say that his feelings and attitudes were not uncommon. The period of relief after an end to such a traumatic ordeal is often, they said, replaced by anger and hostility. But it would pass, they said. Just go on about your life, and the rage will die and be replaced with feelings of apathy. Soon, they said, within 6 months in all probability, the old Terry Reid would be back, smiling as usual and looking for a way to make up for lost time. This was not going to be the case, he knew. That glowing ember deep inside, the one that rekindled that day on the plane en route to his trial as he captured his emotions on paper, was now turning into a raging fire. The feeling of burning up inside was giving him energy, forcing a reawakening, and he was happy with the feeling. He was obsessed with thoughts of what he considered the moral thing to do, to strike back and correct the system. After all, he thought, hadn't life actually prepared him for this task? All of his training had gotten him through this ordeal. Why not now apply that survivalist mentality, that analytical aggressive attitude, to lead the attack against those who had wronged him? That Missouri stubbornness that he was sure came from his great-grandfather. That stubbornness he knew Harry Truman had. Was what he needed to muster from deep within for the battle that lay ahead. The battlefield he had selected was federal court. He had been analyzing for several weeks just what had happened in the final months of his persecution in Wichita, and one thing was now very clear. The government did not want his story told. They didn't want the embarrassing facts spilling out of the court record and into the newspapers. They had denied him his trial. He had not had his day in court. Court. Yes, that's where this story belonged. Go right where they least wanted it. There, combined with the credibility and scrutiny offered between those marbled columns and perhaps the protection afforded him and his family by a sympathetic federal judge, it was the perfect arena for all the seamy details of the CIA's operations that had turned him into a liability to be heard. Surely, he rationalized, court was the only forum from which to tell this story. The world and the American people must be told about their government gone mad. Their own CIA trafficking in drugs. Surely the federal court system was the place to expose this. But what disturbed him even more than drug trafficking was how the CIA handpicked and sponsored candidates to the office of the president. That had to be told. There had been, in Terry's opinion, a coup d'etat in this country. A quiet revolution with no shots fired. Or had there been? Had a young president by the name of John Fitzgerald Kennedy penetrated the CIA's veil and discovered this earlier? Could the conspiracy theorists be right? Only with subpoena power could he ever hope to get to the bottom of this black dilemma that hung over him. And the nation for that matter. This matter belonged only in court, where the classified material that was sure to come out could be protected. He didn't want to harm other innocent agents and assets who had been able to quietly sever themselves from these black operations. That was the problem, protecting others. That's why it belonged in court and not in the media. After all he and his family had been through, he was still patriotic. He almost hated to admit it, but yet. That was what that tight, warm glow deep inside was all about. He was still patriotic. He still loved his country. He loved his home. And after all, as his father had taught him, it was worth fighting for. He had to fight. Once again. Not for the government that had misled and exploited him, for the country that he so loved. Back in Santa Teresa, and with Janice now firmly by his side, they prepared endless packets of material to send to all the famous legal names and law firms recognized as the flag bearers of civil freedoms. At one point, they felt their efforts surely must be subsidizing Federal Express, but few responses were forthcoming. There was no white knight arriving on a white charger. There's no real money in constitutional rights litigation, they were arrogantly told again and again. Or, haven't you heard? Since the Christic case ruling, no one in his right mind sues the government. Asterisk. To their frustration, the typical response included, God, this looks like a great case, and I'd love to take it, but only if you're willing to pay as you go. Our firm doesn't do contingencies. I guess defending the Constitution is only a capitalistic endeavor in this country, he would cynically tell Tribe by phone, who was stunned to believe Terry could find no one to take the case. By now, Terry and Janice were clinging desperately to economic solvency, making every effort to avoid bankruptcy, considering that their last resort. With long-standing legal bills and unpaid family loans, their financial world was in shambles, and they had no money to contribute to the estimated $250,000 they were told was the minimum they needed to properly litigate against the government. Frustrated, Terry turned to those who claimed they wanted to help, those who said they had experience in bringing these matters to public attention. The only avenue he figured they could pursue to publicize their dilemma and assist in securing an attorney was the print media. First, he sought out an old acquaintance in New Mexico named Jonathan Beatty, a senior correspondent with Time magazine. After all, it was Beatty who sought out the Reeds back in the fall of 1988, shortly after their surrender to the feds, wanting their story, or at least what he thought their story was. With their attorney's permission, in 1988 Terry and Janice had driven to Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, and met with Beatty and a photographer for Time named Steve Northo. A magazine with an investigative reporting staff as large as Time's could certainly help prove parts of Reed's story, which had occurred throughout several foreign countries and many U.S. states. In exchange for their help, maybe he would give them first rights to their ordeal. Or at least that was the idea behind the meeting, a trade, pure and simple. Beatty, Northo, Janice, and Terry had gone to a local park, where the Reeds told them their story and Beatty attempted to grasp the larger elements of it. Being a seasoned reporter, and having covered elements of Iran-Contra for Time, Beatty wanted to immediately pry back the rocks covering the involvement of John Cathy, aka Oliver North. This line of questioning eventually led to Bill Cooper and Southern Air Transport. Throughout the questioning, Beatty had remained somewhat distant and just observed the Reeds until he asked Terry who he worked with at SAT. When Terry informed him it was a man by the name of Robert Johnson, who was purportedly in-house counsel for SAT, Beatty turned to Northo and announced, This guy is for real. I know Johnson, and that's a name that hasn't appeared in the press, Beatty revealed. Terry had passed the scrutiny test, for the time being, and the remainder of the interrogation went well. It was Beatty who put them in contact with Senate investigator Jack Bloom in Washington, D.C. Shortly afterward, however, Beatty said that his boss at the magazine had made a decision to pull him off Iran-Contra related stories, since Time considered it an old issue and the American public seemed burnt out on the subject. Beatty did go so far as to print an article in the Grapevine section of the March 13, 1989, issue outlining what he thought the Reed case involved. He talked of Oliver North and Project Donation and how Reed had been indicted and was awaiting trial in Wichita, Kansas. All for Ollie, he entitled the piece. Jonathan had even extended a hand of kindness after seeing the dilemma the Reeds faced. They departed with what the Reeds felt was a foundation on which to build a future friendship, if they ever got out of this mess. Of course, back in 1988, Beatty did seem somewhat frustrated but understanding with the Reeds, realizing they were muzzled by the advice of their attorneys and were not talking to the media. But now that Reed could talk, he was learning that Iran-Contra was a dead issue. After all, it was 1991, over 4 years since the Cooper shoot-down, and, miraculously, the Reagan-Bush White House had been able to contain the scandal that everyone had said was more significant than Watergate. It involved subversion of the Constitution by Oliver North, Bill Casey, and the CIA, people said back then. But that seemed a long time ago, and Terry had been successfully silenced throughout those 4 years. Now, Beatty was telling him from his ranch that the new hot topic was a money investigation he was working on that involved the Bank of Credit and Commerce International and a guy named Clark Clifford, a name Reed knew from previous administrations and conversations. One night, as the Reed family barbecued chicken in their backyard in Santa Teresa, Janice, understanding Terry's mounting frustration, suggested, "What about that guy in New York? You know, that writer that was working on the Barry Seal story." She was referring to an investigative reporter and author by the name of John Cummings. Cummings was one of those guys Reed didn't know whether or not to trust, but he had grown to admire his bulldog attitude. He simply wouldn't go away. But from the insatiable appetite for information Cummings demonstrated, Terry was afraid that handling him might be comparable to hand-feeding a cheeseburger to a lion. It might be difficult not to get swallowed up to the elbow in the process. Cummings had contacted Tribe on several occasions asking for an interview, saying he only wanted to talk about Barry Seal and he was curious if Reed knew of any connection Seal had to the CIA. Cummings had even driven through New Mexico in a vain attempt to locate them once. At least he was persistent, Terry thought. He admired that in a person, but was that enough? "I don't know if I should call him, honey. After all, he's from New York, and my great-grandfather always said you can't trust Yankees," Terry joked. But the next day the call was made, and Cummings not only offered his help to find an attorney but extended the offer to bring along an investigator who might donate some time to the case. "You can call me Pierre, all my friends do," the looming investigator accompanying Cummings said upon entering the Reed home. The slight, 60-plus man with the 6-foot, 4-inch frame, gray beard, and stooped shoulders, sporting a black beret, certainly would have difficulty blending into a crowd if his wish was ever to travel incognito, Terry thought as they shook hands. "Your reputation precedes you, Pierre. I've been told by people who know you that you are the world's greatest investigator," Terry said, just to let Pierre know that he had been asking questions about him prior to his arrival. "Well, I don't know about that. But I'm at least the most expensive," he shot back with a warm, broad grin and a gleam in his eye that alerted Terry he would be a formidable opponent in a match of wits. Cummings and Pierre sat in Reed's living room grilling him interrogating him for more than 3 days. They probed his brain for every nitty-gritty dark detail they could find, looking continuously for a flaw in his story. Pierre, Terry discovered, was a 30-year, veteran United States Army investigator who spent his entire career in the SID. Pierre had a mind like a bear trap, and after 2 days of sitting quietly, taking no notes, and chain-smoking unfiltered Camels, Pierre demonstrated that he could recite any name, date, or place from his debriefing verbatim. Holy shit. Terry thought. Who is this guy? I hope he's not here to hurt me. Reed had no reason to trust anyone, let alone this guy with the photographic memory who couldn't quite articulate his motives for being there, and free of charge. Terry would only learn later that Pierre was working for Daniel Sheehan of the Christic Institute, in hopes of adding defendants to the Christic complaint. Reed was actually a target of Sheehan's that day. But after Pierre grew to know and like the Reed family and had heard firsthand their pain and suffering, he decided to not only quietly remove Terry from the Christic hit list but to help them as well, free of charge. He volunteered to attend any critical attorney interviews with the Reeds, theorizing that his presence might lend credibility to Terry and his story. Terry would grow to really like and respect this man from south of the Mason-Dixon line, who held nothing but disdain and contempt for the Yankee fucking government that he had served for 30 years. Pierre, like Terry, felt that America's military had been misused by one president after another trying to remedy failed foreign policies. It was their common belief that the country was now being run out of Langley, Virginia, the headquarters of the CIA. And Reed knew that from what he had heard and witnessed, they weren't far off track with their views. But Terry couldn't share all his knowledge with them yet. He had to keep them on track, if possible, and simply get his civil case to court. And then there was Cummings. Pierre affectionately referred to Cummings as a scribbler, a term he had created for investigative reporters and writers. Pierre let Reed know immediately that he held the bulk of the world of scribblers in contempt, feeling that they did more to hurt a good investigation than they helped. What they add to the world of investigating is like what depth charges add to sport fishing, Pierre grinned. With the possible exception of a few. And John Cummings here is one of those exceptions. From what Reed had learned of Cummings, this 59-year-old man had spent over 30 years with New York's Newsday as an investigative reporter, had written several books, was an expert on the mobster John Gotti, organized crime and the underworld, and in addition had immense interest in Cuba, the Bay of Pigs, Barry Seal, and the world of intelligence. His appearance, stature, demeanor, and aggressive New York attitude made Terry initially wonder if the mob hadn't actually sent Cummings at the time of their first meeting. But as the day wore on, he discovered that Cummings only projected a hard facade and that underneath he had an interesting, almost scholarly, yet street-savvy demeanor, which caught Reed's attention immediately. Over the course of their sessions, Terry would discover that Cummings was a Marine Corps veteran of the Korean War and a seasoned world traveler, having covered many hotspots around the globe for Newsday. He seemed expert on geopolitics and was very cynical and opinionated, probably as a result of his years of covering courts for the newspaper. His years of dogged pursuit of the truth had helped his newspaper win a Pulitzer Prize in 1970. Terry didn't know it then, but meeting Cummings would change his life forever, and at times in the future, John would be nearly the only man to stay by his side. Cummings and Pierre, these at first unlikely partners, departed El Paso with not only the outline of Reed's story but with something much more important to him: the beginnings of friendship. They were building a bond. A bond of trust. They believed him, and he believed them in that they both promised to help and not hurt him and his family. But as they departed El Paso, he couldn't help but feel vulnerable and apprehensive. Terry had enlarged his circle of trust. The spring of 1991 centered around endless telephone interviews with attorneys who Cummings and Pierre were flushing out. Document exchanges too numerous to mention kept Janice more than occupied as she shared her time between family, career, and her newfound job of public relations director for the Reed family. They were getting extremely frustrated, having seen no results from their efforts to find an attorney when the call came. "Terry, I got your information. It's a hell of a story of two honest folks being wronged, and I believe I would like to take your case. I'd like to meet you and Janice first, of course. So when can you get to Jonesboro?" Steve Clark said by phone from his office in Arkansas. Terry couldn't believe what he was hearing. After all these months of effort, here was the ex-Attorney General of the state of Arkansas offering to take the case on a contingency fee basis. Terry was ecstatic, and it took no time for him, Janice and Pierre to rendezvous in Little Rock and drive to Jonesboro Saturday morning, March 2nd, for a legal audition, as Pierre called it. The interview went well and Clark said he wanted the case. He felt the Reeds had suffered a travesty of justice, and from what they had described, it would make a perfect constitutional rights violation case at the federal level. There was only one problem. Steve Clark couldn't practice law in federal court. He was limited at the time to practicing only in Arkansas State Court, the result of sanctions imposed on him because of his conviction on state fraud charges. When the Reeds lived in Little Rock, the name Steve Clark was in the news nearly as often as the name Bill Clinton. Steve was the boy attorney general who had sought and successfully attained that office at the same time another young man from Hope, Arkansas, sought and attained the office of governor. He and Bill Clinton had served their time together in state government, with the exception of the 2 years that Clinton was not governor, having been defeated for one term by ex-governor Frank White. Terry and Janice knew from their time in Little Rock that Steve Clark harbored ambitions far beyond the office of Attorney General. He had gone so far as to organize a fundraising committee in order to build the campaign chest and network necessary to run for governor. Janice and Terry had in fact attended one of these fundraisers in early 1986 and had heard Clark deliver his "Practice Elect Me Governor" speech. But what had gone wrong? Why was Clark an ex-attorney general as he interviewed them that day, and why couldn't he practice law in federal court? They even heard that Clark had announced his plans to challenge Clinton in January 1990. What happened? He'd been convicted on state charges of misuse of his state credit card for entertaining. They were told that Clark had done nothing that previous attorneys general and most others in state government weren't doing, namely, offsetting their horribly low state salaries by padding their expense vouchers with non-existent meals or writing off personal business as state business. In fact, Reed was later told that this was considered one of the perks that came with the job. But Clark had, for some reason, been caught in the act and pursued ferociously by state police investigators under the control of Bill Clinton, just as he announced his Democratic bid for governor in January 1990. Clark's official candidacy had lasted only 19 days. It was far too convenient, people were saying, to see Steve Clark fall from office in disgrace just at the time Bill Clinton was preparing to run for the presidency. After all, Clark would have been a shoo-in as the next governor if Clinton left the post. He had built a solid political foundation during his nearly 12 years of dedicated service, and fighting corruption was his main issue. No, it was just too convenient, people were saying, for Clark to come under such attack at a time when Bill Clinton's flank would be exposed, since he would be forced to spend nearly a year out of state campaigning for the presidency. It was being said that Clark posed such a formidable threat to Clinton that if Clinton ran unsuccessfully for president, he would probably have no governorship to return to. Clark would simply move over to fill the political vacuum left by Clinton, who would be wounded from his presidential primary defeat. Clark would challenge Clinton, and defeat his old friend *. Clark told the Reeds that his case was on appeal, and he felt sure his conviction would be overturned. For that reason, he was telling them, it would be necessary to have another attorney file the case, but he would stay in the background and help run it. After all, he boasted, who knew better the inner workings of state government than he? And what intrigued the Reeds the most was Clark saying he thought they had a very good case against not only the Arkansas State Police but the state as well, and he felt confident that if the case was run properly, it would expand on its own, maybe even to a federal level. This guy has to have not only dirty laundry on damn near everyone in the state, Reed thought to himself, but he's vendetta-driven and was attorney general during the time of the whole Mina affair. He has to have inside knowledge. I wonder if he knows about OSI and Aki Sawahata. That's probably why he wants this case. And I'll bet he's got the real dirt on Clinton. Prior to leaving Arkansas and heading back home that weekend, the Reeds and Pierre wanted to take time to do a little investigative work by interviewing an Arkansas man who had been in the local news of late, a man by the name of Larry Nichols. Since the Reeds had driven all the way from El Paso, they wanted to make good use of what time they would have with Pierre, and Terry was anxious to observe the world's greatest, most expensive investigator in action. What Reed had learned of Nichols prior to the meeting, and found most interesting, was his prior work on behalf of the Contra Support Network and his direct connection to some pretty big names in Arkansas state government, namely, Bill Clinton and Bob Nash. In fact, Nichols had quickly become a thorn in Clinton's side because of a lawsuit he had filed against the state, a lawsuit he had announced with great fanfare on the state capitol steps in Little Rock. At Bowen's, a family-style restaurant in Conway, Arkansas, the Reeds, Pierre, and Nichols sat down to breakfast and for what turned out to be more than a morning repast. It was interesting for Reed to observe someone else for a change who appeared to be consumed with fear and paranoia. Was this how he had come across after first being indicted? He certainly hoped not. Here was this otherwise normal-looking executive type in what appeared to be his early 40s, tastefully dressed, articulate, well-groomed, and babbling about people in the Clinton administration out to get me. As it turned out, Nichols did in fact have a lot to fear. Here, sitting across from Reed and speaking in a whisper, was the one man, other than possibly Reed himself, who could probably single-handedly keep Bill Clinton out of the White House. His political dirt was not only good, it was fresh, and it involved many of the same players Reed had worked with in Arkansas. Most interestingly, it involved Nichols's former employer, the Arkansas Development Finance Authority, Bill Clinton's financial creation that was designed to take Arkansas out of the Stone Age and into the 21st century. Terry knew that some of ADFA's capitalization had literally fallen from the skies out of Barry Seal's planes, and he was curious how much Nichols knew of this. So is ADFA responsible for a lot of Arkansas growth? Reed began. It was just getting up to speed about the time Janice and I moved from here. You mean Bill Clinton's bank, don't you? Nichols quipped. All it's for is to loan money to his friends *, it's a farce. And the poor people of Arkansas are just subsidizing Clinton's mistakes. I'm glad I'm no longer a part of that con scheme. I was not really there to do ADFA's work, anyway. I worked on other things. Nichols had worked for Clinton's ADFA all right. Right up until he was forced to resign in 1988 for misuse of the telephone. Nichols explained he had been in the marketing division of the state agency, responsible for attracting business to Arkansas by selling the attributes the state could offer to new businesses. It seems that a state audit of long-distance telephone charges made on state government telephones had turned up a juicy tidbit of information that was seized upon by the local media, namely, that Nichols was making phone calls to the prime Contra leaders, Adolfo and Mario Calero, two of Ronald Reagan's model freedom fighters, men that Reagan called the moral equivalent of our founding fathers. The numerous calls had been made on Nichols's state-supplied phone, and most were made on state time. This information had become public, and in order for Clinton to distance himself from the ensuing media investigation into why it appeared the state was secretly working with the Contras, Clinton had Nichols fired. Or at least that was what this jittery man was saying. He kept looking over his shoulder throughout the interview. Nichols claimed to be involved in some sort of secret network of people operating at a very high level in Arkansas state government who were not only supporting the freedom fighter cause, but were doing so with full knowledge and backing of the man at the top, the governor. When this became public, Nichols claimed, Clinton threw him to the wolves and disavowed any knowledge of his activities. Nichols even went on to say that he had personally arranged for retired Army General John Singlaub and the Calero brothers to have Arkansas traveler certificates, special VIP state passes, issued them. The three men had supposedly visited the state so frequently that they had attained sufficient air mile credits traveling to and from Arkansas that they were issued frequent flyer bonus points on American Airlines. All of this, Nichols said, was done quietly and privately in order for Clinton to show covert support for the Nicaraguan Contras. Reid found this interesting since he remembered that at the height of the Nicaraguan debate Clinton appeared to give lip service that he was against the war. That's what he said publicly. Contradicting that public disapproval, however, he sent the Arkansas National Guard on a joint military exercise to Honduras, where they maneuvered dangerously close to the Nicaraguan border. Other governors saw this simply as an antagonistic show of force by the U.S. government and were fearful that it could lead to an armed engagement between American troops and the Sandinistas. Mario Cuomo, the governor and the commander-in-chief of the New York National Guard, boycotted the exercise, calling it a provocation on behalf of the Reagan administration. Clinton sent his troops. In reference to an incident that occurred when Nichols was the Calero's guest and went to witness actual combat between Sandinista soldiers and Contra rebels, Nichols abruptly put his foot on the dining table and produced proof. "I got this wound while being an invited observer of a firefight down there," Nichols bragged, pulling up his pant leg in order to show the breakfasting group a scar on his leg. Janice lost her appetite at the sight of the old wound. Adolfo invited me down to write a public relations report about field conditions his troops were suffering, and I got caught in the crossfire. His repeated secret travels to Nicaragua were made with the full knowledge and approval of his superiors at ADFA, Nichols added. Terry found this story very interesting indeed. Being aware of all the CIA's operations that existed in Arkansas in the mid-1980s, it certainly fit. From what Nichols described, it sounded like the agency had tapped some of its idle resources at ADFA in order to develop a marketing plan to sell the war to the American people. I guess it was payback time for some of the secret money the agency pumped into ADFA, Terry later concluded with his wife. You see, in effect, it is a form of money laundering. The CIA puts dirty money into ADFA, they tap guys like Nichols to help run their propaganda machine, and the state of Arkansas picks up the tab. I guess it all went well until some state auditor blew the whistle. I wonder what swamp he's lying at the bottom of. It was a grisly thought. And now that Terry was no longer an agency insider, he was seeing how perverted it had all become. If Nichols's story was true and Terry had no reason to doubt him, then democracy had actually failed. If the agency had state governments indebted to them, and if state agencies like ADFA had been compromised and owed their literal existence to the intelligence community, who was in charge of this country? It definitely wasn't the people. Or even the people elected by the people. The thought saddened him. But my lawsuit is what has Clinton scared, Nichols continued. It's going to expose all the corruption that surrounds him, as well as his womanizing. I'm going to be known as the man who kept Bill Clinton out of the White House. Pierre and Reid had heard of Nichols's lawsuit. He had filed a pro-se complaint in state court claiming wrongful dismissal. Being a man accustomed to manipulating the media for the advantage of state government, the CIA, and the Contras, Nichols had decided to put his advertising talent to work for himself and had held a press conference on the steps of the state capitol building. The speech he delivered to the gathered media and passers-by not only covered the reasons he said Clinton had him wrongfully fired but went into great detail about extracurricular activities he had performed for the governor. He claimed his activities at ADFA were only one reason Clinton considered him a liability and didn't want him around any longer. He said Clinton had taken him into his confidence about a stable of other women Clinton was sleeping with. Unbeknownst to Hillary. He even read their names from a prepared list he had made. On that list was the name Jennifer Flowers. I was sort of like a secret personal assistant to the governor, Nichols said, smiling for the first since they had begun. I could move around behind the scenes and do things for him that he couldn't otherwise do. Like going to Nicaragua? Reid asked. Yes, like going to Nicaragua and being his eyes and ears. I'd always personally brief him at the governor's mansion when I returned. But that isn't all I did. And that's what's got him worried. What else did you do? Pierre asked, sensing that Nichols was dying to tell them. I procured women. Classy women, Nichols grinned, and then surveyed his 3 listeners, apparently to see if they were shocked by his statement. That apparently hadn't had the desired effect, so with a solemn look he continued. And I dirted people up for him. That's why he's afraid of me. His chief of security, Buddy Young, picked me up and took me to the mansion just the other night to discuss a settlement. They offered to buy me a house and fix me up for life if I would just drop the case and be quiet. Pierre wanted to know more about the term dirted up and asked Nichols to expand on that, figuring that the Reeds may have been victimized by such activity. I worked on neutralizing political opponents, things like that. You know, digging up dirt, Nichols added. I guess the biggest thing I ever did for him was to eliminate Steve Clark, the ex-attorney general. Nichols had no way of knowing that he was eating with 3 people who had spent most of the previous day sitting in Clark's office. One condition Clark had placed on taking Reed's case was for them to keep the fact confidential for now. And here Reed was, talking to the man who had destroyed Steve Clark's political career. The man who was taking credit for dirtying him up and for turning Clark into a convicted felon. The man who had successfully kept Clark out of the governor's mansion. What an opportunity! Reed could barely hold back his enthusiasm. Tell us more about that. I did him for Clinton. Clinton considered him a threat. He came to me and asked me to quietly dig up dirt on Clark. I zeroed in on his personal expense account, and bingo, I hit pay dirt. I made copies of everything I could find that looked suspicious and gave the file to Young. They did the rest. Clark got blindsided just as he made his announcement to run for governor. 3. What a game, Reed thought. Lives and careers are destroyed simply because one individual becomes a threat to another. He wasn't justifying Clark's actions. Obviously, Clark had demonstrated a major lack of judgment by charging off personal entertainment expenses as business of the Attorney General's office. Clark was wrong, but the price for his sins was the equivalent of a political execution. And Nichols was telling the sordid story in a ruthless, cold, matter-of-fact manner that reminded Reed of an assassin reporting back to his handler. Had someone like Nichols, perhaps Young or Baker or Sanders, nonchalantly briefed Clinton like this after they'd set Terry up on the airplane charge? Had the beginning of his whole nightmare begun with, "It's done. Reed won't be a threat to you any longer?" Terry wondered. So why don't you take them up on the offer of the house and the pension? Reed asked. Just drop the case and be quiet. That's not enough. Nichols snapped. I want my good name back. Clinton took that from me, and now he's going to pay. I'm going to hurt him like he hurt me. I'm going to destroy his name and keep him out of the White House. I may even get him kicked out of the governor's mansion. I haven't decided yet what I'm going to do. But I've got plenty of ammunition. I'm sure I'll do him just like I did Clark. Clinton needs to feel the pain. This had turned out to be one hell of an impromptu education. Not only had the Reeds and Pierre discovered who helped neutralize Steve Clark, but they now knew that it sounded like Bill Clinton was in the habit of using aides men like Nichols and Young to do his dirty work. Reed and Tribe had always theorized that Terry's problems all stemmed from Mexico and Felix Rodriguez. But he was now focusing his suspicions on Arkansas. The thought of being literally run out of the hog state that day with Joe Dunlap came to mind. Had they been getting too close to uncovering something? Was he, like Nichols, a perceived threat to Bill Clinton? Had he been dirted up by Buddy Young? It certainly sounded feasible. Reed only knew one thing for sure. Whatever Larry Nichols was afraid of, he deserved. There goes a dead man or a rich man, Terry said to Janice as they watched Nichols walk to his car. I sure wouldn't want to be living in Arkansas and making enemies like this guy is. Bad things can happen to you down here. 2 weeks later, back in El Paso, the Reeds got even better news. Clark had found the proper counsel to not only file the case but to run it. His name was John Wesley Hall, Jr., a famous constitutional law expert residing in Little Rock. This was too good to believe, the Reeds said to each other. And, as it turned out, it was too good to be true. The Bulldog investigative reporter, John Cummings, who simply wouldn't go away, returned to El Paso and pressed the Reeds for more information on the life and times of Barry Seal. Only this time, he had a carrot. He professed while barbecuing in their backyard that he was sure their life was interesting enough to do a book. Odd, they thought, how could their lives be a book? And besides, this conflicted directly with their intention to play out their story in federal court, the only arena Terry felt it belonged for security reasons. They were honored, but they rejected Cummings's offer. Then came April. By now the spooky groupie world, as Janice called Terry's telephone contacts in the intelligence community, was abuzz about their upcoming lawsuit. Not a day went by without a telephone call coming in to wish them good luck and cheer them on from the sidelines. For the most part, these cheerleaders simply occupied valuable time that Terry needed to earn a living, but still, it was nice to know there were people out there who believed in them and their cause. It was interesting to talk to most of these well-wishers, composed mainly of the Walter Mitty types, the ones who were real good at coaching Reed and encouraging him to charge full speed into the cave where the dragon lived, but who lacked the courage to do the killing themselves. Their conversations reminded him a lot of the aircrew briefings he had seen during the war, where frightened airmen sat learning of the enemy's defenses before the day's aerial assault on Hanoi, given by some expressionless intelligence briefer who couldn't identify with the terror they felt. Yeah, that's how he felt. Scared. Scared once again. And then there were the calls of congratulations coming from the people who knew he and Tribay and Dunlap had done the impossible, that they had done what was rarely accomplished. But to the cheers of only a few. But Terry was leery. Hidden somewhere within this ever-expanding group of telephone voices he calculated there had to be a pipeline back to the CIA. He was most apprehensive of those who seemed to talk forever, paying no heed to what had to be horrendous long-distance charges. To those people he fed disinformation, and then reversed course in his planned legal strategy just to confuse them. He had to make it to court. He had to make it to court. Surely, he figured, someone out there was planting landmines along his route. It would be up to him to try and not step on one. Notes. 1 Civil Complaint No. 86-11-46, Civ King, Tony Avirgan and Martha Honey vs. John Hull, Rene Corbeau et al. Filed in United States District Court, Southern District of Florida, Miami, May 1986. 2 Arkansas Gazette, February 8, 1990. 3 Ibid. Asterisk Civil Case No. 86-11-46, Civ King, filed in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida in May 1986. The complaint was filed by the Christic Institute, a nonprofit, public interest legal group headquartered in Washington, D.C., and headed by attorney Daniel Sheehan. The suit was officially listed as Tony Avirgan and Martha Honey vs. John Hull, Rene Corbeau et al., in which it was alleged that a total of 29 defendants had perpetuated a long-term conspiracy in violation of U.S. racketeering statutes. The suit alleged that a secret team of former intelligence and military personnel engaged in crimes that included murder and drug trafficking to support the Contras. The lawsuit was dismissed in June 1988 by U.S. District Court Judge Lawrence King in Miami, with a sanction of approximately $1.2 million levied against the Christic Institute for filing a frivolous lawsuit. An appeals court affirmed that decision in 1991 and added another $400,000 for filing a frivolous appeal. 1. Asterisk headlines of full-page articles in the Arkansas Gazette on February 8, 1990, read, Clark drops out of race. Arkansas State Attorney General Steve Clark had announced only 19 days after entering the governor's race that he was withdrawing his bid, as a result of the scandal developing from the Arkansas State Police investigation into his filing several erroneous expense claims with the state. Clark, at a televised news conference the preceding day, read a 78-word statement that said in part, I have reached the conclusion that mistakes in my expense records and subsequent news coverage about those mistakes have virtually destroyed my ability to run an efficient and effective campaign for governor. 2. Nichols's comments would prove prophetic. In late 1994, a Freedom of Information lawsuit forced ADFA to turn over partial records that confirmed Nichols's statements. A 1992 audit of ADFA, reported in the February 17, 1995, issue of the Arkansas Times, revealed that during the previous year at least 4 firms had been given substantial loans with no justification. More interesting were revelations that ADFA borrowed more than $5 million from Sanwa Bank of Japan in 1987 in order to buy stock in an offshore reinsurance firm named Coral Reinsurance. This not only violated ADFA's charter but was done without even obtaining a legal opinion. One still has to wonder why ADFA was purchasing stock in any outside entity, let alone one based outside the United States, that is, unless someone wanted to launder money. Chapter 35. Salvation at the racetrack. On March 10, 1991, the Reeds decided to relax with their children and do something different for a change. After all, they had lived in El Paso for more than 8 months and still hadn't taken the kids to see the horses race at Sunland Park Racetrack, as they had promised. The track, which was in New Mexico only a short drive from their home in Santa Teresa, was sponsoring a special event that Sunday, a car show, something sure to get Terry's attention. He was such a buff for 1960s muscle car restorations. Janice had to leave the festive event early that afternoon in order to perform office duty at the real estate company where she was working. She was disappointed at having to leave Terry and the children, since they were truly enjoying themselves for the first time in a long while. Such is the unfortunate plight of the liberated modern woman. Terry was too engrossed in the inspection of a vintage 1967 Corvette to notice the man who had taken a seat on the park bench by his children. They were busy consuming the hot dogs he had just purchased, and Terry thought this would be a good opportunity to get a closer look at the workmanship of the car's engine. "I've got one just like it, except it's red and it's a 427, the man's voice said to him as Terry pulled his head out of the car's engine compartment. Looking up, Terry saw a hulk of a man looming beside him. He had to be at least 6'6", 280 pounds, and didn't have an ounce of fat on him. He had the look of a professional bodybuilder, and his biceps were barely contained by the day-glow, iridescent green eyed knit shirt he was wearing. Dressed in extremely tight-fitting Wrangler blue jeans and cowboy boots and sporting a large western belt buckle that said, "Let's Rodeo," Terry at first thought him to be just a car admirer like himself. But the man came closer, extended his hand in a gesture of friendship and said in a raspy voice, "I'm a friend of yours." By this time Terry was almost involuntarily shaking the hand that now enveloped his. "Oh, and who would that be?" "He's right over there sitting by your children. And he wants to meet with you," the cowboy said with his face devoid of emotion. Terry peered through the shrubbery that separated him from the park bench and his 3 boys and could see the back of a man's head beside them. As he approached, he could see it was Felix Rodriguez. Fear shot through his body, just like a bullet. Like the bullet that he figured would be soon coming. Images of JFK's head exploding like a watermelon streaked before him. His eyes swept the grandstands behind and beside them, looking for the barrel of the weapon that he was sure was ready to fire. This would certainly be the perfect place to assassinate him. With all the noise from the crowd and the associated confusion, no one would even notice, if they used a silencer. All of these thoughts occurred in a millisecond, until reasoning took hold. No, he thought. If they had come to kill me, they wouldn't be talking to me. They'd just do it and I'd be dead already. Now his fear shifted to his children as he and his escort approached Rodriguez. Felix rose, put his hand on Reed's shoulder and said in a relaxed, cordial tone, "Come, my friend, we must talk. Don't worry about your children, they are safe. My friend will watch them while we chat over there by the cars you so admire." He had no options, Reed figured. By this time, the muscle man had taken a seat beside Baxter, who was playing contentedly with his toy cars. And Duncan and Elliot were so absorbed in the horse race that they had disregarded their father. There's probably more than two of them, Reed thought. Go on, the cowboy said. You two have a lot to talk about. They'll be fine. Over by the show cars, Felix got right down to business. His quiet, reserved demeanor reminded Reed of a Cuban version of Marlon Brando in the movie The Godfather. A lot has happened since our last visit in San Miguel, Felix began. You and your family have been through a lot of suffering. Needless suffering, I might add. Terry, you are just going about this all the wrong way. That's it? The same phrase. Terry thought. That was the very same language Reed had been awakened to on the telephone on at least 3 separate occasions. The calls had all occurred at night after moving to El Paso and after he had earnestly begun shopping for an attorney to try his case. They had all aroused him from a deep sleep, and the anonymous caller always relayed the same message. You're just going about this all the wrong way, the male voice always said, and then hung up. But that wasn't Felix's voice, Terry recalled. It was an Anglo voice, and it bore no discernible accent. He had not wanted to relay his fear to Janice and had not told her of the caller's consistent message, only that someone kept dialing the wrong number. What do you want? Reed queried. I want you to forget about this foolish court idea, Rodriguez responded. I now know that you did not leave Mexico with any intention of hurting the agency. It was just that you were a perceived threat to some renegade agents who overreacted, and then things got a little out of hand. Rage was building within Terry. The fear had gone. His bloodstream was now switching over to pure adrenaline. His ears were ringing. He was hearing what he had always suspected. He had been set up. This nightmare he and his family had been through was all because some renegade agents had overreacted. Fuck. He thought. Rodriguez could reduce this entire 4-year ordeal to, things got a little out of hand. If it hadn't have been for the welfare of his children, he would have strangled Rodriguez then and there. But Terry heard his grandfather slowly whispering from the grave, choose your time and place. Terry fought back the animalistic rage. This was definitely Rodriguez's time and place. So he had better just listen, he decided, and remain silent, just staring at the man. He was dressed in white casual clothes and wore aviator sunglasses. I have come to forgive you, were the next words to come from the Cuban's lips. Shit. Here we go again, Reed thought, just barely able to control himself. Put in the same circumstances, I may have reacted the same way, Felix continued in his Godfather tone. You were under a lot of stress, and we were beginning to think you were going to spill your guts in court. But then I talked to North, and he explained to me what had happened, you know. About those idiots of Clinton setting you up. You realize they would not have done that without Clinton's instructions. You see, you are a major threat to that man and some other very important people in Arkansas. Centaur Rose and Jade Bridge may be history now, but their liability lingers. Most of your worst enemies come from your own side, Rodriguez went on in his pedantic monotone. This is something I learned early on in my work with the agency. Something that has kept me alive and out of jail. The man who trained me, my mentor, he always said, keep one eye on your friends because, chances are, they are behind you, and it is easier for them to stab you in the back. So, Terry asked, not believing that was the case, but fascinated by what he was hearing, are you telling me that my problems all stem from my work in Arkansas and not from what happened in Mexico? He was now glad he had not strangled Rodriguez earlier. That is mainly it, but it would also have made matters a lot easier if you had not acted the way you did in Mexico, Rodriguez added, now shifting to a more congenial tone. But that is behind us now. That project was so poorly run by North and the others from the very beginning that it was destined to fail. It was never going to succeed with those communists involved. But that is partially my fault. I should never have gone along with it. It's just that North and Johnson were in charge, and they are such children when it comes to these matters. They are so naive. You may be somewhat naive also, but at least you are resourceful. Yes, for a while, people were acting in very unprofessional and dangerous ways. Then, luckily, you took matters into your own hands and wrote that letter to the court. From that point on, we realized you were not out to hurt us. You were only being pressured. Then we got involved and eliminated that junior fucking yuppie prosecutor that had you by the ass like an alligator in the Everglades. But I was acquitted. Terry shot back. You just told me that Clinton's men set me up. Felix, you knew I was innocent all along. You're not telling me that the agency had anything to do with the outcome of my trial, are you? Terry couldn't bear the thought that he and Tribay and Dunlap had not won on their own. What was Rodriguez trying to tell him? That the CIA had fixed the case? Felix answered Reed's question with a question and a genuinely confused look. You do not know who Johnson really is? He asked. I figured you had already figured that out. No, Felix, Reed replied, still confused, I haven't figured anything out. Who is Johnson? Felix just stared at Reed without answering. Reed continued, all I know is the earth has swallowed him up. My attorney and my investigator in Kansas were never able to find him in Florida or at SAT. But the prosecutor must have found him, since he was claiming that Johnson's testimony would be classified. Your investigator from Kansas is lucky to be alive. My people and I had him in our sights more than once when he was in Miami to get me served for your trial, Felix retorted, returning more to the character of the person Reed had heard mix words with North in the bunker. He's just like all the rest of those government investigators I ever met. Bar none, Felix said with a wink. He couldn't find his ass in the dark with a flashlight. This conversation about Joe Dunlap's capabilities and his inability to locate Robert Johnson seemed to be amusing to Rodriguez. Reed decided to get the conversation back on track, knowing that Felix had not come to harm him and wishing to return to his children, who still hadn't missed their daddy. In fact, Baxter by now had Frankenstein playing with one of his cars. So why did you come, Felix? Terry asked. Just to tell me that you guys got to the prosecutor? It's more than that, isn't it? Like I said before, you're just going about this all the wrong way, Rodriguez answered, visibly forcing himself to regain his composure. We know about your attorney in Arkansas and your plans to sue. That's not wise. It could only lead to reopening old wounds. I'm here to offer you a very lucrative position, if you'll come to your senses and drop all this court stuff. Here it comes, Reed thought. The court case was the reason he was here. It would definitely open old wounds, all right. And Reed was hoping to inflict some new ones of his own. He decided to just listen and get more information. Go on, Terry said. I picked out a very exciting and high-paying job for you with one of our cutouts up in Denver. If you're interested, I'll pass your name along and they will get in touch with you. You will be compensated very well. You're already qualified for the position. It's flying. You like that kind of work, don't you? Felix asked, expressing a compromising attitude. Look, I know you need money. There will be lots of money in this. Flying for whom or, knowing you, Felix, flying what? Reed said, baiting him. I'll ignore that comment, although I guess I had it coming, Felix snapped. No, this is totally legitimate. It's an aerial photography company in Denver that has a contract with the agency to do some special work in Mexico and along the border. Rodriguez went on to explain that an asset of theirs had put together an operation that was disguised as an ecological service working primarily in the area of pollution control. The real purpose of the firm's activities, however, was to run surveillance on poppy fields in Mexico to pinpoint their locations and provide their coordinates to both the Mexican and American DIAs. Through newly developed infrared photography technology, they would also have the capability to identify the radiation wavelengths emitted by other illegal plants, including marijuana. The agency's primary interest was not necessarily the eradication of the crops, Rodriguez said. Theirs was to find and surveil the international kingpins behind the production. Rodriguez went on to explain that the Bush administration definitely felt that this whole drug epidemic was a communist-backed conspiracy to destroy the minds of our children. Most definitely, he said, the chiefs behind the production had to be communists. To read, after having gone through all he had, to know what he knew, to have seen all he saw, and then to hear Rodriguez attempt to distance himself from the entire drug epidemic by calling it in effect a communist conspiracy. Well, it was almost too much to stand. Here we go again, Reed thought. Felix can build a communism sandwich around any subject known to man. How many more of him with hammers and sickles emblazoned on their brains were out there? He wondered. But that wasn't it, he knew. Felix didn't believe his own line of shit, Reed guessed. It's just a ploy. It's just a cover. It's just a job. My God, he and others like him have turned this whole commie thing into a profession. It saddened him and gladdened him all at the same time. He could now finally see through the smoke and mirrors that had formed his life. That made him happy. It was like finally whipping an addiction. Yeah, that's how he felt. Like when he ultimately whipped the demon nicotine back in 1973. When his body no longer screamed out for the fix it had grown addicted to. That's how he felt. All of this pain and suffering was perhaps what was necessary for him to finally rid his mind of the communist demon that society had implanted there. It was like an exorcism, he figured, and he saw the image of the spirit leave his body that very instant. It was probably the closest Terry had ever come to a religious experience, but here he was, looking into his own reflection bouncing back from the sunglasses worn by the man who had undoubtedly killed Che Guevara. And it was Sunday afternoon. At that very moment, he hated no man. He had no fear. He simply saw how ridiculous his motivations had been. His hot buttons had been disarmed. He was going to do the right thing. Even if it hurt. Again. I'm through with all this hatred of communists, Terry replied almost reverently. I was wronged, and no job offer in Mexico is going to correct my pain. I'm going to do whatever is necessary to right that wrong. In court. Felix, I wish you no harm. I'm going to take my sons and go home. Vaya con Dios. Under the glaring stare of Rodriguez and the cowboy, Terry gathered his cherished sons and walked away. They wouldn't dare shoot, he thought. They're cowards, he suddenly realized. They're outside the system, he concluded. Without the protection and immunity from arrest afforded by being in the system, they wouldn't bring attention to themselves. In a strange way, this was his time and his place. With his newfound religious freedom giving him the drive to work long days and nights, Terry wasted no time in setting a course he felt would lead him directly to court. His first duty was getting Steve Clark and John Hall up to speed on the case. He wasn't an attorney, but after spending over 3 years surrounded by these vultures in three-piece suits, he could now speak the language. He would spend countless hours on the phone exchanging information and strategy with Clark, who was growing to respect Terry's memory and grasp of the facts from the trial in Wichita. The document shipments to Arkansas grew numerous as Clark built his files and organized the case. The Reeds still hadn't met John Hall in person, but they were growing used to his monotone telephone voice. Hall had put them with his legal secretary, Ruth, who, Reed realized, was the equivalent of Radar O'Reilly on the television series M.A.S.H. There was a tremendous amount of work to be done, they all realized, and with Hall as chief legal strategist, Terry and Janice set upon the task of rearranging their criminal case as a violation of constitutional rights civil case. By now, Terry and Janice had decided to leave El Paso as soon as school was out, if they could find better opportunities elsewhere. In the press, the talk of free trade, combined with the recession in the automotive industry along the border, was playing hell on Terry's business. And after Rodriguez's visit, they were on a condition of red alert to such a degree that it was wearing them down. They needed to get their case filed in Arkansas and then just disappear from the border area. They hated to think about leaving Santa Teresa, the children loved the school, and they loved the secure golfing community in which they lived. But Terry figured that the family had been a sitting target long enough, so it was once again out of the land of enchantment and off to the Hog State. Upon first meeting John Hall, the Reeds weren't sure if they were talking to a mad scientist or an attorney. His unruly, kinky hair, combined with his 1960s-style wire-rimmed granny glasses, gave him the appearance of a bespectacled Einstein. His professional demeanor was unsettling. He offered an empty, unfocused stare that not only betrayed no emotion but gave one the impression he wasn't even listening. Terry and Janice were confused. They had researched him in Martindale and Hubble, the lawyer's directory, and his accomplishments were many. The sitting room leading to his office resembled a bookstore, with its walls shelved as display racks for the numerous law books that Hall had written and that he sold there. Could this be the same man? They wondered. The famous constitutional rights expert who had successfully built case law before the U.S. Supreme Court? Oh, well, it wasn't time to be picky, and Clark kept assuring them that Hall was a legal genius in disguise. Clark said that after he won his appeal, and had his conviction overturned, he would then surface as co-counsel and would probably be the one who would present the case to the jury. This gave the Reeds comfort because if Clark was nothing else, he was a showman. With this newfound legal team willing to work on a contingency basis, the Reeds immersed themselves in the complaint development phase of their lives. On July 5, 1991, they began the impossible once again. They launched their counterattack at the state officials and others who had previously wronged them. Hall's strategy, as he outlined the complaint, was to do what he referred to as a reverse Christic case. The failure of the famous Christic Institute case was in large part due to the broadness of the scope of the complaint. They simply couldn't prove the bulk of their allegations. Hall's remedy was to sue only those people the Reeds felt confident of beating in court. Hopefully, they would then roll over and implicate others. This would probably include the state of Arkansas and the federal government. That way the case would be self-expanding. This made sense to the Reeds, seeing as how they hoped to crack one layer at a time in order to gain access to the real discovery. They knew they had to have material in the possession of the NSC, the NSA, the FBI, and the CIA. The complaint, filed as a 42 U.S.C. 1983 statute violation, involved the Reeds' civil rights being denied them under the 4th and 14th Amendments. The case was assigned the number LRC 91-414. They alleged that Captain Raymond Young of the Arkansas State Police, who was Bill Clinton's chief of security, and private investigator Tommy L. Baker manufactured, altered, tampered, removed, and planted evidence against the plaintiffs. They also knowingly testified falsely to material matters in Pulaski County Circuit Court, submitted a report to be read to a federal grand jury, and testified falsely before a federal judge in the United States District Court for the District of Kansas. All of this was in violation of the plaintiffs' rights protected by the Fourth Amendment protection against unreasonable searches of premises and seizures of their person by a false arrest and by the 14th Amendment's due process protection. Hall went on to say that the conduct of the defendants constitutes the state tort of outrage as defined by Arkansas law, in that the conduct was willfully and wantonly done and was so extreme and outrageous that it goes beyond all possible bounds of decency and should be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized society. The headlines of July 6, 1991, in the Arkansas Gazette read, "Suit alleges state link to Contra affair." With the case filed, Janice was anxious to depart Arkansas for friendlier territory. The state now held nothing but bad memories for her and symbolized how far this country still has to go to guarantee personal freedom. This was the supposed birthplace of the civil rights movement, when the schools were forcibly integrated by armed troops in 1957. But blacks still couldn't get membership to the posh country clubs, and most affluent whites simply sidestepped the whole integration issue by sending their children to expensive private schools. The Little Rock police attitude to shoot the black man first, and then ask questions was what stuck in Janice's mind. Now that the Reeds had been victims of unjust prosecution and had witnessed firsthand how thin the veneer was that separated the police state from the democratic state, Janice was always fearful of retaliation by the Arkansas State Police. Terry would try to comfort her on their necessary trips to the natural state by arguing logic. "Honey, nothing is going to happen to us there. I'm not afraid in Arkansas. If something did happen, it would prompt a major investigation. It's when we're not there that worries me." This did little to calm her fears, however, and just the sight of the Arkansas state line created tension and caused old, bad memories to resurface. As they neared Texarkana, Texas, on their trips up I-30 heading toward Little Rock, Terry would normally kid her and announce, "Listen up. We're approaching enemy territory. We'll be behind enemy lines shortly. Those needing to relieve themselves prior to engaging the enemy had better do so in Texarkana." She found no humor in this. Arkansas State Police Captain Raymond Young and private investigator Tommy Baker likewise found no humor in Terry's actions. With their names now printed as defendants on federal court documents, they were being forced to seek counsel. Young, being an employee of the state, was eligible for free legal defense supplied by the Office of Arkansas State Attorney General Winston Bryant. Terry felt that because the AG's office was representing Young, Bryant was clearly confronted with an acute case of conflict of interest. After all, Bryant had been elected to his post on a campaign pledge to get to the bottom of the controversy surrounding the unauthorized use of the MENA area by agencies of the federal government. And now Bryant was going to be defending Young, which in reality would force his office to suppress evidence of governmental wrongdoing in order to defend Young and keep him distanced from the agency's trail from Centaur Rose and Jade Bridge, which Terry knew led right into the governor's mansion, where Young worked daily. He saw no way for Bryant to provide his voters with the promised thorough MENA investigation, which had been his campaign pledge. Clark, Hall, and Reed saw this as an elevated personification of conflict and felt that eventually Bryant would have to declare it as such, thereby forcing Young to seek state-paid, out-of-house counsel. Tommy Baker, not being entitled to the no-cost state attorneys, for now at least found it necessary to retain private counsel through an old lawyer friend of his by the name of Ray Baxter, of Benton, Arkansas. Steve Clark was elated to see Baker's choice of lawyers and likened Baxter to an ambulance chaser type. And a person befitting Baker's representation. Janice drew some minor comfort from the knowledge that Baker, at least, would be footing his share of legal expenses and not be riding the gravy train as Young was. Terry pointed out that now knowing Baxter's type of practice, Baker would probably just trade out investigative services for his legal bills. The Reeds bore no personal vendetta for Young and Baker, but they were certainly hoping that the cost associated from being within the injustice system could be tasted by the two of them, since it was they who had personally helped perpetuate the Reeds' agony. With the Reeds now holding a place in the line that administers justice and knowing who the other team's players were, Terry began earnestly looking for gainful employment, hoping to catch up monetarily to the point he had left off years earlier. The Reed family was upbeat for a change, convinced now that all the months of effort and the endless miles they had driven seeking counsel had been worth it. Terry had not been a Don Quixote simply charging at windmills. They were happy to find a twinkle of light radiating from the black depression that had consumed them for over 4 years. The tide was turning, they felt. And maybe luck would be on their side for a change. Chapter 36. Deep Throat is sabotaged. Janice, I just got off the phone with a guy who works for Yamazon Machine Tool in Arizona. He says they need a sales manager for their headquarters in El-A, Terry shouted to Janice from the guest bedroom at his in-laws' home in Kansas City where the Reeds were visiting. Thus began a new saga for the Reed family late in July of 1991. As Bill Clinton huddled with trusted aides and advisors to map out his campaign strategy for the upcoming presidential primaries, the Reed family packed their belongings and headed to the West Coast in order to do something entirely capitalistic for a change. By this time Terry and Janice's economic situation was desperate. For the entire 7 months of 1991 they had been consumed with getting their case to court. Terry's work at the border had never developed as he had planned, due largely to the distraction of attorney shopping. Janice was more than eager to pull up stakes and head for Los Angeles, just happy to see her husband's entrepreneurial spirit once again awakened. The job Terry was taking was with one of the largest Japanese trading companies in the world, Yamazon Company, Ltd. The company's United States machine tool division, Yamazon USA Incorporated, headquartered in Los Angeles, was in desperate need of some new marketing techniques. The West Coast's economy was sliding from recession to depression, and Yamazon's executive vice president, Joe Sakai, sensed that a person with Reed's international machine tool experience was just what his ailing bottom line needed. The job interview went extremely well, with Sakai offering Reed a district sales manager's position and a promised shot at the coveted sales manager's job if Terry could indeed assist in reversing the economic downslide his company was experiencing. For Terry, it would be a totally new experience. He had been in the factory automation and machine tool world for over 10 years and had sold a lot of Japanese manufactured computer numerically controlled equipment, but he had never worked directly for the Japanese. After a whirlwind move to the Los Angeles area, Janice wrestled with starting up a household, getting 3 children enrolled in school, and pampering a husband suffering from California culture shock. Terry enjoyed a brief honeymoon period with the new company, which included a week-long product orientation seminar, but then came face to face with the reality of working in the bowels of an industry that was now nearly dominated by Japanese and Taiwanese companies. Terry did not like or approve of what he saw and heard. At Yamazon, he discovered, there were 2 classes of people, the lower, working class, the peons, the expendables comprised mostly of the American Anglos, and the ruling class, the pure-blooded Japanese. They were so racist and arrogant that they even discriminated among themselves according to how diluted their bloodline had become since their ancestors had left ancient Japan. By observing the way the executives treated some of the employees, Terry believed that in the eyes of Yamazon's Japanese management the worst form of life seemed to be those who were the product of a mixed marriage, with Korean ancestry being the most genetically inferior. It was evident from the attitudes of his Japanese superiors and the general working environment of this multiracial company that the American sales force was only considered a necessary evil. Their job was to penetrate the American industrial base with the company's Japanese manufactured products. Through them, the American natives, a friendly face could be put on this foreign invasion of the American factory. At times Reed felt he was personally pulling a Trojan horse inside the city walls. The thought of helping to further undermine and contribute to the ongoing destruction of America's machine tool industry saddened him. Oh, well, he rationalized, this won't be for long. I'll just have to hold my nose and tolerate it until our case gets to court, he told Janice in their suburban home northwest of LA. Maybe things will improve if they keep their promise and let me run the damn place. I certainly won't tolerate racism. It was early winter, and Janice could once again see the misery building within him. She knew he had taken the job with the family in mind, hoping to amass enough financial reserves to get them through the trial period, during which time neither of them would be able to work. But she knew her husband and saw his unhappiness in his eyes. He seldom complained, but she knew his heart just wasn't in it. She knew his problem. He needed his own company once again. Terry was not used to working for someone else. He was a leader, not a follower. She had seen him work 18 hours a day in order to build their businesses in Oklahoma and Arkansas. Their leased home in the bedroom community of Moorpark was small but elegant and belonged to a California Highway Patrol officer who lived 2 doors down the street. He flew helicopters for the state and was a survivalist kind of guy, which gave the Reeds a secure feeling. Before anyone came looking for them, Terry calculated, they would first have to get past the landlord, who was always legally armed, not to mention Macho, their German shepherd, who lived in the fenced backyard. Terry viewed the relationship with the landlord as a free security service with a nighttime guard, only the trooper wasn't aware of the arrangement. He mistakenly thought the Reeds were just your average stressed-out American couple with 3 well-behaved children and a dog. The Reed children had quickly taken root in the secure upper-middle-class neighborhood and school system. They rapidly made new friends and settled into the routine of household chores and homework. To the kids, it was another page in an adventure story, but to Janice and Terry it was a time of frugality and healing in order to prepare for another court battle. This entire California experience was turning out to be one big sacrifice for both of them. They had to put in long hours with their work, Terry with his LA commute and job and Janice with the family and her newfound real estate position. The only comfort they drew was that the clock was ticking in Arkansas and they weren't bankrupt. One day, when Janice was outside playing with the children, Terry yelled to her, "Janice, I just talked to John Cummings. The spooky groupie network in Arkansas says that our judge has ruled. She feels that there is sufficient evidence to conclude a possible conspiracy and that the statute of limitations has not expired." The year 1992 was starting out in the Reeds' favor. It was January 5, and Cummings had just informed Terry about the ruling by his judge in Arkansas, federal judge Elsie Jane T. Roy. For some strange reason, the case had lain motionless in court awaiting the judge's first action. Reed and Steve Clark were beginning to suspect the worst, namely, that Reed's case might be too politically sensitive to get to trial in an election year. Back in October 1991, Bill Clinton had made it official. He was going to seek the Democratic nomination for president. Already the local Little Rock media had seized on the Reed vs. Young case and, for a while, not a week went by without headlines discussing the avowed Contra trainers' lawsuit against an Arkansas state police officer sitting dangerously close to Bill Clinton. For the reporters there, it was a field day of wild speculation about the state's involvement in the whole Iran-Contra affair. John Hall had been deluged with questions about possible linkage between Reed's suit and the governor's office, and his lawyer's silence only fed the fires of speculation. Terry was under instructions to lay low and save his ammunition for court. Only his immediate family, his attorneys, and a few coveted friends even knew he was in California. And few of them had any way to contact him. The phone number was unlisted, and the account as well as the utilities were under a corporation's name. For all practical purposes, the Reeds had simply vanished from Santa Teresa and were living anonymously. This was done primarily for security for the children, since Rodriguez's visit was still fresh in their minds. And just as the teachers in New Mexico had been told, the teachers in California all thought Terry had an unstable ex-wife lurking about wanting to kidnap the kids. The only way to readily locate Terry was through John Hall. Hall's office was under instructions to only relay messages, because he wanted Terry making no statements to the press. The only official statement he had ever personally made about his involvement in the whole Mina ordeal had appeared in a deposition Steve Clark had arranged back in May 1991. 1. Terry had been subpoenaed in a civil lawsuit between an ABC News affiliate and Southern Air Transport, both located in Miami. Terry had been deposed in Memphis by attorneys from both sides wanting to know if he had any knowledge of SAT aircraft transporting narcotics. He testified truthfully but incompletely, and even put SAT's ex-CIA attorney on notice that he did not consider an open court deposition environment to be the place where classified material should be discussed, especially material that may jeopardize the lives of active agents and assets. He told them what he knew about the July 5, 1987, incident in Guadalajara and the SAT-L-100 aircraft that had transported the narcotics that day. In the course of that deposition, Clark, who was present, allowed Terry to answer questions about the agency's operations in Mina. At the time, Terry found that unsettling, but Clark had explained it as being necessary in order to establish your credibility. Anyone reading that sworn deposition can easily tell that Terry was reluctant to discuss the Mina operation, fearful that he might expose classified information. but national security and concerns of classified material being compromised hadn't stopped the media from having a feeding frenzy with Reed's deposition, once they discovered its existence. For many of the reporters involved, it was the first real piece of credible evidence to surface that indicated a CIA operation had actually gone on under the noses of the Arkansas State Police. And more importantly, under the nose of a man who was by this time preparing for the New Hampshire Democratic primary. Bill Clinton. Judge Roy had strangely waited until the last day of the year to rule on a simple issue that had been pending before her since July. If she had not ruled that day, the motion would have gone to her Court of Appeals. It certainly would have looked odd to force a higher court to rule on something as simple as whether the statute of limitations had expired. Reed's son, Duncan, would ask concerning the judge's lack of action, "What's the matter, can't she count to 5?" It was, after all, just a matter of the judge subtracting the date that Young and Baker last appeared in Wichita 1989, the date of their last known overt act in the conspiracy, from the one in which the case was filed 1991. To Duncan it was easy, the answer was 2. The answer to this complex problem in mathematics had to be greater than 5 for the Reeds to not have a case. It took her 6 months to subtract those numbers, he asked, perplexed by this adult behavior. It had not only confused the Reeds but their attorneys as well. It looked as if for some strange reason the judge had delayed her action in order to push the case into the fall of 1992. With Judge Roy's December 31 ruling on the Reed case now signed and put on public display in the court record in Little Rock, the media sharks began showing some life once again. There was definitely a faint scent of blood in the water, especially in the part of the judge's ruling that hinted a conspiracy might have existed to wrongfully prosecute the Reeds. By definition, a conspiracy can only exist if 2 or more people are involved in some devious scheme. The operative word for the Arkansas media being more. They speculated wildly about who may have been the motivating forces behind Baker and Young. The press knew they were onto something big, and the headline in the Arkansas Democrat Gazette that first day of January read, "Judge refuses to drop MENA case, says conspiracy possible." As Terry sat in daily gridlock in L.A.'s bumper-to-bumper traffic and tolerated the Japanese management of Yamazon, he didn't know about the depth of the notoriety he was gaining back in Arkansas. He was slowly but surely becoming the unwilling mascot for conspiracy-oriented student groups and organizations he'd never heard of before. Terry was, however, aware of a student group based at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville named the Arkansas Committee. From what he had heard, it was just the type of left-wing do-gooder organization he needed to steer clear of. With its unarticulated objectives, and what appeared to be a secret agenda, Terry felt that somewhere in its enrollment lived the mind and soul of a disinformation machine. It had all the earmarks of a group of well-intentioned people manipulated by a few of its leaders. It was just the type of organization his old FBI counterintelligence handler, Wayne Barlow, had been paid to penetrate back in the 60s. Barlow, back then, was undercover as a hippie-style, love and peace college student trying to join the Students for a Democratic Society and, even worse, the bank-bombing weathermen. Barlow had shared with Terry what he thought these revolutionary groups had in common. They mainly had charismatic leaders with hidden agendas, who manipulated the masses for the advancement of their selfish and sometimes dangerous goals. That seemed to fit the Arkansas Committee to a T. A textbook definition, Terry thought. At the top was a president by the name of Tom Brown. He reminded Terry of a leftover from the radical student days of the 1960s, and he was married to a journalist named Deborah Robinson, who worked with the local press. She could regularly get into print whatever conspiracy theory Brown was articulating at any given moment. But behind them, Terry felt, was the real leader, an articulate engineering student named Mark Swanee. Although not officially in charge, Swanee appeared to be the man who steered the group in the direction he wanted it to go. Swanee appeared to be after Bill Clinton, and bent on destroying his chances of having a shot at the presidency. Swanee, in Terry's eyes, was the equivalent of Jerry Rubin, the subversive student leader from the 60s. He was the mastermind, at least on a local level. What concerned Reed the most was who, or what, was behind Swanee. Somebody's private agenda was being played out here, it appeared to Terry. Somebody with power and money and maybe even a vendetta. In any case, Terry was sure he didn't need to be caught up in a political tug of war. Bad things can happen to innocent bystanders during a presidential campaign, and he had enough enemies as it was. The CIA, the FBI, and Felix Rodriguez were enough to keep him occupied. He certainly didn't need the Clinton campaign committee, and maybe even the Democratic Party, after him. When invited to address the group in June 1991, Terry respectfully passed up the offer. He could see blood in the eyes of Swanee and others as they laid the foundation for their pursuit of Clinton. No, Terry didn't want any part of that fight, not in the media or the picket lines on the streets or in the assembly halls of the University of Arkansas. He and Janice had worked too hard to risk getting derailed now. Their destination was federal court, he told them politely. There the Arkansas committee would be more than welcome to attend and listen to the unadulterated truth spill out. There he might not only win his just legal victory but be monetarily compensated as well. The Arkansas committee's agenda that summer had come down to pretty much one main topic: Mena, Arkansas, and its professionally orchestrated cover-up. They were demanding a new and independent investigation into all the dark activities that had occurred there. They claimed to have new evidence that government-backed covert operations were still going on at the Mena airport, right under the noses of unsuspecting citizens. Of course, the name Mena could not be uttered without including Barry Seal and drugs in the same breath. There was still a connection they suspected between Seal, the Arkansas state government and the federal government, but they just couldn't put their hands on it. It would take an insider, they knew. Someone with real nuts and bolts inside knowledge of the operation to blow the top off the scandal. They needed what the reporters from the Washington Post found during the Watergate scandal. Another deep throat. That's clearly what they saw in Terry Reed. They felt that he knew it all, and it was driving them crazy that he would not join their crusade. He, after all, was the only person to surface with a bona fide intelligence background who had revealed parts of the story, but it was only because he had been forced to divulge them in court in order to protect himself. Reed's silence only confirmed his authenticity. The decision was made. They would draft him if he wouldn't enlist. They would use him without his cooperation, and to hell with the consequences to him, his family and his personal agenda in federal court. While the Arkansas committee conspired to secretly induct Reed as their point man, Terry's attorney fired his first shots in court. John Wesley Hall, with the judge's ruling in hand, now had the green light to attack the state for discovery. He made discovery demands of defendants Buddy Young and Tommy Baker, and also demanded that the Arkansas State Attorney General's office turn over their investigative files as well. Hall, with the aid of Steve Clark, had the new Attorney General, Winston Bryant, on the run. The headline read, "Avowed Contra Trainer in Court to Seek Access to Files on Mena Airport." 2. These headlines should have generated an atmosphere of celebration in John Hall's office because they finally got the Reed case moving. But bad news had befallen the plaintiff's camp, and they were not happy. Steve Clark's conviction had been upheld by the appeals court. He was now forced to surrender his law license and pay a $10,000 fine. Terry wasn't informed whether or not Hall would find a replacement for Steve, but for now at least, Clark continued to cheer from the sidelines just like an injured athlete. It really saddened Janice and Terry to see Steve out of the game, especially after being told that it was Larry Nichols, through a blindside tackle, while being coached by Bill Clinton, who had taken him out. Hall and Clark had figured a quick way to obtain otherwise expensive discovery. They got it from government files. They knew there were extensive investigative files on the subject of Mena and Barry Seal, files that had taken years to develop, involving countless man-hours and no doubt hundreds of thousands of dollars. All of those files had been compiled by law enforcement agencies of nearly every variety, but no arrests had resulted from them. How did they know those files existed? Steve Clark knew of their existence as a result of having been the state's attorney general, and the files had recently been the centerpiece of a front-page newspaper article and photo in the Arkansas Gazette dated September 11, 1991. The photo showed Winston Bryant and U.S. Congressman William Alexander transporting the files to Washington, D.C., to turn them over to Iran-Contra prosecutor Lawrence Walsh. With much media hype and fanfare, this was a staged publicity stunt designed to create the illusion for the citizens of Arkansas that there was finally going to be a thorough investigation into the use of Arkansas by the CIA and other federal agencies as their base for black operations. Bill Clinton, Bob Nash, Oliver North, Terry Reid, and a few other select individuals knew how and why the CIA had used Arkansas. The state had been rented by the agency, just as Laos had been. By delivering the files to Walsh, Bryant was in essence admitting deceit and defeat. He was handing off the responsibility for an investigation he had known all along he could never undertake. Bryant had campaigned on one juicy issue, namely, why his opponent, U.S. Attorney Asa Hutchison, hadn't aggressively sought indictments from a grand jury investigation in the MENA affair. It all smacked of a Washington-led cover-up, Bryant had alleged. There was sufficient evidence, literally tons of it at this point, to prove that the late Adler Berryman SEAL had been running a government-backed operation out of western Arkansas. Bryant had alluded to rigged grand jury proceedings, witness tampering and overall containment of one of Arkansas's worst scandals. All this had occurred while Hutchison was a U.S. attorney and Clinton was governor. The strategy worked. Bryant was elected. The brains behind the Bryant machine was a man by the name of Lawrence Graves. He was the campaign strategist who hired William Duncan, the 17-year veteran Internal Revenue Service agent who investigated MENA and then walked away from his job and his government retirement after being told to perjure himself before Congress by denying the existence of some of his more sensitive information. With Duncan's inside knowledge on all of the wrongdoing and lack of a thorough investigation into MENA, Hutchison had been blown out of the water. But when Bryant had to make good on his campaign promise to aggressively investigate the whole MENA affair, he had a problem. He had no money and, more importantly, no power to do so. Besides having no funds for an investigation, the Attorney General's office in Arkansas has no constitutional power to initiate a grand jury investigation. That was something Bryant failed to mention during his appeal for votes. With Bill Duncan now on Bryant's staff and assigned to the office's Medicaid fraud division, all Bryant really had to do was to turn Duncan loose on the MENA case and bill his time to some other investigation. After all, who was going to complain if the MENA story finally erupted and all of the dark details came flowing out? Bill Clinton, that's who. By this time, February 1992, Bill and Hillary Clinton were having a little trouble getting their message across to the voters of New Hampshire. Their plans for the country, if elected, were being drowned out by demands to know more about Bill's indiscretions, bimbo eruptions, as they were referred to. Yes, Larry Nichols had made good on his promise to make Clinton feel the pain. He had blown the lid off the story about Clinton's womanizing. Jennifer Flowers's picture was now on the cover of Star, one of those supermarket tabloids, and she had greater name recognition nationally than some of the Democratic contenders for president. 3. People magazine even ran an article on the boyfriend Flowers had maintained while sleeping with the governor, and he was none other than Finest T. Shellnut, Seth Ward's son-in-law and the man who retrieved Seal's green parcels from the drop zone near Little Rock. For he was also the bond daddy who had worked for Dan Lassater's firm, which had done the preferred state bonding business through the Rose Law Firm, the company where Hillary Clinton practiced law and where Shellnut's brother-in-law, Webster Hubbell, hung his law license. Lassater, who was now a convicted felon, resulting from his guilty plea on cocaine charges, was also Bill Clinton's investment banking friend. He had also employed Clinton's brother Roger as his chauffeur and had been stung by the younger Clinton, who was cooperating with the Arkansas State Police's undercover investigation back in 1985 after they busted him. The Reeds were watching Clinton's world cave in around him, but the media had only dug deep enough to unearth the Flowers affair. What would happen when they discovered the incestuous maze that would lead them through the Ward family, and the Rose law firm and into the questionable dealings within the bond business in Little Rock? Terry could almost hear Barry Seal laughing from his grave and saying, "He'll be lucky to get elected dog catcher." The last thing Bill Clinton needed was for the truth to come out about his state's involvement with the CIA. If that happened, he might as well stay in New Hampshire permanently. Steve Clark was privately enjoying the pain being inflicted on the Clinton family. Terry had relayed to Clark the revelations Nichols told him. When informed, Clark said nothing for a moment and only stared intensely, as if rewinding his mental cassette tape for an instant replay of key events that led to his untimely downfall. Terry could tell by the twitching of Steve's facial muscles that it was all he could do to contain his anger that day. "Thanks," he said, and walked away. Back in California, Reed couldn't believe how dirty the primary was turning out. After the successful attack on Clinton's marital faithlessness, the remaining Democratic contestants were frantically seeking new dirt to dump on Clinton, hoping this next load would smother him for good. John Hall's phone was constantly ringing as a result of campaign managers and political handlers wanting to interview Terry to discover the mother lode of dirt they were sure he could uncover. The political feeding frenzy at that time became so intense that a California campaign aide of Senator Tom Harkin of Iowa, one of the Democratic presidential primary aspirants, was trying desperately to tie Clinton to the MENA scandal by sending out mailings that included sensitive court documents from Reed's criminal case. The political backers of former California Governor Jerry Brown, another candidate, intercepted one of these mailings and called Reed's attorney in Little Rock. This led to Hall suggesting to Terry that he meet with an aide of Brown's who lived near the Reeds in Los Angeles. Hall felt the Brown backers could somehow benefit the civil case. Hall instructed Terry to sniff things out and find out what the Brown aide wanted while, at the same time, not revealing anything to him. A few days later, in late winter of 1992, a female Brown campaign organizer visited the Reeds' home in Moorpark for a quiet meeting, where it suddenly occurred to Terry just how powerful his knowledge about Clinton and the Arkansas operations was. The woman confided that the faltering Brown campaign had hired a private investigator who was then in Arkansas trying to confirm Clinton's involvement with the CIA. Terry would never have believed that he would rise to the #1 position on Clinton's list of liabilities. It was not a warm and fuzzy feeling, as they say, but there was little he could do about it other than to sit quietly and hope, through his media silence, that the Clinton camp would not perceive him to be a direct threat. His strategy was not to single out Bill Clinton per se, since he was sure that Clinton and the Democratic Party had the power to sabotage Terry's efforts to go to trial. Although Terry was doing nothing to hurt Clinton directly, his attorney and Judge Roy certainly were. The judge had scheduled the Reed case for trial on September 11, 1992. That would give John Hall about 8 weeks to completely destroy the Democratic Party's hopes of defeating the Republican contender if Bill Clinton was to end up being their man on the ticket. The Little Rock newspaper ran headlines that kept the residents up to date on Hall's battles for the MENA files that Bryant had turned over to Walsh's office. FBI ties up document on MENA-Contra connection, headlined the newspaper. 5. The Attorney General's office was starting to look pretty bad. It appeared that perhaps Bryant's plan had been to hide the files in the abyss known as the Iran-Contra investigation, at least until the election was over. Giving the files to Walsh's office, Bryant's attorneys were arguing, placed the material outside the scope of court discovery, since the Justice Department had no right to material under Walsh's control. The Attorney General's counsel even asked for a protective order from the court to prevent access to the MENA files and to make the Attorney General and his staff immune to Reed subpoenas. It was like déjà vu for Terry and Janice. The independent counsel law was the argument the government had used in his criminal trial, which effectively kept North's notebooks out of Reed's mail fraud case. Was Bryant running interference for Clinton? It certainly seemed so. After all, they were both Democrats, and they were probably rallying around the party. John Hall was also a very active Democrat in Arkansas and had announced his plans to run for circuit judge in a special election on the Democratic ticket in late 1992. This declaration made the Reeds uneasy. How could Hall aggressively pursue their case and let the dirt fall where it may, if he had to be careful not to soil Democrats? Democrats were damned near all there was in Arkansas. Hall assured the Reeds that his flirtation with seeking elected office would not interfere with their case, since the trial would most likely be over before he would assume office, if he ran successfully. And even if the trial date slid into late 1992, he was confident that he would still be allowed to try the case, he told them. The Reeds could only hope this posed no problem in the future, but Terry complained privately to Janice about his doubts that Hall would be able to keep his promise. Duncan, the indefatigable former IRS investigator, was openly complaining that there was no money for a new MENA investigation. That's what he had been promised by Bryant, his boss. There had even been a plan to assign him to the Arkansas State Police and to let him work directly under the control of the main man, Colonel Tommy Goodwin, in order to investigate MENA. That had been scrapped, allegedly due to lack of funds. Reed found it humorous that Goodwin was even giving the appearance of being interested. It was Goodwin who had ignored Judge Theis's order issued from the federal court in Wichita, the one that demanded he produce the ASP files on MENA. Goodwin acted back then as if he were willing to be held in contempt of court and appeared willing to stymie any attempt to reopen the state's MENA investigation. If he did allow Duncan to work under his control, Reed figured it would just be a way to further contain and control Duncan and the investigation. It never came to pass, however. A slot was never created for Duncan, again due to claims of lack of funding. Back in 1987, there had been an outcry for an investigation into MENA by Charles Black, the Polk County Deputy Prosecuting Attorney. Black said he had approached Clinton for state monetary help, saying that a thorough investigation would bankrupt the poor county in which MENA is located. Clinton pledged to help, and there was talk that $25,000 of state funds had actually been made available to investigate the MENA scandal. When Black heard the dollar amount being allocated, he compared it to trying to extinguish a forest fire by spitting on it. He knew this amount wouldn't even cover the cost of helicopter fuel that would be needed to thoroughly explore the Ouachita Mountains surrounding Nella for clues of agency wrongdoing. Even more suspicious than the lack of sufficient funding was the lack of any money at all with which to investigate. This time the headline read, $25,000 for MENA Airport Inquiry Missing. 6 Back in September 1991, just before Bryant and Alexander delivered their credible evidence of federal wrongdoing to Walsh's office, Clinton was questioned once again about his state's role in the MENA investigation. Clinton responded by saying that he had authorized the state police to tell local officials the state would help pay for a grand jury, which he expected would be costly because of the need to bring witnesses in from outside the state. But Black said he never saw any money. Bill Duncan was not finding any money. And yet Bill Clinton was saying the state did all it could in the MENA case. 7 Terry Reed would learn in March 1993, through a sworn deposition of the Attorney General's Chief of Staff Lawrence Graves, that his office had spent between $2,500 to $3,000 to investigate MENA. 8. They were dealing with the most effectively orchestrated state and federal cover-up of a scandal ever seen, the magnitude of which makes Watergate appear insignificant. And the Arkansas Attorney General's office allocated approximately $3,000 to unearth it. Steve Clark, the ex-Attorney General, could hide sums larger than that within his own expense account. The blatant disregard by state and federal officials in response to the public outcry for a new and thorough investigation into the government's activities at MENA left the leaders of the cause no recourse but to reach out to the private sector. This effort led them to Dallas, Texas, and the offices of billionaire H. Ross Perot. After being made aware of the results of the private probing into the MENA matter, Perot personally telephoned Little Rock, and notes taken at the session read, "Perot says he has briefed Governor Clinton and everybody else and nobody can stop investigation now that it's out in open." When the media seized on the briefing, the headlines read, "Perot called Clinton about MENA inquiry." 9 Clinton later acknowledged the call and claimed that he assured Perot there would be a complete and thorough state investigation. Throughout February, the Reeds kept their noses to the grindstone, followed the Democratic primary in the news, began organizing documents for the September trial and longed to return to the simple life in rural New Mexico. The complexities of survival in this palm tree-lined concrete jungle far outweighed those of avoiding an occasional rattlesnake in the desert. On the good side, though, Terry's job had improved considerably since his arrival. He was now in charge of a newly formed division entitled the Advanced Systems Group. Its purpose was to pursue larger, more complex automation projects available through Fortune 500-sized companies. The division was his own creation, and it was turning out to be a little like his own small company within the large Japanese dragon. It was good to have his mind once again engaged in manufacturing problems. They are definable and solvable, unlike the problems presented by the world of courts and attorneys that had sapped his energy for so long. The ability to view from within the threat the Japanese posed to American industry gave him new drive to automate U.S. firms and hopefully make them once again globally competitive. This insider knowledge about the Japanese invasion had led him on a search of clients who could readily identify with his message "automate or die." Terry's caveat, "The sky is falling," landed on welcome ears in Phoenix, Arizona. There he met an extremely logical, articulate, and entrepreneurial man named Clark Rano. Clark was heading up a startup manufacturing firm that held patents protecting a new bicycle product, which would revolutionize the bicycle industry. Rano's plans were to automate the new factory to such a level that the bicycle manufacturing industry could once again return to American soil and compete head-to-head with their Oriental competitors. Terry's mind was on this exciting new project and not prepared for what happened on March 13. He would again learn that old enemies were constantly lurking, poised for retaliation. "Come into my office and close the door," Ted Takudome, the new Yamazon vice president, told Terry. "It is time I got to know you better." A lot had changed within company since Terry had arrived. There had actually been a shake-up of Japanese management, probably caused by the huge losses the firm was suffering. Joe Sakai, the person who had hired Reed, had been forced into early retirement, and the man who asked to speak with him that day, Takudome, was Sakai's replacement, a man about Terry's age. So far, Takudome had seemed impressed with Reed and had given him complete rein to do as he pleased in his newly formed division. Takudome was a new breed of Japanese manager, however. He was part of the new wave of white-collar replacements from Japan who were being sent to retire the first group of managers. The original front-line commanders, the ones who had first penetrated the American markets, were for the most part aging. Many of them were due for retirement, or ready to be put out to pasture, as Reed saw it. But something else was going on here as well. Japanese firms were reducing their dependency on American management. The older men had come to America in the 60s and 70s. For the most part, they spoke fractured English, didn't fully understand American attitudes and psyche and relied only on the superiority of their products to establish a beachhead from which to launch their assault. These men needed Americans all around them as advisors and front men, continuously relying on their skills, advice, and help to service the foreign market they were in. But not guys like Takudome. They had either been here since their early 20s and had learned American ways and attitudes through observation and osmosis or had gone to college here. These were the true clones, and they no longer had to make up for their shortcomings with gaijin advisors. From what he had heard, Takudome fell into the first category, having been with Yamazon in Houston and Chicago for many years before being promoted and sent to Los Angeles. As Reed closed Takudome's door and took a seat in his spartanly furnished office, he had assumed it was finally time for his one-on-one, as the Japanese called it. It was Japanese custom for the boss to interview each employee privately to learn the ills of the company and to get better acquainted. There, lying spread on Takudome's desk, was the resume Terry had given Joe Sakai the previous year. "I have been reviewing your resume," Takudome said, masking his feelings behind an expressionless piercing stare. "Can you explain to me why you played down your business relationship with Toshiba?" Terry knew in an instant where this conversation was headed. Toshiba Machine Tool had been convicted in the court of world opinion in 1987 for making the world a much less safe place. They had stolen secret American nuclear submarine propeller technology and sold it and the machine tools needed to manufacture it to the USSR. 10 In lieu of a congressional ban on all Toshiba products, of which there are many, the company self-imposed a 5-year ban on selling machine tools to the US. The aftershock of the scandal led to arrests and trials of Toshiba executives in Japan. The disgrace brought to the company by it all caused the president of the machine tool division to do the honorable thing. He killed himself the old-fashioned way. Seppuku. Since you had your own company and you were dealer for Toshiba, you should put Toshiba at very top of resume in big print, Takayama chided. Do you not agree? Earlier that week Reed had noticed Takayama with a visitor in his office. He was a man Reed had seen someplace before, years ago, probably at some machine tool show. After the man left Takayama's office, Reed had noticed some Toshiba literature on Takayama's desk. It was old literature, dating back to the early 80s, which depicted the same model of computer numerically controlled gantry milling machine that had been illegally sold to the Russians in the early 80s. It was the same model John Cathy/Oliver North had asked Reed to track for the CIA. This certainly was a lot of coincidence, and why was this subject at the top of Takayama's list of things to discuss? Ted, I purposely downplayed my relationship with Toshiba since I'm not very proud of having represented them. Besides trying to cheat me out of my commissions, Toshiba did some very dishonorable things, Terry answered. Toshiba did nothing that Cincinnati Milacron did not do. Takayama snapped back. Cincinnati sold many machines to the Russians, and they did not get into trouble. He was referring to the largest builder of American-manufactured machine tools, or what was left of that company. Japanese competition for the world market of manufacturing machinery had driven most American builders into extinction. Cincinnati Milacron was retooling and trying to hold on to what market share they had left. But Reed found it interesting that Takayama was overlooking the fact that Toshiba had been caught in the act of espionage, stealing and selling American defense secrets and selling computer-controlled machine tools in violation of COCOM. Somehow, in Takayama's Japanese mindset, this compared to Cincinnati selling to the Russians internationally approved equipment that did not possess the restricted technology. The machines Cincinnati sold to the Russians, Ted, did not contain computer programs stolen from the U.S. Navy, Reed shot back without thinking. You seem to know a lot about this affair, Takayama snapped. How do you know so much? I read a lot, and it was an issue that personally affected me, Reed bluffed, hoping that would satisfy him and that they could maybe move on to something else. It didn't work. It only got worse. What do you think of a person who causes another to take his own life? I don't think that is possible, Ted, Terry answered, knowing full well he was referring to the circumstances that led to the Toshiba executive's death. Suicide is self-inflicted by definition. I don't see how someone can be accused of causing suicide. That would be a good one for the courts. I have also been told that you are very experienced in court. And that is not on your resume either. You should put that up at top also. Terry can't read. Convict. And most of all, traitor. I knew president of Toshiba. He was honorable man, and you helped to kill him. You and your two-faced government. Here Terry sat looking at what surely would have made a model World War II Japanese officer. Takayama's hostilities were spilling out of his tight thin lips. It was as if his slanted, expressionless eyes were trying to pierce Reed's mind to see what he was thinking. Without a doubt, his cover had been blown. Someone had thrown him to the wolves. He was again expendable. Had this been World War II, Terry would now have been treated like the spy that Takayama knew he was. He would have been tortured to death. He was now angry. Ted, whatever it is you think I did not only for the safety of my country but for the safety of Japan as well, Terry responded, trying to control his anger. Takudome only sat there in rigid silence, with nostrils flared and panting with pent-up rage. There was no doubt about it, Terry had been compromised. Fuck it. He wasn't going to take this shit. The silence was killing him. Might as well tell it like it is, he decided. Ted, Toshiba was wrong. Toshiba's president was wrong. And you are wrong. If this is the opinion of the Japanese community and Yamazan, then they are wrong. I did what was right, and I'm not going to let any ancestor of any harbor-bombing son of a bitch sit here and tell me otherwise. Well, so much for the one-on-one. It was Friday afternoon, and Terry had plenty of time to digest the meeting while sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic for the 62-mile drive back to his home west of the San Fernando Valley. Takudome had not actually fired him yet, or maybe he had. Terry wasn't sure. The meeting had ended in a strange silence with both men simply staring each other down. Takudome, with nostrils still flared, had eventually just left the room. Terry couldn't stand the word traitor, especially considering all he had been through for his country. But he had gotten the strange feeling that Takudome now considered America his and that Reed doing anything against the Japanese was somehow an act of subversion. It was a weird circumstance indeed. Maybe the Japanese did own this country, he thought as he sat looking at the endless miles of rice burners creeping along I-405. It had turned out to be a strange day. Being chastised for having done the right thing. For spying on behalf of the US government 10 years ago on a dirty company, a traitorous company, a company that through their own greed had brought the world a little closer to nuclear holocaust, he was sure he and his family would now ironically pay the price for his loyalty. How circumstances change. Once he was an insider and now he was an outsider. Once he was a hero and now he was a traitor. Once we Americans owned this great nation and now he worked for the Japanese, who own it. But that wouldn't be for long now. Someone else had seen to that. I wonder who compromised me, he asked himself. Probably someone with the agency. When will it ever end? It was time to do what everybody in LA does when stuck in traffic. Get on the cellular phone and call home. He certainly wasn't looking forward to telling Janice, but she was strong, and he knew she could take it. He would have to tell her that he was a free man once again. Compliments of the intelligence community. Janice, you've got to call John Hall immediately. Terry nearly shouted from a payphone near downtown Los Angeles. I just got off the phone with Richard fucking Beer, and he said if we don't turn over all our material to time, right now, that he is going to crucify me in the magazine. He said he's going to paint me as a con man if I don't cooperate and give him our dirt. This is blackmail. I'm not gonna take this shit. Janice, from her real estate office, set about frantically trying to contact Hall in Little Rock to inform him of the pending disaster. After finally reaching him and informing him that Richard Beer of Time magazine had turned on them and was literally blackmailing them to turn over all their evidence and court discovery, Hall's initial instructions were for Terry to cooperate with Beer. We certainly don't need any bad publicity at this point, was his comment to Janice. Later that same day, Hall called Janice back, reversed his earlier instructions, and told her to tell Terry to have no further contact with Beer or anyone else at Time until he could hopefully defuse this bomb that he had a hand in building. The date was March 26, 1992, and the Reeds' lives were crumbling before their eyes once again. They were under attack. This time by Time magazine. Things had gone atrociously wrong. To make matters worse, Terry had no job. On March 18, just 5 days after their one-on-one, Reed had been summoned to Yamazan's office, where Takudome sat silently and watched Yamazan's Italian-American executioner, sales manager Mike Gierso, chop off Reed's head. It seemed there had been such an immediate downturn in business that Takudome had been forced to eliminate the advanced systems group that Reed was in the process of forming. He wasn't fired. Takudome was smarter than that. It was simply treated as a layoff. Gyurso the yes man quietly approached Reed in the hall after the ceremony and with no Japanese present said, "I'm sorry about that. I was only following Ted's orders. I'll certainly recommend you highly if you need any references." Nuremberg all over again, he thought. Nobody was personally responsible, and everyone was only following orders. Oh, well, he knew it was coming and he knew why. The clown Gyurso was probably in the dark about it all. Terry doubted seriously if the Japanese had referred to him as a traitor in Gyurso's presence or shared their true motivation for canning him. It was best to leave quietly, but he couldn't help thinking about the publicity damage he could inflict by calling the media and telling them the truth about his dismissal. But he didn't have time for that. His world was in a swirl that day. Things were truly in fast motion as he attempted to stamp out the small blazes that were erupting around him, hoping to smother them before they consumed him and his family. A job was only one of his worries as he once again fell back into the pilot mode and attempted to prioritize his emergencies. How had it all gotten out of control? Bill Clinton had miraculously limped out of the New Hampshire Democratic primary. He was wounded, possibly gut-shot, but was still alive even after all the scandal about his unfaithfulness to his wife. Larry Nichols had helped somewhat by mysteriously withdrawing his lawsuit against Clinton on the eve of Bill and Hillary's televised interview on CBS's 60 Minutes, the main purpose of which was to convince the viewers that in spite of Bill's infidelities their marriage was solvent and that if Bill were elected they would be sleeping in the same bedroom. Terry and Janice wondered how large a house Nichols had been promised and debated if he would get his hush money in monthly installments or in one lump sum. But as the Clinton campaign committee carried Bill out of the Northeast on a stretcher, the Democratic Party and Clinton's handlers were combing the trail up ahead for other hidden booby traps. They didn't have to look very far. The other shoe was about to drop. Alexander Coburn, a columnist for The Nation magazine, was writing a series of articles on Clinton, the state of Arkansas and the most flammable of all topics at the time: MENA. He had somehow zeroed in on POM, the company in Russellville, Arkansas, that had built weapons parts for the Contra resupply operation, and he was also showing a connection between it, ADFA, and the Rose law firm, where Hillary Clinton worked. The scandal surrounding the lack of a thorough investigation into the government's activities in western Arkansas had spilled out of the local Arkansas media into the pages of The Nation. A major firestorm was brewing, and the winds of the media were fanning the flames of defeat for presidential candidate Bill Clinton. With Clinton now on the critical but stable list, the media was now focusing on the survivors of the first major skirmish. The hotel rooms in Little Rock were overflowing with carpet-bagging reporters from out of state, looking for the trail of blood from Clinton's wounds. They too didn't have to look very far. The trail led them straight to Terry Reed. Lying right there in the federal courthouse was a file marked Reed vs. Young, Case No. LRC 91-414. It didn't take much of a detective to be led from there to the offices of John Wesley Hall, Jr., over on 3rd Street. Hall, of course, was saying very little to the reporters, preferring to make his comments about the case in motions to the court. And by now there were many. The Arkansas Attorney General's office and its attorneys were really starting to smell. They had a definite conflict of interest and were groping with the image problems this presented. Headlines from the Arkansas Gazette read, Bryant's office representing both sides of MENA airport case. 11 Winston Bryant was beginning to appear to be something of a double dealer. The Indians call it two-speaker, or someone who speaks out of both sides of his mouth. By defending Captain Raymond Young, the Attorney General was forced to suppress the MENA material that Reed's lawyer was demanding. Hall hoped that somewhere in the voluminous files there existed information that could corroborate Reed's involvement with the CIA in MENA. By doing so, it was Hall's intent to establish a motive as to why Young, Baker, the Arkansas State Police and others had conspired to attempt to illegally convict and incarcerate Janice and Terry. They hoped to show it had all been done to destroy Terry's credibility by converting him into a felon and thereby silencing him forever. but Bryant's efforts to keep Reed and his attorney from the files created the appearance that he was reneging on his campaign promise to get to the bottom of the MENA controversy once and for all. With this internal conflict of having dual objectives and policies, Bryant was forced to erect what his office called an internal Chinese wall. It was supposedly an attempt to isolate the two forces within the AG's office. One was trying to expose the crime associated with MENA, and the other was trying to contain it in order to protect Young. Hall was having fun with the term Chinese wall, noting to Reed that the real wall in China built hundreds of years ago had been useless in keeping factions separated, and they had to assume this one was also. As they lobbed their mortar rounds over the wall, Lawrence Graves was forced to try to muzzle and isolate Bill Duncan. Duncan was ordered to do no further work on the MENA investigation, which was laughable, since he had not been doing so because there was no funding. He was also told to stop talking to the media concerning the MENA scandal. It was all part of the Chinese wall, he was told. To the Reeds, it was plain and simple. Bryant's office had joined the Clinton for President campaign and would do anything in its power to keep from him, the public and the media, the information he so desperately needed. Good old boy politics was alive and well in the Hawk State. "Hey, Bubba, have you seen the current issue of The Nation magazine?" Bill Duncan asked Terry by telephone in California. "If not, you'd better go find a copy. You're famous." Duncan had called Hall's office earlier in the day, desperate to talk to Terry. The message was forwarded to Terry in California, and he listened in disbelief after calling Duncan at the Arkansas State Attorney General's office. Duncan was elated about an article appearing in the February 24 issue in the section entitled "Beat the Devil." The culmination of a three-part series by Alexander Coburn aimed at exposing all the sin in Arkansas that could remotely be linked to the CIA was on page 222. The piece, entitled "Chapters in Recent History of Arkansas," featured a story about a CIA asset who worked for Oliver North, aka John Cathy, and the infamous and now deceased Barry Seal. Terry, after talking to Duncan, stood in a bookstore in the San Fernando Valley reading about himself in disbelief. The 1.5-page article pretty much said it all. It outlined his prior work with the CIA, synopsized his Wichita criminal case, and then got into the Reed vs. Young case in Arkansas. He had been thrown into the fight. His story had been stolen from him and was being played out right where he did not want it. In the media. Anyone reading the piece would draw the conclusion that Terry had given an in-depth personal interview and was anxious to add misery to Clinton's misfortunes, but this simply was not the case. Now, with Terry being thrown into the limelight, it could be perceived that Terry was even threatening Clinton in much the same way Larry Nichols had. Shit. Here he stood in LA feeling totally defenseless. He could see the political storm brewing on the horizon, and he was beginning to feel like a lonely lightning rod. How could this have happened? He and Hall wondered. Hall took Terry at his word that he wasn't the source of the article. But it was apparent that Coburn wanted to kill Clinton politically and was using Terry as the non-participating ammunition to assassinate him. It didn't take Reed long to find the source of the material that had been fed to Coburn. It was none other than the Jerry Rubin of the Arkansas Committee, Mark Swanee. Terry's earlier suspicions about Swanee were right. He was articulating someone else's agenda. The saboteur had even been paid by the Nation to research and piece together the various facets of Terry's story, all for $1,500, he was told. Terry and Janice had spent more than that in telephone charges shopping for an attorney. The whole complexion of their case was now changing for $1,500. It was time to rethink their strategy, Terry concluded. On February 23, a Sunday morning, Terry got up early to watch one of his favorite shows, Sunday Today. He had a special interest in watching this particular segment, since Garrick Utley was hosting a 90-minute special on BCCI, the Bank of Credit and Commerce International. 12. As the BCCI scandal unraveled over the years, Terry had maintained a keen interest, always suspecting that the illegal money trail the investigators were following would eventually take them to Arkansas. Terry had not really been part of the green flights in Arkansas that Seal had been in charge of, but he figured that sooner or later massive amounts of cash deposits would show up in the Arkansas bond or banking business. Again, while working on a very limited discovery budget, he and Hall were hoping something major would happen to blow the whole MENA scandal wide open. If it was ever going to happen, they figured, it would have to happen now, with so many independent investigations still probing not only Iran-Contra but BCCI and the money trails into the Arkansas financial community as well. With great interest and a notepad in hand, Terry watched the NBC special as Utley and guests described the biggest fraud in the history of banking, perhaps the biggest fraud in history, period. Billions of dollars, at least $8 billion, perhaps $10 or $12 billion, were taken, stolen, were gone. How could that be? Terry thought. You simply don't hide $8 to $12 billion. And the CIA was already implicated in the scandal. He bet he knew where part of it was invested in Arkansas. With Seal's operation flying in the cash, the paper trail had been broken. There would be no record of wire transfers or anything else to track. It all made sense. That's what had been discussed in the bunker in Little Rock. The agency was somehow involved in all these lost funds, and Clinton's bunch at ADFA had probably been caught skimming from the profits. The money wasn't lost. It was right under everybody's noses. It had been reinvested in America through issues of industrial and municipal bonds. It was a great scheme the more he thought about it. Maybe it took all this transfusion of cash, which was being stolen from around the world, to keep our American lifestyle afloat. Maybe what Garrick Utley was describing as the biggest banking fraud in history was actually Reaganomics at work. Terry wondered. The TV special then touched on names like Clark Clifford, Robert Altman, Bert Lance, Jimmy Carter, and First American Bank. Terry thought he remembered from his time in Little Rock that there was some kind of connection between Jackson Stevens of Stevens and Company, the largest investment banker in Arkansas, and First American. This was turning out to be a really interesting show. Utley then introduced as a guest Jonathan Beatty of Time magazine, who was reporting live from Burbank. Beatty had become an expert on the scandal and in fact was actually single-handedly responsible for overturning some of the rocks that hid the largest scoundrels found to date. If he kept turning them over in the right direction, he might find a couple of the missing billions right there in Arkansas. Beatty began by stating, "I think that this, in the end, will be seen as a bigger cover-up than Watergate ever was." He went on to say that intelligence agencies from both the Eastern and Western worlds needed this bank. Peter Truell of the Wall Street Journal was saying things like, "There are several dealings related to the bank which come home to the Bush family." And at one point Truell said, "Everybody is trying to distance themselves from BCCI from the tainted scandal." Brian Ross, an NBC journalist, said, "It's frustrating because there are limits to what journalists can do. We can't subpoena records. We can't subpoena people to come. We can't compel them to testify. It's very frustrating." Utley closed with a personal appeal, "If there is silence, indifference, BCCI will be forgotten, and many people will breathe easier and sleep better. But if the public demands a public accounting, government will react. In the end, the choice is to stay silent or to speak up." This was amazing, Terry thought. Here was the media appealing for help in order to continue an investigation that the Justice Department should be pursuing. That statement about the Bush family probably had something to do with why the Justice Department wasn't interested in BCCI. And Terry knew that if his suspicions were correct and that Seal's airborne deliveries were linked to the missing BCCI funds, then a thorough investigation would not only expose the CIA's involvement but would lead right up the steps of the Arkansas State Capitol building as well. Probably right into Bob Nash's office. And from there into ADFA. And from there into the Arkansas investment banking and bond business. And from there into the pockets of some mighty important people. Was this why Seal was killed? He wondered. Terry sat there on his sofa and tried to absorb it all. He had definitely been involved in a lot more than training Contra pilots. The agency and Clinton probably figure he knows all the details of everything that happened during Centaur Rose, since he not only became friendly with Seal but had been forced to assume Aki Sawahata's duties for a while as well. No wonder Clinton had invited him out of Arkansas back in 1986. It was starting to fully impact him for the first time. He was a living liability to a lot of people. He knew too much. The BCCI special had brought nearly everything into perspective. There was still, however, a missing piece to the puzzle. In order to contain a scandal of this magnitude, someone high up in the Justice Department would have to be running interference, not only for the Bush administration but for the Arkansas state government as well. Terry thought back to the Camp Robinson bunker meeting. From that night on, he knew that the Republicans and the Democrats worked together on projects that were beneficial to the CIA's objectives. It was demonstratively clear that the CIA had compromised both parties. That's why there had been no real outcry about Iran-Contra by any of the Democratic candidates. It appeared that Iran-Contra wasn't even going to be an issue in the 1992 election. George Bush and Bill Clinton, if he were to become the Democratic candidate, would certainly not be able to sling mud at each other over MENA. That's for sure, he thought. It certainly was interesting to observe a presidential race in the making while possessing all the inside knowledge he had. Watching them all maneuver, wishing they could annihilate each other, but not being able to because they're all compromised. But what really bothered him was wondering who in the Justice Department had been compromised in order for the CIA to be assured there would be no real BCCI investigation. He thought about Felix Rodriguez's comments about getting to the prosecutor. That would probably have taken someone in justice to do that. And then what about the night in the bunker? In that meeting, there had been discussion of controlling the U.S. attorneys in Arkansas in order to contain MENA and other things as well. He was rehashing Felix Rodriguez's comments about getting to the prosecutor when it hit him. Shit. That's it? Johnson. Who and where is Johnson? He said out loud, startling Janice, who was now sipping coffee beside him. That's it, he again exclaimed. He could now account for the true identity of everyone of importance in the bunker that night with the exception of Johnson. Kathy was North, Gomez was Rodriguez, Sawahata was. Well, he figured Sawahata wasn't his real name, but that wasn't important. Aki had never behaved like an attorney, but Johnson had. Johnson had not only said he was an attorney and talked like one, but he had been in charge that night in the bunker. He said Casey had sent him, and he was the one who shouted down Clinton that night. Okay. That's solved. It's Johnson, he decided. But how could he find Johnson? Marilyn Tribay and Joe Dunlap had spent months trying to find him. Even the law firm in Miami that represented ABC in the case with SAT had looked for Johnson. No one could find him. But wait a minute. Robin Fowler, the yuppie prosecutor in Wichita, strongly implied that he had found him. He had even made mention of him during the CIPA hearing. He ran to retrieve the CIPA transcript. There it was on page 5, lines 16 to 23, information potentially that would be brought out on direct or cross, particularly that of Oliver North, Jack Bloom, and Robert Johnson. Particularly there's concern for information that the director of the CIA has been ordered to produce. 13. There it is in black and white, he yelled to Janice. Fowler found Robert Johnson, and he was concerned about his testimony being classified. As Terry reread the entire CIPA transcript, he became more and more convinced that Robert Johnson was the door to the black abyss. His name was separated from reference to the director of the CIA by only 7 printed words. While coming down from his near euphoric state, Terry realized that there was still the problem of physically locating Johnson. Even though it appeared that Fowler had interviewed Johnson, he probably would not be too helpful in locating him, Terry speculated. After all, It was Reed's case that had cost Fowler his career in criminal justice. He was at a mental dead end when a possible solution came to him. Jonathan Beatty. It was Beatty who had sat in the park in Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, and talked of meeting Johnson down at SAT's offices in Miami. That's it? Beatty holds the key to the door. And besides holding the key to locating Johnson and determining his true identity, Beatty held something else he needed. Investigative resources. John Hall was already complaining about how expensive this case could turn out to be. Terry had something Beatty and everyone else in the investigative world needed. Information. First-hand information. That had to have value. Maybe he could trade his information to Beatty for his help. That afternoon, Terry was able to locate by phone his old acquaintance Beatty, who maintained a residence in the LA area. It had been a while since they had last spoken, but Beatty seemed friendly on the phone, so Terry got right to the point. "Jonathan, I just watched you on Utley's special. We need to get together soon," Terry suggested. "I think I know where a lot of the missing BCCI money ended up. Maybe we can help each other." A couple of days later, and with Hall's permission, Terry met with Beatty in his oceanside home in Hermosa Beach. They then drove to a favorite bar of Beatty's to discuss how they could perhaps quietly help each other. Terry outlined where he thought some of the missing BCCI money had ended up, and Beatty was quick to catch on to the genius of the agency's plan. The time they had available to spend together that day was short, but each departed on an upbeat note, agreeing that there were grounds to proceed with their newly developed plan. The plan, in essence, was for Terry to be debriefed in detail later by Beatty about the money aspects of his knowledge. Beatty, then armed with Reed's information, would direct a Time magazine-backed investigation into areas Reed led them. Beatty was fully aware where the trail might lead, and by the expression on his face, the realization excited him. Time magazine would in essence bear the cost of the expedition, since it had the resources and access to a grand jury. Terry would be the guide and point out which rocks to turn over, and John Hall would be in charge of capturing whatever scurried out from under them. Beatty, in return, would get the story and the necessary ammunition to feed it to a sitting grand jury in New York. "The poor man's way to expensive discovery," is the way Terry described it. John Hall had already made it clear to Terry that if he and Beatty were able to work something out, he wanted to be present for the interview. This way, Hall would be assured the debriefing did not venture into areas that might endanger the Little Rock civil case. So the first meeting was terminated with a plan to get together in Hall's presence. There was just one more pressing issue. Robert Johnson. "Jonathan, on our first meeting in Truth or Consequences, you said you had talked to a man by the name of Robert Johnson, who was my contact at SAT. Do you remember that?" Terry questioned. Beatty came across very vague about the whole issue. This confused Reed, since he had grown to appreciate Beatty's mind from the times they had spent together earlier. This was odd, Terry thought, but decided not to press the subject for now. He didn't want to share the significance he placed on Johnson's role in all this with Beatty, not just yet anyway. It would be better to wait and bring up the subject again in John Hall's presence. But he left the Oceanside meeting somewhat confused by Beatty's reaction to the Johnson issue. Back in Little Rock, John Hall was having to nearly take his telephone off the hook in order to get any work done. The encamped media was continuously calling, desperate to interview Reed as a result of his newfound publicity, courtesy of The Nation and Mark Swaney. Hall had come to the realization that Reed's story was going to be told with or without his input. Hall said he didn't like giving this advice, but since the story was already in the media, perhaps Terry should be talking to a reputable network or show. In that way, Hall deduced, the publicity could be better controlled in their favor. Hall had been turning reporters away in numbers, but when he received a call from ABC's Primetime Live, he figured he'd better pass that one along to Terry in California. Seated in a restaurant in the San Fernando Valley talking with Scott Sugar, a producer from Primetime Live, Terry was getting good vibes about the guy. The clean-cut, unpretentious man in his early 30s wore a khaki safari jacket and was asking all the right questions and saying nothing stupid. They had been there the better part of the afternoon in order to sniff things out and see if they could come to some sort of agreement about a primetime live special that Sugar was working on. It was tentatively titled Covert Activity in Arkansas. Terry had identified the reason he was getting along with Sugar. He told Reed that he had been in the U.S. Navy and, specifically, in naval intelligence. His intelligence duties had put him into areas involving advanced weapons technology, and considering Terry's Air Force duty with Task Force Alpha, this gave them common footing on which to build their relationship. Sugar, he would find, was well known and respected in the world of journalism for his work on the stealth bomber project. He was the investigative journalist who had discovered and first reported that the stealth bomber wasn't. Government test reports had been doctored to show the craft as being much more invisible to enemy radar than it actually was. His probing was detailed in an article in the Washington Monthly in 1991, entitled The Stealth Bomber Story You Haven't Heard, It Doesn't Work, and It'll Probably Crash. Subsequently, in the summer of 1991, Sugar had been responsible for a primetime live television special about the deceit surrounding the stealth, and for his efforts he was nominated for an Emmy in 1992. Prior to the meeting, Hall had defined the conditions to be met in order to get Reed's cooperation. Sugar was planning to put together an hour-long special on intelligence activities centered in Arkansas. Hall had tentatively agreed to allow Terry to appear, provided he and his story were no more than 25% of the show. That way, Hall said, Sugar would be forced to thoroughly investigate the Mina affair and would hopefully dig up information that would corroborate CIA involvement there, as well as other evidence beneficial to their case. Sugar was way ahead on meeting Hall's requirement. As they sat and drank iced tea, Sugar was telling Reed some very exciting news. He said he had already located an ex-Air Force captain who had headed up a secret ground team, whose job was to help guide the black operation planes, which Reed knew were code-named Dodger, in and out of the U.S. to avoid radar detection. In fact, Sugar said, this was the person who originally directed his attention to Arkansas in the first place, and specifically to Mina. If this guy was authentic and Sugar said his source had already passed a lie detector test, it could prove that Operation Centaur Rose was definitely government-backed and sponsored. But then it got even better. Sugar said he had also found another man, now living in Florida, who had performed blinding services for these Black Ops flights by turning off elements of the Defense Department satellite warning system orbiting in outer space. Visions of Barry Seal and him flying on the dark side flashed into his mind. And Sugar had already found another pilot who claimed to have flown agency flights that had penetrated America's electronic security fence without triggering an armed response. This man had even retained his CIA-supplied maps, charts, aircraft call signs, radio frequencies, and the like, and had been authenticated to Sugar by then United States Senator Gary Hart as being the real McCoy. By going after the technical aspects of Operation Sea Spray, Sugar would undoubtedly prove how all the screwworm flights were able to come and go without alerting the coastal defense system. All he needed now was for Reed to come clean and talk about the people involved in the operations. Sugar had already solved how they were done. What a break. Reed thought. He'd make it to court yet. And by the time he and Hall got through putting on all the discovery evidence they had attained through Primetime Live and Time magazine, surely the world would acknowledge that the CIA operations at Mina were not only real but were one of the best-kept secrets of the century. But he hadn't factored in Strobe Talbot and Richard Beer. Strobe Talbot was an old schoolmate and personal friend of Bill Clinton. Not only were they both Rhodes Scholars and Oxford classmates, they had lived together while being schooled in England. Since graduating from the world of academia, Talbot had worked his way up the editorial ladder at Time magazine and, in the spring of 1992, held one of the coveted top slots, editor-at-large. Talbot's forte for Time was covering and writing about political events that shaped the world's future. Richard Beer, on the other hand, was not a Rhodes Scholar, nor a graduate of Oxford, and had not roomed with Clinton. He was simply an associate editor with Time. His claim to fame with the magazine, at the time of his first meeting with Reed, was the cover story he had written for the May 6, 1991, issue attacking the Church of Scientology. The church would later reward him and the magazine with a $416 million libel suit for what the church said were Beer's savage and vindictive reporting techniques. Beatty had been unable to get back immediately with Terry, citing a pressing writing schedule related to his soon-to-be-published book on the BCCI scandal. In his stead, he had sent Beer to the meeting that was to take place in Hall's presence, a pre-established condition. As Beer and Reed sat in the coffee shop of the Reno, Nevada, airport awaiting Hall's plane, which was weather-delayed, the two men just chatted and sized each other up. Terry had earlier picked Beer out of the crowd of deplaning passengers arriving from New York, identifying him from his self-description. But as they sat and talked, Terry kept wondering why Beer likened himself to the comic book character Superman, as portrayed by Christopher Reeves. Maybe, he thought, it came from the old mild-mannered reporter characterization of the original TV series, because with his physique and crooked front teeth, he bore very little resemblance. Terry would not have recognized him at all had it not been for his long black coat, which he said he would be wearing, looking humorously out of place in Reno. The coat had another purpose, Terry would later discover. It concealed Beer's secret tape recording gear, which is illegal to use in Nevada. Reed was expecting Beatty to send someone more seasoned. He had earlier described Beer as a task force leader, but Terry was looking at a man who appeared to be in his early 30s and, after an hour's discussion, seemed to lack any in-depth knowledge of the world of intelligence. He wished Beatty had come. He didn't have time to babysit junior reporters and get them up to speed on the inner workings of the CIA. When Reed challenged him on his seeming lack of experience and youthful attitude, he responded by saying, "I may be young, but I have an old soul." As they chatted and waited for Hall, Beer read from the hurriedly constructed notes he had made earlier from Beatty's briefing. Reed listened intently, calling Beer's attention to mistakes he had made in his notes about Reed's criminal proceedings in Wichita. "No, my case was not dismissed," Reed corrected him. "I was acquitted." It was nearly midnight by the time Hall's flight arrived. Beer was just finishing his recounting of some earlier reporting of which he was most proud. He had described in great detail and seeming enjoyment the hatchet job he had done on the Jordache family of blue jean fame. He went on to say that a fellow journalist he had worked with, Christopher Byron, had also covered the story and was now trying to get a book published on the Jordache affair. Beer said he was going to muddy the water in the publishing world in order to prevent his old partner from getting it published. Quite a vindictive man, Reed thought. "I'm glad he's not after me," flitted through his mind. Hall's flight was so late that the meeting was postponed until the next day. Per Hall's suggestion, the three men then rendezvoused at Hall's hotel in Lake Tahoe, California, where Hall had come to attend a legal seminar. In Hall's room, they got down to the business for which they'd come. In their off-the-record conversation, Terry went through the financial aspects of the MENA connection, as he understood them. Beer sat in a chair by the window, with Hall taking up a position on the bed for the rather brief private discussion. Reed outlined the key players in the Arkansas black money loop and described in detail the mechanics of it all from the inside knowledge he had obtained between 1984 and 1986. Beer was quick to focus on the aspects of ADFA's possible involvement in money laundering and could even see the possible trail between the Arkansas investment banking industry, the bond business and BCCI. But of greater interest to him was the possible political fallout that could definitely have an adverse effect on Bill Clinton's bid for the presidency. Hall and Reed made it perfectly clear to Beer that they had no axe to grind with Clinton and that Reed was only giving him the inside story on Arkansas finances so that Time could throw their resources into the investigation. At the meeting's end, Hall felt it best for Beer to travel back to LA with Reed so that he could review key court documents that Terry and Janice had meticulously maintained there. Some of these documents, Beer was told, were not part of the public record from Reed's trial in Wichita, since some had been sealed by the court after the government invoked national security. These, Beer agreed, would go a long way toward establishing Reed's credibility. The two men then set out on a late afternoon flight from Reno to Burbank, California. From there, Terry arranged lodging for Beer at a motel in Simi Valley, which was overflowing with reporters who were staked out awaiting the verdict of the Rodney King beating trial that was in progress there. During check-in, when Beer realized why the motel was so crowded, he said to the female desk clerk with a grin, "If I'd remembered about the King trial being here, I would have brought my golf clubs." She didn't laugh. On Saturday morning, Beer was to rendezvous at the Reed residence to inspect their documents. Terry had lowered his guard and even entrusted Beer with his home address and phone number in Moore Park. It was ridiculous to be paranoid and overly protective with a person who was out to help them, he thought. Saturday afternoon, March 8, about 3 hours late, Beer arrived. He apologized for his tardiness, claiming an intestinal disorder had delayed him. In the Reed's living room, Janice, Terry, and Beer got down to business. They glanced through the mammoth amount of files, with Beer flagging the ones he wanted copies of. With John Hall's permission, the two men talked into the afternoon about Beer's planned investigative trip to Arkansas, while Janice took files and documents to a copy center for duplication. She returned with 338 duplicated pages and a bill for $29.92, which Beer gladly paid. Terry felt it necessary to implement one precaution before giving the papers to Beer. He felt it best to send them to Hall's office in Little Rock via Federal Express later that day. That way, he said, Hall could make the final determination on each document before releasing them to Beer. It was agreed that Beer would go to Hall's office on Monday, the 9th, to review them with Hall. Beer then departed for Little Rock. Beer telephoned Reed after he arrived in Little Rock to report that he was staying at the Capitol Hotel. He gave Reed his room number and said he had in his possession the documents that Reed had sent to Hall. He was outlining his snooping itinerary with Reed for the next couple of days when Terry got the uneasy feeling that Beer was now modifying their game plan. "You're not planning on just charging into a DFA and questioning Bob Nash about all this stuff, are you?" Terry questioned in disbelief. "I don't think that's the style of investigating Hall had in mind." Beer informed Reed that he had already discussed the plan with Hall and that he had been given a green light to proceed. This didn't make much sense to Terry. That would be the equivalent of charging into the White House right after the Watergate burglary and demanding Richard Nixon to fess up. If Richard Beer had been Woodward or Bernstein, he would have published Deep Throat's true identity on the front page of the Washington Post and called him a liar, Terry sniped to Janice out of frustration over Beer's approach. But Beer insisted that this was the only way to proceed. He said he had to break the story first. After his arrival, he had met with Bill Duncan, who had secretly supplied him with portions of the Arkansas State Attorney General's documentation that had been sent to independent counsel Lawrence Walsh's office. The 3-inch thick file Duncan slipped him contained some of the sensitive information that Reed was unsuccessfully trying to gain access to in federal court. If that wasn't enough to corroborate portions of Reed's Mina story and light Beer's investigative afterburner, he had also secretly zeroed in on a self-appointed watchdog of the Arkansas bond business, a man named Roy Drew. Drew was about Reed's age, a self-employed financial consultant, and a man who was making enemies of some of the biggest and most powerful names in financial circles in Arkansas. At the time he met with Beer, he had spent over 15 years in Little Rock's investment banking industry, having worked for Merrill Lynch, Stevens & Company, and E.F. Hutton. After becoming self-employed, Drew had decided to take aim at the incestuous relationships between Arkansas banks, the Arkansas bond industry, Arkansas bond lawyers, the Arkansas Development and Finance Authority and Governor Clinton. Drew had written several newspaper articles, which, much to the chagrin of people like Jackson Stevens, detailed the immense profiteering taking place at taxpayer expense. This was the result, Drew pointed out, of sweetheart deals and a lack of effective outsider oversight, considering that the boards of the banks, the bond houses, the law firms and ADFA shared the same men. Beer had sought out Drew to serve as a financial consultant to Time as he explored the money trails that Reed had described to him on the West Coast. Drew had not only agreed to work with Time but had provided Beer with financial documentation that would help support Reed's private allegations about money laundering in Arkansas. In light of this newfound information and all the media frenzy developing around the Mina story, Beer told Reed that the story was getting ready to break. Because of the burgeoning media presence there, he probably was fearful that it was going to break without him in the pilot's seat. He wanted to be the first to attack the money end of the scandal, Beer said. So much for the plan to quietly develop data and send it to the grand jury in New York. Beer's behavior reminded Reed of the story about the old bull and the young bull. In the story, the inexperienced, overly energetic young bull was anxious to run down the hill and service one of the grazing heifers. The seasoned, calculating old bull said to the upstart, "Hold on, son. Wait a minute. Let's walk down there and service them all." Never, he thought, was the story more fitting. Beer was about to run into ADFA and blow the whole investigation. This surely would only send Bob Nash and the others underground and scurrying to their shredders, now forewarned by such amateurish behavior. Terry felt helpless, trapped in LA while a junior reporter was on the loose in Arkansas, armed with his most sensitive information. Strangely enough, John Hall seemed to be going along with it all. It appeared as if he was getting his jollies by sicking his newfound bulldog, Beer, onto the money establishment of Arkansas. Reed could stand the isolation no longer and was scheduling his own flight to Arkansas in hopes of cutting Beer off at the pass when he heard the bad news. Beer had already charged into ADFA and demanded that Bob Nash come clean on all the state's funny money business. Armed with only his Time magazine business card and wild accusations, he had put Nash and ADFA counsel Bill Wilson on notice that he knew the truth about what was going on there. Of course, he didn't know that Bill Wilson was among Bill Clinton's best friends and wasn't going to just cave in and spill his guts because some Yankee reporter from Time magazine was waving his business card at them. After Nash and Wilson did the honorable and logical thing to protect themselves and their political cohorts by denying any wrongdoing, Beer retreated to his hotel room to plan his next assault. A confrontation that would get to the bottom of things, Beer suggested to Reed. First, he proposed a conference call to take place between Reed and Nash, and he could listen in. Nash initially agreed to the concept of a long-distance confrontation but then backed out. Beer next proposed to have Terry flown into Arkansas to confront Nash in his presence. Nash would surely crack under such tremendous pressure, and he could scoop the story, since he would be sitting there listening to Nash's secretly taped confession, Beer argued. John Hall demonstrated some constraint and nixed that idea, telling Reed by phone that such confrontational behavior could backfire and only serve as a rehearsal for Nash's court appearance. But Beer wasn't through. A polygraph. That would get to the bottom of things. He would challenge Nash to a polygraph test. He would wire up Reed and Nash in sort of an electronic duel. That would flush out the truth. Terry, with John Hall's permission, agreed to take the test. Time magazine agreed to have the test administered to Reed on the West Coast by a retired FBI polygraph examiner who did contract work for the magazine. Nash initially agreed to take the lie detector test, provided Reed took the test first. Terry again agreed to Nash's terms. But a short while later, Beer informed Reed that Nash had reneged on his agreement to take the test, doing so on the advice of ADFA counsel Bill Wilson. The following morning, Nash abruptly left Arkansas on unexplained business and remained unavailable for the remainder of Beer's week in Little Rock. Well, Nash suddenly vanished, Beer informed Hall, while he covertly tape-recorded the attorney asterisk. Where to? Hall asked. He's in Detroit. I left a message on Friday on his machine, saying I'm ready to move forward. I got Terry flying out here, come on. What, and he disappeared, An astonished Hall shot back. And he left a message saying, "I'll be in Wednesday." "He's in Detroit," an equally baffled Beer informed Hall. Reed was still waiting to hear where and when to report for the polygraph when John Hall called to report that he had been contacted by Ron Brown, the chairman of the Democratic National Committee. It was March 12, 1992, and it had been one hell of a week for the Reeds. But the next two would be even more exciting, only they didn't know it. Terry was listening to the details of John Hall's conversation with Ron Brown. Hall seemed somehow honored to have spoken with the man, and his instructions were simple: go home and decide how much money you would accept as a settlement. Reed and Hall had never even discussed an amount of money that the Reeds would consider equitable to trade for the last 4 years of their life. He was telling Terry to put a pencil to the problem and to have a number ready for him the next day because he felt a settlement offer was in the making. He said Brown had wanted to know how the Reed case might affect Clinton's chances at the presidency. In that same conversation, Hall claimed that the Arkansas legislature, for unknown reasons and through no request by Clinton, had mysteriously increased an emergency contingency fund that the governor could use on his own initiative. Hall said he suspected that perhaps this fund was being increased so it could be used to fund a settlement for Reed. A settlement offer was something Terry and Janice had never planned for. All along they were just being driven by the desire to do the right thing. To fight back. To correct wrongs done them. Steve Clark and many other prospective attorneys had warned them from the onset that there just wasn't much money in civil rights litigation and defending the Constitution. Even though the Reeds hadn't dwelled on the thought of a settlement offer, it had been on Clark's mind at least 6 months earlier. In a background conversation with John Cummings on September 9, 1991, Clark expressed the opinion that any money for an out-of-court settlement paid by the state would be reimbursed by the federal government, since it was, after all, Washington's dirty laundry that would be kept hidden. Somehow, I would think, a way will be found to pass that money along without drawing attention to it, Clark said. The government is always funneling money to states for all kinds of things. We're not in this for the money. Janice shouted that night when Terry told her about Hall's instructions. How can money fix what has happened to us? They can't buy our silence. It's not for sale. Janice was not only angered at the whole damn system of justice in this country, she was upset by Hall not informing her why he had wanted to urgently contact Terry that day. She's the one who had relayed the instructions from Hall for Terry to contact him. Hall, she felt, should have informed her about the Ron Brown conversation. She didn't appreciate being considered unworthy of consultation on such an important issue. After all, she argued, this injustice had happened to her, too, and she was a co-plaintiff in the case. They sat up late that night discussing their alternatives. Finally, the decision was made. Janice went to the typewriter and wrote a letter to Hall, dated March 13, 1992, that read in part as follows. Dear John. As a co-plaintiff in this case, who is normally overlooked, I would like to go on the record officially with you regarding the possibility of a future settlement. I can't express sufficiently in words the emotion I feel when it comes to this case and the grief it has caused my family. But please don't think of me as a happy homemaker who wants to take the money and run so I can get on with my life and bake cookies for the PTA meetings. This has affected my life permanently, and I realize I am just one person out there who has been unjustly treated. Are we supposed to accept the fact that cops lie and it's okay? If we don't take them to court, they will have gotten away with this and be free to continue their pursuit of corruption and deceit. I would like to continue approaching this case knowing we will see these guys in court. I am concerned that Rich is alerting so many people to this that they will have time to contemplate their responses. I would much rather see the witnesses involved perjuring themselves under oath rather than just practicing their lies with Rich or other reporters. I am not so naive as to expect them to tell the truth. As we know, most of these guys are pros. I feel like the easy way out would be a settlement. If we do this, my idealist senses say justice was not served. Someone has to take a stand. I am prepared to see this all the way through. With this letter now written and sent to Hall, the Reeds probably became the largest threat to Bill Clinton's candidacy. It's real hard to deal with people who have values and can't be bought off. They require special treatment. Coupled with all this talk about a settlement was Hall's disclosure to Terry that the Secret Service had contacted him for background information on the Reed vs. Young et.al. case and on Terry Reed personally. Hall told Terry that he viewed this clandestine activity as the possible start of a secret line of communication between his law firm and Clinton, who, as a presidential candidate, now had Secret Service protection. So Terry was standing there on March 26, 1992, listening on a payphone in California as Richard Beer, safely separated by 3,000 miles, called Reed a con man as he surreptitiously recorded the conversation. Terry had to come clean and turn over all his evidence, Beer demanded, or Terry would be destroyed. Are you prepared to do that? Beer challenged. I'm prepared to tell you that you'd better talk to John Hall. I'm prepared to tell you that you are probing into areas that I have purposely avoided so it'll come out in my civil litigation, if I ever get there. I have a September trial date, Reed responded. Terry, I am going to come out with some very, very, harsh conclusions about you. What, in Time magazine? Reed asked. Still in shock, he added, thanks a lot, Rich. Don't you think it's worthwhile to spend this time with me? No, I don't. I don't feel I have to prove anything to you. If this is turning out to be a negative slam on me, you're going to set back my kind of litigation and what happened to me and Janice by 100 years, Reed retorted hotly, then calmed as the severity of Beer's threat sank in. Suddenly, realizing that Beer and Time magazine had the ability to snuff out Janice's and his hundreds of hours of effort to get their case to court, he added pensively, I guess the power of the pen is mightier than the sword. There is evidence out there that you're a con man, Beer baited, probably referring to a trash Reed file provided to him by Private Detective Tommy Baker, one of the defendants in Reed's civil rights suit. That is not true. Reed shot back. Well, fine. Why don't you? Beer began, but was then interrupted. Because this certainly wasn't how this started out, Reed reminded him. Well, it wasn't how it started out, but it's certainly how it's going, Beer chided. So, Reed recapped, you're going to write an article that will now be used against me in court. Well, I don't care, Beer answered. I'm not interested in writing anything to be used for or against you. This was certainly a reversal of the position Beer had originally taken when he came into Reed's life in Reno, Nevada. At that time, he agreed to use Time magazine's vast investigative resources to Reed's advantage, which was the only reason Reed had been willing to cooperate with Beer in the first place. Reed decided to remind Beer of the original intent of their collaboration. I thought you wanted to write an article about Jack Bloom's cover-up, about Lawrence Walsh's cover-up, Reed said, referring to an earlier conversation with Beer in which Beer stated that he felt there was strong evidence to prove that Senator John Kerry's investigator, Jack Bloom, had actually helped to stymie the MENA investigation. Bloom's job as special counsel to the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations was to provide investigative services to Kerry's subcommittee on terrorism, narcotics, and international operations and to funnel off pertinent leads he developed during the course of his investigation to independent counsel Lawrence Walsh's office, which was seeking indictments involving the Iran-Contra affair. Bloom had interviewed the Reeds extensively in Washington in 1988. Beer had confided to Reed that he felt Walsh, probably in concert with Bloom, was indeed part of the Iran-Contra cover-up, since Walsh's office had taken no action on MENA. Beer earlier stated that his suspicions stemmed from Walsh's lack of action on the preponderance of credible evidence provided directly to his office by federal, state and county law enforcement agencies, as well as the materials provided him by Arkansas Attorney General Winston Bryant and U.S. Congressman William Alexander concerning the activities at MENA. Beer, completely reversing his earlier position on the MENA affair, responded, I'm not convinced there is a cover-up. Beer had made a complete turnabout, saying initially he believed there was a cover-up, then saying there wasn't. Why? In order to have come to the conclusion that he was still not convinced there had been a CIA operation at Mina and a subsequent cover-up, Beer was willing to ignore and dismiss much of his own evidence. After his week in Arkansas and the subsequent telephone investigation he conducted after returning to New York, Beer was literally drowning in leads, conflicting accounts of critical events and experts willing to assist him in exposing the cover-up. From court discovery obtained from Reed's federal libel suit against Beer and Time, the following are excerpts from Beer's secretly recorded interviews and telephone conversations during that time period. As a result of Reed's off-the-record discussions concerning money laundering in Arkansas, Beer sought out the services of Roy Drew, a financial expert and former employee of Stevens & Company, the largest investment banking firm in Little Rock. Beer was soliciting a professional opinion on the feasibility of the involvement of the Clinton administration and other prominent Arkansans in these sordid money affairs. Drew: well, I've been hired by the state. I've done due diligence on some bond issues. I've got a deal, an $85 million bond issue appealed back in 1989. Beer: who handled it? ADFA. Drew: ADFA. But the Rose Law Firm and Stevens Incorporated and Beverly Enterprises and a whole bunch of folks were involved in. I worked for Stevens for a long time and I do know a lot about. Beer: how big was that? Drew: $85 million, $82 million. Beer: wow. Drew: and they had done a deal exactly like it up in Iowa that last summer I appeared as an expert witness in. The exact similar case that got appealed here in Arkansas was done up in Iowa. A judge ruled up there that it lacked any legitimate purpose and denied some tax exemptions for them and then called it a sham deal. Beer: who did it? Drew: well, it was Stevens operated Beverly Enterprises nursing homes, and were sold to a sham tax-exempt operation controlled by a hand-picked person of Rose Law Firm and Stevens Incorporated. Beer: when was it stopped in Arkansas? Drew: it finally got killed in December of 1989 when then Attorney General of the state of Arkansas Steve Clark, accused the Stevens people of offering him a $100,000 bribe to remain neutral. All of this was going on while the governor, Bill Clinton. Beer: are these bad guys? Drew: yes, they're real bad guys. Yeah, they're bad people. They're financial terrorists. They run the state. And Bill Clinton is the politician that makes it all go. That's the only reason he has been able to do that since 1980. He came in, he was a very ideological person in 1978, he lasted 2 years. And he got voted out of office because Stevens financed a guy named Frank White and he got religion. Beer: you really think Stevens has that much power? Drew: I don't think, I know. The conversation then shifted to a discussion of a $50 million bond issue involving Stevens and Clinton. Beer appeared to be getting confused from the details Drew was providing. Beer: well, let's try to keep it in. Drew: there's no way to. Hey, Bill Clinton is a very sophisticated person, who's got very sophisticated advisors. This is a very sophisticated way that he has been able to gain money to run a campaign. He's been doing this since he was a teenager. It was very sophisticated because nobody like Boyd or Julie was supposed to be around to see through it. He has been milking, along with his conservators, for years, the retirement systems and the bonding systems and has gained a lot of friends from it. There is no simple way to approach it. Beer: okay, but what I need from you is just to spend about 20 minutes getting an overview. Drew: I can't do it in 20 minutes. I can tell you, Bill Clinton has been mismanaging the retirement systems and been putting money in people's pockets. Beer: how is ADFA used? Drew: well, there's a number of ways that they can do it. I can show you one that is in the process right now. I would suggest that you call me tomorrow. I've been talking to reporters from the Boston Globe, from the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal and the Arkansas Gazette today. Beer: all today? Drew: yeah. Beer: on this subject? Drew: yeah. Beer: wow. Drew: do you want to know Bill Clinton, And do you want to know what's going on? I mean, it's sure not Jennifer Flowers. Beer, I don't give a shit about her. Drew, it's not that. But, I mean, this is the hardcore. Drew. You're going to run in. And I'm not lying. But I tell you what, Richard, you're going to run into some stone walls and some ruts without any kind of backup. Beer, can I ask a couple of questions? Drew, certainly. I don't know that I'll answer them, but you can ask the questions. Beer, okay, are you familiar with Dan Lassater? Drew, yes. Beer, do you have information about Dan and his operation? Drew, some. Beer, in a nutshell, what is that? Drew, I'm not going to tell you that. Beer, ever? Drew, that's pretty sensitive. Beer, I'm wondering if there has been some money laundering. Drew, through what? Beer, through ADFA. Drew, hell, money's been laundered through the retirement system. It's all out in the open to Bill Clinton conservators. It's not sexy enough for a guy that's gone to prison on a dope deal. I know you guys got to sell newspapers and I understand. I mean, he's laundered money through the retirement systems to a guy where he ain't gone to prison for a dope deal. I know it looks better if you got a guy that the money was laundered through from a dope deal. Beer, okay, and has it been laundered as well through ADFA? Drew, yeah. Beer, and you can prove that? I don't know what we're going to be able to get into. Drew, yes. I'm not interested in talking about Dan Lassater. Beer, okay, so we're not going to be able to get into Dan. Drew, no, we're not going to talk about Dan Lassater. Beer, okay, let's leave that out. Are we going to talk about Mina? Drew, you're talking about the same thing. Beer, now, most of what you have is laundering through the retirement system, or is it ADFA, or is it equal? Drew, both. Beer, both. Drew, both. Beer, what about Bob Nash? Drew, we can talk about him for a while. Beer, we can what? Drew, hey, look, Richard, this is some dangerous shit. I'm telling you. Beer, I know that. It's dangerous for me being here poking around. Drew, who have you interviewed? Beer, I spent half a day with Bobby Nash. Drew, did he tell you anything? Beer, of course not. Drew, he serves at the will of the government. I saw the guy threatened, I've got it on tape. He was threatened in a meeting by a white guy, to take him out in the alley and whip his ass. Beer, this guy was going to take Nash out and whip his ass? Drew, right. Beer, for what reason? Drew, because he wouldn't go along with a deal that he'd promised. And they invited him back. The governor never said one word about it? You're talking about race relations. You think some pasty-faced white guy comes up from Texas and threatens to whip the ass of Bobby Nash on television in front of the reporters, and the governor doesn't say a word about it? Go figure. And Bobby Nash doesn't come across the table and kill him. I mean, I thought Bobby Nash, it was great restraint on his part. Beer, okay, can I ask you? Drew, that's the kind of stuff that goes on, and that's why Bobby Nash is not going to say anything. Beer, can I ask you one thing? Drew, yeah, sure. Beer, the companies that received ADFA money, these small companies that get ADFA loans, are they all basically political favors? Drew, yeah. That one conversation not only supported Reed's private allegations that Barry Seal's Mina Black Ops money was being run through Dan Lassater's firm and probably also the Stevens Corporation as well, it also provided Beer with a totally independent and non-biased view from a financial expert that money was allegedly being laundered through the state retirement system as well as ADFA. Something equally as important was Drew's assessment of Bob Nash as being a compromised individual who had been neutralized as a result of underhanded dealings. This, too, fit the profile Reed had provided Beer about Nash and ADFA, especially the information about making preferred loans to politically connected companies. Strangely, Beer never took Drew up on his offer to volunteer his expertise in proving fiscal wrongdoing in Arkansas. He chose instead to attack Reed's money allegations in the first paragraph of his Slash and Burn article and present them out of context and as an inconceivable myth. Beer attempted to personally interview Wally Hall, the Little Rock sports writer. It was Wally and his wife Cheryl who had dined with Terry and Janice the night Clinton forced the impromptu meeting outside of Juanita's restaurant, where Clinton discussed Barry Seal's death with Reed. During Beer's telephone questioning of Hall concerning his recollection of the events the night he dined with the Reeds, the following exchange was recorded. Beer: I'm a writer for Time. I've been here for a while, and I'm covering a couple of things. I was hoping there might be a chance I might be able to get together with you, have a beer, and talk about something I'm certainly eager to talk about, even on a very deep off-the-record basis if we can do it. Hall: what's it about? Beer: Terry Reed. Hall: but other than having dinner with them 2 or 3 times, that was about the extent of our. And I know very little about him other than he was a very intelligent person, very intelligent. Beer: he's got a mind like a steel trap. Yeah, he's a pretty intense guy. Hall: yeah. I mean, I've kept up with this ongoing story about his airplane and all that Oliver North stuff. But I would have no idea if that was true or not true. Beer: you know what the one thing I need to know is. And again, it can be an off-the-record thing. He talks about an incident happening in Juanita's where he was having dinner with you and Cheryl and Nash. Hall: I really, Richard, I go to so many things. That, honestly, I mean, that could have happened. I can't say one way or the other. Beer: why don't we get together on Sunday? Let me buy you guys lunch here at the Capitol, 1 o'clock Sunday. Hall: you understand my concerns. Beer: absolutely. This is not exactly the lightest subject I'm bringing up. Hall: we're not talking about basketball persons. Beer: no. Hall: we're talking about the government. Beer: I understand. This is rough stuff and it's very sensitive. Hall: and I do not want my family involved. Mysteriously, the Halls cancelled the Little Rock luncheon scheduled with Beer to discuss the events of that night. Beer made no mention of this or the concerns expressed by Hall when he wrote in the Time article that the Halls had never been to the restaurant with the Reeds. When Beer sought out Larry Nichols, a former employee of ADFA and the man fired from his job for making telephone calls to the Contras at the expense of the state, Beer tapped into more dirt on Clinton than he had apparently bargained for. This probably explains, once again, why Beer's recordings have strategically placed gaps whenever Bill Clinton's name surfaces in embarrassing and possibly incriminating ways. It is also interesting to note from the dialogue between the two men that Beer has apparently recruited Nichols to lure and entrap some very prominent people in some very compromising conversations. Nichols: did you get the stuff I had delivered? Beer: yeah, just a couple of documents. Okay. You were supposed to come back here with tapes. Nichols: right, that's what I was going to say. I'm meaning to come out there after she gets back. After the two men agree to meet again later that night for a private conversation, Nichols alerts Beer of the intense media investigation into the Mina scandal, and the resulting articles being written. Beer: well, the one in the Nation I think I'm aware of already. What was in the Globe? Nichols: some story in the Globe was passing on information that the Arkansas traveler certificates that I had made up by Clinton to give Calero and Singlaub were not on file, but yet everybody saw them get delivered. And he said it was quite. Buddy says it connected him to Mina somehow. Beer: who's him? Nichols: him, Buddy. Beer: it connected Buddy? Nichols: Buddy said. If I were Buddy, Buddy said, it connects me to Mina. What is this shit about? I said, shit, Buddy, I don't know. Beer: what is it about? Nichols: I mean, I don't know what is so sensitive to Buddy about that. Beer: well, nobody wants to be connected to Mina. Nichols: well, Buddy asked me if I had talked to anyone about his relationship with Mina. I said, yes, I did today at lunch. I said to him, you be sure you call the governor, and you make sure he understands, with my little present that's starting tomorrow, his world's turning to shit. And 4 weeks to the day from Sunday, he will be out of the governor's race, I mean, the president's race. Beer, why 4 weeks? The tape conveniently fades out here. Beer, you have this conversation on tape? Nichols, oh, no, no, no. Beer, all right. Nichols, yours? Beer, no, yours with Buddy. Nichols, oh, yeah, yeah. I thought you meant this conversation. Beer, no, 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 no. I'm talking about with Buddy. Nichols, oh, yeah. Beer, all right. Now, are you going to come over here with your other stuff? Nichols, yeah, you want me to come over after Carrie gets here, or is it too late? You want to do it in the morning? Beer, no, let's do it tonight. Nichols, what are your plans? Give me some clue. I know what my agenda is. Beer, I have no plans until I see what you've got. Nichols, okay. Beer, remember, I showed you at lunch, the distance on that pen. Nichols, yeah. Beer, you haven't moved it since I last saw you. I mean, you got your work cut out for you with me and, you know. Nichols, what do you mean I got my work cut out for you? In what way? Beer, you've got to prove to me, you've got to show me what you've got that could concern him, first of all. And then you've got to bring me more of your taped conversations with Buddy and these people, if there are any others. Nichols, okay. Number 1, as I think I already told you, what I have that concerns them is, they are scared to death of me. I mean, they shouldn't be, but they are. They ought not be dealing with me. Something's got them. Now, I know, as you know, all the shit about it. And I know which things are real because I heard them say it. I know who the women are that want to get the big money. Beer, this is what I want to hear from you. Nichols, you just need to calm down. Damn. The following is from a follow-up taped conversation, which begins with a discussion of women Nichols alleges were involved with Clinton. By this time, Beer was no doubt feeling somewhat intimidated by the money laundering aspects of his investigation, so he apparently decided to focus on something he understood. Infidelity. Beer, hello. Okay, Elizabeth Ward is a former Miss America. She's white, and the other woman is Lincola Sullivan. She's black, former Miss America. They both live in Arkansas. No. Nichols, one is in New York and one in California. Beer, now you're not the only one with this information on Ward because Nichols, she's negotiating her own contract. Beer, she's negotiating. Her lawyer in LA, what's his name? Nichols, Miles Levy. Beer, and they're talking to newspapers. Nichols, talking to TV. Beer, TV. What does she want? Nichols, $250,000. Beer, $250,000, that's right. She's been offered 100? Nichols, she's been offered 1.25. Beer, 1.25, by who? Nichols, Star. Beer, the Star? Nichols, Star magazine got it up to about 175. And then Jennifer Flowers went. Beer, Flowers, okay. Nichols, so then, Star didn't want to pay her that much money. So then, when it looked like Clinton was losing in New Hampshire, they got in touch with me and said, could we get it back up to the 175 or 200 range again? I said, I don't know. I called Conafer. Conafer said that they would be interested in talking to them, working towards a relationship. But then, Clinton lived through New Hampshire. And Miles Levy and all of them think that she's worth a lot more money if you consent to the Beer. Do you have any other information that you got from bugging? When you say you bugged the mansion, what did you actually do? Nichols, I had unique information sources that allowed me to hear and cover some strategies. Beer, what else is there? Drug use? Nichols, there is a viable linkage to me, what I can get Adolfo Calero to say, and Clinton's relationship to them. I mean, I can make it, too. I can present a case on the front that it would be inconceivable to believe the governor didn't know about it. Because if you don't have the element of Adolfo Calero, who's the absolute leader of the Contras, you see, you don't get the whole story. Beer, why would Calero come forward? Nichols, why would he not? I mean, he's not being sued, he's not being tried, and he's a friend of mine. And all I need is just the proof. I just need the answers to the questions. I just need some help getting the questions that I need the answers to. Beer, has Calero already told you about Clinton's involvement with Mina? Nichols, no. He has told me that Mina was not a Contra feeder system. Beer, right. Nichols, but he also said that there's no way that Clinton could not have been aware of the goings on there, since Calero, who didn't even live there, was aware of it. Now, Calero would, in Clinton's situation, become a hostile witness. Clinton will not be supported by Calero. The pieces of the puzzle at the Mina airport fall apart because they sealed the files and got rid of all the players. Beer, right. Beer's article in Time made no mention of Adolfo Calero's comments, which were passed on by Nichols, nor is there any evidence that Beer took Nichols up on his later offer to arrange for Beer to conduct an interview with Calero in order to determine the depths of Arkansas's involvement in the CIA's Contra support operations. The transcripts of Beer's taped interviews with U.S. Congressman from Arkansas William Alexander, Colonel Tommy Goodwin, Commander of the Arkansas State Police, Joe Hardigree, former Polk County prosecutor, and Charles Black, former deputy prosecutor of Polk County, all seem to indicate that Beer was convinced that there had not been sufficient funding to conduct a thorough investigation into the nefarious activities at Mina. He focused primarily on the elusive $25,000 of state funds that Clinton allegedly promised for state grand jury proceedings. Probably the most credible evidence of a White House orchestrated cover-up of Mina came from Bill Alexander. And who should know better than a U.S. congressman from Arkansas who was trying to gain access to intelligence information through the backdoor accounting channels offered him through the GAO. Beer, remember the GAO investigation in 1988? Alexander, of what? Beer, Mina. Alexander, yeah. It wasn't just Mina, though, was it? Beer, no, it wasn't just Mina. Alexander, but it included Mina as part of it, and they stonewalled me. Beer, that's right. Now, when that thing was stopped cold, is it accurate to say that the CIA and the State Department refused, on orders from the White House, to turn over data? Is that accurate? Alexander, let me think a minute about it. I've got a letter from GAO, which I could share with you, that says precisely what happened. National Security Council refused to participate and ordered everybody else not to for security reasons. So to the extent the NSC is part of the White House, that's correct. Beer, did they order? They are part of the White House. Alexander, yeah, they are part of the White House. And you need to say NSC because that says specifically what part of the White House ordered everyone to stop. They stonewalled me. They just said, none of your business. Beer, did they order it to the State Department, the CIA, how many different? Alexander, everybody across the board, Justice Department, CIA, Defense Department, everybody. And I'll give you a copy of the letter if you want. I mean, that's the kind of thing that really galls you when you're trying to find out what's going on. Beer, and you get stonewalled. Alexander, and what they've done is thumb their nose at the Congress and the American people. Beer, right. Okay, second and last thing, Clinton. It's so cloudy, you know, his lack of interest. You know, he claims Arkansas did everything it can, but it just doesn't seem that way. I remember you mentioned that you had asked for some support. Alexander, well, I asked him to see the deputy prosecutor named Charles Black. And I said, Charlie Black is trying to see you about this Mina case, this Mina investigation that I have followed and I'm involved in. And I would encourage you to see him. Beer, and you were trying to get federal money? Alexander, no. Charlie Black was trying to get state money for a grand jury investigation. And I asked him to help. You ought to call him. Beer. Yeah, I spoke to him. He said that he hand-delivered a letter to Clinton that didn't get an answer. Alexander. I see. Well, that was what I spoke to Clinton about. Beer. But that's funny. In the newspapers in Arkansas in September, do you remember, Bill said that he'd made some attempt to get some money and then nothing ever happened with it. It was very odd. Alexander. Have you talked to Duncan? Beer. Yet. Alexander. What did he tell you? Beer. You mean, about his not being able to make phone calls? Alexander. Right. Beer. Yet. Something is going on over there. Alexander. I just learned about this week. But did you talk to Duncan personally? Beer. Yes, of course. Yeah, I spent a lot of time with him. Alexander. Because he couldn't talk to me over the phone. Beer. Okay. Well, what Bill said to the press in September was that he had authorized the state police to tell local officials that the state would help pay $25,000 for a grand jury, but that nothing ever came of it. Alexander. I see. Beer. But that's not true, is it? Alexander. I don't know whether it is or is not. I know that there's been no grand jury investigation. The reason Beer knew of Clinton's statement about the $25,000 in question was that he had earlier interviewed the man who had approached Clinton for financial assistance to investigate Mina. His name was Charles Black. Beer. I was interested in the Mina situation. And I just wanted to check something with you. The year that you hand-delivered that letter to Clinton asking for help was 1988? Black. Yes, latter part of 1988. Several of us had a meeting at the state police headquarters at Little Rock. Bill Alexander was there and Colonel Goodwin, the head of the state police, and several others that had been involved in looking at this. And it was discussed whether I should go or would be willing to go ask him for any available state assistance. I did go and ask him. And he said that he'd check into it and get word back to me. I never heard from him again or never heard from anybody about it. But he's been quoted as saying that he authorized Colonel Goodwin to communicate to us that the $25,000 was available. And I never got that word. Beer. Right. Okay. But do you think in the end he did as much as he could on the Mina situation, or probably not? He's probably busy with other stuff. Black. He probably could have. The only thing I could say is that he might have been a little more public about criticizing the way that case was handled by the federal authorities. Beer. Or trying to get a lot of state money together to do something. Black. That's why I was going through him. I don't know if there was something else he could have done in that regard. Beer. Well, if you were governor, you'd find a way. Black. It was a situation tailor-made for handling by the federal level authorities. Beer. And tailor-made for covering up by them. Black. Correct. Absolutely correct. I saw some well-documented, supported findings and requests that he made in his investigation that certain people be indicted for CTR violations and perjury. And that information that he compiled, at substantial taxpayers' expense, never was presented to the grand jury, federal grand jury, that were looking into it. Absolutely no reason or excuse. I don't think Duncan was ever subpoenaed to testify before the grand juries. I can't understand why Fitzhugh, that assistant U.S. attorney, didn't present that information to the grand jury. And it would have been very, very expensive. Beer. Well, I'll tell you. This $25,000 that Alexander's gotten, that's about enough money to buy a big tarp that can cover up the cover-up. Black. That amount would have been tantamount to trying to extinguish a raging forest fire by spitting on it. Beer. Then called Colonel Tommy Goodwin and questioned him about the elusive $25,000 that Black claimed to never have received. Beer. Do you remember? Bill Clinton asked you to relay to local officials that there would be some money for a state grand jury probe? Goodwin. Of $25,000. Beer. Whatever happened? Did you ever relay that to the officials like Black? Goodwin. No, not Black. Hardigree was the prosecuting attorney at that time. That is who I would have related to. But had denied anything about it? I know that Clinton told me that I could tell them that he would furnish that amount of money to kind of defray the county cost of the grand jury. But it never happened. Beer at this point knew that there had been a meeting in Little Rock in which Black had been dispatched to solicit aid from Clinton, but Black had received none. Yet Colonel Goodwin, who claimed to have been Clinton's messenger, was saying he personally communicated to Joe Hardegree, not Charles Black, that money was available. It is difficult to believe that Hardegree and Black, two men who shared the same office and the same frustration that Polk County was undercapitalized and therefore unable to properly investigate Mena, did not communicate to each other that $25,000 of state money was available. So Beer then telephoned Hardegree to get to the bottom of things. Colonel Tommy Goodwin, the commander of the Arkansas State Police, had just told him that it was Hardegree to whom he had relayed the good news that funding was available forthwith. Beer now, Clinton says that he made an offer to make some state money available for a grand jury probe to look into what the hell happened, and that he relayed that message to Goodwin. And Goodwin says that he called you and told you that the money is there if you want to do a state probe of this thing. Hardegree: oh, come on, Goodwin said that. Beer: yet. Hardegree: I'll tell you what. I cannot imagine him saying something that is just false. But I have no recollection whatever of ever having had a telephone call from him regarding the subject in any way, and specifically no call about the $25,000 of funds for a grand jury investigation. The taped conversation later shifted to Hardegree's speculation as to what had actually gone on at Mena. Hardegree: it was simply that there was an indirect usage of the local facilities, maybe, in the political deal between the Reagan administration and the Contras, and people working all over Central and South America and whatever else, I don't know. I never regarded it as remotely realistic to try to free up the federal grand jury. And, of course, I suspected all along that Reagan people were suppressing the local federal grand jury. And they certainly wouldn't help, wouldn't cooperate, and wouldn't do anything with the state grand jury investigation except block it, subvert, suppress, obstruct, stonewall, and everything else. One can conclude, based on Hardegree's firm response, that he had never spoken to Goodwin about the funding, that Goodwin was lying to Beer. Yet, in his article, Beer made no mention of Goodwin giving the appearance of being willing to lie and whitewash the Mena scandal for his boss, Bill Clinton. And even more powerful were Hardegree's comments about grand jury tampering by the Reagan administration, something else Beer deemed unworthy of mention. And the person who most suffered the effects of this grand jury tampering was IRS investigator William C. Duncan, who had spent 10 years trying to unravel the Mena mystery. Beer's investigation, on the other hand, involved spending 1 week in Little Rock, much of it in the Capitol Hotel, more than 130 miles from Mena. And yet Beer dismissed the results of Duncan's reams of reports and interviews documenting his years of probing behind the closely guarded and protected money laundering operation in Arkansas. At great personal and professional risk, because he had taken Beer into his complete confidence, Duncan went so far as to give Beer a portion of the key evidence provided by the Arkansas Attorney General's office to independent counsel Lawrence Walsh in Washington. Duncan, in a 1993 interview with the authors, said he had numerous discussions with Beer while he was in Little Rock, all of which Duncan thought was part of a serious journalistic investigation. He now admits he learned the hard way that the media is not interested in anything not served up on a silver platter. I feel personally betrayed by him, Duncan said to the authors. Duncan described what happened in Mena as a complete breakdown of the judicial system. Yet, the only reference to Duncan or the issue of the Justice Department's stonewalling its own investigation in the entire Time article was an allusion to law enforcement officers' grumble that the case had been scuttled by higher UPS in Washington. I am disgusted and sickened by the entire media attitude, Duncan said, referring to the frenzy of media activity around the time of Beer's trip to Little Rock. This comment only resulted in discrediting Duncan's 10 years of investigative work. Duncan remains confused as to Beer's motives for nuking the Mina scandal and using Time magazine's massive influence to sabotage the investigation. Especially so after Beer's telephone call to Duncan shortly after the article appeared. During the call, Duncan said, he perceived Beer as sounding embarrassed. He sounded apologetic and used language to the effect he had been under pressure to do a hatchet job and had lost control of the article. And did not intend for the article to portray the issue the way it turned out. High-quality evidence such as Duncan had provided Beer, required of a lot neutralizing. Back in New York, Beer set upon the search for tangible evidence to bolster his view that he was only dealing with a pack of liars. That pack included a U.S. representative, a 17-year veteran IRS criminal investigator, an Arkansas state criminal investigator, a county prosecutor and his deputy, a financial expert, and a man who claimed to have bugs planted in the Arkansas governor's mansion. None of this mattered, obviously, as Beer zeroed in on his newfound target, a man with 8 years of military intelligence experience and a veteran of 3 CIA black operations, Terry Reid. Beer clearly set upon a course of rearranging the facts to fit his bias and then apparently wrote the article as he, or his bosses, saw fit. He then must have felt it necessary to perform some due diligence on the eve of his deadline for the article, since he then contacted Oliver North for his comments on the developing Mina scandal. The powder puff questioning of North that followed signified that Beer probably did not want to disturb the slant his article had already taken. Beer first contacted Nicole Seligman, one of North's attorneys from the firm of Williams & Connolly. Beer, I think this story is shaping into a story about a con man. That's what all the evidence indicates. But, basically, I thought it was useful to see if maybe there was a shred of truth, maybe he had met him or something or other, their paths crossed. Seligman let me see if I can even find him and if he's inclined to say anything about anything. Beer, at the very least, if I could use even a non-attributing quote, you know, an attorney close to him or something. Seligman: no, we attorneys don't talk to the press. We haven't, no, I mean, even no, we just don't. We haven't from day one and we're not. Beer: sure, but if there was a way somehow to use that, then this would be a way to dismiss him. Seligman: okay. Somebody will try to get back to you. Later the same evening, with Oliver North on the line, the following conversation took place. It sounds rehearsed. Beer had apparently provided questions to North prior to the interview, and Beer's own words certainly set the stage for a get-to-the-bottom-of-things grilling. Seligman: Ollie, are you there? North: Richard. Beer: hello, Ollie. North: hilarious hogwash. You can quote me. Seligman: no, but wait. Before you say that, you're supposed to ask what it is that he's asking about. North: all right, ask me. After the question I'll give you my comment. Beer: I'm sure you probably get a lot of this. North: I do. I can't believe Time magazine is going to waste good column mention on it. Go ahead. Beer: okay. Yeah, well, there are reasons for us doing the story beyond how it may seem to you. You'll see when you see the story. North: I'm sure I will. I'll just bend over. Beer: but have you ever met Terry Reid? North: no. Go ahead, ask me the next question. Beer: never spoke to him. North: no, go on. Beer: well, then, I guess everything else everything else I shouldn't even bother asking then, because you obviously didn't introduce him. North: I thought it was funny, I thought it was great. Later on in the grueling interrogation of the man convicted of lying to Congress, Beer did get in a question about Mina between barbs directed toward the press. Beer: well, it's difficult sometimes for the press to sort things out, especially when they don't give it a lot of time. But that's what they need to do. Was anything going on at Mina? North: at who? Beer: Mina, Arkansas, having to do with the Contras. North: I haven't been there. I can't imagine that anything is going on at Mina with the Contras since they're all out of business. From the conversation, it was clear Beer did not want any real answers, even if they had been offered. Beer never asked the key questions. Did North know Barry Seal? Did he know about Project Donation? Did he know FBI agent Wayne Barlow? Had he been to Oklahoma City? Why was he going to take the Fifth Amendment, as his lawyers had said, when subpoenaed to Reed's criminal trial in Wichita? Beer behaved as if he didn't know that he was interrogating the man who had expertly lied under oath about knowing Rob Owen, his very own Contra cutout. Owen, North's bagman and battlefield intelligence gatherer, later testified during the Iran-Contra hearings that he met with North on more than 100 occasions. Why then, did Beer allow North to disavow knowledge of Reed after only one question about him? Instead, the conversation drifted into speculation on who might have been using Mina to resupply the Contras. North suggested to Beer that conceivably a man named Tom Posey, a person who helped the resistance, and organized an outfit called CMA, may have had something to do with it. North: but there were lots of organizations that were doing that. You know, conservative-focused organizations and folks who felt very strongly that the policy of Congress was wrong and they wanted to help. And many of them were doing it totally independently. Not everybody was jokers. Don't bother putting jokers in the article. Beer: no, I won't. North: this is just a little background. But this fellow Posey may have been from Arkansas. But Mina doesn't mean a thing to me. Beer: you've never heard of it or been there. North: I may have, but there's obviously nothing in it that Larry Walsh ever asked me about. Not only did North just contradict his earlier statement about having never been to Mina, the comments about Walsh never asking him about this whole affair are very disturbing. One would think that the materials provided Walsh by the Arkansas State Attorney General's office and those of Congressman Bill Alexander would have at least warranted Walsh's questioning of North in these areas. Beer was either ignorant of the importance of North's statement expressing lack of concern by Walsh's office, or he simply chose to overlook it, since he questioned North no further about Mina. The mystery surrounding Beer's lack of aggressiveness in questioning North about Mina is compounded by the fact that Beer had in his possession a report saying North had indeed been seen in Mina. Bill Duncan had earlier provided Beer with the results of an interview taken on December 21, 1989, indicating that Ernell Cunningham, a Mina resident, had given strangers a ride from the Mina airport and dropped them off in town to dine. The event, which Cunningham said took place either in 1985 or 1986, involved 3 unknown white males, one of whom he would later identify from the televised Iran-Contra hearings as Oliver North. Ignoring or overlooking leads while investigating a cover-up as complex as the one enshrouding Mina is one thing. But to deliberately undermine other investigative efforts and to jeopardize the life of your confidential source is quite another. Instead of quietly investigating and developing his own supporting evidence and sources to corroborate Reed's allegations about some very powerful people in Arkansas, Beer employed a technique that is sure to solicit a hostile and prevaricated response. He repeatedly went straight to the accused armed only with the off-the-record information supplied to him by Reed. The accused person is customarily and logically the last person on a good investigative reporter's list of interviews. Beer's reckless disregard for the safety of the Reed family and his total lack of journalistic professionalism is best captured in the transcripts of Beer's own taped interviews. The following is from a taped conversation with Seth Ward, the owner of Palm and the man who leveraged his way into the CIA's gun parts business. Beer: I'm going to try to get to the bottom of it. Ward: will, you're at the bottom of it as far as I'm concerned, right now. You know everything that I know about Terry Reed. You know everything that my son knows about Terry Reed. And after you talk to my son-in-law, Webb Hubble, you'll know everything that Webb told you about Terry Reed. Beer: well, what can I say? He's got your family linked to bringing illegal weapons down to the Contras in Nicaragua, manufacturing them for transport, working for Barry Seal. Ward: that's the most far-fetched, asinine thing I ever heard in my life. Oh, hell, I can give you 100 brokers that's here in Little Rock, businessmen who have known me for years. They'll say I've never been involved in anything disreputable. Beer, all right. Well, I've taken enough of your time, I think. Ward, yeah, but once you mentioned what Terry Reid was up to, I felt like I better tell you everything that I knew about it. Beer, I'm sure it's very upsetting, too. Does it upset you much? You don't seem particularly upset by it. Ward, I'm a little bit numb. It would be difficult for it to upset me. Beer, I see what you mean. But you'd certainly be upset if national publications. Ward, yeah, I would. And I don't know what I could do about it. If there was any substance to Terry Reid, I'd sue the shit out of him. Beer, all right. Well, I really appreciate all the time you've spent with me. Ward, let me ask you. What's the name of this newspaper you say you saw? Beer, The Nation. Ward, that's a New York paper? Beer, it's a liberal newspaper, but it's sort of like, it looks like a little magazine, but it's a newspaper. And it's based out of New York, and it goes around the world, around the country. Ward, I'll tell you one thing. If these allegations are in there, we'll sue the living hell out of them. A subsequent conversation with Seth Ward. Beer, Terry Reid has offered to take a polygraph examination. Ward, I don't give a shit what he's offered to do. Beer, is that the kind of thing you'd be willing to take as well? Ward, I ain't going to take a polygraph test. I'll show you records, I'll show you bottom line. I have nothing to conceal. You talked to Webb on Monday. Beer did talk to Webb Hubbell the following week, after he returned to New York. From portions of the transcript of the conversations with Hubbell, it sounds as if Beer is doing his best to contain the MENA scandal, especially as it pertains to Palm, the company for which Hubbell was corporate attorney prior to moving to Washington to become Bill Clinton's assistant United States Attorney General. Beer, do you remember Terry Reid? Hubbell, yeah, not well. I mean, I wasn't a close personal friend or anything, but I remember him. Beer, right. Are you aware of the nature of his allegations right now? Hubbell, I've read about them in the newspapers, you know. Beer, well, he has drawn me a diagram showing all of the participants in the resupplying of the Contras. Hubbell, am I one? Beer, he's got you right up here. Hubbell, yeah. Well, what did I do? Beer, well, you had knowledge. That you may not have been directly involved in the operation, but certainly Seth Ward, Jr., Finus, and Seth Ward, Sr. were involved in the operation too. Well, Finus was the one who Terry had to call when he was dropping parcels of cash from his airplane. Hubbell, have you talked to Finus? Okay. You better tell Finus why you're calling, because he might think you're calling about something else. But. Beer, okay. And then Palm, which you helped set up. Hubbell, yeah. Beer, okay. Well, Palm was apparently making, according to Terry, illegal auto sears. It's an auto sear, it's part of an M16 rifle. Making these illegally in order to then transport these weapons down to the Contras. Hubbell, I think I've been to the plant several times, and I've only seen them making parking meters. Beer, do you think, has the company ever made anything for a weapon? Hubbell, it has made, I think, a nose cone or something like that for LTV. Beer, a rocket launcher? Hubbell, a rocket launcher or something like that. I do know they did that, yeah, made a part. Beer, you think Terry was down there in MENA working for SEAL? Hubbell, I have no idea. I didn't keep track of Terry's whereabouts. Beer, Terry says that Bill Clinton was involved in overseeing this thing, as well as Bobby Nash. Hubbell, that's ridiculous. A subsequent conversation with Webster Hubbell. Beer, well, listen, can I make a recommendation to you off the record? Hubbell, sure. Beer, and this is, I don't particularly want these guys to know that I'm on this story, but it seems to me that they're acting irresponsibly, the Nation newspaper. Hubbell, Beer, apparently, I heard it through the grapevine they had an interview with Skeeter. Hubbell, he shouldn't be talking to them. Beer, and, supposedly, Skeeter told them that you guys have done exit cones on nuclear weapons at Palm. Hubble, he wouldn't have said that. He knows better. Beer, well, that's just the thing. I don't know why it would come back to me through the different channels about nuclear weapons unless the story is taking a life of its own. What you might want to do is give a ring to the nation and speak to whoever is doing the story, and clear it up before they put it in their damned newspaper. Hubble, yeah. Beer, but you didn't hear it from me. Hubble, I appreciate it, I really do. Thank you. Beer apparently wasn't content to get only the Ward family agitated and after Terry. As soon as he finished undermining the Nation's article, he called Toshiba Machine Tool in Chicago and got Takashi Ozato, the Japanese former vice president of Toshiba, on the line. Beer asked Ozato, among other things, if he had known that Reed had been working for the FBI in an undercover capacity and spying on Toshiba. By doing so, Beer compromised Reed's cover and had him ostracized from the Asian machine tool industry forever. Beer, well, let me tell you. Terry Reed has made a lot of different allegations. Ozato, oh, really? I didn't know that. Beer, not about Toshiba, no. But it has to do with Ozato, another company. Beer, the CIA. Ozato, oh, really? Beer, can I ask you something? Terry says that he did some intelligence work. For the FBI. Ozato, for the FBI. Beer, the FBI, while he was working with Toshiba. Ozato, what? Beer, yeah. Ozato. Beer, he was working for the FBI. Do you know the FBI? Ozato, yeah, uh-huh. Beer, trying to find out how machinery is going from Japan to America, that he was working as an agent. Ozato, oh, really? Beer, for the FBI. Ozato, I didn't know that. I haven't been told about it. Beer, does that sound crazy? Ozato, yes, sounds crazy, but I really don't know. He never told me such a thing. Beer, do you remember the scandal with Toshiba? In 1986? Remember, the president of the company committed suicide and that Toshiba apologized to America. Do you remember all this? Ozato, uh-huh. Beer, Terry says the work he did was part of this thing. That his work led to this thing. Is this crazy? Ozato, sounds crazy. Sounds crazy. Beer, he was just a salesman. He was not working for the FBI. For no logical reason, Beer had just informed the very man Reed had monitored for John Cathy and the CIA that it had been Reed who was the undercover agent spying on Toshiba's Houston warehouse, the same facilities Ozato had managed when Reed was a Toshiba dealer in Oklahoma and when Toshiba committed their illegal and treasonous acts. Without a doubt, Reed was now a dead man, at least within the Japanese business community. So, even in light of overpowering evidence that there was a major, ongoing cover-up orchestrated initially by the Reagan White House, continued by the Bush administration and now spilling over onto Democratic presidential hopeful Bill Clinton, Beer was choosing to put the burden of proof squarely in the lap of Terry Reed. Reed was overwhelmed by Beer's attack as he listened on the payphone. Reed, I thought you wanted to write an article about Jack Bloom's cover-up, about Lawrence Walsh's cover-up. Beer, I'm not convinced there is a cover-up. Prove it to me. Reed, prove what to you? Beer, prove to me that you were involved in this resupply operation. Reed, okay, let's fly down to Mexico at your expense. Beer, no. Reed, do you want to see Carlos Fierro? Do you want to see where the weapons were stored? Beer, you have not provided me with documentation. Not only had the Reeds provided Beer with over 300 pages of evidence to prove their story, but Beer had been covertly supplied with a portion of the materials sent to Lawrence Walsh by the Arkansas Attorney General's office. The source of these documents, in addition to Reed and his inside knowledge, gave Beer the equivalent of 2 deep throats in order to expose what is probably the best contained U.S. government scandal of the 20th century. What did Beer elect to do? He sabotaged his deep throat so effectively that Thomas G. Whittle of Freedom magazine would write, "The magazine must answer why, instead of helping to raise the lid off the MENA cover-up, It evidently sought to drive more nails into it. 15. Fearing for their children's safety, the Reed family literally fled Moorpark, California, in the middle of the day on April 1, 1992. The fully loaded U-Haul truck pulled up in front of the Peach Hill Elementary School precisely at noon. Janice frantically collected her sons, and they headed east to a destination unknown. Their old friend, Fear, was once again trailing them, just off their bumper. This time their pursuers might include the CIA, the FBI, the Democratic and/or the Republican parties, Felix Rodriguez, Ramon Medina and, now, Time magazine. In a state of shock, and with no income, they pulled into Phoenix, Arizona, towing their belongings and keeping an eye on the rear-view mirror. Terry took time there to call on his prospective client, Clark Rano, and divulged to him that he was no longer with his Japanese employer and would therefore be unable to continue working on Rano's bicycle project. Rano asked no questions about Reed's departure from Los Angeles but suggested he contract directly with his firm, so that Terry could complete the automation plan for the new product his company was scheduling to manufacture. Terry and Janice were reluctant to take Rano into their confidence and share the details of their plight, for fear that he too would treat them as if they were carrying a contagious disease. More in error they could not have been. After deciding to take Rano up on his offer and to return once again to a one-day-at-a-time lifestyle, they sought temporary, anonymous lodging and formulated plans to move on immediately if the situation warranted. A few days after settling into a cautious work routine, the Time article was published, just as Beer had promised and threatened. It was appropriately titled Anatomy of a Smear and appeared in Time's April 20, 1992, issue. It was worse than imagined. With the ink of his ballpoint pen, Richard Beer had most surely dealt the death blow to their court case and made meaningless their uncountable hours of sacrifice and laborious preparation. No one would believe them now. Not with a publication as credible as Time calling Terry a charlatan, a thief, and a liar. And claiming the operations in Mina never happened. Beer even vindictively printed the name of the small California town in which they had taken up residence. Why? The Reeds' only comfort was that their children were safely with them, once again securely snuggled in sleeping bags on a motel floor, and that they had left Los Angeles on the eve of the riots resulting from the Rodney King trial. After spending a sleepless and emotional night reading the piece over and over and over, wishing it to miraculously disappear, Terry left a still weeping Janice and drove to the office to confront Rano with the article. He was fully expecting immediate abandonment by Clark and his firm. Clark, a Mormon, sat quietly in his office savoring every grisly, ugly, slanted, scandalous, untruthful and slander-riddled detail of the full-page, tabloid-style, slash-and-burn article. After appearing to read it at least twice, he lowered the magazine from his face and said, "Damn, I've been trying my whole life to get in this magazine, and you just made a full page." Reed just sat there in silent disbelief, so Clark added, "This article is your credibility, don't you see it? You must be a big threat to Bill Clinton or they wouldn't go to this much trouble to discredit you." Terry could finally speak and then rapidly attempted to explain away every flesh-ripping word of the scathing article, causing Rano to interrupt with, "Slow down, I'm a believer. We can sit here and talk about this all day long if you like. Then I've got some stories for you, Terry." As they talked that day of governments, hypocrisies, intelligence agencies, politics, life, and the media, the conversation finally evolved toward a discussion of religion. It was amazing and enlightening to Terry how Rano compared the persecution of the Reeds to that of Joseph Smith, the founder of the Mormon Church. The Mormon Church, Terry learned, was built upon the premise of sheltering those being singled out and punished for daring to be different. How refreshing and uplifting the summer of 1992 turned out to be for the Reed family as they were harbored by their newfound friends, Clark Rano and the Mormon Church. The comfort and support provided to them not only helped take the sting out of Richard Beer's words, it actually restored their faith in their fellow man. Nice people actually still exist, Janice would say in near disbelief. Here they were, feeling protected by relative strangers who seemed to respond to and be guided by an unspoken bond, a greater force. Their kindness will never be forgotten by the Reeds and will be carried as a debt until it can be repaid tenfold. It was such a stark contrast to behavior of alleged friends, who more typically responded, "Hey, Reed, since the timepiece, you're dead. Your history. Your stock just crashed." They learned a lot about people and friends that summer. And the Mormon religion as well. Due to Time's reckless attack on the Reeds, the fervor surrounding the Mina scandal simply died off and went away. Scott Sugar would inform Terry that Primetime Live was killing his special due to his perceived lack of credibility. Again quoting from Freedom Magazine's May 1993 article covering the Time/Beer libel suit, in Time speak, when one throws enough allegations, insinuations, and double-edged questions, the task has been accomplished. The victim, if not dead, has been bloodied and his reputation rendered a shadow of its former self. A well-orchestrated and executed disinformation program had robbed Terry of the one thing he valued the most, his word. He was now considered a liar. It was as if he suddenly had a plague. He felt blackballed by the media. He was being treated as a leper. Terry was discovering that the cynical writer in New York named John Cummings was right once again. The major media all march in lockstep, he had said earlier. What one does, the other does. They're afraid to go take a piss without holding each other's hand. And the Reed's attorney, John Hall? He was quick to abandon them. He would lie by saying that he was dropping the Reed case due to an argument Terry had with his secretary, Ruth. He would then tell reporters that he could not corroborate Reed's story, knowing all along he had not bothered to depose even one single witness. But this was not the reason Hall publicly divorced himself from the Reeds. The transcripts of taped phone conversations between Beer and Hall effectively prove that Hall violated his fiduciary responsibility and attorney-client privilege and had inexplicably sided with Beer, becoming a willing participant in the effort to strip Reed of his credibility. Once back in Little Rock from the Reed/Hall/Beer meeting in California, Hall apparently enlisted Beer as an investigator to examine his own client instead of keeping Beer focused on the money laundering aspects of his supposed probing. Unbeknownst to Reed, and without his permission, Hall was sharing with Beer confidential client-attorney correspondence, information, and strategy. Beer and Hall talked privately about details of Reed's debriefing in Reno, Nevada, and Lake Tahoe, California, among other things. The taped conversation that follows centered on the Clinton/Reed meeting at Juanita's restaurant in Little Rock. Hall: the whole thing sounds a little squirrely to me, anyway. Beer: which whole thing? Hall: being in the van smoking a joint. Beer: yeah, I know. Hall: in front of somebody you don't know. I could see him maybe doing it with somebody who had given him a blowjob, but not in front of somebody he doesn't know. Beer: well. Hall: I mean, cocaine possession is one thing. Beer: it's the kind of thing that's almost so preposterous that it has to be true. Do you know what I mean? Hall: it could possibly be true. Beer: well, have you found Terry to be, credible in everything else? Or have you found discrepancies? Hall: I haven't been able to corroborate him, that's the problem. Beer: yeah. Hall: that's why I hope at least some of the stuff from the AG's office will corroborate him. Beer: oh, you're hoping that I can? Yeah, I've been having some trouble. Hall: that's part of the problem. That's the nature of the beasties. Out there on his own, expected to do all this stuff. That's the whole point. Beer: well, listen. I just turned up something that I think I probably should not have gotten from you. Hall: what? Beer: some letter from Janice to you. Hall: okay. You got the original then? Beer: yeah, I got the original. But if she asks you, and you don't know, she might get upset. Hall: yeah, she would. She's kind of like that. Beer: have you asked Terry if he'd be willing to settle? Did you ask him if he had a bottom line financially? Hall: not this week. I might have made some comment about settling the case back when it was filed. It could be settled. In a subsequent conversation, Beer and Hall seem very concerned about sheltering Reed from other reporters, and, again, Beer begins probing into areas of confidential client-attorney privilege, and Hall allows him to do so. Hall and the Washington Times has 7 reporters here now. Beer: are they interested in Terry? Hall: not yet. They have talked to me briefly about Terry, but they haven't come back. Beer: anyone in the press really trying to get stuff on Terry or not yet? Hall: not yet. Beer: you haven't talked to Terry about the governor increasing his fund? Hall: no, that's common. The governor's fund can be used for all kinds of things. It could, in fact, be used because there was talk of trying to get money out of that fund for the Mina case, and they never did. I'm going to have to go on a sojourn to Iowa and Chicago pretty soon. I might take a side trip to New York so we can just sit down and put our heads together. Are you going to be in New York next week? Beer: I'll let you know what my plans are. Hall: because I was. Since the last time we talked, I've really been concerned about him. But I've been having my own doubts. I shouldn't be telling you this because it probably violates attorney-client privilege, so don't spread it around. So here was John Hall, Terry and Janice Reed's attorney, claiming to a Time magazine reporter that he could not corroborate his client's story. Hall was conveniently not sharing with Beer the Reeds' concerns that no depositions were being taken and that their case appeared to be hanging from only the one fragile discovery demand Hall had made, that of the material requested from the AG's office. During this period, Hall was sharing none of his concerns with his clients, the Reeds, nor was he informing them of the vast amounts of time he was spending collaborating with Beer against their interests. One can only speculate the agenda of Hall's planned trip to New York to confer with Beer, since Hall certainly didn't make the Reeds aware of the sojourn. Strangely, Hall himself candidly admits that his clandestine conversations with Beer were in violation of client-attorney privilege, the very fiber upon which all confidentiality is based. The Reeds knew nothing of the doubts that Hall expressed to Time magazine, and, contrarily, in his conversations with the Reeds, Hall reflected only optimism about the outcome of their pending civil rights trial right up until May 1992, when he petitioned the court to be relieved as their counsel, leaving them without legal representation only 4 months from their trial date. And independent counsel Lawrence Walsh would do little but help contain the Mina scandal by inexplicably sitting on the evidence supplied him by Arkansas State Attorney General Winston Bryant and Democratic Congressman Bill Alexander. Walsh's office took no action on the reams of evidence supplied by the state and instead waited until 1993 to cite that whatever statutes may have applied to criminal activities at Mina have now expired. And even after this ambiguous position, Walsh's office ruled to not allow Reed access to all of the materials supplied to them on the subject of Mina, claiming national security grounds. The Reeds were told that their testimony, which they had volunteered to the Walsh Committee, and which surely would have exposed the true depths of the Reagan/Bush administration's complicity in the Iran-Contra conspiracy, was mysteriously outside the scope of its investigation. And Bill Clinton limped along, dodging one major disaster after another. He claimed to be incapable of inhaling a marijuana cigarette. How can this be possible? The Reeds asked. First, Terry had witnessed Clinton smoke in the van outside the restaurant. Second, how could anyone even near their own age say anything so foolish, concocted and unbelievable? If this was an indication of how quickly Clinton could think on his feet when confronted with a difficult question, Terry concluded, he'll make one hell of a commander-in-chief. Then came Clinton's draft issue. That was a real problem. To counter that dilemma would once again require the aid of Time magazine. His old friend and college classmate, Strobe Talbot, who is now number 3 man in the State Department and ambassador at large, would conveniently use his editorial powers at Time to defend candidate Bill Clinton. 16 Talbot would be forced to switch from covering important world political events, for example the breakup of the Soviet Union, and write an article in defense of Clinton's draft record entitled Clinton and the Draft, a personal testimony. In the April 6, 1992, article, Talbot defended Clinton by claiming that as a college student his old friend may have enrolled in an ROTC program in order to avoid the draft, but that he began to wrestle with his conscience and feel the guilt of compromising his values by taking on the obligation to later serve as an Army officer. Therefore, Talbot explained, Clinton withdrew from the ROTC program in order to become eligible for the draft, and cast his fate to the lottery system. However, the article failed to mention that Clinton experienced this newfound moral consciousness only after finding that his birthdate afforded him a high lottery number, thereby making his chances of being drafted highly improbable. Clinton would in fact selectively quote profusely from Time magazine throughout the campaign, whenever it was to his advantage. After delivering a speech to the NAACP in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on April 21, 1992, reporters approached Clinton about the Reed civil suit involving his state. They specifically inquired about the allegations that MENA had been used for Contra-training operations and asked if Clinton's chief of security, Raymond Young, played any role in the cover-up of the agency's activities there. One reporter said that Clinton flew off the handle and shouted, "That's bull." That fantasy was discredited by magazine. As the Reeds hit their new emotional bottom, after being abandoned by their legal counsel, and saw the chances of having their day in court evaporate before them, the bulldog scribbler from New York came and sarcastically said in his usual condescending New Yorker tone, "You see, I told you they'd never let you get the subject into court. The offer still stands, if you want to do a book." 2 months after the publication of the Time article, Terry would make a miraculous find. At long last, he understood the big picture of his agency involvement by discovering that Robert Johnson was none other than William P. Barr, the Attorney General of the United States. Barr, appointed by President George Bush in 1991, was an apparatchik who had a way of emerging from the shadows when Bush needed his trail covered. The 43-year-old lawyer and ex-CIA analyst, little known outside Beltway legal circles, had a history of crisscrossing Bush's path at critical times. This confluence of careers within the world of intelligence eventually empowered him to become the dark overseer of the cabal that subverted the U.S. Constitution he took an oath as Attorney General to uphold. Barr was the man that William Safire, the New York Times's conservative columnist, called the Justice Department's cover-up general in a 1992 column criticizing Barr's refusal to seek the appointment of a special prosecutor to investigate the Bush administration for continuing aid to Saddam Hussein after it was eminently clear that Iraq was about to invade Kuwait. 17. Barr had joined the CIA in 1973, where his work brought him into contact with the future vice president while Bush was serving as the agency's director from 1976 to 1977. By 1978, Barr had joined the Washington law firm of Shaw, Pittman, Potts, and Trowbridge, a firm very much aligned with the CIA, which had a history of providing criminal defense for intelligence agents. From there, Barr moved into a well-placed political position and became a member of the transition team of President-elect Ronald Reagan in 1980. 2 years later, he was Deputy Assistant Director of the Domestic Policy Council and served on the Reagan White House staff, where he again began orbiting in the same circles as George Bush and Bill Casey, then Director of the CIA. In 1983, around the time Oliver North was forming Project Donation and was briefing Terry Reed on the CIA's efforts to bypass the congressionally imposed Boland Amendment, Barr strangely left the White House and drifted into obscurity, allegedly back to the firm of Shaw, Pittman. This lower-profile position out of the media's eye and off the government's payroll gave him freedom of movement and less chance of being discovered as he assisted the agency and Southern Air Transport as they ramped up for Operation Screwworm in Mexico and had need of specialized legal services. Having survived the near catastrophe of Iran-Contra, George Bush needed Barr's overt services in 1988 and returned him to the White House to aid in the selection of a running mate. He was forced to stay on throughout the campaign, however, and became a Dan Quayle handler when the vice presidential nominee experienced trouble from his draft avoidance record during the Vietnam War. For solving problems and helping his old CIA boss get elected president, Barr was given a position on Bush's transition team and, in April 1989, was appointed Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel. By July 1990, he was Bush's Deputy Attorney General, the number 2 man in the Justice Department, overshadowed only by Attorney General Richard Thornburgh, who he replaced in October 1991. He was 41 years old at the time, making him the 3rd youngest Attorney General ever appointed. Adding additional intrigue, it was Barr who drafted the legal opinion justifying the invasion of Panama and the arrest of Panamanian General Manuel Noriega, a paid CIA asset. 18 and Noriega, who claimed it was the CIA, not he, who was trafficking in cocaine through his country. Could it be, Reed wondered, that the whole damn US invasion had been designed to cover the agency's trafficking trail and to silence Noriega about CIA involvement in Bill Clinton's state? After all, it was Noriega's people who Max Gomez had said were going to start investing in Arkansas, Terry recalled from the conversations in the bunker near Little Rock. The Reagan administration and the agency most assuredly were the ones who engineered the assassination of Barry Seal, for the same reasons. Seal's name had rolled off the lips of Aki-Ide Sawahata, Bob Nash, Felix Rodriguez, Oliver North, William Barr, and Bill Clinton in the same context that the CIA had grown to view Noriega an asset becoming a liability. Noriega must have been just another disposable asset, like Barry Seal and countless others like Terry Reed. But Noriega will undoubtedly be replaced by someone less compromising now that the agency has another of their men in the Oval Office, their man who's being protected by the likes of Buddy Young *. P.S. Barry, I've gone as far as I dare in my attempt to correct the wrongs done to you. At least for now. I miss you, you calculated risk taker, and I can still hear you laughing. Pig. Notes. 1 Transcript of sworn deposition of Terry Kent Reed, May 24, 1991, Southern Air Transport Incorporated vs. Post-Newsweek Stations, Florida Incorporated, ETAL, in the Circuit Court for the 11th Judicial Circuit in and for Dade County, Florida, Case No. 87-23989. 2 Arkansas Democrat Gazette, February 25, 1992. 3 Star Magazine, January 28, 1992. 4 People Magazine, April 1992. 5 Arkansas Democrat Gazette, March 27, 1992. 6 Arkansas Democrat Gazette, February 27, 1992. 7 Arkansas Gazette, September 11, 1991. 8 Transcript of sworn deposition of Lawrence S. Graves, March 9, 1993, Terry K. Reed and Janice Reed vs. Raymond Young and Tommy Baker, in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Arkansas, Western Division, Case No. LRC 91-414, p. 44. 9 Arkansas Democrat Gazette, April 19, 1992. 10 Mexico City News, May 2, 1987. Kansas City Times, July 20, 1987. Kansas City Star, November 19, 1987. 11 Arkansas Gazette, October 3, 1991. 12 Transcript of National Broadcasting Company Incorporated, Sunday Today, 9 to 10:30 a.m., February 23, 1992. 13 Transcript of Proceedings, United States of America, vs. Terry Kent Reed, in the United States District Court for the District of Kansas, June 1, 1990, Case No. 88-10049-01. 14 Transcripts of tape-recorded conversations provided through discovery, Terry K. Reed vs. Time Warner Incorporated, Time Inc. Magazine Company, and Richard Beer, in the U.S. District Court, Southern District of New York, April 16, 1993, Case No. 93 Civ.2249. 15 Freedom, May 1993, pages 22, 23. 16 The Nation, July 12, 1993, pages 54 to 55. 17 New York Times, August 31, 1992. 18 Current Biography, June 1992, pages 11 to 15. Asterisk in a guest column in the Arkansas Democrat on June 7, 1988, Drew outlined what he referred to as the mushroom theory that exposed behind-the-scenes profiteering among Arkansas investment banking firms, lawyers and state agencies. He deftly noted that the fees added on for services rendered by subcontractors for the bond issue swelled the ultimate price by millions of dollars. This was his theory: mushrooms are raised by being kept in the dark by the farmer and fed plenty of manure. From what I can see, this is the same system that certain legislators, the governor, a Little Rock investment banker and their lobbyists, and some bond lawyers have been using. And it has been quite successful. I'm a little confused about the governor. I have not been able to figure out whether he is administering the manure in order to find deep pockets to finance his campaign or if he is just another mushroom who is being prepared for harvest. Asterisk transcripts of portions of Richard Beer's tape-recorded interviews were obtained through court discovery in Terry Reid's libel suit filed against Beer and Time magazine. 14. Asterisk transcripts of conversations between Beer and Bill Duncan are being withheld from Reid in his federal libel suit against Time and Beer on the grounds that Duncan is a confidential source of Beer's, whose identity needs to be protected. Asterisk Bill Clinton's former security chief, ex-Arkansas State Police Captain Raymond Young, has surfaced time and time again during Clinton's presidency, as he did during the Clinton governorship, as the Clintons' Mr. Fix-It. After the 1992 election, Young didn't follow Clinton to Washington. Instead, he retired from the state police and moved to Denton, Texas, where he quietly slid into a federal job with FEMA. As regional director, he supervises 3,200 employees and earns $96,400 a year. From there, he has been available to help his old boss whenever the need arises, normally when scandal strikes. Young literally pounced upon two of his former employees, Arkansas State Troopers Larry Patterson and Roger Perry, when they went public with information embarrassing to the Clintons, information stemming from their years of service in Clinton's security detail. He immediately labeled them either wife beaters or con artists to such a degree, that if true, one has to wonder why Young would ever have chosen them to guard Chelsea. Perry has stated that when Young called and threatened him, demanding his silence, he said Young told him, "We are going to destroy your credibility, and I represent the President of the United States." From the shadows, Young was there to help explain to reporters the sequence and importance of phone calls that originated from the White House shortly after the death of Deputy White House Counsel Vincent Foster. He tried to brush aside the significance of a phone call placed by Helen Dickey, Chelsea's former nanny, to the governor's mansion in the late afternoon of Foster's death, in which Dickey is reported to have said, "Vince just shot himself in the parking lot." Whenever scandal strikes the Clintons, Young, operating from high atop his FEMA perch, is reminiscent of the 1960s radio hero Chicken Man. He's everywhere, he's everywhere. But if the Reid's lawsuit remains funded and on track in September 1995, Clinton's Mr. Fix-It will be on a witness stand in Little Rock trying once again to explain why he demonstrated a reckless disregard for the truth. Epilogue. What you have read is only the prelude to the Terry Reid story. The official cover-up of these dirty secrets he has revealed goes on unabated. To admit what really happened in Bill Clinton's Arkansas, to pull back the veil of U.S. government duplicity in drug trafficking, would be disastrous for the political perpetrators, who, as you read this, are hiding and probably shredding documents, protecting accomplices, and suppressing evidence, all under the guise of national security. In 5 federal judicial districts, the Justice Department and the FBI are fighting federal court subpoenas to keep Terry Reid and his wife from obtaining the necessary documents that would reveal the truth about what was done to them. Imagine, national security is being invoked to mask the investigation of what the government said was nothing more than a $33,000 insurance fraud. For those who try to use the Freedom of Information Act to strip away the veil of secrecy, and after very great expense, This is an example of what the government reluctantly turns over. As the judge who acquitted Terry Reid said, this entire affair had a high odor to it. In addition, a massive disinformation machine has been put in play to destroy those who know the truth. And many of these people are now either dead, in prison or committed to mental wards, where they do not belong. Betsy Wright, Bill Clinton's old chief of staff and political guru, claims that Terry Reid should be in a mental ward. Perhaps she should be more concerned regarding her own institutionalization since, by her own admission, she personally handled all of Clinton's campaign funds, and that's where the federal investigators are now probing. The axe is falling. Webb Hubbell, a close Clinton confidant and formerly the number 3 man in the Justice Department, was finally ensnared when he pleaded guilty in December 1994 to tax and mail fraud charges and is now cooperating with the special prosecutor. A new Congress, a Republican Congress, now sits on Capitol Hill and is chomping at the bit to go after Whitewater. Maybe the legislators will finally see that the Whitewater scandal is little more than a diaphanous veil covering major sins and political indiscretions during the time Bill Clinton was governor of Arkansas. Maybe these same Republicans will have the courage to delve into George Bush's and Ronald Reagan's connection to the seedy affair. Interestingly, Bill Clinton never raised his voice at Bush's Christmas Eve pardons for the Iran-Contra criminals and, to this day, has fought against preserving key White House computer tapes from the Reagan-Bush years. Why? This book provides at least part of the answer. It has shown how the agency co-opted and compromised both Bush and Clinton as well as the presidency, and how the black and covert operations, like a cancer, have metastasized the organs of government. And Congress? This cover-up would not have been possible in the first place had it not been for Congress's political cowardice when it failed to expose this during the Iran-Contra hearings. Terry Reid, as he said, is trying to bring this out through legal means, in a federal court with witnesses and documents. But he has been, and is being, stonewalled by the minions who served George Bush and those who now serve Bill Clinton. They know how expensive civil litigation is for the average citizen. This has not been a pleasant story to tell because of what it shows about you and me, that we don't participate in the process of government or hold our politicians accountable. It shows that these dirty operations took place in secret and in an environment that existed in part because the American public, like a cancer patient in denial, would rather not know the depths of evil to which its government has descended while, at the same time, claiming to fight evil. Like Terry, the nation surrendered its values and morality a little at a time in the years since the Bay of Pigs and now has awakened to wonder, how did we get here? But Terry finally drew a line. And he, along with his New York attorneys Michael G. Dowd, Robert Maloney, David Lewis, Stephen Summerstein, Dan Cherner and former Congressman Bill Alexander of Arkansas are fighting this monster virtually alone. So far, not one person, not even the breastbeaters who claim to seek the truth and cry cover up, have been willing to help the Reids. Terry wrote a personal letter to Ross Perot, outlining what he knew and how he and his family had been victimized, and he simply requested his help in locating an attorney for his civil lawsuit against the men who falsely testified against him. He told Perot, that champion of the little man, that if the government can pervert justice to silence Terry Reid, the Constitution was meaningless. Then, no one is safe. Perot did not even respond. And he was the one who called Bill Clinton Chicken Man. Jerry Spence, one of the country's most noted criminal defense attorneys, put it best when he said, before the government tries to convict someone, they first try to demonize him. I've been an eyewitness to this many times in my journalistic career. That's how Terry Reid suddenly became armed and dangerous and a drug trafficking suspect in 1987. If that can be done to Terry Reid, do you think you or I are safe? What happens when it's your turn? For me, Terry and Janice Reid have become both a Cold War Rosetta Stone and a metaphor that translate into a bizarre and personal story about the more than 30 years of dirty, clandestine warfare this country has waged with its proxies, the Cuban exile mercenaries and assassins. When I first met Terry Reid more than 3 years ago, I did not truly realize what I had found. Behind his deceptively insouciant demeanor hid a sensitive and dedicated man possessed with righting the wrongs done to him. At first, he was just another story. And my professional cynicism and disbelief about him were not easily overcome. He seemed at first like other intelligence assets I had met, some tarnished, some not. Many of them were men with a sense of both adventure and a need to somehow vindicate their Vietnam experience of coming home as perceived losers and murderers. But my experience with the Reeds and their children, all of whom I have come to think of as family, has made me realize what shallow people writers can be when they become prisoners of their own doubt. Scribblers like me usually want only one thing: a story to tell. And we really don't care how we get it. As we commit it to a narrative, it all becomes somehow mechanical and pro forma, like side-stroking through flotsam, as though we are not affected by the things we write about. In becoming the exorcist for this amazing tale of deception and hypocrisy by those who pretend to serve us, I have once again witnessed how little courage exists among the pack of pygmies who represent the mainstream media. What courage does exist exists in an octogenarian named Sarah McClendon. She was the only one who works in that daycare center known as the White House press room to ask Bill Clinton about Mina. Clinton's response? Nobody told him anything, he said. But I know our message has been hitting home. First, the media's lockstep legions are trying to undercut Terry Reed and I, while at the same time trying to steal our information without crediting us loose cannons. And equally significant, we have become the target of frivolous, harassing libel suits. What is most interesting about the lawsuits is that the people suing us, many of them like spear carriers in Aida, are without the means to buy shoelaces, yet seem to have unlimited funds to spend on lawyers from the biggest law firms. But whoever said messing with the CIA would be without peril? John Cummings. Bibliography: Armstrong, Scott, Malcolm Byrne, and Tom Blanton. Secret Military Assistance to Iran and the Contras, A Chronology of Events and Individuals. Washington, D.C., National Security Archive, 1987. Bradley, Ben, Jr. Guts and Glory, The Rise and Fall of Oliver North. New York, Donald I. Fine, 1988. Draper, Theodore. A Very Thin Line. New York, Hill and Wang, 1991. Raviv, Dan, and Yossi Melman. Every Spy a Prince, The Complete History of Israel's Intelligence Community. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1990. Rodriguez, Felix, and John Wiseman. Shadow Warrior. New York, Simon & Schuster, 1989. Schultz, George P. Turmoil and Triumph, My Years as Secretary of State. New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1993. U.S. Congress. Report of the Congressional Committees investigating the Iran-Contra affair. 100 CONG, First Session, 1987. Report No. 100-433. U.S. Congress. Senate. Drugs, Law Enforcement, and Foreign Policy. Report of the Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations of the Committee on Foreign Relations. 101st CONG, Second Session, 1988. Wise, David, and Thomas B. Ross. The Invisible Government. New York, Random House, 1964. Woodward, Bob. Vale, The Secret Wars of the CIA, 1981-1987. New York, Simon & Schuster, 1987. Update on the Reed Court Offensive. The legal line in which the Reeds are waiting is much longer and more costly than they ever imagined. The original lawsuit they filed as plaintiffs on July 5, 1991, indexed LRC 91-414, would heap upon them almost as much pain as they had endured as defendants in their criminal case. Although Terry hates to admit it, John Cummings was right when he said, "In this capitalistic country you get only as much justice as you can afford." The original case was always underfinanced, understaffed and misunderstood. At best, it advanced onto a wing and a prayer. For nearly 3 years, living hand to mouth, and at times operating only on sheer faith, Terry and Janice fought desperately to launch their case off the ground. For a while they were forced to jettison attorneys like NASA's Space Shuttle booster rockets, each one spent, yet successful in contributing to the goal. In their wake they left legal debris as they wrestled to break the force of gravity and get the case into orbit. Then, just when things seemed their darkest, they got the boost they needed. No one could have anticipated it, but Bill Clinton, with the sloppiness engendered by the way business and politics are conducted in Arkansas, brought upon himself the unwanted attention that catapulted the Reed case into its present high orbit. It was the scandal-rich environment created by Whitewater that generated the atmosphere of support the Reeds needed. The case was scheduled to be tried in September 1994, but the Reeds were overwhelmed by an avalanche of new information proving their belief that they had been targeted and framed simply to destroy their credibility. It was through these revelations that they were able to assemble a new legal team, one capable of not only substantiating the core of their complaint but detailing how their civil rights had been violated and, more importantly, what motivated the perpetrators. In other words, who was behind Raymond Young and for whom was he working? The new lawsuit, filed in September 1994, indexed LRC 94-634, also added a new defendant, Arkansas State Police Sergeant Donald Sanders. Because Sanders acted as a quasi-federal official throughout his shadowy relationship with the DEA, the case finally had solid connections to the federal government. The newly expanded case now deals with high-profile Arkansas figures, money laundering, Contra training and arms manufacturing. Strewn throughout the lawsuit is a cast of characters that nearly duplicates the one in the front of this book. The case is scheduled for trial in September 1995. Compromised court update. As of September 2017. The saga of our nearly 5-year effort to expose the seedy underbelly of the U.S. government's involvement in the cocaine importation scheme in Mena, Arkansas, and the subsequent compromising of several political empires, came to an abrupt halt on March 8, 1996. As a result of a last-minute from-the-bench court order, our 5-year case was effectively killed. Shock and devastation does not begin to describe the sensation that came to me, my family, my legal team, my hundreds of offense fund contributors and benefactors, and even the federal judge's clerk who called sobbing on March 7 when she regretfully informed us of this fateful ruling designed to neuter our case. After the clerk's unprecedented and emotional telephone call from Arkansas to New York in which she apologetically relayed the low points of the ruling, I will never forget subsequent comments of my lead counsel Michael Dowd. Keep in mind, I was attracted to Dowd due to his fearless reputation of spitting in the eye of the government and the CIA when he defended the Irish Revolutionary Army in U.S. court. Dowd turned to me and said, "In all my years of law, I've never heard of anything so outrageous and arrogant. This is a violation of the entire process. Terry, this case is never going to see a courtroom. It frightens me. I want off this case." In the preceding 18 months, once we became lubricated with proper funding from several unnamed benefactors, we had not only gained momentum, we were outright dangerous. My team included attorneys Robert Maloney, a courageous former NATO's raider, Michael Dowd, and a legal consortium comprised of specialists in freedom of information litigation, national intelligence issues, safeguarding classified information, jury selection, aviation, DNA, and security. This legal team coordinated the efforts of 2 independent investigative teams, one high-profile public element, and one a stealth-covered element, which had successfully crawled over every legal hurdle the government could erect. For those firewalls that couldn't be penetrated as the government circled their wagons, my team either blew up, bypassed, pole vaulted over or simply invaded. This was a war. The Attorney General's office in Arkansas tried every underhanded legal trick in their arsenal. From hiding documents, trying to intimidate my Yankee lawyers by having them followed, and when that failed, compromised one through an unethical sexual tryst. None of that worked. We kept our heads down, stayed on task and won ruling after ruling. The FBI in Little Rock was even forced to surrender numerous file boxes of national security protected redacted documents. Washington attorney Jim Leeser, a FOIA expert, then successfully went to court in D.C. and got the majority of the redaction removed. The Arkansas Attorney General was maneuvered into a corner and forced to admit the state had no legal classification authority. He then reluctantly surrendered his secret MENA files. Our trial witness list had grown to include over 100 essential members, which read like who's who of the D.C. and Arkansas elite, not to mention the intelligence community. Several active federal agents were going to testify under aliases and or disguise to protect their identity. Our backup witness list expanded to nearly 150 alternates who could be called if necessary. Our safe house in Little Rock was an inconspicuous masonry home rented by our undercover lead investigator using a fake corporate entity which was to serve as document control and protection as well as a crash pad for the lawyers. My wife and I had been offered a secure out-of-town country retreat to escape the long and strenuous multi-month ordeal on weekends. We had contracted with a special security team to provide private security for those witnesses who were in fear of Mississippi burning-style reprisal for their cooperation. Many witnesses were hostile witnesses, being forced to testify by my lawyers through their lawyers. Our deposition effort kept several court reporting companies and copying services busy, and the subsequent depositions filled a small truck. It isn't every day that one cracks the blue line, and law enforcement officers, primarily those who had served on then-Governor Bill Clinton's security detail, began testifying against each other. Once several had negotiated their limited testimony, others began pouring forward. Dowd and Maloney, both Catholics, likened it to confession. The officers wanted to give the appearance of being forced to give up their story. Why? That way their story was public record and lessened the chances of death by Arkansas, the tongue-in-cheek suicide ruling by Bill Clinton's Mr. Fix-It, state medical examiner, Dr. Fahmy Malik. The Arkansas list of persons who could damage or destroy the Clintons grew to over 20. Several troopers, a trooper's wife and other potential key witnesses had mysteriously died or been threatened with death if they squealed. I thought I was watching a mob movie. Then we hit pay dirt. My lead undercover investigator said he had been approached by an attorney representing a trooper who was living in fear of death, and under the right circumstances would come forward to blow the lid off. And what were those right circumstances? I would have to sign a contract-like document that I would not attempt to get him charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Murder of whom? Yours truly. That's right, my assassin, Trooper L.D. Brown, would testify that he had been assigned the task of killing me when I was in Mexico. Brown could connect the dots between the highest echelons of Arkansas state government, the federal government, the CIA, Barry Seal, and me. After weeks of negotiation and lawyer fees, we did in fact depose the triggerman tasked with blowing my head off. I am glad he didn't. You can imagine the legal jockeying out of the Arkansas Attorney General's office attempting to prevent that deposition. We were on a roll and our confidence was high. The brass ring seemed within grasp. It was December 1995 and all legal wrangling by both sides was over. The federal judge, George Howard Jr., cleared his docket for a 3-month trial beginning in the spring of 1996 and had promised us more time if needed. He signed over 99 witness subpoenas and the game was on. We began advance purchasing airline tickets to sequence in and out our key witnesses. Telephone lines were ordered for our safe house and an entire floor of 2 4-star hotels were reserved. Cars were rented in advance and all was good as we settled in for Christmas. Shortly after the first of the year, I was told to report to New York for several of weeks of intensive cross-examination practice by my legal team, since it was imperative that I take the stand to get the story out to lay the foundation for subsequent witnesses. I was warned my cross-examination would be ruthless. I was up for the task. Just like clockwork, I was off to New York. Just in time for a blizzard. I spent January holed up on Long Island in the home of my book co-writer John Cummings, but elsewhere in Arkansas, D.C., Costa Rica, Mexico, and points beyond, the go-to-war order had been given. I was back in SAC and we were beyond the due line. No turning back now. Thermonuclear legal war was on the horizon. Then it happened. Doris O'Donnell, a reporter for the Cleveland Plain Dealer, wrote a rather succinct story in the aftermath of the best last-minute legal derailing most have ever seen. The following is a partial reprint of an article that appeared on The Wire in the aftermath of Judge Howard's ruling. Terry Reid dismisses MENA lawsuit. By Doris O'Donnell, special to the Tribune Review. Terry and Janice Reid won't get a chance to tell a federal judge their tale of guns, drugs, and money laundering at a tiny airport in MENA, ARC, during the early 1980s when Bill Clinton was that state's governor. Their civil lawsuit against two former Arkansas state troopers has been dismissed, mainly because a federal judge refused to allow evidence of alleged illegal drug smuggling and gun running during the Clinton era that the jurists said was based on conjecture, speculation, and coincidence and not on a factual foundation. U.S. District Judge George Howard Jr. of Arkansas ruled earlier that the Reids could not introduce any evidence in their civil suit relating to Terry Reid's missions with the FBI, the CIA, former Gov. Bill Clinton, the late international drug dealer Barry Seal, or Dan Lassater, a Clinton associate convicted on drug charges. It was that ruling that prompted the Reids' attorneys to file a motion for dismissal of the case last week. Judge Howard totally shut down our case, said Janice Reid from her home in North Kansas City, MO, yesterday. Terry has been working on a film in Mexico, and I am not prepared to go into court and lose after 5 years of trying to get this case heard. We cannot walk into court without evidence. The trial had been scheduled to begin yesterday. Reid and his wife filed the civil rights suit in 1991 against former Arkansas state trooper and Clinton bodyguard Raymond Buddy Young and Tommy L. Baker, a former trooper who is now a private investigator. The suit claimed the two ex-troopers concocted a felony charge against Reid regarding a stolen aircraft as part of a larger conspiracy to punish Reid for refusing to cooperate with an alleged drug smuggling operation at MENA. Reid met Young when Young was chief security trooper for the then Gov. Clinton. Reid, 47, a decorated veteran who served 8 years in Vietnam, stated in court depositions he was recruited by Oliver North in 1982, when North was at the White House, to raise money and secure airplanes for the Nicaraguan Contras. Eventually, Reid trained Nicaraguan pilots at a rural airstrip at Nella, ARC. Later, as a CIA asset, Reid set up a warehouse in Guadalajara, Mexico, as a CIA mission for transshipment of guns to the freedom fighters. Reid became alienated from his CIA handlers when he found the CIA was transporting large amounts of cocaine to the United States through his warehouse. Reid detailed his odyssey in a book titled, Compromised, which has become a bestseller. The case was originally scheduled to be heard before Howard January 16 when the judge postponed it. On March 8, 1996, Howard denied Reid's motion to include references and witnesses to the MENA operation. Reid and his New York counsel, Robert S. Maloney and Michael Dowd, presented the court with a list of approximately 100 witnesses. After Howard's ruling, Reid said, "The legs have been cut from under our case. Devastation does not come close to describing our feelings," Terry Reid said in a 3-page statement from Little Rock late Monday. After years of dragging this case through the federal civil system, Judge Howard has manipulated us into the following legal posture: we can go to court but we cannot put on critical evidence. This will be interpreted by the Clinton spin doctors as a victory. There will be no mention of the fact our hands were tied and our mouths were gagged and the so-called trial was a travesty of justice. All along, Reid said, we and Judge Howard knew this case was not only about violation of our civil rights, but carried with it the burden of re-educating the court, the jury, and the American people about a painful period known in the annals of history as Iran-Contra. Reid said he and his legal team penetrated the layers of government disinformation about the Reagan administration's efforts to aid the Contras by training them in Arkansas. The executive branch's bypassing of congressional restraints designed to prohibit or restrict military aid to the Contras through the law known as the Boland Amendment was in great part carried out on Arkansas soil with the full knowledge and complicity of our now sitting president, Bill Clinton, Reid said. Reid claims Howard in the past condoned our efforts and then, for unexplained reasons, decided to protect these scoundrels. In recent months, Judge Howard has gutted our lawsuit and in the process has exposed the strings to which he is attached, strings that are obviously being pulled from Washington, and more significantly, from the White House. Last Friday, Maloney moved for a voluntary dismissal of the case. The judge granted the dismissal with prejudice, which means the Reids cannot refile. Once before, they has asked for a dismissal and then reinstated the case. Maloney said the plaintiffs have suffered and carried an enormous burden for over 8 years, having lived through the experience of being criminal defendants, and winning a hard-fought acquittal in that case, and then prosecuting a civil rights lawsuit in this court since July 1991. In his motion, Maloney claimed the judge's ruling excluded vast portions of the Reids case and meant that the court had, in effect, guaranteed that the plaintiffs, whether or not they win at trial, would not have their story told or the case that they pleaded, tried before a jury. He added, the plaintiffs were fully prepared to try this case, the full case, at the last scheduled trial date set for January 16, 1996. For reasons that were never adequately explained, this court abruptly cancelled that trial date and adjourned it 6 months to June 3, 1996. The following letter was disseminated to the media in an attempt to explain the emotional devastation the Reids felt as they were forced to withdraw their lawsuit. Statement of Plaintiff Terry K. Reid. June 3, 1996. Re. LRC 94-634. Reid v. Young, et al. On July 5, 1991, 1 month shy of 5 years ago, my wife Janice and I mustered up the courage to register ourselves as plaintiffs in a civil lawsuit that we knew was seeded with political landmines. That original lawsuit, LRC 91-414, filed in federal court in Little Rock, Arkansas, and later to evolve into case number LRC 94-634, has transformed into an all-consuming endeavor, for not only Janice and me, our team of lawyers, but many concerned American citizens as well. We knew all along, as well did Little Rock Federal District Judge George Howard, Jr., that this case was not only about the violation of our civil rights, but carried with it the burden of re-educating the court, the jury, and the American people about a painful period known in the annals of history as Iran-Contra. Slowly but surely, we and our legal team have been penetrating layer upon layer of government disinformation created for the sole purpose of preventing the truth to surface concerning the Reagan administration's efforts to assist the Nicaraguan Contras in Arkansas. The executive branch's bypassing of congressional restraints designed to prohibit or restrict military aid to the Contras through the law known as the Boland Amendment was in great part carried out on Arkansas soil with the full knowledge and complicity of our now sitting president, Bill Clinton. Some of the CIA's activities which took place at Bill Clinton's Mena, Arkansas were patriotically driven and justified. Other activities, however, those which included the importation of cocaine and money laundering, can never be justified in the domain of the public. For this reason, there has been a concerted and bipartisan effort to keep the subject matter known as Mena from becoming legitimized through the court process. Judge Howard's court has at times condoned our efforts to amass nonpartisan evidence to not only prove our case, but to also rewrite history and do what independent counsel Lawrence Walsh either feared or failed to do after conducting a $40 million investigation, to tell the truth about the CIA's activities in Mena, Arkansas in the mid-1980s. To begin, let me recap our motivations for suing Raymond Young, then a captain with the Arkansas State Police and serving as Bill Clinton's gubernatorial chief of security. Young is now the director of Region 6 of the Federal Emergency Management Authority and based at Denton, Texas. From his position at FEMA, he still finds time to protect Bill Clinton by threatening former Clinton bodyguards whenever they come forward with evidence which may embarrass the president or hint of wrongdoing. We felt then, as we feel now, that Mr. Young was a dangerous and unethical man who should never have been allowed to wear a badge. Yet, there he was in 1987, officing out of the governor's mansion, drawing from the resources of the state of Arkansas, and behaving as any modern-day crime family enforcer as he provided security for Arkansas's first family, Bill, Hillary, and Chelsea Clinton. Providing security, what does this encompass? That is what this case was destined to expose. Does it include destroying the lives of people who innocently become a political liability to powerful politicians, namely his boss, Bill Clinton? Well, the senior federal judge in Wichita, Kansas, Frank G. Thies, ruled in 1990 that these security services included at least the orchestration of phony criminal indictments against myself and Janice. The question is, why? We wanted to answer that question in Judge Howard's court. We already knew the answer. I had worked at the Mena airport and could connect prominent Arkansan power brokers and politicians to some very nefarious activity. Simply said, Janice and I were liabilities and had to be dealt with. As Judge Thies clearly saw, Young was not a solo actor as he conducted the despicable deed of trying to wrongfully and illegally cause innocent people to be incarcerated or killed. Thies concluded that Young had at least one accomplice, Tommy Lee Baker, of Little Rock, Arkansas, another former Arkansas state cop and sometimes private detective. Mr. Baker now sells alcohol to some of Little Rock's lower socio-economic groups through his liquor store on East 9th Street. Judge Thies, the senior federal judge for the 10th Circuit District, had witnessed Young and Baker shuffling through his courtroom on more than one occasion between 1988 and 1990 as they emerged as the star witnesses in a U.S. government prosecution designed to imprison Janice and myself for 20 years each, for a crime we knew absolutely nothing about. Yet, Young and Baker, through their own perjurious lips, and manufactured material evidence, had convinced a Kansas U.S. attorney that Janice and I were drug-smuggling airplane thieves who were so armed and dangerous that we and our young children could have been shot on sight by any overly wary or trigger-happy law enforcement officer. Young, by his own admission, fabricated and authored a criminal profile that presented us as a modern-day Bonnie and Clyde. But miraculously, by November 1990, through 2.5 years of effort, a lot of money, and a little bit of luck, Janice and I and our criminal defense lawyers were able to set the record straight in Judge Thies' courtroom. The judge exonerated us of all alleged criminal wrongdoing by finding me not guilty and at the same time lashed out at the government-embraced accusers. In the judge's own written words, sworn statements made by both Baker and Young were made with at least reckless disregard for the truth. On my day of judgment, November 9, 1990, when I was acquitted, I quietly vowed to bring Buddy Young and Tommy Baker to justice to expose them for the dregs that they are simply bad cops hiding behind tarnished badges and taking instructions from corrupt power brokers and politicians who likewise should be prosecuted and forced from office to an awaiting prison cell. But that is not going to happen in Judge Howard's courtroom, and not through the 5 years of sweat and effort that Janice and I have devoted to this uphill and horrendously expensive legal exercise. Judge Howard, for reasons unexplained but clearly understood, has decided to protect these scoundrels, and in so doing protect those who assigned Young and Baker their targets. In recent months Judge Howard has gutted our lawsuit and in the process has exposed the strings to which he is attached, strings that are obviously being pulled from Washington, and more significantly, the White House. So who is Judge Howard protecting? I can't fathom it would be the enemies of civil liberties like Young and Baker. Why is a federal judge, who up until recently appeared to be so sympathetic with civil rights issues, ordering me to not put on the evidence we have amassed that can clearly prove who was instructing Young and Baker to violate our civil rights? The judge, by his own order, has specifically forbidden me to introduce the following evidence my lawyers desperately need to prove motive on behalf of Young and Baker and other unnamed co-conspirators. Following is Judge Howard's order restricting the evidence. Order. Pending before the court is defendant's December 4 motion in limine to exclude the following matters. These general areas will be referred to as the Mena evidence or documents. even if the court were to find that the complaint adequately states sufficient facts to make the allegations relevant to the alleged overt actions of these defendants, the probative value is substantially outweighed by the dangers of unfair prejudice, confusion of issues, the potential for misleading of the jury and considerations of undue delay and waste of time. The following description will control any reference to the plaintiff's participation in programs, operations, or missions sponsored by the Federal Bureau of Investigation or the Central Intelligence Agency or any other agency of the United States government, covered or otherwise, as well as any organization sponsored by or aligned with the United States government specifically including, but not limited to, any programs, operations or missions conducted in Southwest Arkansas regarding the training of Nicaraguan nationals, the funding and support for any factions involved in the Nicaraguan conflict and any contact or communications with operatives or officials of the above-named agencies or organizations. Any reference to President or Governor Bill Clinton and/or Hillary Clinton and the Mena or Nella airports. Any references to Barry Seal and any alleged drug smuggling operation or other references to the Mena and Nella airports, or to a business relationship of Barry Seal and Dan Lassater and Company and the Arkansas Development and Finance Authority and ADFA's former director, Bob Nash. It is so ordered this 8th day of March, 1996. George Howard, Jr. United States District Judge. Judge Howard, through his own order, has exposed himself. Unwittingly, he and his integrity have now been compromised. By dissecting his order, one can clearly see two things. 1. Judge Howard is eliminating evidence that he has not yet even seen. Most of our 110 witnesses were not deposed prior to trial. The judge, and even worse, the defendants, don't know what our witnesses would say on the stand. And that's the problem, isn't it? Heaven forbid the unadulterated and unedited and unrehearsed and uncensored truth spill out within the walls of a federal courthouse. 2. Judge Howard is protecting people and government agencies not even named in the lawsuit. This is abundantly clear when one notes the names of Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Dan Lassater, Bob Nash, and the Arkansas state agency known as ADFA. Bill, Hillary, Dan, Bob, and ADFA are not defendants in the suit. One can only conclude from this judge's bizarre behavior that there has been wrongful, unethical, and illegal communication between the judge and the White House, otherwise, these names wouldn't appear in the order, especially that of Bob Nash. Bob Nash has never been officially accused of any wrongdoing, although I have knowledge of same, and this would come out in court. And where is Bob Nash? He's in the White House Director of Personnel. As a former U.S. Air Force intelligence professional, I am making the following observation: this Democrat-appointed judge is running interference for Bill Clinton in this election year. Mena will not be allowed to become a political issue in the 1996 race for the presidency. Judge Howard has been appointed to be our roadblock to justice. At the same time, he is cleverly putting Janice, me and my lawyers in a suicidal posture. We can go to trial, we just cannot put on our evidence. And speaking of suicide, imagine the forces that are causing Judge Howard to fall on his sword. When this is over, surely he will have no judicial integrity or respect. But I guess that is a price one pays when one is securely employed for life. And what was the judge's response when my law team filed a 20-page motion on April 23, 1996, giving him the alternatives to reconsider his March 8 gag order, or hear oral arguments on our evidentiary dispute, or allow us to appeal this evidentiary dispute to the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals prior to trial? His succinct response was, order. Plaintiff's April 23 motion for reconsideration and clarification, or, alternatively, for leave to file interlocutory appeal, is denied for the reasons contained in the March 8 order and defendant's May 6 response. It is so ordered this 10th day of May, 1996. George Howard, Jr. United States District Judge. Devastation does not come close to describing our feelings. After years of dragging this case through the federal civil justice system, Judge Howard has manipulated us into the following legal posture: we can go to court but we cannot put on critical evidence, therefore we will lose. That loss, even though we could appeal it, will be interpreted by the Clinton spin doctors as a victory. There will be no mention of the fact our hands were tied, and our mouths were gagged, and the so-called trial was a travesty of justice. They will attempt to convince the media, at a critical point in the election process, that MENA is a figment of my imagination, even though the MENA evidence was not allowed to be presented in court. Proudly being a former member of the U.S. Armed Services, I was trained to win wars, not lose them. I refuse to repeat my Vietnam experience and not be allowed to win. When we rather naively filed the original complaint, our sons were ages 4, 6, and 8. They are now 9, 11, and 13, and have little or no memory of their parents not being consumed in the efforts to properly litigate this case. For the sake of our children, and the sanity of our family unit, we are making a very difficult and painful decision. Ruefully, after 59 months of a stressful, tumultuous, and at times triumphant struggle, we are being forced to conclude that the subject of MENA will never be presented within the confines of a federal courtroom, and that Janice and I will not see justice served. Instead, we now cynically view the federal courthouse in Little Rock as a monument to federal corruption, and a slap in the face to all Americans who believe in the separation of powers provided under the Constitution. With tears in our eyes, lumps in our throats, and knots in our stomachs, we are instructing our attorneys to non-suit this case. To the hundreds of people who directly participated in our struggle, we would like to remind them of the many victories achieved throughout the course of our ordeal. In many ways we did win, at least in the court of public opinion. Our numerous depositions, which were funded in great part by public contributions, have clearly established the fact that the CIA's activities at Mena, Arkansas did take place, and that prominent politicians from both parties either were complicit in the illegal activities that swirled around this covert operation, or even worse, were directly involved or benefited. I would like to think that my personal hero, Harry S. Truman, would be proud of our accomplishments, even in the face of overwhelming odds. At times of strife he was encouraged by the average citizen to give hell, Harry. I too have heard voices who backed me shout, give hell, Terry. I hope I've lived up to the task. And to Raymond Young, Tommy Lee Baker, and those working with the Arkansas political establishment who have successfully undermined my efforts to take this material to trial, I will now quote from another hero of mine, Douglas MacArthur, I will return. Terry K. Reed, June 3, 96. In May 1996, after withdrawing from my case and while driving me to LaGuardia for the flight back to Kansas City, my lawyer Mike Dowd asked me what my intentions were. My emotions were still high. We had been so close to victory. Thoughts of revamping the case with a different legal theory had been bouncing around in my mind. My benefactors were still in the wings, though devastated by Judge Howard's orders that effectively killed our case. My hesitation in answering allowed Dowd an opportunity to continue. I want to expand on what I said earlier. It is not just your case that will not see the inside of a courtroom, but rather this subject matter will never see the inside of a courtroom. The government will not allow Iran-Contra, especially the drug trafficking, to be put on trial. Terry, put your life back together and go raise your family before they kill you to silence you forever. I took his advice. Since the publishing of the paperback version of Compromised in 1995 and the derailment of my federal suit in 1996, a lot of sewage water has flowed under the conspiracy bridge. Disgruntled law enforcement officers who felt their careers had been stymied when they were not able to bag and tag Barry Seal have written several Sour Grapes Mena books showcasing themselves as the centerpiece of investigations undermined by the CIA or faceless bureaucrats. In concert, there have been numerous self-proclaimed journalists who have attempted to harvest the Mena story as their own and in the process call me a liar and trample on the facts. Among these Pulitzer Prize wannabes are cleverly placed bona fide intelligence disinformation specialists whose job is to feed them a few crumbs and keep them off the real trail that leads to some of the most powerful and influential families in this country. For the most part, my wife Janice and I have been busy raising a family, reassembling the broken pieces of our lifestyle that Iran-Contra blew apart, and keeping our heads down in an attempt to be left alone. That is very difficult considering our obsession to expose the whole MENA ordeal in court was undermined by faceless cowards who control our federal court system. As hard as it was, we buried our PTSD and moved on. However, the Tom Cruise movie American Made, about Barry Seal's life and death, has scratched through our scabs to expose unhealed wounds that need draining. Hopefully Hollywood's interest in this subject matter, as entertaining as it is, can renew public awareness that the Iran-Contra/MENA Arkansas scandals still scream out for an independent congressional investigation and full public vetting. Having turned into the ultimate misanthrope, my parting words are, our justice system is fucked.